Welcome to AudioNovel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. Game of Thrones, Knight's Honor. Chapter 1, Lind of White Holdfast. Lind, already accustomed to the persistent ache in his back, stepped out of the house where he had spent the past month recuperating, leaning on the crutches crafted by Old Bane just the day before. Though his injuries would need at least another 2 weeks to fully heal, they no longer hindered his ability to walk. His immediate concern, however, was acclimating to the people and events of White Holdfast as quickly as possible. He needed to avoid raising suspicion or inadvertently exposing his true identity. After all, the fragments of inherited memories he possessed were sparse. Beyond knowing his name was Lind and that he was a hunter, the rest was a disjointed collection of images and sensations, useless in piecing together why he had been so gravely injured. As he moved through White Holdfast, he quickly identified the modest homes dotting the area. It became clear that he was in a primitive settlement, likely from a time resembling the ancient West. Although he had already guessed this from Old Bane's clothing and the rustic furnishings in his home, he had still harbored a faint hope of being wrong. Bear Hunter. The village's only street soon brought Lind face to face with his first encounter. A villager froze upon seeing him, blurting out the nickname with a tremor of fear before hurriedly averting his gaze and scurrying past as though Lind were a predator. Though curious about the odd reaction and the moniker, Lind refrained from stopping the men. It was wiser to stay silent, observe, and avoid any actions that might betray that he was not the same Lind the villagers remembered. As he continued, more people crossed his path. Some greeted him by name, while others echoed the title Bear Hunter. Their faces betrayed varying degrees of awe and apprehension, with only the intensity of emotion differing from one person to the next. Despite White Holdfast's small size, the walk to the village tavern proved long and taxing for Lind in his weakened state. He had learned during his recovery that Old Bane owned the establishment, and though the village remained unfamiliar, the tavern's location was unmistakable. It was the only one in sight. "Your injuries aren't healed yet. What are you doing out here?" Old Bane called out the moment Lind reached the tavern's threshold. The man's concern was evident as he emerged from inside. Old Bane was a figure hard to miss. His barrel-like frame was crowned with a full head of thick brown hair and a matching beard. His left foot had been replaced with a wooden peg, and his right hand was missing 3 fingers, likely severed by some sharp weapon. Lind offered a faint smile. "I've been lying down for over a month. I thought a walk might help me recover faster." Old Bane, who had cared for Lind during his incapacitation, had earned the young man's deep gratitude. Lind regarded him as more than a caretaker, almost a father figure to this unfamiliar body he now inhabited. Old Bane said nothing further, simply patting Lind's arm before gesturing for him to enter the tavern. "Hey, Bear Hunter," a chorus of voices erupted as Lind stepped inside. The patrons raised their glasses in greeting. Unlike the villagers he had encountered earlier, these men seemed less intimidated and more enthusiastic, though a trace of reverence lingered in their tone. Uncertain of how to respond without revealing his ignorance, Lind simply nodded in acknowledgement. This simple reaction appeared to satisfy them, reinforcing his suspicion that the previous Lind must have been a reserved, introverted individual. Lind made his way to a table by the window and settled into a chair. Shortly after, Old Bane approached with a glass of wine, placing it in front of him before returning to his other tasks. Taking a cautious sip, Lind was met with a sour, vinegary flavor that was difficult to stomach. Still, he forced it down without betraying any reaction on his face. The atmosphere in the tavern remained unchanged by his presence, yet the tone of the conversation subtly shifted. More and more of the discussion seemed to revolve around him, though the villagers spoke in hushed tones, careful not to let their words carry too far. In the din of the busy tavern, it was challenging for most to pick out specific words, but Lind was not most people. Over the past month of recovery, though his body hadn't regained its full strength, his other senses had sharpened considerably. The heightened sensitivity had taken some time to adjust to but was now proving invaluable. By piecing together snippets of conversation, Lind began to form a clearer picture of his situation. Despite his best efforts to maintain a neutral expression, a flicker of surprise escaped him as he processed what he overheard. During his convalescence, he had speculated endlessly about where he might have been reborn, imagining various ancient Western settings. But the reality was something he had never anticipated. He was in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire created by George R.R. Martin. Though Lind had never read the books, he had watched the acclaimed TV series Game of Thrones. Its massive cultural impact had been impossible to ignore, and at the time, he'd even delved into online forums to discuss certain plot points and theories. While he had engaged with the series as a casual viewer, those hours spent watching and reading now provided him with invaluable insights into this new world. The conversations around him confirmed this revelation. Much of the talk centered on the recently concluded Usurpers' War, the conflict that had placed Robert Baratheon on the Iron Throne. This established that he was living in the period before the TV series began, a realization that did little to comfort him. The information he had gleaned from the series and discussion forums would be of limited use. Worse still, he now fully grasped the rigid nature of Westeros' societal structure, especially in the Reach, where he currently resided. The power of bloodlines and heritage dominated this land, leaving little room for an ordinary man like himself to rise above his station. The Reach was known for its deeply entrenched traditions, and its noble houses prided themselves on ancient lineages spanning millennia. Even the Tyrells, Wardens of the South, were not among the top 3 families in terms of heritage, a testament to just how deeply rooted the aristocracy here was. This unwavering adherence to tradition made the social hierarchy nearly unshakable. Bloodlines determined worth, and even the rare exceptions to this rule could not topple the towering structure of conservatism. For someone of humble origins, there were only 2 viable paths to prominence. One was to train at the Citadel in Old Town and become a maester. The other was to excel in the tournaments held by the Reach's nobles and earn the favor of a knight. A fortunate individual might even be knighted directly, much like Ser Duncan the Tall, the legendary former Lord Commander of the King's Guard. As Lind absorbed this information, he also learned more about his immediate surroundings. The village he was in was called White Holdfast, located on the edge of the Red Lake Forest in the Reach. It fell under the domain of House Crane, with Red Lake as its regional center. The village's name came from the white plaster locals used to coat their buildings, giving the entire settlement a distinctive, pale appearance. White Holdfast was not merely a hunting village but served a specialized purpose. Its inhabitants were not typical hunters eking out a living from game, instead, they acted as guides for the autumn hunts hosted by the noble houses of the Reach. The Red Lake Forest, though not the largest woodland in the region, boasted the most abundant populations of deer, bears, and other wildlife. Each autumn, House Crane invited nobles from across the Reach to participate in hunts, fostering alliances and camaraderie. White Holdfast's hunters were part of this tradition, a village established specifically to cater to these annual gatherings. Lind had finally pieced together the reasons behind his severe injuries and prolonged confinement to bed. Why did the villagers call him Bear Hunter and treat him with such reverence? The truth lay in the tumultuous events surrounding the Usurpers' War, which had ended the previous year. During the conflict, House Tyrell, as the Warden of the South, had chosen the wrong side. While King Robert, who emerged as the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, chose not to punish them directly, the Tyrells were perpetually uneasy. To mend relations with the new king, they began amassing rare treasures from the Reach as offerings to curry his favor. House Crane, an ancient but declining noble family, governed Red Lake but struggled to maintain their influence. Their alliance with the more powerful House Florent was a necessity, a buffer against further deterioration. Seizing the chance to bolster their relationship with House Tyrell, they joined the treasure-collecting efforts. However, House Crane had long since sold off its ancestral valuables, leaving behind only heirlooms too emblematic to part with. To avoid ridicule, they turned to alternative sources, seeking riches within their lands. Their territory, blessed with abundant wildlife, offered a solution. Among these animals were the formidable mountain bears of Red Lake Forest, prized and fearsome creatures. House Crane issued substantial rewards for their capture, hoping to present them as exotic offerings to House Tyrell. Lind's father, a renowned hunter from White Holdfast, was lured by the lucrative reward. With the steward's approval, he ventured into Red Lake Forest to hunt a mountain bear. These creatures, far from ordinary, were colossal, twice the size of common bears, with unparalleled strength and reddish-brown fur so dense it rivaled armor. Their invincibility in the forest had claimed the lives of numerous knights, along with their squires, escorts, and mercenaries. No one expected Lind's father to succeed. Tragically, they were right. He perished in the forest, his body savaged by the bear. When other hunters recovered what remained, half a head and scattered limbs, it confirmed the deadly nature of his mission. Devastated but undeterred, Lind's predecessor, his father's son, resolved to fulfill his father's dream and avenge his death. Over the following year, he tirelessly searched for the bear, investing heavily in lethal traps. His preparations culminated over a month ago, and he ventured into the forest again. This time, his hunt was both a triumph and a disaster. He managed to kill a mountain bear single-handedly, earning the title of bear hunter. But his victory was hollow. The bear was not the one that killed his father, and the cost of his success was nearly his life. The bear had mauled him brutally, leaving his back flayed and his spine nearly shattered. If not for Old Bane, his father's closest friend, who braved the forest to rescue him and spent weeks nursing him back to health, he would have perished. The aftermath brought further complications. Hunting in Red Lake Forest without House Crane's authorization was a serious offense, tantamount to poaching on noble land, punishable by death. Yet, perhaps because House Crane saw value in obtaining a mountain bear at no cost, or because Lind was already on the brink of death, they decided against execution. Instead, they offered him 5 golden dragons as compensation. While this sum paled compared to the 500 golden dragons originally promised, for common folk, it was still a fortune. However, Lind's vulnerable state made him an easy target, and the villagers, blinded by greed, eyed his newfound wealth hungrily. Yet their ambitions were swiftly quelled by Old Bane, whose unwavering defense forced them to abandon their plans. This explained the mix of awe and trepidation in the villagers' gazes when Lind emerged from his recovery. They feared the retribution of a man who had survived the wrath of a mountain bear and returned stronger despite his near-death ordeal. Chapter 2: The Blessed One. What are your plans next? With the tavern mostly empty, Old Bane finally had a moment to rest. He seated himself across from Lind, his expression tinged with concern. Lind pondered briefly before asking, "Old man, do you still have connections with the guard unit in Red Lake? You're thinking of becoming a guard in Red Lake?" Old Bane frowned. His gaze drifted to the stumps of his hands and legs as he replied solemnly, "Guard duty is no easy job." Once a guard himself, indeed, the captain of the Red Lake City Guard, Old Bane had a storied history. He had accompanied the head of House Crane to Highgarden, meeting many of the Reach's nobles in the process. But misfortune had struck during a mission to clear bandits from the Red Lake Forest. Ambushed and gravely injured, Bane would have perished had it not been for Lind's father, who had saved his life. That debt was the reason for the old man's fondness for Lind. Although he had retired long ago, Old Bane still had ties in Red Lake. Introducing someone to the guard unit wasn't beyond his reach. After a moment lost in thought, Bane asked, "Why do you want to join the guards? Weren't you set on becoming an outstanding hunter like your father?" "I want to see the world," Lind replied, masking his true intentions with a plausible excuse. "I don't want to die having only known White Holdfast and the Red Lake Forest. I want to see Highgarden, King's Landing, even the Wall in the north. If I stay here, I might never get the chance, not until the stranger comes for me." Bane studied him for a long moment before speaking. "This injury of yours, it's changed you," he said. "You're not the same as you were before." Lind's heart skipped a beat, but his face betrayed nothing. "Death changes a person completely," Bane went on, sighing heavily. "I know that better than anyone." He paused before leaning forward, his tone turning serious. "Do you really think becoming a guard in Red Lake will help you see all those places?" "At the very least, it gives me better odds than I have now," Lind answered. He could, of course, leave White Holdfast on his own and wander across Westeros. But doing so would strip him of his status as a civilian, reducing him to a nameless wanderer. The life of a vagabond was rife with hardship. At best, he might waste away in some forgotten corner of a city; at worst, he could end up as a bandit or enslaved across the narrow sea. Some unlucky souls were even sent to the mines, their lives forfeit to brutal labor. Climbing the social ladder was hard enough for a commoner. As a wanderer, the odds were nearly impossible. For Lind, joining the guard in Red Lake was a calculated step, a way to edge closer to the nobles and find opportunities that could elevate him in this world. Old Bane regarded him intently for what felt like an eternity before speaking. "The current captain of the Red Lake City Guard is Will the Smiler. He used to serve under me, and we got along well. I don't think it'll be an issue to recommend you to him." A spark of joy lit up Lind's heart, but he maintained a calm, measured expression. Bane nodded in approval, appreciating the restraint. In the past, Lind had always worn his emotions plainly for all to see, his mood easy to read. Now, he seemed like a man transformed, keeping his feelings buried deep. Once again, Bane marveled at how profoundly a brush with death could change a person. Old Bane continued, although I can recommend you, and may give you a chance based on my word, whether or not you become a guard in Red Lake will depend entirely on your own abilities. What do you mean by abilities? Lind asked, frowning slightly. Follow me, Old Bane replied, rising from his seat. He gestured for Lind to do the same, then instructed the tavern's waiter briefly before heading toward the courtyard behind the building. Lind stood, leaning on his crutch, and followed close behind. Once they reached the backyard, Old Bane motioned for Lind to wait while he disappeared into his house. After a few moments of rummaging under his bed, he emerged holding a broadsword and a round shield reinforced with steel skins. Take these and give them a try, Old Bane said, approaching Lind and handing over the weapons. Lind set his crutch aside and accepted the sword and shield. He tested their weight with a few casual swings, but as he tried to wield the broadsword using techniques he remembered from his training, a wave of discomfort overtook him. What should have been smooth and fluid felt awkward and clumsy, his movements betraying an obvious lack of practice. Old Bane observed Lind's attempts without surprise. To him, this was what he expected from someone who hadn't handled a broadsword in a long time. Lind, however, was visibly dissatisfied with his performance. After only a couple of swings, he lowered the weapons and turned to Old Bane. Can I try a different sword? He asked. Old Bane hesitated for a moment, assuming the issue was with the weapon's fit. Without commenting, he returned inside and retrieved a knight's sword. This knight's sword was well maintained, its blade free of rust. Though the emblem on its hilt had been polished off, it was clear this sword was a relic of Old Bane's war days. Judging by its craftsmanship, it likely belonged to a knight's squire or a lesser knight, not someone of great renown. Lind didn't discard the broadsword. Instead, he placed the shield aside and took the knight's sword in his other hand, adopting a dual-wielding stance. Old Bane froze, staring at Lind in disbelief. While it was true that some knights in Westeros were known for dual-wielding weapons, they were legendary figures capable of extraordinary feats in battle. For ordinary fighters, attempting to dual-wield was more likely to end in disaster than victory. Just as Old Bane opened his mouth to correct Lind's apparent misconception, something unexpected happened. Lind leaned slightly forward, his body low and poised. Using his crutch for momentum, he moved with remarkable speed and agility, his apparent limp vanishing as his movements became fluid and precise. As he advanced, the two blades in his hands worked in perfect harmony, slashing and thrusting in a mesmerizing display of skill. Old Bane's breath caught. His time as captain of the Red Lake City Guard had honed his own swordsmanship to a high level, and he'd witnessed countless knightly duels and tournaments. Even so, Lind's performance left him momentarily speechless. The way Lind wielded the weapons, a broadsword and knight's sword of differing lengths, seemed more fitting for a seasoned duelist than a man who had been reliant on a crutch just moments ago. His strikes and thrusts were precise, targeting the weak points in armor with an almost uncanny accuracy. Old Bane could tell, defending against such an attack, even fully armed, would be nearly impossible. Is this swordsmanship something specifically meant for knights? Old Bane wondered aloud, the thought striking him as he observed Lind. At that moment, Lind paused. It wasn't that he had exhausted his knowledge of swordsmanship, but his body had reached its limit. Any further exertion risked aggravating his old injuries. Old Bane, do you think my current abilities are enough to qualify me as a guard? Lind asked, his voice strained as he leaned heavily on the two swords, gasping for breath. You are qualified, Old Bane replied, calming his chaotic thoughts as he gave Lind his approval. His voice carried certainty, though his eyes held a glint of curiosity. But tell me, when did you learn this swordsmanship? I've never seen anything like it from you before. Lind had anticipated this question and prepared an answer during his display of dual-wielding techniques. Now, hearing Old Bane's inquiry, he delivered his response smoothly. With a reverent expression, Lind pressed his palms together in a gesture of prayer and said, When I was injured and unconscious, I met the warrior, my lord. He was moved by my heroic hunt to avenge my father against the mountain bear. As a blessing, he granted me the combat skills of a great warrior, allowing me to master these techniques as though I had trained for years. His tone turned somber, and he added, But my body remains weak. For now, I can only use this dual-wielding swordsmanship. The rest of the skills he bestowed are sealed within me, inaccessible until my body fully recovers and grows stronger. Old Bane was stunned. This explanation was far from anything he had expected. He stared at Lind, his thoughts racing. The faith of the Seven was the dominant religion in the Reach and the Seven Kingdoms as a whole, but Bane was not a devout believer. Over the years, he had seen how the corrupt clergy exploited the faith for personal gain, how nobles staged miracles to win favor, and how merchants sold worthless trinkets as relics of the Seven, swindling the faithful. To him, the Seven were little more than a convenient tool for those in power. He pretended to follow the faith but harbored deep skepticism. Yet here was Lind, someone Bane had known since boyhood, earnestly claiming to have received the blessing of the warrior. At first, the idea struck Bane as absurd, a fabrication to justify what he'd just witnessed. But as he looked at the breathless, exhausted Lind, doubts began to creep into his mind. Lind had grown up under Bane's watchful eye, and in 15 years, he had shown no remarkable skill in swordsmanship. He was an ordinary boy, a common hunter from White Holdfast. The techniques Lind had just demonstrated, however, were extraordinary, beyond what even seasoned knights achieved after years of training. A transformation this profound in such a short time defied explanation. Bane considered the alternatives. If Lind had not spent years secretly mastering these techniques, and it was clear he had not, then the only plausible explanation was the one Lind offered. The warrior's blessing. And as absurd as it seemed, the reasoning fit. Legends and stories often spoke of divine intervention for acts of bravery and resolve. Lind's story, a boy avenging his father by single-handedly hunting a mountain bear as large as a hill, was already the stuff of song. In fact, a passing bard had heard of Lind's feat and planned to immortalize it in verse. "Is what you say true?" Old Bane asked, his tone grave as he scrutinized Lind's face. "I swear to the Seven Gods that everything I've said is true," Lind replied, placing his hand over his chest and mimicking the solemnity of a devout believer. To Lind, the oath was harmless. He believed the Seven Gods didn't exist, and even if they did, his words weren't a lie. His cheat truly was a blessing for a warrior, albeit not from divine origin. "Who else have you told about this?" Old Bane pressed. "Apart from you, I haven't told anyone," Lind said, holding Old Bane's gaze with a sincerity that would melt suspicion. "I feel this matter is almost too incredible. If others knew, it might lead to trouble, so I never intended to share it. But you're different, Old Bane. You're the person I trust most in the world. I know I can tell you without worry." Old Bane's stern expression softened. A faint smile emerged from beneath his thick beard, a sign of relief. He nodded slightly before asking, "Is your plan to see the world also tied to this?" "In part, yes," Lind admitted. "I see." Old Bane nodded thoughtfully. "Once your injuries heal, I'll go to Red Lake and make the recommendation. But before that, you'll need to forge 2 proper weapons." Lind glanced down at the knight's sword and broadsword he held. "Aren't these swords good enough?" he asked, puzzled. "You mustn't keep the knight's sword," Old Bane said, shaking his head. "That blade could bring you trouble. As for the broadsword, it's fine if you just want to be an ordinary guard. But if you aim for something greater, you'll need weapons tailored to you. The right equipment will improve your chances of surviving on the battlefield and earning military merit." Lind considered this and nodded. Despite handling the 2 swords well just now, he had felt a subtle discomfort. The weapons weren't quite a perfect fit. If he could forge a pair of swords designed specifically for him, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly increase. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Can the smith in the village forge them?" Old Bane snorted dismissively. "He's good for sickles and horseshoes, not proper swords." Noticing Lind's hesitation, he added reassuringly, "Don't worry. I still have your 5 golden dragons saved. That's enough to commission 2 decent swords." Chapter 3, Lind's Composure. After leaving the young drunkard Old Bane, Lind returned directly to his cabin. Demonstrating his swordsmanship in the tavern had left him exhausted, and he longed to collapse onto his bed and rest. However, the sharp pain in his back reminded him that rest would have to wait. The position of his bandages needed to be adjusted to prevent his injury from worsening. Though wielding 2-handed swordsmanship had further strained his recovering body and aggravated his back injury, it had been worth it. Everything had unfolded as he had planned, and now, he only needed to stay home and await the next steps. Since regaining consciousness and realizing he had been reborn in a world resembling the Middle Ages, Lind had been carefully plotting his future. Living as a commoner was the first option he dismissed. Having been given a second chance, he had no intention of remaining at society's lowest rung, especially since he possessed a cheat. The idea of becoming a merchant was also swiftly discarded. In both Eastern and Western contexts, merchants were often treated poorly, their status marginal unless they operated in a commerce-centric region like a free city. More often than not, merchants were seen as little more than walking coin purses. Thus, achieving nobility became his sole viable path. Over the next month, confined to bed and unable to move, he devoted his time to meticulously devising various strategies to ascend to nobility. He accounted for every conceivable contingency, determined to prepare for the unexpected. Though this world differed from the medieval Western society he initially imagined, being a world of ice and fire instead, the social systems bore enough similarities for his plans to remain relevant. Minor adjustments were necessary, and these tweaks could help him achieve his goals even faster. One such adjustment was to participate in the Tournament of Champions. Initially, he hadn't considered tournaments as part of his strategy. In medieval traditions, only nobles could partake in such events. The idea of a commoner anonymously donning armor, competing, and earning fame was pure fiction, romanticized by novelists. Strict identity checks for participants ensured no commoner could infiltrate a nobles' tournament. However, the Tournament of the Seven Kingdoms offered exceptions. Beyond the core jousting events reserved for nobles, there were team battles and archery competitions open to commoners. While these lacked the prestige of jousting, they still presented a chance to gain recognition and wealth. With fame, a commoner might attract the attention of a noble lord. Joining a noble's service and earning military achievements could eventually lead to being granted knighthood. Alternatively, a well-known individual might become a squire to a knight, which could also pave the way to knighthood. Knighthood marked the lowest tier of the aristocratic hierarchy in the Seven Kingdoms. While not full-fledged nobility, it was a critical stepping stone toward that status. Lind also contemplated alternative paths, such as gaining the favor of a noble through knowledge and becoming an aide or advisor. Such a position might lead to knighthood, but it came with significant drawbacks. This type of status, while technically noble, was precarious, with limited opportunities for advancement and little hope of acquiring lordship. Littlefinger exemplified this type of fragile nobility. Despite his relentless efforts, he never achieved the lordship he aspired to. Even his title as Lord of the Vale earned him no genuine respect among the lower-ranking nobility. When he was killed, not a single noble rose in his defense, highlighting how tenuous and vulnerable his courtly status truly was. Now, Lind wasn't particularly concerned about securing a position as a guard in Red Lake. With Old Bane's influence, this task had become relatively straightforward. Even without the dual-wielding swordsmanship granted by his cheat, he felt confident he could achieve it. The real challenge would come after becoming a guard, earning enough merit to be recognized as a knight's squire and eventually achieving knighthood. This transition represented a significant leap for ordinary civilians, one that required more than just physical strength. A prime example was Bronn the mercenary. Despite his exceptional skills, Bronn had spent years as a mere sellsword. It wasn't until he fortuitously crossed paths with Tyrion Lannister that he gained knighthood. Lind knew that for a commoner to become a knight, raw ability wasn't the most crucial factor. The key was finding someone willing to provide the opportunity. In his assessment, House Crane lacked the necessary resources or influence to offer such prospects. During his past life, Lind had stumbled across a forum article analyzing the major and minor lords of the Reach. House Crane, a relatively obscure family with little narrative presence in A Song of Ice and Fire, had also been discussed. The analysis was brief and could be summarized in one word: dependence. As a vassal of House Florent, House Crane had long operated under its influence, with no significant power or ambitions of its own. Rising through the ranks with House Crane's backing seemed unlikely. That said, House Crane wasn't entirely without value. Lind had identified one potential advantage: Vortimer Crane, a member of a side branch of the family. While Lind didn't know the details of Vortimer's current circumstances, he was certain Vortimer would become the Master-at-Arms at Highgarden. If Lind could leverage this connection, it might provide an avenue to align himself with House Tyrell, an association that would open far more doors toward knighthood. As Lind pondered these possibilities, his hands remained busy. He picked up 2 sticks of similar length and thickness to his half-swords and tossed a rag ball into the air. With swift, fluid movements, he wielded the sticks in a dual-wielding style, repeatedly striking the ball to keep it aloft. For the past half-month, ever since he'd been able to sit up and move his arms, Lind had used this method to practice and familiarize himself with the dual-wielding swordsmanship bestowed by his cheat. While the cheat had provided him with extensive combat experience and techniques, mastering them still required consistent practice. The cheats he had gained after rebirth were the cornerstone of his confidence. Though not as overpowered as the abilities in some fantasy novels, they were more than sufficient to carve a path for himself in this world. He possessed 2 primary advantages, one a cheat, and the other a talent that seemed to have arisen from his rebirth. Whether due to some fusion of souls or another anomaly, his physical fitness and sensory perception had become unnaturally heightened. For instance, his self-healing ability allowed him to recover from severe injuries at an extraordinary rate. A nearly broken spine had healed in just over a month, and superficial wounds vanished within a day or 2. This ability would undoubtedly be invaluable in future battles. However, the self-healing came with a drawback: it required immense nutritional intake to sustain. Most of the money he had spent during his recovery had gone toward food and supplements, adhering to the law of conservation of energy. Beyond his regenerative ability, his senses had been enhanced to a near-superhuman level. He could hear the faint buzz of insects outside his home and see dust particles floating in the air with startling clarity. Initially, this heightened perception had been a torment. Immobilized in bed, he had spent weeks learning to control the overwhelming flood of sensory input. By comparison, the improvements to his physical strength and agility were more modest, remaining within the upper limits of normal human capabilities. He still needed regular exercise to build strength, but the results of his efforts were strikingly apparent. This progress was literally intuitive. During exercise, he could see an energy bar representing his physical fitness slowly increase. Though the increments were small, the visual feedback allowed him to fine-tune his training regimen for optimal results. This energy bar was part of the cheat he had acquired upon rebirth, a system loosely based on the game For Honor but heavily modified. To call it a derivative of For Honor was a stretch. Only superficial elements remained, such as the hero images and ability settings. Even these were incomplete, limited to 9 heroes from the Knights faction. The cheat granted by Lin's rebirth was relatively straightforward. By selecting the vision of a hero in his mind, he could instantly gain that hero's corresponding combat skills. However, only one hero could be active at a time, and switching required filling the energy bar through exercise. When Lind first activated the cheat, he had been in a semi-conscious state, his body racked with pain and his mind clouded. Desperation had driven him to use it as a last resort, assuming the hero's selection would grant him an immediate recovery, much like leveling up and regenerating health in a game. Instead, his body remained battered, and the cheat poured an overwhelming amount of knowledge into his mind. The deluge left him dazed for several days, his head spinning as though he'd been drugged. When he finally regained clarity and began sorting through the knowledge, he realized his error. Under normal circumstances, Lind would have chosen either the Warden or the Conqueror, as their skills and combat styles aligned with the ideals of a knight. However, in his hazy state, he had selected the Peacekeeper, a hero designed for dual-wielding, assassin-like combat. He initially tried to adapt by using only a single sword, hoping to bypass the dual-wielding mechanics while still utilizing the Peacekeeper's techniques. Yet the mismatch created an unbearable sense of awkwardness, rendering the skills clumsy and ineffective. It became clear that the cheat's combat abilities required strict adherence to the hero's style to function properly. Despite his dissatisfaction with the Peacekeeper's dual-wielding swordsmanship, Lind acknowledged its utility in his current state. He focused on improving his physical condition through basic exercises. With greater stamina and strength, he would eventually be able to wield the Peacekeeper's style effectively. For now, though, even short practice sessions left him winded, highlighting the gap between his skills and his physical limitations. Over the next half-month, Lind dedicated himself to mastering the Peacekeeper's dual-wielding techniques. He practiced daily, ensuring he grew as familiar as possible with the movements. In his free time, he roamed the village and frequented Old Bane's tavern, where he listened to the conversations of travelers and locals, gathering valuable information. White Holdfast, while small, occupied a uniquely strategic position. It lay at the junction of Old Oak, Red Lake, and Golden Grove. Merchants and travelers from these cities passed through regularly, making the tavern a hub for news and gossip. the most talked about topic of late was King Robert's plan to host a grand tournament in King's Landing to celebrate the birth of his firstborn, Joffrey. As the first tournament hosted by House Baratheon, its significance and scale promised to be extraordinary, drawing knights from across the Seven Kingdoms. However, while the distant excitement of King's Landing intrigued some, most villagers were more preoccupied with local issues, particularly the rise of banditry. The aftermath of the Usurpers' War still lingered, nearly a year after its conclusion. Supporters of the Targaryens, having fled after their defeat, had retreated into the forests and mountains. There, they had allied with wild tribes, occasionally emerging to raid and loot. The Reach, as one of the Seven Kingdoms' wealthiest regions, offered vast farmlands and dense forests, ideal for bandit hideouts. The Red Lake Forest was one such refuge. Half a month earlier, a group of bandits identifying themselves as Targaryen loyalists had taken up residence in the forest. They targeted merchant caravans using forest shortcuts, causing significant casualties. To date, 4 or 5 caravans had been attacked, leaving hundreds dead or injured. Among the victims was a member of a branch family from House Rowan of Golden Grove, killed during a raid. This incident had prompted House Rowan to coordinate with neighboring houses, including House Crane of Red Lake and House Oakheart of Old Oak. Together, they aimed to eliminate the bandit threat in the Red Lake Forest. Chapter 4, In Preparation. Lind seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly dodging the attack from behind. He spun around smoothly, swinging his sword in a precise arc and striking the sneak attacker squarely in the chest. If it had been a real blade, the strike would have left the assailant gravely injured and incapable of continuing. However, with the wooden sword, the attacker was still able to fight, and 2 others joined in, coordinating their efforts to overwhelm Lind. Most people would panic under such a coordinated assault, but Lind remained composed. His steps were as light as a deer bounding through the forest, his movements as graceful as a butterfly flitting among flowers. He not only evaded the incoming strikes with ease but also seized opportunities to counterattack, delivering blows with pinpoint accuracy to his opponent's vital areas. Had Lind been wielding real swords instead of wooden ones, and if his attackers weren't wearing leather armor, the 3 would have fallen dozens of times by now. Even so, some of his strikes found the gaps in the armor, hitting unprotected spots and causing significant discomfort. "Stop, stop," one attacker finally cried out after a particularly painful stab from Lind's wooden blade. He staggered back, waving his hand in surrender. Pulling off his leather armor, he lifted his shirt to reveal a body mottled with bruises. Gasping for breath, he groaned, "No more sparring. At this rate, my father's savings for sparring fees won't be enough to cover my medical expenses." The other 2 attackers, also nearing their limits, quickly set down their weapons and shields, signaling their retreat as well. Lind, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, planted his wooden sword on the ground for support and cast an apologetic glance at the 3 sparring partners that Old Bane had so meticulously selected. Although Lind had recovered fully from his previous injuries half a month ago, he still hadn't heard any concrete news from Old Bane. Even when he sought out Will, the Smiler, the man offered no clarity, merely advising Old Bane to wait until the Red Lake Guards expanded their ranks. Despite this, Lind wasn't worried. From the murmurs in the taverns, it was evident that Red Lake, Old Oak, and Golden Grove were all preparing for significant developments. When the time came, Red Lake would surely call on its citizens to defend the city. Lind was confident that with his skills, he would distinguish himself on the battlefield. Paired with his reputation as a bear hunter, House Crane would undoubtedly recognize his value. With luck, he might even bypass the rank of a common guard and step directly into a more prominent role. With these ambitions in mind, Lind turned his focus to rigorous training. Physical fitness and overall conditioning were his priorities, but he didn't neglect his swordsmanship. However, without proper sparring partners, his combat practice felt lacking. After observing Lind's solitary training, Old Bane concluded it wasn't effective for honing his skills further. To address this, he began hiring sparring partners from passing merchant caravans to provide Lind with real combat experience. Initially, the sessions were one-on-one, but it quickly became clear that Lind dominated such encounters. The disparity in skill rendered these matches nearly useless as training. Lind himself realized that his mastery of dual swordsmanship was far beyond what ordinary mercenaries could challenge. Only a seasoned knight, with years of dedicated training, could push him to his limits. Against regular mercenaries, even two-handed combat seemed too easy. At Lind's suggestion, the number of opponents was increased. After less than 10 days of group combat training, he was already adept at fending off the coordinated attacks of 3 mercenaries. Judging by his current progress, it seemed he would need to face at least 5 opponents at once to truly feel pressured. Although Lin's displayed swordsmanship during his recent training sessions was astonishing, it also highlighted some physical weaknesses. In high-intensity battles like the ones he had just faced, his endurance waned after 2 to 3 minutes, causing a noticeable drop in his combat effectiveness. This limitation was not something that could be resolved quickly, it would require long-term physical conditioning to overcome. Old Bane handed the hired mercenaries the ointment he had prepared to stop bleeding, then turned to Lind, analyzing the situation. Ordinary mercenaries can no longer challenge you, even in groups. Adding more opponents won't change that. What you need are real battles, preferably against experienced warriors, to truly improve. He paused, watching Lind as he caught his breath, then continued, "For now, you shouldn't engage in further sparring. Focus on physical training instead." After a brief moment, Old Bane approached Lind, grabbed his arm, and gave it a firm squeeze. "You're too skinny. You need to bulk up. I'll prepare some rotten meat puree for you. It's not appetizing, but it'll help you gain weight." Lind hesitated, knowing the suggestion clashed with his personal training plan. However, he didn't reject Old Bane's advice. His regimen required significant calorie intake, and while the thought of rotten meat puree wasn't appealing, it could provide the energy his training demanded. Moreover, Old Bane's reasoning was sound. Because Lind had absorbed the combat techniques of the peacekeepers, his training focused heavily on agility, stealth, and speed, leaving him lean, with minimal body fat. In combat, however, fat could serve as a natural layer of armor. A well-padded body could absorb damage, limiting injuries to superficial layers and preserving muscle and bone. Without such protection, Lind's current frame would make him highly vulnerable to severe injury in a direct hit. "I understand," Lind nodded. "I'll adjust my training methods." Old Bane raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lind agreeing so easily was unusual. In the past, his stubbornness was infamous. He'd argue and resist even Old Bane's advice, standing firm in his decisions, just as he had with his risky bear hunt. "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" Lind noticed Old Bane's puzzled expression and asked casually. "No, nothing," Old Bane replied with a smile. Though Lind's attitude had changed, it struck him as a positive development. Another half-month passed. During this time, Lind focused on both weight training and consuming the high-calorie meals Old Bane provided. Whether due to his rigorous training or the mysterious effects of his cheat ability, the results were astonishing. His height and weight increased significantly. From an average height of about 1.7 meters, typical for hunters in White Holdfast, he grew to an imposing 1.9 meters. His expanded frame made him stand out, and he now had to duck to enter Old Bane's tavern. Coupled with his increased weight, his physique became so large and robust that from a distance, he resembled an upright walking bear. These changes didn't go unnoticed. Rumors spread rapidly among the residents of White Holdfast and the passing caravans. Most claimed that Lind's transformation was due to his battle with the mountain bear. The stories alleged that by slaying the beast, Lind had absorbed its essence, which had bestowed him with the bear's strength and formidable physique. The rumors bred a mixture of awe and fear. Those in White Holdfast who had once antagonized Lind now avoided him altogether. Even passing him from a distance, they would shrink away, unwilling to meet his gaze. For Lind, the people's behavior only deepened his discomfort with life in White Holdfast. Despite everything, he bore no resentment toward them for their actions when he had been on the verge of death. On one hand, he wasn't truly Lind and lacked emotional ties to the people or the place. On the other, he understood their motivations. In such harsh conditions, survival necessitated seizing every opportunity. Had he been in their position, he likely would have done the same. For this reason, even during the period shortly after his recovery, Lind had begun considering ways to improve his relations with the people of White Holdfast. He recognized that their demographic potential could be a significant advantage in the future. In a world as undeveloped as this, small folk would be an essential resource for building power. Most of the White Holdfast people already possessed basic skills in archery and swordsmanship, making them ideal candidates for training into capable fighters. Lind envisioned that if he managed to secure a position within the army of a noble in the future, recruiting from White Holdfast would allow him to quickly establish a personal force. However, the fear and unease the villagers now felt toward him had undermined these plans before they could even begin. He realized that no amount of goodwill or assurances would convince the white holdfast people that he bore them no grudge. Their mistrust ran too deep. This realization led him to a calculated decision. When rumors spread about him having absorbed the essence of the mountain bear to gain its strength, he did nothing to dispel them. Instead, he actively reinforced the stories by demonstrating abilities he hadn't shown before, further cementing the credibility of the tale. By doing so, he turned the white holdfast people into unwitting propagators of his growing legend. Soon, their rumors began to bear fruit. One day, after completing his daily training, Lind prepared to head to Old Bane's tavern for another meal of specially prepared weight gain food. However, as he approached the entrance, he was stopped. "You are the bear hunter." "Taller than I expected, impressive, very impressive." The speaker was a young nobleman, dressed in finery, his tone patronizing as he looked Lind over with the air of someone appraising merchandise. Lind's eyes flicked over the man, noting the golden crane emblem branded onto the saddle of the fine horse outside the tavern. He also took in the 6 soldiers standing nearby, their disciplined posture hinting at their training. From these clues, Lind quickly deduced the nobleman's likely identity. While Lind had a general idea of who this was, the man's purpose for approaching him was unclear. What was obvious, however, was the faint hostility in the nobleman's gaze. Despite sensing this, Lind remained composed, masking his thoughts with a cautious demeanor. He stepped back slightly, mimicking the reaction of an ordinary person facing unexpected aggression. Simultaneously, his hand moved subtly to rest on the small hand axe at his waist. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," Lind asked warily, his tone neutral but edged with the defensive wariness of someone ready to protect himself. The nobleman's expression shifted into a slight frown at Lind's audaciously blunt response, but he quickly recovered, his arrogance returning. Ignoring Lind's implied challenge, he raised his hand, signaling one of the soldiers at his side to announce his identity. "Rascal, what are you doing?" Old Bane suddenly burst out of the tavern, clearly intending to discipline Lind. He swung a hand toward Lind's head, but due to Lind's imposing height, he ended up delivering a firm slap to Lind's back instead. As his hand lingered momentarily, he subtly squeezed Lind's arm, signaling something unspoken, before bowing deeply toward the young nobleman. "Lord Clav, please don't hold it against him," Old Bane said, his tone deferential but steady. "Ever since he recovered from his injury, he's been unusually jumpy, like a frightened little rabbit. He means no disrespect, you can ask anyone in the village." "A little rabbit?" "This rabbit is far from small, Old Bane," Ser Clav Crane replied, his sharp glare silencing Bane's plea. "I know exactly who he is, a brave bear hunter, no less." His tone dripped with mockery. Turning his gaze back to Lind, he added, "I am Ser Clav Crane of Red Lake. I've heard tales of your exploits in the taverns and was curious to see the so-called bear hunter with my own eyes. You're not quite what I imagined, but you're not bad." Lind said nothing, maintaining a steady, unflinching gaze. Ser Clav's expression darkened at the lack of response, his pride stung. After a moment, a sneer curled his lips, and his condescending tone returned. "However, I'm not entirely convinced by the rumors." "So?" He turned slightly, giving an unspoken signal to one of his soldiers. Then, stepping back a few paces, he continued, "If you can kill a mountain bear, surely defeating one of my entourage barehanded shouldn't be too difficult for you." "My lord." Old Bane's face paled as he immediately stepped forward, his tone now urgent and pleading. He knew all too well the dangers of pitting an unarmed man against an armored soldier with a weapon. Despite Lind's extraordinary skills with dual swords, this was a situation tilted far out of his favor. "Old Bane," Ser Clav interrupted coldly, silencing him with a raised hand, "I know you've been to see Will, trying to get the bear hunter into the guard. Consider this a test to see if he's worthy." The nobleman's smug smile widened as he continued, "Oh, and one more thing, I forgot to mention. Will has been relieved of his duties as captain of the Red Lake City Guard. Corruption charges, you see. He's been locked away in the dungeon and will be executed with the other prisoners in a few days. I am the new captain of the Red Lake City Guard, Ser Clav Crane." Old Bane froze, the weight of the revelation hitting him hard. It was clear now, Ser Clav had come not just to test Lind but to deliver a calculated blow. Bane's attempt to help Lind had unintentionally dragged them both into the internal power struggles of House Crane. Realizing there was no way to dissuade Ser Clav, Bane's expression hardened. Turning to Lind, he placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning in to whisper, "Use your full strength. Don't hold back." Chapter 5, The Dual Sword Dancer. Old Bane is going to get it this time. Corruption. The smiling guy, Will. I remember him as someone who valued honor above all else. You don't know anything. Corruption is just an excuse. He's actually caught up in the internal struggle of House Crane. Following the wrong person. No, following the right person. It's just that he doesn't realize he's not as important to that person as he thinks he is. What do you mean? Idiot, he's just a pawn in a trade. Among the crowd gathered outside the tavern to watch the spectacle, many were merchants who regularly traveled between cities. These traders had far more information than the average onlooker, and their hushed conversations unveiled the recent power shifts in Red Lake. Lind, whose hearing had mutated slightly, easily caught snippets of these conversations. Through them, he pieced together the reasons for the current situation and made a plan for his next move. In truth, even without Old Bane's orders, Lind had already resolved to go all out. He needed Ser Clav Crane to establish his reputation among the nobility of Red Lake. With this thought in mind, Lind gave Old Bane a subtle nod to signal his understanding. Without sparing Ser Clav another glance, he stepped into the open space in front of the tavern and spoke in an even tone, "Come on." Lind's calm demeanor and unflinching expression took the crowd by surprise. They had expected him to act out of anger, fear, or desperation. After all, he was an innocent man caught in the internal power struggles of House Crane, unjustly dragged into an unfair duel. It seemed natural for him to display strong emotions. But Lind remained eerily composed. Facing his heavily armed opponent, he appeared entirely indifferent, as if the other men were no more than an ordinary passerby. His calmness brought to mind the unsettling rumors about him circulating in Red Lake. At that moment, the soldier chosen by Ser Clav began to look tense. The unshaken Lind exuded an oppressive aura, as though he were some formidable, otherworldly presence. The soldier couldn't help but recall the tales of Lind devouring the spirit of the mountain bear. Yet, like Lind, he had no choice but to proceed. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on his sword. When he noticed Ser Clav's impatient expression, he took a deep breath and charged, swinging his blade diagonally toward Lind's shoulder and neck in a well-practiced move. Lind, however, remained unperturbed. He sidestepped with the casual grace of someone taking a stroll, his body tilting slightly to evade the oncoming strike. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he surged forward, colliding with the soldier. The impact sent the soldier sprawling to the ground, unable to resist Lind's momentum. Before he could recover, Lind's foot came down on his neck. A sharp, blinding pain surged through the soldier's body, and in the next moment, everything went dark. At that moment, an eerie silence fell over the clearing. The crowd, still trying to process what had happened, could only remember seeing Lind take a few effortless steps before the soldier collapsed. The battle ended with a decisive stomp on the soldier's neck, breaking it instantly. Ser Clav's composure faltered as he watched his men be eliminated so effortlessly. His frown deepened, and with a sharp gesture, he directed the next soldier to step forward and continue the fight against Lind. The second soldier's expression was one of despair. He was well aware that his skills were on par with his fallen comrade, and the prospect of facing the men who had just dispatched him with such ease filled him with dread. Yet, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he charged ahead, resigned to his fate. As expected, Lind disposed of the second soldier with the same effortless precision, as though snapping a twig from a roadside bush. The crowd erupted into murmurs of disbelief. Lind's strength was beyond what anyone had anticipated. While some among the merchant sellswords might be capable of defeating such opponents, none could do so with Lind's casual, almost dismissive ease. Even more unsettling was that after killing two soldiers, Lind remained utterly calm, giving the impression that taking lives meant nothing to him. "It's the spirit of the mountain bear." "The spirit of the mountain bear," exclaimed several white holdfast residents in the crowd. Many of them were familiar with Lind's past demeanor, and the stark contrast between the men they remembered and the one before them only fueled belief in the miraculous rumors surrounding him. Lind himself seemed entirely unaffected by the murmurs and stares. He bent down, picked up the long swords of the fallen soldiers, and gave them a few casual swings to get a feel for their weight. Then, with an air of complete nonchalance, he turned to Ser Clav and said, "Let the rest of them come at me together." Ser Clav's face turned a deep shade of red. Humiliation burned through him. Originally, he had considered recruiting Lind upon witnessing his strength, but now, the men had become a symbol of his disgrace. Erasing that humiliation became his sole focus. "All of you, attack together." Ser Clav roared at the remaining 4 soldiers. The crowd responded with open disdain. Though it was Lind who had suggested a group attack, Ser Clav's command drew scattered boos and jeers from onlookers. The whispers of disapproval, now audible, deepened Ser Clav's humiliation and fueled his growing hatred for Lind. The 4 soldiers hesitated briefly but then exchanged glances. Moving in sync, they removed the round wooden shields strapped to their backs and formed a standard shield wall formation. Slowly and methodically, they advanced on Lind. Seeing 4 soldiers adopt such a defensive formation against a single man drew even louder scorn from the crowd. The murmurs of disapproval erupted into outright jeers. Even those from White Holdfast, who were known not to get along with Lind, found themselves criticizing Ser Clav's tactics. Yet Lind's calm remained unshaken. Unlike earlier, when he had taken a defensive stance, this time, he chose to attack. He charged directly at the gap between the shields of the 2 central soldiers, seemingly aiming to break their formation through sheer force. This strategy was a familiar one, often used by armored knights to counter shield walls. However, its success relied heavily on the knight's heavy armor, which could amplify the impact and protect them from surrounding strikes. Lind, dressed only in a thin short shirt, appeared to be making a reckless, suicidal charge. The 2 soldiers bracing for Lind's attack had the same thought. They pressed their shields tightly, preparing to absorb the impact and slow him enough for their companions to flank him. The soldiers at the sides, reading the situation perfectly, raised their swords, ready to strike the moment Lind collided with the shields. But Lind's charge defied all expectations. Just as he was about to crash into the shields, his momentum vanished in an instant. Pivoting gracefully, he danced around the formation with uncanny agility, whirling like a skilled dancer in perfect rhythm. Fostering strong familial, economic, and political ties. House Florent's power, while not equal to House Tyrell's, was substantial enough to make an alliance more advantageous for House Crane. The disagreement simmered for years without escalating, largely because it was overshadowed by a sudden reconciliation between House Tyrell and House Florent. However, the split within House Crane did not fade. Instead, tensions deepened, culminating in a complete eruption of hostilities only recently. The outcome of this internal conflict was both expected and surprising. The faction loyal to House Tyrell was decisively defeated, and power within House Crane shifted entirely to the faction aligned with House Florent. Ser Clav, the man Lind had just fought, was a prominent member of this faction. Chapter 6, The Effects of Reputation. After hearing the explanation, Lind furrowed his brow in confusion. Why did House Tyrell's supporters lose so easily? Didn't you say the stalemate had lasted for decades? Logically, their strength should be comparable, right? Old Bane let out a weary sigh. It's all because of the Usurpers' War, he explained. The Tyrells sided with the Targaryens, sending troops to fight. House Crane supported them too, contributing men loyal to Tyrell. Many of them perished in the Battle of Ashford. Only a handful, like Vortimer Crane, survived. After the war, they stayed in Highgarden, afraid of retaliation from the rival faction within their house, and never returned to Red Lake. What's the deal with Will? Lind asked skeptically. He's a fool. Old Bane snapped, his voice filled with anger. The internal conflict within House Crane had nothing to do with him. All he needed to do was perform his duty as captain of the guard. But he didn't know where his loyalty lay. He went so far as to capture Lady Lyanna and Lady Meredith and hand them over to the opposing faction. House Crane's infighting was political, not violent. Will's actions crossed a line, and it's no wonder he was caught. Lind's concern deepened. Were you implicated because of Will? Old Bane waved it off. Don't worry about me. I'm insignificant to them. If they truly saw me as a threat, someone far more formidable than that arrogant brat Clav would have come after me. Lind still appeared uneasy. But now things are different. I killed 6 Red Lake City guards. They might. No, this actually works in our favor, Old Bane interrupted with a grin. To House Crane, a skilled swordsman like you is far more valuable than 6 ordinary guards. Why? Lind still didn't understand. Old Bane explained, not long ago, Red Lake joined forces with House Rowan and House Oakhart to clear the Red Lake forest of bandits. But because House Crane suffered heavy losses during the Usurpers' War, they can barely muster 200 men. These aren't seasoned soldiers, they're farmers who've only just taken up arms. They need skilled fighters. That's why I told you to go all out earlier. I didn't expect you to be so strong, but that makes it even better. Someone has probably already reported your prowess to Joel Flowers. Joel Flowers? Lind repeated, searching his memory. I think I've heard that name in the tavern. Is he that cold Joel? Yes, that's him, Old Bane confirmed with a nod. Lord Joel Flowers is the bastard son of Ser Bedlam Crane. He's one of the few Cranes who can command troops in battle. He supported House Florent and once competed in the King's Landing tournament. Though he lost to Ser Baristan, he earned Baristan's admiration. Baristan even invited him to join the King's Guard of the Mad King, but Joel refused. Within House Crane, his swordsmanship is on par with Vortimer Crane. He respects those with great skill, which is why he'll likely recruit you after seeing your talent. Was one of Joel's men among the onlookers just now? Lind asked. Yes, Old Bane confirmed. Your reputation as a bear hunter and master swordsman with 2 blades must have reached his ears, prompting him to send someone to verify it. Even if Clav hadn't shown up, I would have arranged a sparring match to showcase your skills. But now, the outcome is even better. Isn't Joel worried about offending the other faction in House Crane? Lind asked suspiciously. He's known as the neutral party in the Crane family, Old Bane explained. His loyalty lies solely with the Lord of Red Lake, regardless of who holds the title. Both factions understand that he'll never betray them, so they avoid antagonizing him. Besides, House Crane needs him to lead the 200 recruits to eliminate the bandits in the Red Lake forest. They won't risk alienating him over something trivial. With a heavy sigh, Old Bane continued, I initially approached Will because of Joel. I suspected from the start that Joel would lead the anti-bandit force, but I had no personal connection with him. Will, however, had ties to Joel and could have recommended me. That's why I reached out to him. But now, it seems all my efforts were in vain. What should I do now? Lind asked. Old Bane offered a reassuring suggestion. Don't do anything. Stay here for a few days. Lord Joel will likely send someone to find you. Lind nodded in agreement, then asked, Old man, has my sword been finished yet? It's ready, Old Bane replied. I was going to hand it over when you arrived, but everything happened so quickly, I forgot. Lucky for you, your bare-handed skill is as impressive as your swordsmanship. With that, Old Bane gestured for Lind to follow him. They made their way to a small house in the backyard. Old Bane disappeared inside and returned shortly, carrying 2 long swords. Handing them to Lind, he explained, here is the bastard sword you requested. I've widened the blade and thickened it, making it more like an elongated broadsword, just as a bastard sword should be. Lind accepted the weapons and drew them from their sheaths, testing their balance with a few swings. The swords were slightly heavier than he had anticipated, but it wasn't an issue. He checked their sharpness and durability, finding them superior to the weapons used by the Red Lake City Guard. However, they still couldn't compare to the weapons he remembered from the Peacekeeper hero class. Despite that, for the 5 golden dragons he'd paid, they were more than satisfactory, especially considering Old Bane had likely factored in a touch of goodwill. Over the next 2 days, Lind trained with the swords in the backyard of Old Bane's tavern. While the Peacekeeper's combat experience with dual weapons emphasized a combination of long and short swords, Lind realized that in real-life battles, relying on a short sword was impractical and dangerous. He adjusted his technique, integrating the Peacekeeper's methods into his personal combat style. During this time, he found plenty of willing sparring partners among the mercenaries from a caravan staying at the tavern. These mercenaries appreciated Lind's guidance during their bouts. He pointed out their mistakes, taught them cooperative tactics, and even shared noble swordsmanship techniques they wouldn't ordinarily learn. His efforts earned their respect, and when the caravan departed, tales of Lind's prowess began to spread, enhancing his reputation throughout the Reach. Meanwhile, Clav Crane's anticipated revenge never materialized. On the third day, a 12-man team from Red Lake arrived to retrieve the bodies and equipment of the slain guards. The encounter was peaceful. The team's captain even sparred with Lind, though the duel was one-sided. The captain, despite his formal swordsmanship training, managed only 2 moves before Lind disarmed him. In a real battle, the captain's arm would have been severed. Impressed rather than offended, the captain expressed admiration for Lind and hinted that Red Lake would not pursue retribution for the deaths of the guards. However, he also cryptically noted that Lind might still have to pay a price, though he didn't elaborate. It wasn't until the 6th day that the tranquility of White Holdfast was interrupted. A heavily armed force of about 100 men arrived. They wore full leather armor, carried spears, swords, and bows, and looked like a disciplined army. The group was led by 7 knights, each clad in metal plate armor bearing the crests of noble families loyal to House Crane. At the head of the group was a knight who immediately stood out. He was taller and broader than the others, and his imposing warhorse made him appear even more formidable. His plate armor had an ancient design, featuring the green hand emblem of House Gardner, signaling a noble lineage. In contrast to his traditional armor, his helmet was designed in the shape of a golden crane, a symbol of the fearless and aggressive bird native to Red Lake Forest, perhaps reflecting the knight's character. The group halted in front of Old Bane's tavern. By then, both Old Bane and Lind had come outside, drawn by the commotion. A crowd of onlookers had also gathered, eager to see what would unfold. After getting a clear view of the leading knight, Old Bane stepped forward and bowed deeply. Lord Joel. Joel Flowers pulled back the reins of his warhorse, steadying the restless beast as he looked down at Old Bane. Bane the spearman, he said, his tone carrying both familiarity and respect. I still remember how you led your troops through enemy lines back then. A man like you belongs on the battlefield, not wasting away in this countryside tavern. Old Bane smiled wryly. Not everyone has the great heart that you do, my lord. For me, the thought of dying on the battlefield with no one to collect my corpse holds less appeal than a warm bed and a bottle of good wine. At this, the knights accompanying Joel cast disdainful looks at Old Bane, though Joel himself remained unmoved. His expression stayed neutral as he shifted his gaze toward Lind, studying him intently. You're the bear hunter? He asked. Yes, my lord, Lind replied with a slight nod. From the moment Joel Flowers had arrived, Lind had been silently assessing him. While his victories over the Red Lake Guards and his many sparring matches had boosted his confidence, Lind was well aware that most of his opponents so far had been inexperienced fighters, farmers or poorly trained soldiers with limited skill. Joel, however, was different. As a swordsman admired by Ser Baristan Selmy, the legendary fearless knight, Joel was undoubtedly among the elite. Few in the Reach, or perhaps even Westeros, could rival him in single combat. This realization stirred a deep desire within Lind to challenge Joel, to measure his strength against one of the world's best. Yet, he knew this was not the time or place for such a confrontation. He suppressed the impulse, though not completely. A faint flicker of fighting spirit escaped him, and Joel noticed it instantly. Do you want to challenge me? Joel asked, his voice steady and direct. Yes, my lord, Lind admitted with a nod, his eyes betraying no hesitation. Before Joel could respond, one of the knights behind him stepped forward, his face twisted with indignation. How dare you? You lowly creature, challenging Lord Joel. Who do you think you are? Joel turned sharply toward the knightly attendant, his voice cutting like a blade. Lowly. Lower than a bastard. The squire froze, the color draining from his face as he realized his misstep. My lord, I didn't mean you, he stammered. Joel's gaze remained fixed on the young man, stern but calm. I know you didn't mean me, he said, his voice softening just enough to quell the tension. But remember this, since you serve as my squire, you must abandon ideas of nobility and lowliness. In this world, the sword in your hand is the only thing that determines your worth, not your bloodline or the titles it grants. I understand, my lord, the squire replied, bowing his head in submission. Joel shook his head slightly, clearly unconvinced that the lesson had sunk in, but he chose not to press the matter. Turning his attention back to Lind, he said, I've already taken care of the issue in Red Lake for you. No one will come seeking revenge. But now, you must join my army. Fight under my banner. Earn merit on the battlefield, and once you've proven yourself, I will recommend you as a squire to Lord Vortimer." "As you command, my lord," Lind replied, his voice resolute. There was no hesitation in his response. Chapter 7, A Surprising Perspective. Standfast lies on the eastern edge of the Red Lake Forest, once belonging to House Oscry. With the decline and eventual extinction of the house following the death of its last heir due to illness, the castle passed into the hands of House Rowan. However, its considerable distance from House Rowan's seat at Golden Grove led to its stewardship being entrusted to House Weber of Cold Moat. House Weber, preferring to focus on their own stronghold, Cold Moat Castle, largely neglected the Standfast stronghold. Over the years, the castle fell into disrepair and became a refuge for drifters. Despite its abandonment, Standfast's strategic location at the terminus of the Westerlands mountain range gave it value to smugglers. A secret mountain path near the castle allowed bypassing the border patrols of the Reach, providing a hidden route to Cornfield in the Westerlands. Experienced smugglers guarded the secret of this path fiercely. To maintain its obscurity, they even stationed people disguised as refugees within Standfast. However, these smugglers now hang lifeless from stakes in the castle, and a force of 300 soldiers has occupied the dilapidated fortress. The garrison includes 100 regular troops and 200 irregulars, evident from their equipment. The regular soldiers are relatively well armed, clad in leather armor, and equipped with various weapons. They even have a dedicated logistics team to ensure steady supplies of food and drink. In contrast, the irregular forces wear a patchwork of garments, with some improvising armor from padded clothing or wooden planks. Their weapons are equally diverse, ranging from makeshift spears fashioned from wooden poles to tools like pitchforks and sickles. Only a handful of leaders among them carry swords, marking them as a hastily recruited force of farmers. Although the soldiers avoid displaying banners, the crests on some knights' armor betray their allegiance to House Crane of Red Lake. Emerging from the castle's sole intact hall is a group of knights, distinguished by their fine plate armor and proud demeanors. Most walk with heads held high, exuding the confidence of seasoned warriors. Two figures stand out. One, the tallest among them, is clearly their leader, encircled protectively by the others. The second, following behind, is notable for his lack of armor and striking appearance, marred by 3 deep claw marks running from his forehead through his brow and down to his cheek, lending a ruthless edge to his otherwise handsome face. This group, organized by House Crane, is tasked with rooting out bandits in the Red Lake Forest. Their leader is none other than the renowned Sir Joel Flowers of House Crane. Their original mission was to join forces with House Rowan of Golden Grove and House Oakheart of Old Oak to purge the forest of brigands. Yet, inexplicably, they have established a camp at Standfast, on the forest's outskirts. This unusual decision has raised questions among outsiders and Joel Flowers' entourage alike. Despite their trust in their leader, murmurs of confusion have grown during their 2-day stay. Finally, one knight's squire dared to voice his concern. "Lord, how long are we to remain here?" he asked tentatively. "Shouldn't we be deep in the Red Lake Forest by now, dealing with the remnants of the Targaryens?" At the mention of remnants of the Targaryens, Lind, one of Joel's men, cast a knowing glance at the squire. The words carried more weight than a mere label for the bandits. They hinted at ambition. Associating their mission with the remnants of House Targaryen, rather than common brigands, would attract greater attention and favor from the new king, Robert Baratheon. Success in such a venture would undoubtedly yield significant rewards and recognition. Joel Flowers, however, saw through this ploy. From the start, he had harbored doubts about the bandits' purported ties to the Targaryens. Still, he understood the political game at play. Aligning their mission with the king's interests was a necessary move, not only to curry favor but also to avoid inciting royal scrutiny. Sir Joel addressed his squires with a curt response, "Our purpose here is to suppress the bandits." His calm words left the group puzzled, as the connection between their garrison at Standfast and the mission to suppress the bandits remained unclear. Noticing their confusion, Joel sighed softly. With measured patience, he elaborated, "Imagine you are surrounded by the enemy. If you suddenly discover a gap in their encirclement, what would you do?" The attendants exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, one ventured an answer. "I would send someone to scout the gap to ensure it's safe. If it is, I'd lead the people out through it." "Is that right, my lord?" Joel didn't directly answer but nodded slightly, encouraging the squire to continue thinking. "Now," he said, "if all but one of the escape routes prove perilous, and that one route is secret and almost entirely unknown, yet offers a safe way past the enemy's blockade, what then? We would, of course. One began eagerly but trailed off mid-sentence, a realization dawning on him. You mean, the remnants of the Targaryens will break out through Standfast? Joel nodded, finally revealing his thoughts. There's a hidden smuggling trail near Standfast. It passes through the Westerlands Mountains, bypassing the areas around Red Lake City, and leads directly to the mountains outside Cornfield. Smugglers among the bandits must know of this path, and they will almost certainly use it to escape. The knights' faces lit up with excitement at the opportunity for glory. This was more than just suppressing bandits, it was a chance to earn significant merit. However, one knight quickly tempered the enthusiasm. But there are hundreds of bandits. Even if they lose some in their flight, they'll still outnumber us. Many are seasoned fighters, remnants of the Targaryens' forces. They have combat experience. Can our small force hold them? The knight's excitement gave way to somber contemplation. Earning recognition was desirable, but survival on the battlefield was paramount. After a brief silence, one knight proposed a solution. This castle isn't far from House Weber's cold moat. Should we request reinforcements from them? The suggestion was met with nods of agreement, and all eyes turned to Joel, waiting for his decision. Joel, however, said nothing. Instead, he silently gestured for them to follow as he continued his inspection of the castle's various units, seemingly ignoring the proposal entirely. His unspoken reaction left the knights baffled, but they didn't dare press him further. After completing their inspection, Joel issued instructions for each knight to lead a team to survey the surrounding terrain, identifying positions suitable for intercepting the fleeing bandits. Before dismissing his attendants, however, Joel stopped Lind, signaling for him to stay behind. Once the two were alone in the hall, Joel leaned back in his chair and asked, "What do you think?" Lind, caught off guard, hesitated. "What do you mean?" he asked cautiously. The suggestion to request help from House Weber, Joel clarified. Lind paused briefly before replying, "Shouldn't a matter this important be decided by you, my lord?" Joel's expression didn't waver. "I want your opinion." Unperturbed, Lind offered his thoughts without hesitation. "I don't think we need to ask for help. House Weber will likely send support on their own before the day is out." Intrigued, Joel straightened in his chair. "Explain. Why would House Weber act on their own initiative?" "It's simple, they need to clear their name," Lind replied. Seeing Joel's interest, he elaborated. "When the bandits looted a caravan belonging to House Rowan, they passed through House Weber's territory. Yet, House Weber did nothing to stop them. They let the bandits slip into the Red Lake Forest unchallenged. That has understandably raised suspicions. House Rowan didn't invite House Weber to join this campaign, which speaks volumes. Golden Grove no longer trusts them." Lind leaned forward slightly, emphasizing his point. If House Weber wants to avoid retribution after the harvest, they have no choice but to demonstrate their loyalty. They must actively participate in this campaign, contributing manpower and resources to eradicate the bandits. They'll need to be so thorough that no one can accuse them of negligence. That's why I believe we don't need to ask, they'll come to us. Joel was taken aback by Lind's detailed and insightful response, though he concealed his surprise expertly. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he probed further, "Is that all?" After a brief pause, Lind continued, "Your stationing at Standfast serves not just to block the bandits' escape route but also to give the impression that House Rowan has deployed you to monitor House Weber. This illusion will push them to work harder in assisting us with eliminating the bandits, out of fear of suspicion." At this, Joel could no longer mask his astonishment. He regarded Lind with a peculiar expression, as if assessing a phenomenon rather than a young man barely 15 or 16 years of age. Lind's analysis had far surpassed expectations, not just for a hunter from White Holdfast but for even the most seasoned maesters or knights. His insight rivaled, if not exceeded, that of individuals trained in the citadel or forged in the fires of countless battles. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Joel posed another question. "Do you think House Weber is connected to these bandits?" Lind shook his head thoughtfully. "Whether they are or not doesn't matter at this point. What matters is that they must prove they aren't." Joel pressed further, "But I want to know if such a connection exists." After a moment's consideration, Lind replied, "Personally, I believe the bandits were secretly supported by House Weber. However, I doubt the Webbers anticipated the bandits would go so far as to rob a Rowan caravan and kill a prominent member of House Rowan. When the bandits moved through House Weber's territory as usual, they likely avoided revealing the full extent of their actions, hoping to drag House Weber into their mess. By the time House Weber realized the situation, it was already too late to distance themselves. Joel scrutinized Lind, his gaze sharp. "Who taught you all this?" he asked. "This isn't knowledge a hunter could stumble upon." Lind smiled faintly. "Thanks to Old Bane," he said simply, though he concealed the truth of his origins and the vast knowledge he carried from another world. Revealing such details to someone like Joel Flowers would be met with disbelief, if not outright suspicion. Instead, Lind attributed his insight to Old Bane, with whom he had often discussed such matters. Joel appeared to accept the explanation. "It seems he holds you in high regard," Joel said. "Not only did he find you an exceptional swordsmanship instructor, but he also ensured you received a scholar's teachings. He must have invested all the dreams he couldn't achieve into you." "Dreams?" Lind echoed curiously. "Lord, could you tell me more about Old Bane?" Joel's expression turned reflective. "He's never told you." Lind shook his head. Joel leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant as he began, "I don't know much myself, just bits and pieces I've heard. Back when the Kingswood Brotherhood terrorized the land, Bane and I both participated in the campaign to crush them. I served under Lord Baristan, so I didn't interact with Bane directly. But I saw him on the battlefield. He led his spear team straight through the Brotherhood's defensive line, breaking their formation and forcing their retreat. That moment was pivotal, it ultimately led to their downfall. While the renowned knights got the glory, I've always believed Bane's spear team played a decisive role in that victory." Lind listened intently, surprised by this revelation. His impression of Old Bane, though respectful, had been of an ordinary, if competent, mentor. To learn that Bane had participated in the fabled campaign against the Kingswood Brotherhood, and not merely participated but achieved pivotal feats, cast him in a far more legendary light. "I never imagined Old Bane had such a distinguished past," Lind admitted, a touch of awe in his voice. "I thought his skill was impressive, but this is something else entirely." Lind was a little surprised. After spending so much time together, he had come to see Old Bane as far from ordinary, yet still falling short of truly legendary status. However, it now seemed he had underestimated the old man's past. Simply participating in the campaign to quell the Kingswood Brotherhood was already a feat worthy of legend, let alone achieving remarkable deeds in the heat of battle. Chapter 8, Minor Skirmish. What happened next? What happened next? Lind asked, his curiosity piqued. Joel paused, pondering the question before replying. "I heard that after the war, he received a reward from the house and retired from the guard unit." Retired. Lind's brow furrowed, the word landing like the abrupt closing of a book at a pivotal moment. What purpose would staying on serve after his retirement? Joel sighed lightly, his tone tinged with regret. He was already very old by then, and he had sustained serious injuries. Even if he'd recovered, it's doubtful he could have wielded a spear or a sword effectively. His accomplishments might have earned him a knighthood, but his humble origins barred that path. With no prospect for advancement, remaining in the guard was meaningless. Lind frowned deeper. "Can't a commoner become a noble?" "Of course, they can," Joel replied, shaking his head slightly. "But it's 100 times harder for a commoner than for a noble's descendant. It takes a rare combination of luck, skill, and political savvy. Old Bane lacked the luck, and he certainly didn't know how to curry favor." As Joel spoke, two figures surfaced in Lind's thoughts, examples of commoners who had defied the odds. One was Janos Slint, the butcher's son, who clawed his way to become commander of the King's Landing garrison and even Lord of Harrenhal. Determination had propelled him. The other was Bronn, a sellsword whose alliance with Tyrion Lannister elevated him to Warden of the South and Lord of Highgarden. A final victor in the chaos of power struggles, Bronn embodied fortune's favor. At the time, Lind hadn't questioned these storylines while watching the series, but now, immersed in the realpolitik of Westeros, he found Bronn's rise absurd. Harrenhal, a place steeped in decay, held a reputation so cursed that even Janos had avoided taking up residence. And the rich, populous, and steeped in noble tradition, would never accept a low-born mercenary as their overlord. Such an appointment would have incited rebellion and possibly another war. Clearly, the series' portrayal was a lapse in logic by the writers. Still, Bronn remained an inspiring figure, one from whom Lind could draw lessons. Lost in thought about these improbable success stories, Lind barely noticed Joel's penetrating gaze as the men continued speaking. Old Bane may not have been as capable, but he trained you well. You might not have his luck, but you're stronger and craftier. Thank you for your praise, Lind said, sensing that Joel had pieced together his ambitions. Joel, however, seemed neither repulsed nor hostile toward his aspirations. Joel, noting Lind's frankness, smiled with a touch of admiration. The tales of the bear hunter and the dual swordsmanship master are spreading across the Red Lake area. Even bards are singing the bear hunter ballad in Highgarden. I've heard that Lord Willis Tyrell himself inquired about you. Lind's curiosity flared. Is that why you're considering recommending me to Lord Vortimer? Joel nodded. Yes, but the recommendation hinges on your performance in the upcoming battle. Why are you helping me so much? Lind asked, his puzzlement evident. Joel was quiet for a moment before replying in a drawl, because it's dull here. From the top down, this place is stagnant. I want to stir things up. Don't disappoint me. With that, Joel waved a hand, dismissing him. As Lind left the hall, heading toward the logistics team stationed by the castle, he turned Joel's words over in his mind. Joel's discontent with the Reach's rigid system was evident, yet he had no intention of challenging it directly. Instead, he seemed to view Lind as a potential trailblazer. Regardless of Joel's motives, he was an ally for now. Lind's task was clear: prove his worth. With resolve, Lind reached the logistics station housed in the broken corner tower. There, he sought out the leather worker. Stripping off the ill-fitting leather armor he wore, he handed it over with instructions for adjustment. The armor, originally Old Bane's, was too loose and cumbersome for Lind's frame, impairing his movement. Though the leather workers lacked the skill to craft new armor, they could modify it sufficiently to ensure it didn't become a liability in battle. 2 silver stags, the leather worker said, examining the leather armor Lind handed over. After hearing Lind's request, he named his price without hesitation. Lind frowned. Isn't it free for team members to have their weapons and equipment repaired? A voice from behind answered before the leather worker could respond. It's free for team members, yes, but you aren't one of them. Lind turned to see the speaker. It was the knightly squire who had berated him outside Old Bane's tavern just 2 days prior, loudly proclaiming Lind's unworthiness to challenge Joel Flowers. Though Joel had chastised him at the time, it was clear the squire still harbored a grudge and had been waiting for a chance to stir trouble. For the past 2 days, he had kept up the appearance of civility, but now his true intent surfaced. Despite the provocation, Lind remained composed. He stared at the squire briefly before turning back to the leather worker. Taking out 2 silver stags, he placed the coins deliberately on the table. These are 2 silver stags, Lind said coldly. I need you to repair my leather armor by tonight. If the work does not meet my standards, I won't just take back the 2 silver stags, I'll also cut off one of your hands as punishment. The leather worker froze in shock, stunned by Lind's threat. It wasn't just the words but the way Lind spoke them, with a calm authority that made it clear he wasn't bluffing. The leather worker realized that Lind wasn't someone to cross, not when he had been seen around Joel so often. Fear crept into his eyes as he glanced at the squire, silently pleading for support. The squire, however, had not anticipated this reaction. He stepped forward to block Lind's path, shouting, "What do you think you're doing? Do you intend to carry out a lynching in the army?" Lind didn't even spare him a glance. His focus remained on the leather worker. "If I were you," he said in a low, deliberate tone, "I'd start working on the modifications immediately. You don't have much time. Or do you think he," Lind gestured toward the squire, "will protect you? Sure, he's here now. But will he always be? Will he stand guard while you sleep tonight? When he leaves your side, I will strike. Do you still feel safe?" The leather worker's face drained of color. His panicked gaze darted back to the squire, but the squire's silence offered no reassurance. The men quickly grabbed the leather armor, summoning his apprentices to begin the modifications without further argument. Lind turned to the squire, whose face had turned crimson with fury. "You made a mistake involving an innocent bystander," Lind said, his voice cutting. Especially when you can't protect them. Are you still a child? This sort of petty trick disgusts people and makes you look foolish. Bastard. The squire spat, his voice trembling with indignation. His anger overwhelmed his ability to form a coherent response. Lind tilted his head as if suddenly curious. "What's your name?" he asked, but before the squire could reply, Lind waved a hand dismissively. "Never mind. I don't need to know. You're irrelevant to me." Without waiting for a reply, Lind turned and walked toward the castle gate. He had more pressing matters to attend to, such as familiarizing himself with the surrounding terrain. If an unfamiliar battleground could spell disaster during the upcoming fight, he intended to ensure he was prepared. "Stop right there. I, Earl Morrison of Longboat, challenge you to a duel." The knight's squire, his face flushed with anger, dramatically removed a glove and threw it at Lind. Lind didn't bother to catch the glove. He let it strike him and fall to the ground. Slowly, he stopped, turned around, and glanced at the glove lying in the dirt before locking eyes with Earl Morrison. While Morrison awaited Lind's response, Lind suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Before Morrison could react, Lind's fist connected with his chin. A sickening crack echoed as the blow landed, sending a wave of pain through Morrison's body. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The entire scene unfolded so quickly that the onlookers, knights, squires and a few bystanders, barely had time to register what had happened. To them, Lind's movement was a blur, a shadow that struck with terrifying precision, leaving Morrison sprawled out in the dirt. Lind turned to the stunned squires and spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Take this fool and carry him back. Next time, I won't promise to use only my fists." Without waiting for a reply, Lind resumed his path toward the castle. "Wait. Stop right there," one of the knight's attendants shouted after him. Lind halted and turned to face the attendants, his hands resting lightly on the twin swords at his waist. His voice was calm but carried a menacing edge. "What? Do you want to throw a glove at me too?" The attendants froze. None of them answered, not even the one who had called out. At that moment, Lind no longer seemed like the country hunter they had dismissed so easily before. With his hand poised over his swords, he radiated an aura of quiet authority, a pressure that pinned them in place. It was a presence they had only ever felt from Joel Flowers himself. Instinctively, their bodies stiffened, fear tightening their muscles. Seeing no response, Lind released the hilts of his swords and turned back toward the castle. This time, no one dared to call after him. He continued his stride, passing through the castle's crumbling gate, leaving behind the stunned squires. It wasn't until his figure disappeared beyond the gate that they exhaled collectively, their breaths ragged and shaken. The squires exchanged uneasy glances, their faces pale, before ordering their subordinates to carry Morrison's limp body to his chambers. Though they swore each other to secrecy, insisting that word of this incident must not reach Joel Flowers, they failed to realize that the story had already reached him. When Joel was informed, he merely chuckled and said nothing. As night approached, Lind returned to Standfast, his exploration of the forest and smuggling tunnels complete. His memories, though fragmented, had granted him a hunter's instincts, guiding him to discover the hidden paths and ambush points in the wilderness. Armed with this knowledge, he had carefully chosen locations for an ambush before making his way back to the castle. However, Standfast was a different place from when he had left it earlier that day. At the foot of the hill, a sprawling temporary camp had sprung up. Torches illuminated rows of tents, and the air buzzed with activity. By a rough count, the camp held 600 to 700 men, all well armed. Spears with iron tips gleamed in the firelight, while axes and daggers hung at the warriors' sides. Among them, a dozen knights moved purposefully through the camp. Flying high above the camp was a banner bearing the black spider crest of House Weber. Even in the dim light of the forest, the spider's intricate design stood out, exuding an unsettling aura. Lind's earlier prediction to Joel had been spot on. House Weber, clearly nervous, had sent a formidable force to aid in the elimination of the bandits in Red Lake Forest, or possibly to hunt down Targaryen loyalists. The sheer size and preparation of the force spoke volumes about their intent. House Weber was determined to crush the threat completely and deny House Rowan, or any other opportunists, a chance to exploit the situation. Chapter 9, Interception. Joel received a raven from House Rowan not long before House Weber's forces arrived, informing him of a critical development: the combined armies of House Rowan and House Oakard had successfully routed the bandits in Red Lake Forest. However, the bandits had not suffered significant casualties and were now retreating towards Standfast. Joel's earlier suspicions were confirmed. The bandits seemed intent on escaping into the mountains near Cornfield through hidden smuggling tunnels. Whether by design or oversight, the forces of House Rowan and House Oakard had left the bandits' core strength intact. This decision shifted the burden of interception and annihilation onto Joel and his forces, with instructions accompanying the Raven to ensure the bandits were trapped and dealt with near Standfast. What House Rowan had not anticipated was the arrival of House Weber's full force. Their determination to clear their name had bolstered Joel's army significantly, enabling him to alter his plans. Instead of relying on forest ambushes, Joel decided to position his forces in a small valley where the bandits would have no choice but to pass, setting the stage for a decisive confrontation. In Standfast's council chamber, Joel stood over a rough map of the area, pointing to a marked location. "You lead 10 men and take up position at Horn Ridge," he instructed Lind. "Build a signal bonfire. If any bandits pass through, light it and hold them off until we arrive." Lind frowned slightly. During his earlier reconnaissance, he had passed Horn Ridge. It was a natural choke point, the only path leading to the cliff trail that accessed the smuggling tunnel. While it was an excellent location for an ambush, it was unlikely to see much action. If the main force held the valley as planned, no bandits would reach Horn Ridge. The assignment felt more like being sidelined than a genuine strategic position. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Lind offered a calm suggestion. "I've scouted Horn Ridge. It's easy to defend and doesn't require extra manpower. Besides, the men you assign may lack the skill to keep up with me. In the event of an encounter, they could become a liability. I can hold the position alone." The room fell silent. Joel's knights and the contingent from House Weber stared at Lind in disbelief. Soldiers often clamored for more men to bolster their ranks, not fewer. This was the first time any of them had heard someone outright refuse reinforcements. Among Joel's knights, the reaction was dismissive. Lind seemed arrogant and reckless. The knights from House Weber, on the other hand, grew more curious. They had already noticed Lind's unique position. Unlike the knights, squires, and lords who filled the room, Lind was the only one in civilian attire, an anomaly that piqued their interest. Joel, his expression unreadable, regarded Lind coldly. "What makes you think you can stop the fleeing bandits by yourself?" he asked. "I'm a hunter," Lind replied evenly. "I know how to set traps. I doubt fleeing bandits will be harder to deal with than a mountain bear." Joel studied Lind for a moment before nodding. "Fine. You will defend Horn Ridge alone." With his assignment clear, Lind felt no need to linger. He turned to leave, but before he could step away, Earl Morrison, who had recently recovered from his earlier humiliation, stood and interjected. "Lord Joel," Morrison began, his voice laced with formality, "while I do not doubt this hunter's abilities, he is but one man. If bandits escape from the position he is defending, it could appear as though we intentionally allowed them to flee. Such a failure could fuel rumors and accusations, particularly concerning the remnants of the Targaryens. This could cause serious trouble for all of us." Joel's lips curved into a faint smile. He turned to Lind, his tone sharp. "If anyone escapes from your position, you'll be declared an accomplice to the bandits and wanted across the realm. Knowing this, do you still intend to defend Horn Ridge alone?" The room waited, expecting Lind to relent. Instead, he maintained his calm demeanor. With a slight smile, he nodded at Joel. Saying nothing, he turned and walked out of the council chamber. Earl Morrison started to call after Lind, confused by his abrupt departure. "Stop right there, you haven't. Enough." Joel cut him off sharply. His voice carried authority that silenced the room. "This matter is decided. Instead of wasting your breath on trivialities, focus your energy on the battle ahead." Joel's eyes swept over his squires, his tone growing harsher. "Your houses have sent you here to make a name for yourselves, to achieve glory. I don't want to see any of you end up as corpses sent back to your families. This is war, not some leisurely autumn hunt for the amusement of lords and ladies. Is that clear?" The squires, chastened and humiliated, nodded in silence. Even the knights of House Weber, who had no part in the reprimand, felt the sting of embarrassment. Joel's words cut through the room, turning the previously tense but informal atmosphere into one of somber seriousness. Fortunately, Joel moved swiftly to refocus attention on the battle preparations, detailing orders for fortifications and troop positions. This shift eased the tension somewhat, but curiosity lingered. Many, especially the knights of House Weber, exchanged glances, their interest in Lind piqued. Whispers about his identity were inevitable, and they resolved to question Joel's squires when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Lind had arrived at the leatherworking workshop, where the atmosphere was markedly different from before. The leatherworker who had previously gone out of his way to be unhelpful now greeted Lind with a deferential bow. He hurriedly fetched the modified leather armor from a nearby shelf. "This set of armor has been adjusted according to your specifications, my lord," the leatherworker said, his tone polite and cautious. "Please try it on and let me know if there's anything else that needs improvement." Lind examined the armor carefully. The adjustments had been made precisely as he requested, with additional thin steel skin plates subtly integrated to improve its defensive capabilities. When he tried it on, the straps fastened securely, and the overlapping edges of the steel skins reduced vulnerable gaps without limiting his movement. "Not bad, not bad," Lind said with a nod of approval. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out 2 silver stags and tossed them to the leatherworker. "A good job deserves a reward." The leatherworker caught the coins and quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thank you, my lord. It's an honor." Lind then asked, "Do you have any ropes?" "How thick do you need them, lord?" the leatherworker inquired. Lind described the length and thickness he required. The leatherworker disappeared into the storeroom and returned with several bundles of sturdy hemp rope, the type typically used for binding prisoners. "Will these suffice?" "Yes, these will do nicely," Lind replied, testing the rope with a firm tug. He was satisfied with its strength and durability. He reached for another silver stag, but the leatherworker waved it away. "No, no, my lord. These are standard supplies." "There's no need to pay," he insisted. Lind didn't argue, slipping the coin back into his pocket. Slinging the rope over his shoulder, he nodded in thanks and left the workshop. Once outside the castle, Lind made his way toward Horn Ridge, moving with purpose. From Joel's briefing earlier, it was clear that the bandits would reach the area by morning at the earliest. This left him only a single night to prepare. The journey to Horn Ridge was slow and arduous under the cover of darkness. Even with the inherited skills of a seasoned hunter, navigating the rough terrain at night was a challenge. The darkness stretched the trek, and by the time Lind reached Horn Ridge, it had taken him nearly twice as long as it would have during the day. Upon arriving at Horn Ridge, Lind wasted no time and immediately began setting up traps. His earlier reconnaissance proved invaluable. He had already marked optimal locations for traps, allowing him to work efficiently without revisiting decisions. Collecting materials as he worked, he meticulously laid each trap according to the plans he had formed during the day. Working alone under the cloak of night, Lind continued until midnight before he finally finished. Along the way, a lone wolf attempted to ambush him, but Lind dispatched it swiftly. While disposing of the wolf's body, the scent of blood attracted other carnivores. Fortunately, his quick thinking in throwing the carcass far away kept the scavengers from interfering with his traps. The traps themselves were a testament to Lind's ingenuity. Combining techniques inherited from his predecessor, who had once hunted a mountain bear with traps, with methods he had seen on military survival shows in his previous life, Lind created powerful and almost indefensible devices. These enhancements made the traps lethal and difficult to detect, ensuring their effectiveness against any would-be escapees. Though traps might lack the honor of direct combat, Lind prioritized merit over fame. His reputation as both a bear hunter and a skilled swordsman had already grown beyond what his current status could support. Excessive renown, as he'd seen with Earl Morrison's petty challenges, often attracted unnecessary trouble. For now, subtlety was a better strategy, and traps served as the perfect tool to dampen overblown expectations while still achieving results. However, Lind's plans hinged on one uncertainty: whether the bandits would actually use the smuggling tunnel. Neither he nor Joel could guarantee it. Joel's decision to place Lind at the rear seemed more political than strategic, likely to placate the noble families behind the 6 squires who had been publicly humiliated by Lind's earlier actions. These squires, temporary appointees from noble houses seeking prestige, were less warriors and more political pawns. Their poor combat skills and lack of battlefield experience made their presence unusual, especially for someone like Joel, whose reputation as a master swordsman and tactician, despite his bastardy, had earned him a claim in the Reach. Lind paid little mind to these dynamics. His focus was on seizing the opportunity before him. After finishing the traps, he concealed himself in a well-chosen ambush point, gathered damp branches for a hidden campfire, and prepared dry kindling. Settling in, he began his vigil, periodically allowing himself brief, light naps to maintain his alertness. As dawn approached, the world around Horn Ridge transformed. A thick mist descended, shrouding the area in a damp, ghostly haze. The mountain wind brought a cold drizzle, turning the forest into a landscape of shadowy forms and muffled sounds. The rain and fog reduced visibility drastically, an advantage for Lind, whose sharp vision still allowed him to perceive distant details. In the faint morning light, he spotted rising black smoke from the direction of the main battlefield. The telltale sign of burning indicated that the fight had begun, marking the first clash of the day. Chapter 10, Death in the Rain. Seeing the black smoke signal rising, Lind remained calm. Like his predecessor hunting the mountain bear, he re-entered the forest where he had set traps. Meticulously, he checked each one, adjusting and repairing those that might malfunction, before returning to the ambush point. There, he focused his gaze on the narrow mountain road leading to the smuggling channel ahead. As time passed, the morning's light rain not only persisted but grew heavier. The dense rain obscured the view, making it impossible to see far, and its rhythmic drumming drowned out any unusual sounds. Even Lind's extraordinary hearing, sharper than that of ordinary humans, was reduced to catching only the endless patter of raindrops. This situation was both an advantage and a hindrance. On one hand, the heavy rain helped conceal the traps in the forest, making them more effective against the unwary. On the other hand, it dulled Lind's enhanced senses, preventing him from fully assessing his enemy's movements. The smoke signal in the distance eventually vanished, perhaps smothered by the rain or because the battle it marked had concluded. Unperturbed, Lind shifted his posture slightly to ease his stiffened body. He remained at his ambush point, still and patient, despite the rain seeping through his clothes. After another half-hour, Lind thought he detected a faint sound amid the downpour. Tilting his head, he focused intently in the direction of the forest where his traps lay. Concentrating, he honed his hearing, isolating the myriad sounds that reached him. For a fleeting moment, his heightened senses seemed to transcend their usual limits. The chaotic cacophony of rain was separated into distinct layers, each sound categorized as though he were skimming a vast library. Every detail stood out with clarity. This extraordinary state of perception lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough. Lind discerned the situation in the forest with precision. There are 23 people. 13 are injured, 7 seriously, and 6 are caught in traps and likely beyond saving. Drawing his weapon, Lind murmured, 2 are in plate armor, probably knights. They'll be harder to deal with. Soon, indistinct figures emerged from the rain at the far end of the mountain path. As they approached, Lind could make out their numbers and equipment more clearly, though the rain blurred the finer details. As he'd surmised, 2 warriors in plate armor were at the center of the group, flanked by others. The remaining individuals were a mix, some in leather armor, most in ordinary clothing, wielding spears, with only a few carrying swords. His earlier assessment of their numbers proved slightly off, a few were missing, likely casualties of his traps. The group emerged from the forest, scanning their surroundings briefly before finding the concealed mountain path leading to the smuggling channel. Without hesitation, they trudged forward. Exhaustion was evident in their movements. Their desperate flight, the fighting, and the relentless rain had drained their strength and dulled their awareness. They neither suspected traps ahead nor anticipated an ambush. Reaching the foot of the small hill where Lind lay in wait, the group remained oblivious to his presence, obscured as he was by the rain and foliage. Lind, however, had no intention of letting them pass or striking from behind. Observing their weary state, he decided to confront them head-on. As the 2 plate-armored warriors reached his position, Lind, having bided his time, sprang into action. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he surged forward with astonishing speed. In an instant, he was upon the 2 warriors. The rain and Lind's swiftness left the armored men unaware of the impending danger. By the time they sensed something amiss, they glimpsed only the glint of 2 blades. A sharp coldness cut across their throats where their helmets met their armor, followed by a spreading numbness. Already fatigued, they crumpled to the ground, their bodies twitching weakly as life ebbed away. After successfully dispatching the two plate-armored warriors, the surrounding bandits remained momentarily frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Lind, however, wasted no time. He spun his body in a dramatic motion, channeling the force of his momentum into a sweeping strike. His blade slashed through the air, targeting a cluster of bandits wielding long swords. The blade struck with precision, finding the vulnerable gaps in their leather armor. It cut through flesh effortlessly, delivering fatal wounds to critical areas. Before the first gush of blood could even spill, Lind's weapon had already moved to the next target, repeating the brutal efficiency of his strikes. With each encounter, Lind further internalized the combat style of the peacekeepers, a philosophy distilled into 4 simple words: attack the weak points. Peacekeepers were not brute force warriors. In direct confrontation, their strength was only marginally above that of ordinary fighters. Their true power lay in their extraordinary agility, speed, and lethal precision. This mastery allowed Lind to reap lives with the efficiency of a grim reaper. Within the span of 10 seconds, 5 heavily armed fighters had fallen to his sword. Enemy attack! A panicked shout erupted from the rear ranks. The surviving bandits finally registered the carnage before them. The lifeless bodies of their leaders sprawled on the ground, and in their place stood an unfamiliar figure, a lone, unrelenting killer. Their cry was both a warning to their comrades and a desperate attempt to rally their own courage. Lind, unmoved by their cries, pressed forward like a relentless force of nature. His sword swept into the group of spear-wielding bandits. Each swing was calculated, striking at the necks and other unprotected weak points with unerring accuracy. Every strike felled another bandit, their lives snuffed out as easily as weeds cut by a scythe. The bandits, though aware of the attack, were unable to mount any meaningful defense. The absence of leadership, Lind had eliminated their commanders in his initial assault, left them in chaos. Moreover, their spears were ill-suited for close combat. They couldn't land a strike on Lind or protect themselves from his deadly blows. Exhausted, disorganized, and terrified, they stood no chance against his blindingly fast attacks. To them, his weapon was not a sword but a series of fleeting, gleaming arcs of metal. The group's screams and the sound of collapsing bodies alerted the 5 bandits who had been scouting ahead. Hearing the commotion, they tightened their grips on their weapons and turned back, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Amidst the pouring rain, their 10 or so comrades lay lifeless on the ground, their blood mingling with the rainwater to dye the mountain path a deep red. At the center of this macabre scene stood Lind, twin swords in hand, his silhouette blurred by the rain. His cold, piercing gaze cut through the storm, freezing the 5 in their tracks. It was a gaze that carried the aura of a mythical predator, evoking the dread of an encounter with a legendary White Walker. Terror surged through them, obliterating any thoughts of resistance. In a blind panic, they turned and fled up the mountain path, shoving each other in their desperation to escape. Each man sought only to save himself, pushing others back in the hope of delaying the pursuer. This disarray sealed their doom. If they had coordinated and used their spears effectively, they might have forced Lind into a stalemate near the narrow smuggling tunnel. But their selfish scramble left them defenseless, their backs exposed to the relentless killer. Lind capitalized on their vulnerability. Within seconds, the 5 fell one after another, their attempts to flee cut short by his merciless strikes. They barely managed 10 paces before succumbing to his blades. When the last of the bandits fell, Lind methodically checked their bodies to confirm they were dead. Only then did he allow himself a brief moment to rest. He left the battlefield as it was, choosing not to clean up or reset the traps immediately. Instead, he entered the forest to inspect the status of the traps he had laid earlier. That. Of course, I wouldn't ask you to work for free, I'll give you half. Roman finally got a good look at the man addressing him and, in that instant, recognized him. Bear Hunter, you're Lind, the bear hunter of White Holdfast. Roman exclaimed, his voice betraying his surprise as he looked at the young man before him. Lind gave a slight bow, a trace of a smile playing on his lips. It is an honor. You have heard of me. Roman, now certain of Lind's identity, felt a flood of thoughts rush through his mind. He recalled what he'd learned about Lind during the inquiries made by House Weber. The peculiar figure with 2 swords who had stood out in the Great Hall had piqued their interest. After the meeting, Roman had been tasked with gathering information on this individual. It turned out the young man was the very bear hunter whose feats had been the subject of tavern ballads. At first, House Weber had dismissed the tales as exaggerated songs spun by bards. A 15-year-old boy single-handedly hunting a mountain bear to avenge his father. To them, it was a fanciful tale, likely embellished to entertain drunkards. They assumed Lind must have been aided by experienced hunters from White Holdfast and that they, not Lind, had dealt the killing blow to the beast. Roman himself had doubted the story. He had witnessed the destructive power of a crazed mountain bear and knew how easily such a beast could decimate even a well-armed hunting party. The idea of a lone boy standing against such a creature seemed absurd. But now, Roman's certainty wavered. The brutal traps, the precision of the kills, and the calm, assured demeanor of the men before him, these all painted a different picture. Perhaps the bard's tale wasn't so far-fetched after all. If Lind could single-handedly take down an entire bandit force in this manner, was it so impossible that he had slain a mountain bear? Roman also began to understand why Joel Flowers had allowed Lind to guard this region alone. Joel must have known about Lind's capabilities, trusting his prowess implicitly. Signaling for his men to lower their weapons, Roman stepped forward and asked eagerly, "Earlier, 2 bandit leaders wearing plate armor fled into this forest with their men. Where are they now?" "They've already been claimed by the stranger," Lind replied calmly. With a deliberate motion, he sheathed his sword and gestured beyond the trees. "Their bodies are outside. You can collect them for me." Roman had already suspected this, given the state of the corpses they'd passed earlier, but hearing it from Lind reassured him. The bandit leaders were indeed no longer a threat. He quickly ordered his men to begin gathering the bodies and spoils of war, knowing they would count toward the army's tally of military merit. Under normal circumstances, Roman might have been tempted to claim the credit for himself, but not this time. The sheer brutality of the traps and the corpses they'd found weighed heavily on him. Roman couldn't shake the feeling that if he crossed Lind, he and his men would meet the same fate as the bandits, left to rot in the shadows of the forest. Lind, however, seemed oblivious to Roman's internal conflict. He had his own concerns. Old Bane had often warned him about men like Roman Weber, opportunists who might try to seize credit for his accomplishments. Lind had considered the possibility that Roman might attempt such a move here. If it came to that, he could fight back. He was confident he could kill Roman and use the terrain to defeat the Weber soldiers. But doing so would mean exile. He would have to flee the Reach, and likely all of Westeros, for the distant shores of Essos, a fate he had no desire to embrace. Still, Lind reminded himself that military glory wasn't his priority. What mattered was Joel's recognition. As long as Joel acknowledged the role Lind had played in eliminating the bandits, the ultimate goal would be achieved. After disarming the remaining traps in the forest, Lind felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Roman Weber now in charge of the area alongside his team of 100 soldiers, Lind's responsibilities had shifted to a more supportive role. The traps, deadly as they were, no longer served a purpose, and their removal ensured the safety of Roman's men while they worked. The soldiers efficiently cleared the forest, retrieving the bodies and arranging them outside in neat rows. As the gruesome tally grew, the soldiers, and even Roman himself, could not help but feel a profound sense of awe. The dozens of lifeless bodies testified to Lind's skill and determination. Their gazes drifted toward him, watching as he calmly sat nearby, meticulously polishing his weapon, his demeanor unshaken despite the carnage he had caused. Stories of knights defeating hundreds of enemies had circulated for centuries in Westeros, from bards' songs to fireside tales. Legends of warriors like Arthur Dane, who supposedly cut through the Kingswood Brotherhood like a storm, were well known. Yet, those with real battlefield experience understood the truth: such feats were rarely the work of a lone knight. These legends often overlooked the contributions of squires and soldiers, attributing the glory entirely to the knight. But here, Lind had achieved something undeniably extraordinary. Even if traps had aided his efforts, the feat of eliminating so many bandits alone was remarkable. More impressive still was his composure. His calm presence suggested the battle had been almost effortless. Roman found himself struck by an unusual intuition: the young commoner before him, born to a simple hunter, would one day rise to prominence. This gut feeling pushed Roman to make a bold decision, to befriend Lind now and stake an early claim in his future. Having resolved this, Roman approached Lind, his eyes falling on the sword in Lind's hands. Pointing to the weapon, he said with genuine interest, "This is the first time I've seen a sword of this design. May I take a look?" Lind didn't hesitate, handing over the polished blade. Roman examined it closely, running his fingers along the broad edge and balanced hilt. "This blade is wider than a typical bastard sword," he observed. "It's excellent for slashing and can even parry effectively. Its only drawback is its length, it's better suited for close combat." Lind raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Roman's quick analysis showed not only familiarity with weaponry but also a practiced eye, likely honed through first-hand experience. "Did you design this sword yourself, Lord Lind?" Roman asked, handing it back with a measured respect, addressing Lind as if he were a noble. "Yes, I designed it specifically for my fighting style," Lind admitted. He paused briefly, then added, "But I must correct you, Lord Roman, I am no noble. I'm just a commoner and shouldn't be addressed as a lord." Roman smiled warmly, waving off Lind's protest. No. With the skill and strength you've shown today, Lord Lind, it's only a matter of time before you earn a title. I'm simply getting used to it early." The shift in Roman's demeanor, from nobleman to affable merchant, did not go unnoticed by Lind. Roman's intentions were plain, he wanted to forge a connection. While Lind wasn't sure why someone of Roman's status would seek his friendship, he could tell the gesture was genuine. As Lind pondered this, he weighed the advantages of aligning with Roman and House Weber. Despite their involvement in dishonorable dealings with the Red Lake Forest bandits, the Webers had skillfully concealed their actions. House Rowan, their overlord, had refrained from directly reprimanding them, allowing them to atone by participating in this anti-bandit campaign. The Webers' position remained secure. Although House Weber was considered a second-tier noble family in the Reach, they had strong ties to more powerful houses across Westeros. Their connections to House Lannister of the Westerlands, for instance, were well known. Tywin Lannister, the current Warden of the West, was partially of Weber blood through his grandmother. Such alliances ensured the Webers' influence extended far beyond their modest fiefdom. Recognizing the value of such an ally, Lind decided it would be wise to accept Roman's overtures. Whether Roman's friendliness stemmed from admiration or calculation didn't matter. Building a connection with House Weber could only benefit him in the long run. Chapter 12, Our Hero. New Barrow lies downstream of the Golden Grove River and serves as the seat of House Fossaway of the Green Apple Fossaways branch, located in the Reach. Its strategic proximity to both the Rose Road and the Golden Grove River has made it a hub for traveling merchants. Most goods bound for Golden Grove, Red Lake, and Old Oak are routed through New Barrow rather than Highgarden. Initially, this preference stemmed from the heavy taxes imposed by Highgarden. Merchants avoided the additional levies by choosing New Barrow, maximizing their profits. In response, House Tyrell significantly reduced border taxes and abolished certain unreasonable tariffs to reclaim trade activity. However, by then, merchants had grown accustomed to the convenience of New Barrow. Additionally, the lords of Red Lake, Coldmoat, and Old Oak had constructed rudimentary roads that, despite their simplicity compared to the Rose Road, further cemented New Barrow's status as a trade center. As a result, Highgarden managed to attract only a small fraction of the trade, while the majority remained in New Barrow. Recently, New Barrow City has seen an unusual influx of merchants. Caravans that had already unloaded their goods lingered, joined by traders from Highgarden, all seemingly waiting for something. Whispers of a recent event began to circulate. During a campaign to eradicate bandits in Red Lake Forest, a threat to Golden Grove, Red Lake, and Old Oak, a significant discovery was made. The bandits were rumored to be remnants of Targaryen loyalists, and this speculation was proven true. The three houses involved in the operation seized a large cache of supplies, including food, weapons, and valuables, some of which were linked to the Targaryen dynasty. Among these were items believed to have been hidden by the Mad King himself before his fall. This revelation fueled speculation that the Mad King had foreseen the downfall of House Targaryen, entrusting supplies to loyal followers who later became the bandits of Red Lake Forest. While the seized goods were plentiful, they were impractical for the three houses, who preferred liquid currency. The lingering presence of the Targaryen seal on these supplies also posed a risk, as Robert Baratheon might interpret their possession as treasonous. To avoid suspicion and capitalize on their haul, the three houses sought to sell the goods quickly. Only two places had the capacity to handle such a transaction, Highgarden and New Barrow. House Tyrell, however, was preoccupied with mending relations with Robert Baratheon and had little interest in managing the sale. Conversely, Lord Tarkus Fossaway of New Barrow saw an opportunity. Proactively reaching out to the three houses, he offered attractive terms, including tax exemptions, to encourage them to sell the goods in New Barrel. Though some questioned the benefit to Lord Tarkus in waiving taxes, others recognized his long-term vision. The true gain lay in the bustling trade that the sale would bring. The influx of merchants and caravans would significantly boost New Barrel's economy, creating prosperity that far outweighed the forfeited taxes on the goods. For the common folk of New Barrel City and the caravan escorts, the intrigues of the nobility held little importance. Their interest was captured instead by the tales of heroism from the campaign. Stories of Joel Flowers, who broke through enemy ranks to slay the bandit leader, and Ares Oakhart, who led 13 cavalry to rout hundreds of bandits. Among the many legends born from the recent battles, one name stood out above all: Lind the Bear Hunter. Unlike the chivalric knights whose deeds were often beyond the reach of the common people, Lind, a commoner himself, embodied a relatable hero. His story resonated deeply with those who gathered in taverns, listening to bards weave tales of his exploits. Through these ballads, listeners felt as though they stood beside him, sharing in his adventures and triumphs. Even before the Battle of the Red Lake, tales of Lind's bravery had circulated throughout the Reach. In those days, he was known simply as a hunter who avenged his father by single-handedly taking down a ferocious mountain bear. His courage and filial devotion were admired, but few saw him as a warrior of true renown. That perception changed dramatically after his astonishing feats during the siege at Red Lake. Lind had refused the support of 10 soldiers and ventured alone to a critical position. There, he reportedly killed nearly 100 bandits who had fled from the battlefield, including 2 followers of the Targaryens. The sheer scale of his accomplishment seemed too extraordinary to believe, a tale born of exaggeration or bardic imagination. Yet, his deeds were verified by 2 highly respected knights, Ser Roman Weber of Coldmoat Castle and Ser Joel Flowers. Both men, known for their unshakable integrity, confirmed the truth of Lind's heroics. The story of Lind's valor was quickly immortalized in ballads. Bards from Red Lake, Old Oak, and Golden Grove eagerly shared his tale, and the songs were met with great enthusiasm by the common folk. The success of these ballads inspired other bards to take up the story, spreading Lind's fame even further. His legend reached every corner of the Reach, including the bustling city of New Barrel. As night descended on New Barrel, the city's dockside taverns filled with workers and mercenaries seeking respite and revelry. In one particularly lively establishment, a resident bard sang the song of the bear hunter for the 3rd time that evening. Though the bard's voice was unremarkable, the crowd remained enraptured by the tale of Lind's dual swords cutting through waves of enemies. "To our hero bear hunter," a voice rang out, breaking the momentary silence. The shout was quickly echoed by others, their glasses raised high. "To our hero bear hunter! To our hero bear hunter!" Once the cheers for the bear hunter began in the taverns, they became an unstoppable tide. It wasn't clear if the raucous celebration spilling into the streets inspired patrons in nearby establishments, but soon, chants for the bear hunter echoed from other taverns, spreading to the castle grounds and even the campfires of merchant caravans. In time, the bear hunter Lind became a symbol of the common man's hero. The masses idolized him, projecting their unfulfilled dreams onto his legend. They saw his triumphs as their own, as if they had played a part in crafting the tales sung in his honor. This only deepened their admiration for the enigmatic figure who had never revealed his face. If this keeps up, I wouldn't be surprised if someone starts shouting, "Long live the bear hunter." In a shadowed corner of the tavern, 2 cloaked figures sat unnoticed. One, a tall, middle-aged man, sipped his mead and turned to his companion, who was quietly eating. He grinned as he spoke, "I just hope our new king doesn't have me beheaded over it." His companion chuckled softly. "No, knowing our king, I'd say he might actually reward you. Who knows? You might even find yourself appointed to the king's guard." "That's not happening. I'd rather ensure my family line doesn't end with me." The king's guard, considered the pinnacle of knighthood, was dismissed by him with casual disdain. "You've got ambition, I'll give you that." The alderman took another sip, his tone a mix of mockery and genuine admiration. The pair sitting unnoticed in the bustling New Barrel Tavern were none other than Joel Flowers and Lind, the celebrated bear hunter. The tavern's patrons, commoners and mercenaries alike, shouted Lind's name without the faintest clue that the man himself sat among them. This anonymity left Lind pondering what might happen if he revealed his identity. Would the crowd lift him onto their shoulders and parade him triumphantly through the streets? Or would they toss him out as a delusional imposter? He suspected the latter. Joel and Lind were here because Joel had promised to introduce Lind to Ser Vortimer Crane as a squire. After the grand banquet in Golden Grove, Joel had chosen not to linger for post-celebration discussions, nor had he accompanied the House Crane retinue back to Red Lake. Instead, he had taken Lind downstream along the Golden Grove River. Originally, Joel planned to sail south to Highgarden. However, when their boat docked at New Barrel Castle, he overheard dockworkers discussing a delegation from Highgarden en route to King's Landing for a tournament held by the new king in honor of his firstborn son. The group, led by Ser Garland Tyrell, the second son of the Lord of Highgarden, also included Ser Vortimer Crane, now Master-at-Arms of Highgarden and Garland Tyrell's swordsmanship mentor. The delegation had stopped at New Barrel Castle for the night before continuing their journey. Learning this, Joel decided there was no need to go as far as Highgarden. The two disembarked at New Barrel Castle, though it was already late at night. Visiting the Tyrells' lodgings at such an hour seemed improper, and the city's inns were packed with merchants and travelers. Unable to secure rooms, Joel opted to spend the night at a tavern, planning to pay their respects to Ser Vortimer in the morning. "Aren't you going to drink?" Joel asked, gesturing to Lind's untouched cup of mead after finishing his own. Lind shook his head. "I don't drink." "What a boring guy," Joel exclaimed, grabbing Lind's glass and taking a sip. He watched as Lind methodically chewed his food, his deliberate pace making the minutes drag. Time seemed to crawl in Lind's company. Over the past few days of traveling together, especially the 2 days spent sailing south from Golden Grove Castle, Joel had come to understand Lind better. Discipline. Extreme discipline. That was Joel's latest assessment of him. Lind approached everything with meticulous precision. He had a detailed schedule for every part of his day, down to the minute, when to practice swordsmanship, how long to rest, when to eat. It was as if Lind carried an invisible ledger, checking off tasks with mechanical regularity. To Joel, it was dreadfully dull. Lind's strict self-discipline reminded Joel of someone, Randall Tarley, Lord of Hornhill. Thankfully, Lind wasn't as humorless or rigid as Tarley. He could still banter and joke, which saved him from being entirely insufferable. Even so, Joel was somewhat relieved he hadn't taken Lind as his squire. When he first reviewed Lind's battle record, he'd briefly entertained the idea. A capable squire like Lind would undoubtedly be an asset in battle, someone who could assist, rather than requiring constant supervision like his current squires. But the notion had quickly faded. Training a commoner would take more time and energy than Joel was willing to invest. Besides, he doubted Lind's potential to go far in the future. Finishing his cup, Joel felt the effects of the mead take hold. Not a heavy drinker, he was already tipsy after 2 large cups. As the urge to relieve himself became unbearable, he stood, swaying slightly, and made his way outside. Staggering into the cool night air, he scanned his surroundings, then found a secluded spot beside the tavern. As Joel began to relieve himself, he didn't notice the figure creeping up behind him. The next moment, a heavy wooden club struck his head with a sickening thud. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The assailant quickly rifled through his belongings, taking his money pouch, sword, and valuables, right down to the bearskin cloak. Inside the tavern, Lind remained oblivious to Joel's misfortune. Still seated at the table, he focused on the bread before him, his slow chewing a testament to the meal's poor quality. Though the bread was sweetened with grapes and coated in honey, it was unbearably hard, requiring considerable effort to chew and swallow. Lind resisted the urge to toss it aside. He knew that worse meals awaited him in the future, and it was better to acclimate now than suffer later. As he struggled with his food, the tavern door swung open. 2 figures, one tall, one short, entered and scanned the room. Spotting Lind sitting alone at a table, they strode over and, without so much as a greeting, took the remaining seats across from him. Chapter 13, A Chance Encounter. "This seat is taken," Lind said, struggling to swallow the food he had already begun to chew. He turned toward the 2 strangers standing in front of him. The tall, middle-aged man among them frowned at Lind's words, as though about to respond, but a shorter teenager interrupted with a smile. "We'll only sit here for a while. Once your companion returns, we'll leave. Is that okay?" The boy appeared about 10 years old, slightly chubby, with a face still retaining traces of childhood innocence. Yet his demeanor and actions betrayed an oddly deliberate maturity, as if imitating an adult rather than naturally displaying his own behavior. His voice, clear and resonant like a yellowbird's song, carried a peculiar charm, almost as if imbued with a spiritual power. This gave his words an innate persuasiveness, exuding a sense of warmth and affinity. Lind regarded the young noble with curiosity but remained silent. He surmised that the pair before him, a young lord and his knightly escort, had likely slipped away from their residence for a night of freedom. He saw little sense in clashing with them over a seat. The tall man, however, remained vigilant. He positioned himself to the young noble's right, placing the boy against the wall and shielding him from the tavern's aisle. His posture ensured he could protect the noble swiftly if trouble arose. At the same time, his eyes, partially hidden beneath his hood, never fully left Lind, surveilling him with an air of suspicion. Lind noticed this obvious scrutiny and couldn't help but wonder about the knight's identity. The intense aura of authority emanating from him was formidable, something Lind had encountered only once before, from Joel Flowers. Yet, he showed no outward reaction, continuing to eat at his usual pace, as though oblivious to the tension nearby. This composure piqued the young noble's interest. Rarely had he seen someone so unaffected by the presence of his swordsmanship teacher. His gaze lingered on Lind, particularly on the two half-swords at his waist. A playful smile crossed the boy's face as he remarked smugly, "Do you like the stories of the bear hunter too? Wearing two swords like him, just like my little brother does." Lind glanced at his weapons and responded calmly, "Don't you like the bear hunter?" "Not really," the noble replied with a shake of his head. "His story feels exaggerated, like something the bards made up for dramatic effect. I prefer real stories, like Dorne's resistance against King Aegon Targaryen." As he spoke, the song of the bear hunter began to fill the tavern again. Someone had requested the bard to perform it once more, and the crowd eagerly joined in. The original version of the song had been a minor country tune from the Reach, its lyrics repurposed to celebrate the bear hunter's tale. Over time, it had evolved into the current epic ballad, which Lind himself had written, adapting it from a melody of a game he remembered from his past life. Its catchy tune and heroic theme had made it immensely popular, spreading Lind's reputation far and wide. Despite his dislike of the bear hunter's story, the young noble evidently enjoyed the song. He hummed along enthusiastically, nodding his head in time with the music. Only as the song came to an end did he seem to notice Lind's amused expression. Caught off guard, the boy's face reddened with embarrassment. "I just like the ballad," he explained hastily. "No need to explain," Lind replied, his tone neutral. The young noble gave a childish shrug, clearly irked by Lind's indifference. His reaction betrayed a glimpse of his true, unguarded self, far from the pretense of maturity he had tried to project. Quickly regaining his composure, he remarked, "Even if I don't like the bear hunter's story, I can admire his talent. Imagine, a mere hunter writing such a beautiful ballad. I heard he was just a hunter. Where could he have learned so much?" Lind froze. Only he and Roman Weber knew he was the song's author, with Roman responsible for its spread. Yet this boy had uncovered the truth, sparking Lind's curiosity about his origins. His expression darkened abruptly as another thought struck him: Joel had been gone far too long. An uneasy suspicion began to form. The shift in Lind's demeanor caught the knight's attention. Misinterpreting it as hostility, the knight rotated slightly, angling himself toward Lind. His hand drifted toward the hilt of his sword, and an oppressive aura radiated from him, far more intense than before. If the knight's earlier scrutiny had felt like the steady pressure of a river's current, his focused aggression now resembled a storm-tossed sea. Sensing this, Lind instinctively rested his hand on his own sword, meeting the knight's gaze without flinching. The noble boy, sensing the rising tension but not understanding its cause, took a cautious step back, positioning himself behind the knight. Despite his youth, he trusted his teacher implicitly. The standoff was interrupted when the tavern door burst open with a loud slam. A tall figure stumbled in, rubbing the back of his head and cursing under his breath, Joel Flowers, looking battered but alive. Lind's tension eased slightly upon seeing his companion, though his hand remained on his sword as he maintained the silent standoff with the knight. Joel strode over to the table, his face stormy with frustration. Without so much as acknowledging the young nobleman and his knightly escort, he bellowed at Lind, "Don't you realize I've been gone for a long time?" "I just noticed," Lind replied nonchalantly, unbothered by Joel's outburst. "But I didn't care. I figured you went to pee and then decided to poop afterward. Joel's eyes narrowed in irritation. Lind, unaffected, scanned Joel's rumpled and disheveled state. Got robbed, didn't you? He asked bluntly. Isn't it obvious? Joel shot back, spreading his hands in frustration. Lind sighed, clearly unimpressed. You're supposed to be the famous master of swordsmanship in the Reach, aren't you? A flash of embarrassment crossed Joel's face before he stubbornly defended himself. Can't a master of swordsmanship be robbed after getting drunk? Lind chose not to prolong the argument. Instead, he asked dryly, what now? Joel blinked. What do you mean, what now? I assume all your valuables are gone. Lind gestured to the empty plates and wine glasses on the table. So, how are we paying the bill? Joel froze, realization dawning. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lind. What about you? Can't you pay? You've been well rewarded for this latest battle. Isn't that enough to cover the cost? Lind's expression didn't waver. All my money went to the old man back home. I don't have a single halfpenny on me. Joel's jaw dropped. You followed me south without bringing any money. Lind met his incredulous gaze evenly. Isn't that what you're here for? I assumed that as long as you were around, I wouldn't need to worry about expenses. Besides, back in Golden Grove, didn't you say you'd cover everything on the road? Joel opened his mouth to argue but quickly shut it again, realizing Lind was right. He had made that promise. For a moment, he could only splutter, searching for a retort but finding none. Lind sniffed suddenly, his expression shifting to something oddly curious. He leaned slightly toward Joel and asked with a raised brow, You didn't wet yourself, did you? Joel's face flushed a deep crimson, a mixture of shame and fury surging through him. His hand twitched instinctively toward his hip, only to remember with growing indignation that his sword had also been stolen. Left with nothing but his anger, he pointed a trembling finger at Lind, his mouth opening and closing uselessly as he struggled to form a coherent response. At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter erupted from across the table. The young nobleman was nearly doubled over, clutching his stomach as he howled with delight. This is too good. So funny, he exclaimed between fits of laughter. Straightening slightly, he pointed at Joel and grinned. I never thought I'd see Lord Joel Flowers, the master of swordsmanship from the Reach, in such a hilarious predicament. No one would believe this if I told them. Joel finally noticed the two unfamiliar faces at their table. Under the dim glow of the tavern's lanterns, he squinted at them. Recognition dawned, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. Lord Garland. Lord Vortimer. What are you doing here? He exclaimed. Lind, who had been watching the exchange with growing interest, immediately understood. The young nobleman and his knightly escort were none other than Garland Tyrell and Vortimer Crane, the very individuals he and Joel had been tasked to meet. Joel's familiarity with Garland Tyrell made sense. After gaining Baristan Selmy's praise, Joel had been invited by Lord Tyrell to serve as Willis Tyrell's swordsmanship instructor for a short time. During that month-long period, Garland had often accompanied his elder brother, becoming well acquainted with Joel. As for Vortimer Crane, his relationship with Joel was equally clear. Both men were renowned swordsmanship masters within House Crane's territory, and their paths had crossed frequently during sparring matches. Despite representing different factions, their camaraderie was apparent. Joel's identity seemed to ease Vortimer Crane's earlier wariness of Lind. Tilting his head slightly, Vortimer studied Joel's disheveled state, his tone casual due to their familiarity. Shouldn't you be at Red Lake celebrating your victory? Why have you come to New Barrel? Selling off spoils of war, perhaps. This doesn't seem like the kind of task that requires the presence of a knight like yourself. No, I came to New Barrel specifically to find you, Joel replied plainly. Looking for me? Vortimer asked, puzzled. His gaze shifted to Lind, and an idea seemed to dawn on him. Smirking, he said, You're not here just to show off your squire, are you? Let me guess, you saw how impressive my squire was during our last fencing match and couldn't resist flaunting yours. His tone was teasing but good-natured. Without waiting for an answer, he added, I must admit, though, your squire is impressive. I can't speak for his swordsmanship, but his courage and presence are enough to mark him as a true knight. Joel raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He knew Vortimer well enough to understand that earning such praise from him was no small feat. The comment left him curious about what might have transpired during his brief absence. However, he quickly brushed the thought aside, focusing on the matter at hand. "You're mistaken," Joel said, shaking his head. "He's not my squire, but the squire I intend to recommend to you." "My squire?" Vortimer blinked, caught off guard. His puzzlement was clear. Joel gestured toward Lind. "Allow me to introduce him, Lind. Lind the bear hunter." "Huh?" Garland Tyrell exclaimed, his face betraying his shock. As he processed Joel's words, embarrassment crept over him, clearly remembering his earlier dismissive remarks about the bear hunter. Vortimer, too, looked at Lind with newfound interest. Though he had heard the many tales of the bear hunter, he had always dismissed them as exaggerated bardic inventions. Now, standing before Lind, his opinion wavered. The aura Lind had displayed earlier was striking, almost equal to his own. If Lind's swordsmanship matched that imposing presence, then perhaps the stories were not so far-fetched after all. While Vortimer scrutinized him, Garland Tyrell, having composed himself, leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "Lord Lind," he began, "is it true what they say, that you possess the most magnificent two-sword swordsmanship in the Reach?" "No," Lind replied simply, shaking his head. Garland's expression fell slightly, tinged with disappointment, until Lind, his tone brimming with confidence, added, "It is the most magnificent two-sword swordsmanship in the entire continent of Westeros." Chapter 14, Swordsmanship Duel. "Use your best strength and let me see the most magnificent two-sword swordsmanship from Westeros." In the small manor near the east gate of New Barrel, Vortimer Crane drew his long sword from his waist, addressing Lind, who stood across from him. Though his expression remained impassive and his tone calm, those familiar with Vortimer could detect a hint of dissatisfaction with the bear hunter before him. This sentiment stemmed from Vortimer's temperament. He valued calmness and seriousness, traits exemplified by men like Lord Randall Tarley. Lind, with his flair and ostentatious demeanor, was far from that ideal. Vortimer had little patience for the notoriety of the bear hunter's song or the bold claim of being the master of the most magnificent two-sword swordsmanship in Westeros. Despite his personal distaste, Vortimer prided himself on separating private feelings from public responsibilities. When a close friend recommended Lind as his knight's squire, Vortimer had already resolved to accept. Yet, his personal bias lingered. He now saw an opportunity to curb the arrogance of this boastful bear hunter, to prove that in the presence of a true knight, self-taught swordsmanship was insufficient. Lind realized his earlier remark had rubbed Vortimer the wrong way, but he felt no regret. He would make the same statement again without hesitation, for it wasn't directed at Vortimer but at Garland Tyrell, who stood nearby. In the tavern earlier, Garland had projected an air of composure and maturity far beyond his years. However, this maturity seemed more a performance than a reflection of his true self. Garland admired boldness and grand gestures, and Lind's pride in his swordsmanship struck the right chord. During their return to the Tyrell encampment, Garland's reserved demeanor had melted away. He became an eager and inquisitive boy, bombarding Lind with questions, especially about the tales glorified in the bear hunter's song. Lind responded with unvarnished truths, omitting the exaggerations of the ballad. He recounted the real number of foes he had vanquished and explained how he had leveraged traps and strategy to win battles. Far from being disheartened by the lack of romanticism, Garland appreciated Lind's honesty. This candidness, while endearing to Garland, likely contributed to Vortimer's belief that Lind was prideful yet fundamentally straightforward. Raised in the sophisticated circles of the Queen of Thorns, Garland had absorbed lessons on managing subordinates. He understood that slightly tempering the confidence of an arrogant individual made them more pliable, much like taming a spirited horse. After reaching the garrison, he eagerly requested to see Lind's legendary two-sword technique firsthand. Yet Garland's youthful exuberance betrayed him. His eagerness made his true intentions transparent, easily discerned by Lind and others. Still, Lind paid little mind to Garland's machinations. Even if Garland hadn't requested the display, Lind would have sought a duel with Vortimer on his own terms. Unlike Vortimer, who aimed to humble Lind, the bear hunter viewed this duel as a chance to measure his own skill. Though Lind had slain numerous enemies, they were rarely formidable opponents. Most victories relied on external advantages, leaving him uncertain of his true prowess. He had once sought a formal duel with Joel, another master swordsman, but Joel declined, reasoning that a win held no gain and a loss would be humiliating. Now, with Vortimer Crane, a swordsman of equal renown, willing to spar, Lind seized the opportunity with enthusiasm. Lind approached Vortimer, drawing his two broad-bladed half-swords. He assumed the peacekeeper stance, legs slightly bent, body poised, and eyes locked on his opponent. Every fiber of his being exuded the presence of a predator, coiled and ready to strike. At this moment, Lind immersed himself entirely in the memories of the peacekeeper's form, becoming its embodiment. His demeanor transformed, and a palpable, bloody aura, a distinct remnant of the battlefield, radiated from him. The change was so profound that even Garland Tyrell, watching from the sidelines, felt its oppressive weight. Instinctively, he took a step back, visibly shaken. Standing beside him, Joel also felt the force of Lind's aura. His expression hardened, and he unconsciously stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Garland while his hand hovered over the hilt of his sword. Compared to Garland and Joel, Vortimer, standing directly opposite Lind, bore the brunt of this overwhelming presence. The intensity of it struck him tenfold. Initially determined to discipline the brash young man, Vortimer instead found himself confronting a formidable opponent. His grip tightened on his sword, and he summoned his own warrior's aura, unleashing a force that clashed with Lind's. The collision of their wills electrified the space, locking both men in a silent battle of dominance, their minds shifting to pure combat readiness. In that instant, Vortimer acknowledged something remarkable. Though he had yet to assess Lind's actual skill with the blade, the sheer force of the young man's presence had already surpassed that of most warriors and knights he had encountered. Among the warriors he respected, only battle-hardened veterans like Baristan the Bold could exude such an aura. Among the younger knights, perhaps only the monstrous Gregor Clegane stood above Lind in raw intimidation. Vortimer couldn't help but wonder how a hunter, someone with limited experience in the chaos of war, could possess such a presence. Both men attempted to break the other through the force of their aura alone, seeking any crack in the opponent's composure. Yet their wills were evenly matched, neither giving way. The resulting stalemate held them motionless, radiating tension that gripped the courtyard. Although it was night, the activity in the Tyrell garrison ensured the courtyard was not empty. Guards on patrol noticed the duel and stopped to watch. Those already resting were drawn out by the growing murmurs, forming an ever-growing crowd. Attic windows creaked open, and curious figures gathered to peer down at the scene below. To the casual observer, the sight was anticlimactic. Instead of a dazzling display of swordsmanship, they saw Vortimer and a young man with twin swords standing still in exaggerated poses, their confrontation almost absurd in its lack of motion. But those close enough to feel the tension knew better. They sensed a stifling pressure that made their thoughts sluggish and left their limbs heavy, even if they didn't fully understand its source. Just as many began to lose interest and retreat to their rooms, the standoff broke. Lind and Vortimer moved almost simultaneously. Vortimer lunged, his long sword cleaving downward with a speed and force that suggested nothing could withstand it. Lind, however, had no intention of meeting the strike head-on. Fully aware of the disadvantage of blocking a two-handed knight's swing with his own one-handed swords, he relied instead on his agility. As Vortimer's blade descended, Lind shifted, his feet gliding with an almost supernatural smoothness to evade the strike. Simultaneously, his wide-bladed half-swords flicked forward in a fluid counterattack aimed at Vortimer's chest and waist. Vortimer, anticipating this maneuver, twisted his body with practiced precision. His blade's momentum curved seamlessly into a second strike, this time arcing toward Lind's lower back. The move was bold, risking an exchange of injuries, but calculated in its execution. Lind, however, had already analyzed the situation. He knew that at their current distance and with Vortimer's speed and reach, the long sword would land its blow before his own could connect. Calmly, he accelerated forward, stepping in with the force and speed of a charging horse. The sudden closing of distance disrupted Vortimer's rhythm, forcing him to retreat swiftly. The duel intensified as the two opponents darted around the courtyard at speeds that seemed almost inhuman. Each attack, slicing, thrusting, and cutting, was met with an equally deft dodge or parry. Their weapons blurred as they targeted vital areas, but neither could land a decisive blow. The air between them was thick with the sound of steel cutting through the night. The spectators watched in rapt silence, captivated by the sheer intensity of the fight. Even the least perceptive among them could sense the stakes. A single misstep could mean instant death. Garland and Joel, who understood the motivations behind the duel, found themselves overwhelmed by the ferocity of the exchange. It felt less like a sparring match and more like a deadly clash between mortal enemies. Despite their equal speed and agility, the contrast in their styles was stark. Vortimer's movements were methodical, rooted in the disciplined techniques of a knight. Every step was efficient and purposeful, designed to exploit openings with precision. Lynd's style, in contrast, was fluid and flamboyant, resembling a masterful dance. Only someone like Joel, with his exceptional mastery of swordsmanship, could discern the subtle intricacies of Lynd's two-sword technique. Lynd's blades moved with a deceptive rhythm, their arcs almost unnatural, attacking vital points from angles that seemed impossible to counter. These maneuvers left Vortimer perpetually on the defensive, forced to evade rather than retaliate. The flow of their movements, while appearing balanced to the untrained eye, was controlled entirely by Lynd. From the start, he held the advantage, and unless something drastic occurred, it seemed inevitable that Vortimer would lose. Just as Joel became certain of Vortimer's impending defeat, Lynd's pace faltered ever so slightly. The lapse was almost imperceptible but enough for a seasoned fighter like Vortimer to exploit. In a swift upward strike, Vortimer forced Lynd into a defensive retreat. Lynd reacted by crossing his twin blades downward in an attempt to absorb and redirect the momentum of Vortimer's longsword. However, the sheer power behind Vortimer's attack proved overwhelming. His strike broke through Lynd's guard, sending the twin blades wide, though the move also slowed the trajectory of Vortimer's weapon. The tip of the longsword skimmed past Lynd, missing him by a narrow margin as he deftly avoided the blow. Vortimer's maneuver left him overextended, exposing a glaring vulnerability. It was an opening that would allow Lynd to finish the fight decisively. Yet, to the astonishment of everyone watching, Lynd chose not to capitalize. Instead, he stepped back, creating distance, and adopted a defensive stance with his blades raised. "No need to continue, it's a draw," Vortimer declared, his breathing slightly uneven as he sheathed his long sword. His expression softened into one of satisfaction as he looked at Lynd. "Starting tomorrow, you will be my knight squire. I will teach you what it truly means to be a knight." With that, Vortimer turned, bowed politely to Garland, and dismissed the gathered crowd with a gesture before heading alone to his quarters. His commanding presence ensured the onlookers quickly dispersed, though murmurs filled the air as small groups lingered to discuss the duel. The brief yet dazzling exchange left them awestruck. Most speculated about Lynd's origins, puzzled by how someone so young, barely 15 or 16, could possess swordsmanship that rivaled a master like Vortimer Crane. The most prevalent theory was that Lynd was a noble's bastard son. It seemed plausible, only a great lord could afford to employ a true swordsmanship master to train a bastard child. After all, legitimate noble offspring often focused more on courtly knowledge and diplomacy than perfecting combat skills. Another popular theory was that Lynd hailed from Starfall, the ancestral seat of House Dane. The legendary Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, was rumored to have mastered two-sword techniques, leading some to associate Lynd's skill with Dane's legacy. However, this notion was quickly dismissed. Those familiar with the history of House Dane clarified that Arthur Dane wielded Dawn, the family's ancestral greatsword, requiring two hands to use. The myth of his proficiency with dual blades stemmed from misconceptions surrounding his singular prowess with Dawn. Amidst the speculations, a few correctly identified Lynd as the bear hunter immortalized in the bard's songs. According to the ballads, the bear hunter was a formidable warrior who could cut down enemies as effortlessly as reaping crops. Yet even those who guessed the truth hesitated to fully believe it. Lynd's youth and lean build contradicted the image conjured by the songs, a towering, rugged figure of raw strength. Chapter 15, The Unexpected Arrival. "I apologize for my skepticism," said Garland Tyrell as he approached Lynd and offered a careful bow. "Lord Lynd, your swordsmanship is truly as magnificent as the rumors suggest. I hope that, in the future, your skills will find their rightful place in the service of House Tyrell." With that, Garland instructed an attendant to prepare accommodations for Lynd and Joel, as well as to arrange for clothing and other necessities. Lynd was taken aback by Garland Tyrell's words. It was clear that Garland intended to bring him under the direct patronage of House Tyrell. This development surprised Lynd, as he had assumed his allegiance was tied to House Crane. After all, Joel had recommended him to Vortimer, and both Joel and Vortimer, along with his hometown of White Holdfast, were connected to House Crane. Though he was a freeman and a hunter, once he became Vortimer's squire, he had effectively become Lynd of House Crane. Garland's words, however, strongly suggested otherwise. They implied that House Tyrell sought to claim him, offering an opportunity far beyond what House Crane could provide. Vortimer Crane, while a celebrated master of swordsmanship and Highgarden's master-at-arms, belonged to a diminished branch of House Crane. A family feud had reduced their fortunes, leaving Vortimer with a manor and some remaining assets in Highgarden, granted by House Tyrell. His status was that of a court noble, far from the influence and resources of a lord's house. For Lind, the highest attainable rank under Vortimer's tutelage would likely be that of a knight. House Tyrell, by contrast, held a vastly superior position. Despite backing the wrong side during Robert's rebellion, their punishment had been relatively light. Robert Baratheon's respect for the prowess of Randall Tarley, a Tyrell bannerlord who had once posed a serious challenge in battle, ensured their continued prominence. Furthermore, the Tyrells had made concerted efforts to improve their relationship with the Iron Throne, organizing tournaments and attending celebrations, which gradually bore fruit. With external pressures minimal, House Tyrell had turned its attention to consolidating power within the Reach, dealing with noble families such as the Fossaways, Florence, and Rowans. Opportunities for ambitious individuals like Lind were abundant under their banner. Despite the potential upheaval, Lind kept his composure. Sheathing his sword, he followed the servants alongside Joel, massaging his arms to ease the soreness from the duel. Though the match had lasted little more than a minute, it had been physically grueling. His fatigue had slowed him in the final moments, a clear indication of his physical limitations. While Vortimer had declared it a draw, Lind knew he had lost. He had long been aware of his stamina issues and had focused on strengthening his constitution during his time in White Holdfast. Although his efforts had yielded progress, high-intensity battles still drained him quickly. Building endurance would take time, and he resolved to address this persistent weakness. Lost in thought, Lind barely noticed when they arrived at a small, secluded building on the estate. The attendants showed them to 2 rooms on the second floor and inquired if they needed anything before leaving. Shortly afterward, maids escorted them to a downstairs bathhouse. Joel, usually boisterous, seemed unusually reserved in the presence of the maids. Whether it was Lind's proximity, his desire to maintain decorum, or simple embarrassment, he refrained from any improper behavior. Lind, meanwhile, dismissed the maids entirely and bathed in his usual solitary manner. Afterward, Joel glanced at Lind, now dressed in a fresh set of clothes, and couldn't resist a jab. "Still a virgin, aren't you? If you get the chance, you should give it a try. In this world, wine and women are the only true pleasures." Wine and women. Lind shot him a disapproving look. "You mean like when you got drunk on mead and were knocked out by some street thug? Or when you let women grope you and didn't even react? You brat." Joel snapped, but he let the matter drop. Back in his room, he found a feast waiting. House Tyrell's hospitality was as grand as expected, with arbor wine and an array of fine dishes. Unable to resist, Joel grabbed his food and wine and headed to Lind's room. Upon entering, he was puzzled to find Lind's table empty. "Didn't they bring you anything?" "I don't drink, remember," Lind replied. "As for food, I already ate at the tavern." Joel shrugged and didn't press him. He poured himself a glass, took a swig, and settled into a reflective mood. After Joel had taken his second drink, Lind asked suspiciously, "Did you come here just to show me how to drink?" Joel remained silent for a moment, then spoke as if to himself. "It's really amazing." Lind was momentarily confused. At first, he thought Joel was referring to him, but he quickly realized his mistake. Joel was speaking about someone else. "House Tyrell is indeed extraordinary, deserving of the title Warden of the South," Joel remarked sincerely. "Even a 10-year-old here can execute tactics silently, something you'd never see in other houses. It's no wonder House Tyrell has managed to suppress the larger and smaller nobles of the Reach for so many years." "Are you worried about the future of House Crane?" Lind asked. Joel gave him a blank look. "What do I care about House Crane's future? That's a concern for their lords. And even if something happens to the branch controlling Red Lake Castle, another branch will survive. House Crane won't disappear." "Then what are you so upset about?" Lind asked, puzzled. Joel stared at Lind for a long moment but said nothing. After taking a few more sips of wine, his mood seemed to shift. He grew more talkative, like an older relative imparting advice. He reminded Lind of things to watch out for once he joined House Tyrell, speaking with a seriousness that felt uncharacteristic. Finally, he urged Lind to rest, stood up, and returned to his room. Before long, the sound of his snoring echoed down the hall. Joel's behavior left Lind dazed. He couldn't understand the sudden sentimentality or the shift in attitude, which contrasted sharply with how they had interacted during their journey from Golden Grove Castle. As Lind sat in silence, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. "He sees you as his former squire. The resemblance in personality and age is striking, with the exception of swordsmanship. Back then, he sent his squire to Lord Baristan in the same way, but the boy made a mistake in front of the Mad King and was tortured to death." Lind's expression changed. He turned toward the door and saw an elderly man standing there, dressed in servant's attire. His appearance was unremarkable, ordinary even, but the man's presence was anything but. From the old man's words, it was clear he had been listening for some time. Yet neither Lind nor Joel had noticed anyone eavesdropping. This realization made Lind deeply wary. That Joel hadn't noticed the man's presence was understandable, but Lind found it troubling that he hadn't detected him either. Since his rebirth, his senses had been extraordinarily heightened, capable of picking up sounds within a 20 to 30-meter radius, footsteps, voices, even breathing. Yet the old man had managed to stand undetected in the doorway. Even now, though Lind could see him clearly, he heard no sound of breathing, as if the man were an illusion. Before Lind could say more, the old man stepped slightly out of the shadows and addressed him. "You needn't worry. I am but a man who has lost his name and identity. I came here to see an old friend from long ago. I was planning to leave without a trace, but your swordsmanship piqued my interest, so I decided to appear." "Your friend is Joel?" Lind asked, his hand still resting on the hilt of his sword. Despite the old man's calm demeanor, Lind's guard remained up as he followed up with a probing question. "He was just an accident, just like you." The old man seemed unfazed by Lind's readiness to draw his sword. He shook his head slightly in response to Lind's question, as if unwilling to delve further. After giving a brief answer, he turned the conversation back to Lind. "Was the teacher who taught you swordsmanship a master water dancer?" "No," Lind replied, shaking his head. "No." The old man's expression grew puzzled. "Though your swordsmanship is distinct from a water dancer's style, your movements resemble their steps, fluid and deliberate. It seems like an adaptation of water dancer techniques, tailored specifically for two-sword combat. On the continent of Essos, there are very few capable of refining water dancer movements in such a way. On Westeros, there is only one." He regarded Lind intently and asked again, "Are you certain your swordsmanship teacher wasn't a master water dancer?" "I'm absolutely certain," Lind said firmly. Then, meeting the old man's gaze, he added meaningfully, "Vala Morghulis. Vala Dohyrus. Is that master water dancer your target?" "Faceless men master from Bravos." The old man's eyes widened in surprise. He neither confirmed nor denied the question but asked instead, "If I remember correctly, Lord Lind is an ordinary hunter who has never left the Reach, let alone traveled to Essos. How do you know about the faceless men of Bravos?" Lind didn't answer. Instead, he drew his dual swords and said, "I've heard much of the legendary faceless men's swordsmanship. Let's spar. If you win, I'll tell you where I learned this." The old man shook his head. "If you know about the faceless men, you should also know this: we kill only those marked by the many-faced god, and you are not one of them." Before the conversation could continue, footsteps and voices echoed from outside the attic, likely servants coming to clean the downstairs bathhouse. Hearing this, the old man lost interest in the exchange. He bowed slightly to Lind before retreating into the shadows. Lind, unwilling to let him go so easily, pursued him. But by the time he reached the doorway, the old man was already gone. With his enhanced eyesight, Lind spotted a fleeting figure in the trees beyond the attic. The figure vaulted to a nearby wall, climbed over it, and disappeared into the night. Realizing the old man was gone, Lind returned to his room, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. Instead of sheathing his dual swords, he kept them within arm's reach. The encounter left Lind deeply shaken. Though unharmed, it shattered any pride he had felt after his duel with Vortimer Crane. It was a sobering reminder of the hidden dangers and powerful, mysterious forces in the world. He realized that one misstep could lead to his death. Lind spent the rest of the night in a half-asleep, half-awake state, keeping his vigilance heightened until dawn. When he heard Joel stirring in the next room, he immediately went to him and recounted the events of the night. Joel was initially stunned. But as Lind spoke, a dark realization seemed to dawn on him, and his expression turned grim. He advised Lind not to worry about the faceless men, then said no more on the matter. Later, however, Joel sought out Vortimer Crane in private. The two spoke at length, their conversation filled with hushed, urgent tones. Following this, Garland Tyrell's entourage noticeably doubled in size. Vortimer Crane stayed unusually close to Garland, acting as a constant shadow, as though guarding him against an unseen threat. Chapter 16, Arrival at Bitterbridge. The continent of Westeros may appear small in the TV series, with cities seemingly close and journeys spanning only a few days, but in reality, the distances between the cities of the Seven Kingdoms are vast. Traveling between them often takes months or even years. For instance, when Lind traveled from Golden Grove to New Barrel, the journey was swift because they traveled downriver, taking only 4 or 5 days. However, had they gone by land, the trip would have likely taken over a month, assuming the roads were in good condition. Poor roads could have doubled that time. After departing New Barrel, House Tyrell's procession continued northeast along the Rose Road. With frequent stops along the way, it took nearly a month to reach Bitterbridge. Lord Armand Caswell, having received word of their arrival in advance, waited outside his castle to welcome Garland Tyrell's procession. He announced that a feast had been prepared and invited Garland to stay overnight, leaving the following day, as a gesture of hospitality. Lord Caswell, eager to curry favor with the House of the Golden Rose, was so humble in his demeanor that Garland had no reason to decline. Consequently, the procession camped outside Bitterbridge, while Garland, along with the knights and nobles, attended the banquet inside. Though Lind served as Vortimer Crane's squire, he was not eligible to attend such noble banquets. Instead, he remained in the camp with the other attendants, enjoying the provisions Ser Caswell had arranged. Over the course of more than a month, Lind learned little about combat from Vortimer. Vortimer bluntly told him he had nothing more to teach regarding swordsmanship and battle techniques, advising Lind to continue practicing as before. Instead, Vortimer focused on teaching him the duties of a knight squire. Lind's daily tasks involved caring for Vortimer's horse, maintaining his armor and weapons, and learning basic knightly etiquette. The rest of his time was spent following his previous regimen of building strength and preparing for group combat. What proved most valuable for Lind, however, were the cultural lessons that had no direct connection to combat. Each evening, Vortimer had Maester Hawley teach Lind about the history of the Seven Kingdoms, the family lineages of the great noble houses, and their crests and mottos. Lind's prior knowledge of the world of ice and fire came from watching past episodes, discussing theories on forums, and reading a setting book about the series' lore. Amusingly, Maester Hawley revealed that a similar book existed in the Citadel, but access was restricted to a select few maesters. Lind's understanding of the real Westeros, however, had been limited. Systematically learning about the realm's history, while not directly enhancing his combat prowess, was pivotal for his aspirations of climbing the social ladder. Maester Hawley hailed from a minor vassal family under House Tyrell. His expertise in history and culture was well regarded, but he was not a permanent member of House Tyrell, merely accompanying the Tyrells on their journey to King's Landing. Initially, Maester Hawley was reluctant to teach Lind, not because of Lind's background, but because it encroached on his personal time and responsibilities. As the days passed, however, Hawley's attitude shifted from reluctance to enthusiasm. At times, he even summoned Lind to his carriage while traveling to finish lessons left incomplete the night before. This change stemmed from the joy Hawley found in teaching someone as eager and appreciative as Lind. Hawley's own upbringing had been less encouraging. His family, situated at the border of the Reach and Dorne, frequently clashed with the Dornish and prioritized martial prowess over scholarly pursuits. Their children were expected to learn only the basics of noble etiquette and the history of local Reach families, rendering Hawley's extensive knowledge undervalued. For the first time, in teaching Lind, Hawley felt his expertise truly appreciated. This time, Maester Hawley traveled to King's Landing without protest, largely because a close friend from the Citadel had informed him of an opportunity. Grand Maester Pycelle planned to compile and write the history of House Targaryen and had requested the Citadel to send a maester with a copper chain to assist. Given Hawley's renowned expertise in history, he was an ideal candidate. Knowing Hawley's dissatisfaction with his position in a noble family, his friend encouraged him to seize this chance. The day he received the letter, Maester Hawley promptly resigned from the family he served and set off alone. His journey was fortunate, as he encountered several caravans traveling to Highgarden, allowing him to reach the city safely. Once there, he learned that House Tyrell was assembling a team to attend the Tournament of Champions in King's Landing. Eager to join, he became part of House Tyrell's entourage. When Vortimer Crane requested Maester Hawley to tutor Lind, the Maester reluctantly agreed, having little choice in the matter. However, he was already impressed by the swordsmanship competition at New Barrel and intrigued by Lind's reputation as the bear hunter. Initially, Hawley assumed Lind to be similar to the noble students he had previously taught. It wasn't long before Hawley realized how different Lind was. Lind displayed an intense passion for learning, eagerly absorbing all the knowledge Hawley shared. He often asked questions beyond the prescribed lessons and even engaged in academic discussions, occasionally posing questions that Hawley struggled to answer. What truly astonished Maester Hawley was Lind's exceptional aptitude. Lind mastered new concepts with a single explanation and could memorize entire texts after reading them once. This remarkable ability led Hawley to remark frequently, "You should go to the Citadel." Word of Lind's brilliance soon reached Garland Tyrell. Upon verifying Lind's capabilities, Garland permitted him to borrow books from the family's traveling library, though only one at a time. Lind's intellectual prowess created a stir within the group, albeit less dramatic than the revelation of his identity as Lind the Bear Hunter when they departed New Barrel. At that time, following Lind's swordsmanship match with Vortimer, speculation about his identity spread among the nobles, soldiers, servants, and stable hands. While some guessed Lind might be the bear hunter due to his dual sword technique, they dismissed the idea, as Lind's age and physique didn't align with the popular image of the bear hunter. The following day, before the group resumed their journey, Garland Tyrell officially announced that Lind the bear hunter had joined House Tyrell. This public declaration confirmed Lind's identity and astonished everyone. Once the initial shock subsided, the group warmly accepted Lind's presence, recognizing his skills as a valuable asset during the dangerous journey to King's Landing. Over the next month, Lind faced no challenges from the group, nor did anyone question his abilities. His swordsmanship match with Vortimer had already demonstrated his prowess, and it was clear to all that Garland Tyrell held him in high regard. Consequently, nobles, guards, and servants alike treated Lind with respect and even sought to befriend him. Some members of the group displayed friendliness toward Lind out of personal initiative, while others did so under orders. This prompted both Vortimer and Garland to quietly observe Lind's behavior, aiming to see if he might become complacent from the flattery. However, Lind's performance was exemplary. He responded to deliberate acts of friendship with the natural poise of a noble, avoiding arrogance while maintaining humility. Instead, he eagerly embraced learning, acquiring new skills from anyone willing to teach him. He learned horse feeding from stable boys, armor and weapon maintenance from soldiers, and etiquette for interacting with nobles of varying ranks from servants. What most impressed Garland and Vortimer was Lind's unwavering discipline. Every day, his activities followed a clear, self-imposed schedule, executed with precise adherence. This quality reminded them of Lord Randall Tarley, renowned for his strict and orderly nature. While Lind's disciplined demeanor might not have endeared him to everyone in the group, it garnered significant respect. Yet, for most, his impressive combat abilities were far more captivating. Since Vortimer largely allowed Lind to manage his own training, Lind adhered to his original plan to hone both his physical fitness and combat skills. While he could handle physical training alone, refining combat skills required sparring partners. Each day, his combat exercises became a form of entertainment for the group. Lind didn't train one-on-one but instead engaged in combat against multiple opponents. Starting with 4 adversaries, he eventually faced 5 or 6 at once, mastering the art of fighting against overwhelming odds. To further challenge himself, Lind later asked the sparring soldiers to wear armor, wield shields, and form battle lines with spears. This shift reintroduced the element of pressure to his training, and on several occasions, he narrowly avoided defeat. For the others in the group, these dynamic battles became a highlight of the day, transforming the monotony of travel into a source of excitement. Soldiers, servants, and even maids often gathered to watch, cheering Lind and his opponents. At the end of training sessions, some maids would toss wildflowers at their favorite fighters, with Lind receiving the lion's share. Lind's intense training not only showcased his remarkable combat prowess but also inspired those around him. His growing reputation commanded respect among the soldiers, elevating his standing to that of a knight despite his role as a squire. This newfound influence sparked envy among some knights and nobles, who attempted to sway Garland Tyrell's opinion of Lind with disparaging remarks. However, these efforts proved fruitless. Nonetheless, their jealousy contributed to Lind's exclusion from the banquet at Bitterbridge Castle. While a knight's squire might have otherwise been allowed to sit quietly in a corner of the hall, Lind's absence avoided further friction. Lind, however, was unfazed by his exclusion. After dining in the camp, he ventured alone into the lands near the castle to practice his throwing skills. Drawing on his peacekeeper experience, Lind had honed the art of throwing weapons, a technique effective in duels but initially deemed less practical for group combat. Still, he saw no harm in maintaining this skill. Over time, he realized its potential on the battlefield, particularly when using small, easily carried weapons such as daggers, short axes, or spears. Unfortunately, the group lacked a blacksmith capable of forging custom throwing weapons. Lind improvised by borrowing daggers and short axes from the soldiers for practice. Under the clear moonlight, he trained, hurling weapons at marked targets on trees. However, this static exercise soon felt insufficient. To further challenge himself, Lind began contemplating techniques for targeting moving objects. While absorbed in these thoughts, Lind detected approaching footsteps. His recent efforts to enhance his bodily awareness, a skill inspired by his encounter with the faceless men, allowed him to discern the general build of the figures from the sound of their steps. Satisfied with his assessment, he turned to confirm his expectations. Two individuals approached. The first was Raoul, a House Tyrell soldier who often sparred with Lind and had built a friendly rapport with him. The second was a young guard in Bitterbridge's livery. Standing half a head taller than Lind, the guard was robust and muscular, his clothes stretched tight over his well-developed arms and torso. Though close to Lind's age, he had attempted to grow a beard for maturity, but its sparse, patchy appearance betrayed his youth, resembling the fine hair of an infant. After 17, unwilling to be ordinary. "He's the bear hunter you're looking for, Lind." As the two men approached, Raoul gestured toward the burly figure beside him and introduced him to Lind. "My name is Raleigh, bear hunter, son of the smith of Bitterbridge." The young man, sturdy and broad-shouldered, stepped forward awkwardly. His face was taut, and he drew a deep breath as though making a monumental decision. In an overly formal tone, he continued, "I can no longer find any opponents in Bitterbridge. The knights refuse to spar with someone like me. I've heard of your legend, and just now, someone from your camp mentioned that you once fought Lord Vortimer. So, I was thinking." He faltered midway, his expression tightening as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Are you trying to challenge me?" Lind asked, cutting through the hesitation with calm certainty. Relieved, Raleigh nodded. "Is that okay?" he asked cautiously. "Of course," Lind replied with a nod. Then, turning to Raoul, who stood nearby, he asked, "Has he already challenged you?" Raoul offered a wry smile. "He has. This guy's unbelievably strong, none of us can match him." He glanced at Raleigh, adding, "We'd heard rumors back in Highgarden about a powerful young man under Lord Bitterbridge's command. Just a teenager, but already stronger than most grown warriors. Now I see those tales weren't exaggerated. It's like the legends about you, Lord Lind." Lind regarded Raleigh with mild curiosity. Drawing his dual swords from his waist, he gestured toward the young man. "In that case, let's get started." "Wait," Raleigh blurted, freezing at the sight of Lind's drawn weapons. "With real swords?" "Of course," Lind said firmly. "Practice swords aren't dangerous, but they lack the realism of actual combat. Deep down, you know a hit from a practice sword won't kill you, just injure you slightly. That awareness leads to sloppy attack and defense moves. Such mistakes might be harmless during practice but can be fatal in battle." Though Raleigh didn't fully grasp Lind's reasoning, he felt it had some merit. Without further argument, he turned and hurried back to the castle, presumably to retrieve his weapon. After Raleigh left, Raoul, visibly puzzled, asked, "Lord Lind, why are you teaching this kid? We've been asking you to help us improve our swordsmanship for a while, but you've always said you didn't have the time." Detecting a trace of dissatisfaction in Raoul's tone, Lind replied, "I've told you before, it's not swordsmanship that needs improving for soldiers like you. It's the way you work together on the battlefield. Masterful swordsmanship won't save you in a melee of thousands, but a team of comrades with perfect coordination might." Raoul shrugged, dropping the subject. He knew Lind was right, but he couldn't help wishing for exceptional sword skills that might catch the eye of a knight. Becoming a squire, and eventually a knight himself, seemed far more appealing than dying an anonymous soldier's death. By the time Raleigh returned with his sword, a small crowd had gathered on the flatlands. Guards from House Tyrell and Bitterbridge Castle mingled among the onlookers, eager to witness the spectacle. Their curiosity had been piqued, perhaps fueled by the noise Raleigh made earlier and the chance to see Lynn train the famed Bitterbridge blacksmith's son. Far from being intimidated by the gathering, Raleigh seemed exhilarated. As he approached Lind, he eagerly drew his sword, adopting a calm and offensive stance. "Here we go," Lind said simply, making no effort to adopt a preparatory position. He began to approach Raleigh with a calm, measured stride, more like a casual stroll than the beginning of a duel. Despite his preparation, Raleigh felt an inexplicable pressure mounting. In his eyes, Lind transformed into a predatory beast closing in on its prey. Instinctively, Raleigh stepped back, trying to alleviate the oppressive sensation. Yet Lind continued his advance, unrelenting and methodical, amplifying the weight of his presence. Realizing he couldn't remain passive any longer, Raleigh let out a yell, raising his sword in a powerful strike. His movements were fierce and energetic, but futile. Lind sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the descending blade. Almost simultaneously, his left-hand sword swung toward Raleigh's neck while his right-hand sword tilted forward, the point pressing against Raleigh's chest. The surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence before erupting into murmurs of astonishment. For the guards from Bitterbridge Castle, it was a humbling sight. Raleigh, once undefeatable among them, had been bested in a single exchange. The soldiers of House Tyrell, having long grown accustomed to Lind's exceptional prowess, remained unperturbed by the display, their reactions subdued. For Raleigh, however, the defeat was a crushing blow. He stood frozen, his thoughts in disarray. While he had felt the overwhelming gap between himself and Lind during their brief exchange, he had not imagined the disparity would be so vast. It hadn't even been a contest, Lind had taken a single step and effortlessly subdued him. A wave of frustration unlike anything he had ever experienced surged through him. Again, Lind said calmly, withdrawing his twin swords and stepping back. His voice carried neither arrogance nor ridicule, just the resolute tone of someone expecting improvement. Raleigh hesitated, his shaken confidence evident, but he eventually tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Taking a deep breath, he attacked once more, swinging his blade with all the precision and strength he could muster. The outcome was identical to the first attempt. Lind sidestepped fluidly, avoiding the strike with ease, and exploited the gaps in Raleigh's defense to bring him to a halt. The blows never landed, but the implications were clear: Raleigh was completely outmatched. Another crack formed in Raleigh's confidence. Doubts began to creep in: was his strength merely an illusion? Had the guards he previously bested allowed him to win out of pity for his youth? Should he abandon his dreams of knighthood and resign himself to inheriting his father's smithy? These thoughts gnawed at him, sapping the pride he had spent years building. "Do you know what your weakness is?" Lind asked, his tone steady but pointed. Seeing that Raleigh's confidence was faltering, he opted to address the issue directly rather than press the attack further. "Weakness?" Raleigh echoed blankly, confusion etched across his face. Lind adopted the air of an instructor, his voice carrying a quiet authority. "You've never had proper swordsmanship training, have you? Your technique is a rough imitation of what you've observed from castle guards and the knights of House Caswell. It's unrefined and relies solely on your physical gifts. Against weaker opponents, that's enough. But when you face someone physically stronger or with advanced training, all your advantages vanish." Raleigh's face paled at the assessment. The weight of Lind's words bore down on him, exacerbating the self-doubt already brewing within. The pride he once held in his abilities now felt baseless, like a fragile illusion crumbling under scrutiny. "If you want to improve quickly," Lind continued, "focus on dodging and defense. Perfecting those skills will help compensate for your lack of technique. Better still, if you can, hire a proper swordsmanship instructor." Before Raleigh could respond, a sharp, cutting voice pierced the air from the edge of the crowd. "The son of a lowly smith should know his place. Hands meant for wielding a hammer are unfit to hold a sword." The crowd turned toward the speaker as Bitterbridge Castle's guards, along with Raleigh, instinctively bowed their heads. Emerging from behind the onlookers was a pale, sickly youth flanked by well-armed guards and servants. His gaunt face, sunken cheeks, and lifeless eyes suggested poor health, while his ostentatious clothing signaled his high rank. His arrival left no doubt, this was the heir to Bitterbridge. The young noble stopped beside Raleigh, ignoring him entirely. His gaze fixed on Lind, eyes burning with jealousy, resentment, and barely concealed hatred. The intensity of the boy's disdain caught Lind off guard, he couldn't recall ever meeting him before. The youth's scowl shifted to Raleigh, his expression dripping with contempt. "You're nothing more than a smith's son," he sneered. "You belong by the forge, like that pathetic old man you call your father." Raleigh remained silent, his head bowed, but his clenched grip on the hilt of his sword betrayed his simmering fury. The guards accompanying the young noble noticed this, their hands drifting toward their weapons, prepared to intervene at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, the other guards from Bitterbridge Castle stood by, watching the exchange with evident amusement. They made no move to support Raleigh. Instead, their smirks and glances of satisfaction revealed the animosity they bore toward him. It was clear that relations between Raleigh and his fellow castle guards were far from cordial, perhaps even outright hostile. "What? You intend to attack me with that sword?" the young noble sneered, clearly aware of Raleigh's restrained fury. His confidence, rooted in privilege, made him fearless. Stepping closer to Raleigh, he raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. The slap echoed sharply, drawing the attention of everyone present. Though the young man appeared frail, the force of the blow caused Raleigh's head to jerk to the side. The noble winced slightly, shaking his hand as if stung by his own action, but his expression remained one of utter disdain. Raleigh, despite the public humiliation, made no move to retaliate. He kept his head lowered, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening visibly. Sensing no resistance, the noble smirked. "What a pathetic coward. Go back to your filthy forge. Tonight, you've embarrassed Bitterbridge. Tomorrow, you'll face punishment at the castle." At the command, Raleigh turned to leave. He took a few slow steps before pausing. With a sudden resolve, he turned back, bowed stiffly to Lind, then resumed his retreat. His pace quickened with each step until he broke into a trot, disappearing toward the castle in a blur of shame and frustration. "A man should know his place," the young noble declared haughtily, now addressing Lind. "Knighthood is not for those of low birth. I've heard of you, Lind the bear hunter. As a forest savage. You belong out there, in the woods, not." Before the boy could finish, Lind interrupted, his voice cold and sharp. "Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you?" His piercing gaze shifted to the guards surrounding the noble. "Or do you think these men could protect you?" As Lind spoke, a suffocating aura of menace radiated from him, his killing intent palpable. It washed over the noble, his guards, and even the gathered crowd, freezing them in place. The young man, frail as he was, crumpled under the pressure and fainted on the spot. The guards, visibly shaken, found themselves too paralyzed to draw their weapons, while the servants collapsed outright, trembling in fear. Satisfied that his message had been delivered, Lind withdrew the oppressive aura and resumed his usual composure. He looked down at the unconscious youth with disdain. "Take him and leave. And make sure to change his pants when you get back. Wetting himself at his age is a disgrace to Lord Caswell." The guards dared not reply. Scrambling to gather their master and rouse the fallen servants, they retreated hastily, the humiliation palpable in their hurried movements. The remaining Bitterbridge Castle guards, who had come hoping for entertainment, found the scene sobering. They exchanged uneasy glances, well aware of the young noble's vindictive tendencies. If there was one certainty, it was that he would not forget this humiliation. Their earlier smirks faded, replaced by grim expressions as they considered the repercussions. "You shouldn't have threatened him," Raoul remarked as he approached Lind. "That boy is probably Lord Caswell's only heir, the future Lord of Bitterbridge. You've just made things difficult for Lord Garland." Lind smiled faintly, unconcerned by Raoul's warning. His confidence remained unshaken, and he dismissed the matter with ease. Chapter 18, Facing Reality. "I heard about what happened yesterday. You did well, you didn't disgrace House Tyrell." Garland tilted his head slightly, allowing his servant to straighten his clothes as he spoke to Lind, who stood nearby. Bitterbridge lies midway along the Rose Road, guarding the most important bridge in the region, a critical part of the Reach. Successive lords of Highgarden have always placed great importance on the Lord of Bitterbridge. Garland turned to Lind with a solemn expression. I need you to visit Lord Caswell later and offer a sincere apology for your actions yesterday. Do you understand, Bear Hunter? As you command, Lord Garland, Lind replied without a trace of displeasure, maintaining a calm demeanor as if the matter was of no consequence to him. Well, you may go now. Garland nodded, then added as though remembering something, and don't forget to change your clothes before you go. Lind inclined his head and left Garland's chambers. However, instead of heading straight to his room to change and then proceeding to Bitterbridge Castle, he followed his usual routine. He went to the stables, fetched Vortimer's warhorse, brushed its coat, secured the bridle and saddle, and then went to Vortimer's room to help organize his armor. The straps on your gauntlets need replacing. Once we pitch camp tonight, take them to the saddler and get a new pair, Vortimer remarked as he tightened the worn straps on his gauntlets. Yes, my lord, Lind replied, fastening the straps on Vortimer's back so the plate mail fit snugly. All right, leave the rest to the others. For now, your priority is to go to the castle and apologize. Vortimer adjusted his stance and spoke seriously. You shouldn't have attacked Laurent Caswell yesterday. He will certainly inherit Bitterbridge one day, and you're only a knight squire. You're fortunate to belong to House Tyrell. Otherwise, given old Lord Caswell's temperament and how much he values his only heir, he'd have already sent his army to hunt you down. Lind did not respond, remaining silent as he placed the armor cleaning tools neatly on the table. After bowing, he left the room. Once Lind had gone, the servant attending Vortimer broke the silence. After all, this boy comes from a hunter's background and doesn't grasp the weight of such matters. Fortunately, Lord Garland stepped in, otherwise. The servant abruptly stopped as Vortimer turned to him with a cold, sharp look. He is my squire and may become a knight in the future, Vortimer said icily. You will address him as Lord Lind, not this boy. Yes, Lord Vortimer, the servant replied quickly, bowing his head in fear. While Vortimer rebuked his servant, Lind returned to his quarters. He changed into the formal attire prepared for him by the Tyrells and set off directly for Bitterbridge Castle. The castle, perched on the riverbank, connected its walls to the bridgehead, seamlessly integrating with the stone arch bridge that spanned the river. The night before, Maester Hawley had shared the history of Westeros, including a detailed account of Bitterbridge's past and the origin of its name. Over 200 years had passed since the infamous massacre, but its shadow lingered over the area. Local tales spoke of ghostly screams echoing through the night, and some claimed to see apparitions reenacting the slaughter endlessly. These haunting legends gave Bitterbridge Castle a cold and foreboding air. Out of fear, locals avoided building homes near the castle, opting instead for settlements farther away. This left a vast, open area surrounding the stronghold, free of obstructions and granting an unobstructed view from the castle walls. To Lind, these ghost stories seemed more like a deliberate tactic by successive lords of Bitterbridge to maintain the surrounding area as an open defensive perimeter, reducing the risk of a surprise attack. A stronghold of such strategic importance was not only valued by House Caswell, who continually renovated and fortified it, but also by the lords of Highgarden and House Tyrell, wardens of the south. Over the years, House Tyrell had supplied the Caswells with resources to further strengthen the castle. As a result, Bitterbridge had become less of a residence and more of a purely military bastion. Its defenses were formidable, capturing it from the outside was nearly impossible, and the only viable strategy was infiltration. These thoughts occupied Lind's mind as he entered Bitterbridge Castle and surveyed its surroundings. Lind couldn't help but think how absurd his situation was. He had no soldiers, no resources, and no real authority, yet thoughts of capturing castles occupied his mind. This wasn't just due to his own fanciful nature but also the lingering influence of the Peacekeeper's memories. The constant training with House Tyrell's guards had drained nearly 3/4 of the Peacekeeper's energy bar. Lind estimated that by the time he reached King's Landing, the bar would be fully charged, allowing him to activate another character from For Honor. The energy bar symbolized more than just accumulated experience points, it also represented the integration of memories and skills. As these memories fused with his own, Lind found his thoughts subtly shaped by them, even when he tried to resist. Seeing a castle made him think about its vulnerabilities, encountering someone armed triggered calculations on how to swiftly neutralize them. So far, these influences were manageable, but they left Lind uneasy. Would activating another For Honor character deepen this effect? Could he maintain control over his own identity? Lost in these musings, Lind entered the castle hall. Armand Caswell sat in a high-backed chair at the center, surrounded by retainers addressing matters of governance. Though his white hair and frail demeanor suggested age, Armand's broad shoulders and strong frame hinted at a formidable past as a warrior. As Lind approached, a maester whispered in Armand's ear, likely introducing him. Armand raised a hand, interrupting a vassal mid-report. "I need to rest for a while, we'll continue later," he said, dismissing the others in the hall. With a wave, he signaled Lind to come closer. Lind approached, bowing deeply. Drawing on the etiquette lessons drilled into him by Vortimer, he delivered a formal and heartfelt apology for the previous day's incident, asking for Lord Caswell's forgiveness. "Lind the Bear Hunter," Armand said, his gaze heavy with authority. "I've heard the songs about you. A lucky man, blessed with good health, while my own boy cannot even hold a sword." His words carried the weight of a lord accustomed to command. "You are my guest, fed and sheltered under my roof. Yet you dared to harm my son. My first instinct is to have you seized and chopped into mincemeat. However, you're Lord Vortimer's squire, and I have a good relationship with him. Hurting you would strain that relationship. But letting this go unpunished would damage my authority and invite disrespect." Armand rose, his movements deliberate, and gestured for Lind to follow. They left the hall, passing through a cloister before arriving at an open space near the castle. There, tied to horse stakes and kneeling due to the stakes' short height, were two men. One was Raleigh, the young man who had sought Lind's advice on swordsmanship the previous night. The other, older with white hair, was unfamiliar, but Lind deduced he must be Raleigh's father, the castle's weaponsmith. Armand stopped behind the two bound men and motioned to an executioner nearby. Taking the whip from the man's hands, Armand turned to Lind and held it out to him. "I've investigated this incident," Armand said coldly. "If this fool hadn't approached you for swordplay, none of this would have happened. He must be punished, and his father must share the blame for failing to teach his son proper judgment. As for the punishment, Bear Hunter, I believe you are the most suitable executioner." Lind gazed steadily at the whip in Armand's hand, his expression unreadable. After a moment's pause, he reached out and took it. "Go ahead. Hit them until I'm satisfied," Armand declared, stepping aside and motioning for a servant to kneel. He then sat on the servant's back as if on a makeshift chair. Without a word, Lind moved behind Raleigh and his father, gripping the whip. He swung it with practiced precision, though his movements betrayed initial inexperience. The first few lashes were uneven, some too light, others too heavy, leaving injuries that appeared more serious than they were. Drawing on the peacekeeper's embedded memories, Lind quickly adapted. As his technique improved, the blows became calculated, leaving deep marks and splitting the skin but causing only superficial damage. When Raleigh and his father finally slumped unconscious, the whipping continued, ensuring their injuries appeared severe while sparing them further pain. "Enough," Armand commanded abruptly. "If you keep going, I'll have to find a new weaponsmith." With that, he rose and left, returning to the council chamber without a backward glance. Lind handed the whip back to the executioner, his face impassive. He neither untied Raleigh and his father nor showed any concern for their plight. He understood all too well that displaying sympathy could worsen their treatment later. Though the matter had concluded without escalation, Lind's mood darkened. The experience stoked his desire for noble status. Without it, no matter his skill in swordsmanship, he remained a tool in the eyes of the nobility, a skilled thug at best. Upon returning to his quarters, Vortimer's voice called out. "The matter has been resolved." Lind nodded and recounted the events in detail. "Frustrated?" Vortimer asked, his tone measured. "A little," Lind admitted. Vortimer regarded him thoughtfully before speaking. "You have ambition and ability, Lind. One day, you'll achieve great things. But until you're firmly established, keep your ambitions hidden. Don't let anyone sense them. I don't want to see another incident like today's. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord," Lind replied. "Good. Let today serve as a lesson." Vortimer's tone grew heavier. "Never forget your current status. If you act out of turn, you risk consequences that could be fatal, not just for yourself but for those around you. Lord Caswell could claim we violated guest rights by harming his heir after enjoying his hospitality. Lord Garland would be implicated, and House Tyrell would not hesitate to hand you over to appease him. Lind said nothing, but his expression grew solemn, absorbing Vortimer's words. Your skill and potential mean little if they are overshadowed by your arrogance, Vortimer continued. For now, you are my squire, no more than another soldier in the eyes of the powerful. Your delusions of importance need correction. He gestured to a Tyrell guard uniform lying on the table. From now on, you won't serve me or carry out my orders. You'll join the scouting party as an ordinary soldier. Earn military merit, and then you can return as my squire. Yes, my lord, Lind replied calmly, offering no resistance. Vortimer studied Lind, surprised by his composure. He searched for signs of defiance or misunderstanding but found none. Unable to gauge Lind's thoughts, he dismissed him with a wave, resolving to monitor him closely in the days to come. News of Lind's reassignment spread quickly among the Tyrell guards. Some soldiers gloated over his perceived demotion, while others expressed quiet sympathy. Meanwhile, the scouting party welcomed him with open arms. To them, having someone of Lind's caliber among their ranks was a boon, promising greater safety on their perilous missions. Chapter 19, The Howling Forest. Kingswood lies at the southern edge of King's Landing, separated by the Blackwater Rush. Since the Targaryen dynasty established King's Landing as their capital, it has served as the king's hunting grounds. For a long time, these forests remained untouched, no one lived there, and no trees were felled, resulting in a rich biodiversity unmatched anywhere else in Westeros. Legends even whisper that mythical beings like the children of the forest might still inhabit this vast woodland. During the reign of the Mad King, control over the Kingswood weakened significantly. This led to an influx of commoners unable to sustain themselves in King's Landing. They began to settle within the forest, carving out a precarious existence. While life in the Kingswood was far from comfortable, those with basic hunting skills and knowledge of local plants could manage to survive on its fringes. Over time, the forest saw an increasing population of settlers, not just from King's Landing but also debtors, refugees, and outcasts from other territories. By the later years of this settlement wave, more than 20 villages and towns of varying sizes had been established, housing a population numbering in the tens of thousands. Geographically significant, Kingswood stands as a key connection between the north and the south, with the Rose Road cutting through it on the way to King's Landing. This strategic position attracted numerous merchant caravans, and inevitably, bandits. These bandits initially operated in small, disorganized groups, preying on lone merchants or small caravans. However, the emergence of the Kingswood Brotherhood changed everything. The Kingswood Brotherhood unified the scattered bandit groups into a formidable force of up to 5,000. Their leaders were as notorious as they were skilled: Simon Toyne, the Smiling Knight, Wenda the White Fawn, Oswin Longneck the thrice-hanged, and Big Belly Ben were all capable fighters in their own right. At the time, the King's Guard under the Mad King, featuring legendary knights like Barristan the Bold, Arthur Dane the Sword of the Morning, and Gerald Hightower the White Bull, were considered the strongest in the Seven Kingdoms, underscoring the caliber of the Brotherhood's leaders. With their growing power, the Kingswood Brotherhood aimed high. They severed the crucial north-south connection along the Rose Road, established checkpoints to extort taxes, and mercilessly attacked any caravan that defied their rules. Their victims included not only minor lords but even caravans belonging to House Tyrell, the Warden of the South, and the Royal House Targaryen itself. The Brotherhood's actions severely disrupted the safety of King's Landing and hindered tax collection. In response, King Aerys II launched several campaigns to suppress them, but these efforts largely failed. When larger forces were deployed, the Brotherhood melted into the dense forest, taking refuge in the surrounding villages, whose residents were complicit in their survival. The bandits often shared their spoils with these villagers, fostering mutual benefit and loyalty. Many commoners even joined the Brotherhood, strengthening their ties. If smaller forces were sent, the Brotherhood ambushed them in the forest, decapitating their victims and hanging their heads along the Rose Road to instill fear. This gruesome practice earned the area the name, Howling Forest. Before the Brotherhood's eventual defeat, over 1,000 heads were displayed here, creating an enduring legend of terror. Even after the heads were removed and buried, travelers claimed to sense an eerie atmosphere and hear ghostly howls while passing through the forest. In a macabre twist, the Mad King ordered the construction of a post station in Howling Forest, cynically calling it a resting place for travelers. To ensure its use, he demolished other rest stops along the road, making it the sole option for caravans traversing that stretch of the Rose Road. Yet most travelers opted to camp at Rat's Tail Rock, a safer, open area near Howling Forest with clear sight lines and suitable for large groups. After spending the night at Rat's Tail Rock and departing early the next morning, travelers can typically make it through the unsettling Howling Forest in a single day. Unfortunately, the Tyrell caravan was not so lucky. Like other caravans, they camped at Rat's Tail Rock the previous night, but the following morning brought relentless rain. The downpour only worsened over the next few days. Staying at Rat's Tail Rock risked missing the tournament in King's Landing, an absence that would likely anger King Robert Baratheon. Reluctantly, Garland Tyrell ordered the caravan to push onward despite the worsening weather. The rain slowed their progress, and matters were compounded by a poor road. Years ago, the Mad King had removed the stone paving along this section of the Rose Road, leaving behind only dirt. Though passable in dry conditions, the unmaintained dirt road transformed into a mire when wet. Carriages became stuck, and even those on foot struggled, sinking into the mud if they paused too long. By nightfall, the Tyrell caravan had yet to traverse the Howling Forest. Coincidentally, they reached the Howling Forest just as darkness fell, leaving them with no choice but to stop for the night. Camping in the muddy wilderness was simply not an option. Although the inn had been constructed only a few years earlier, its deep forest location and lack of maintenance had rendered most of its buildings uninhabitable. Rotting wood and damp conditions plagued the structures, with only the stone-built front hall still offering some semblance of shelter. Even so, the roof was dilapidated, and the interior required a lit fireplace to drive out the cold and damp. It sufficed as a temporary refuge for the nobles and their servants, but others in the caravan had to make do with tents pitched in the rain. Compared to the guards left on night watch, those with tents were fortunate. Lind, a scout known as the Bear Hunter, was initially among those allowed to rest in a tent. However, the accompanying nobles expressed a desire for fresh game to liven up their meals. A hunting party was quickly formed, with Lind, renowned for his reputation, naturally chosen as its leader. "I think there's enough game," said Raoul, hoisting a fawn pierced clean through the head by an arrow. He turned to Lind, his voice tinged with weariness and satisfaction. After over an hour of hunting, the group had gathered a decent haul. Each member carried prey, and while it wasn't enough to feed the entire caravan, it would certainly satisfy the nobles' appetites. Despite the rain and Lind's preference for traps over tracking, his exceptional senses, keen eyesight, acute hearing, and a sharp sense of smell, allowed him to locate game efficiently. His one weakness was his mediocre skill with a bow. In an open area and dry conditions, he might fare better, but the rain and forest canopy left him relying on the more skilled archers in the party. "Let's go." "Back," Lind nodded in agreement with Raoul's suggestion. Buoyed by thoughts of a warm fire and dry clothes, the party quickened their pace, bantering lightly as they trudged through the rain-soaked forest. Then Lind suddenly froze. "Stop. Don't say a word. Be on your guard," he ordered sharply, his voice cutting through the group's chatter. His gaze locked onto a dense thicket to their right. The others, aware of Lind's uncanny perceptiveness, immediately obeyed. They silently set down their prey, bows drawn and ready, scanning the forest for any sign of danger. Lind stared intently at the dense forest ahead, his expression tinged with confusion as he focused his heightened senses on the source of the danger that had prickled his instincts moments before. A strong, visceral feeling of threat had washed over him, making the hair on his body stand on end. It was this overwhelming sensation that prompted him to halt the group and search the area carefully. Yet, despite his intense scrutiny, Lind found nothing unusual. The sense of danger began to fade, and he briefly considered that it might have been a trick of his imagination. Just as he was about to dismiss it, his finely attuned hearing caught a faint, irregular sound, a soft breathing, coming from within the dense forest. "Be careful. Stay alert." Lind barked, his voice sharp as he focused on the sound. Simultaneously, he noticed movement, subtle but deliberate, beneath the undergrowth. The shaking was too rhythmic to be caused by mere raindrops, something was moving. His hands instinctively went to his twin swords, and he drew them in preparation. Suddenly, a massive, indistinct black shadow burst from the forest, moving with astonishing speed. It barreled past the hunters closest to the edge of the woods, leaving them stunned and unprepared. In an instant, it snatched a fallen fawn from the ground and disappeared back into the forest, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The group stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. None of them had expected such a sudden, eerie encounter, and the fact that the shadow's target was merely a dead fawn added to their bewilderment. Although it was dark and raining heavily, making visibility poor, they could vaguely discern that the creature was a beast of some kind. Lind, however, had seen it clearly, a massive black panther-like figure that matched the description of the legendary Shadowcat. The Shadowcat was a beast of myth, its dark fur marked with subtle, stripe-like variations that gave it an almost spectral appearance in the dim light, much like a shadowy zebra. What was that? Raoul asked, his voice trembling as he stared into the darkness where the creature had disappeared. A Shadowcat, Lind replied curtly. The words sent a shiver through the group. As experienced hunters, they all understood the peril of encountering a Shadowcat, especially at night in the forest. A hungry Shadowcat was a nightmare for any hunter, and the fact that it had taken prey instead of attacking one of them was a relief. It was likely sated and would not return to pose further danger. We should be safe now, one of the hunters murmured, though his voice was uncertain. Lind's voice cut through the uneasy silence. You all head back, he commanded, setting down the wild boar he had been carrying. The hunters exchanged confused glances. Raoul, eyeing Lind carefully, asked, Are you planning to hunt it? The idea of hunting a Shadowcat was extraordinary, a feat that brought immense honor to any hunter. In addition to personal glory, there was the allure of the ancient legend shared among hunters across Westeros and Essos. It was said that any hunter who successfully claimed 10 legendary beasts, including creatures like the mountain bear and Shadowcat, would earn the blessings of the old gods and gain the strength to hunt dragons. The others naturally assumed Lind was chasing such a dream. Is this about the legendary hunting list? Raoul pressed, curiosity mingling with excitement. Lind hesitated briefly, understanding the misunderstanding. He chose not to explain further, merely gesturing for them to leave and to report the encounter truthfully if anyone asked. Seeing Lind's determination, the group fell silent. Raoul nodded, taking charge of the others. They picked up their prey and prepared to depart, offering Lind words of caution before continuing their journey back to the camp. As they moved away, Lind stood alone, his thoughts turning inward. Though he had been demoted from Knight Squire to the grueling and thankless role of a scout, it was no secret among the Tyrell retainers that his reassignment was merely a test. Those who understood the politics of the Tyrell household knew it was only a matter of time before Lind reclaimed his status. Among the lower-ranking guards, this was seen as an opportunity. Many sought to align themselves with Lind, hoping that when he inevitably rose again, their association would bring them favor. Raoul was one such guard, maintaining a good rapport with Lind and volunteering to join the scout team. Chapter 20, The Children of the Forest. After the others had left, Lind reached into his pocket and retrieved a small pouch of odor-masking powder. He carefully applied it to the exposed parts of his body, paying particular attention to his face. The rain threatened to wash it away, so he pulled the hood of his jacket snugly over his head before setting out to track the Shadowcat using his sharp sense of smell. Lind's decision to follow the Shadowcat alone had little to do with the legendary hunting trials. What had caught his attention was the sight of man-made objects attached to the creature, several intricately woven vines tied in a way that didn't impede its movement but were clearly designed to provide stability for someone riding on its back. This peculiar arrangement suggested the rider was not an adult but a child, as an ordinary child would fit the Shadowcat's size perfectly. Yet, even the legendary skin changers could not control a Shadowcat in their youth without risking their lives. The realization struck Lind, the one riding the Shadowcat might be a child of the forest, a being thought to have vanished completely from the southern regions. This possibility, paired with his growing curiosity, drove him deeper into the forest. For the next half hour, Lind followed the fading trail, the Shadowcat's scent becoming stronger as he progressed. Along the way, a mix of other unique, indescribable aromas began to emerge. Though Lind couldn't associate the scents with specific plants, they felt intrinsically tied to nature itself. Natural was the only way he could describe them. Cautiously, Lind slowed his pace, mindful of the noise he made. The rain cloaked his movements, helping him approach silently. Ahead, he spotted a clearing in the dense forest, a small patch of lawn that looked out of place. At its center was a mound overgrown with turf. On closer inspection, it became apparent that the mound was no mere hill but a cleverly disguised dwelling made of branches, stakes, lichen, and soil. The Shadowcat Lind had been tracking lounged outside the dwelling. The fawn it had brought back was now dismembered, and 3 or 4 Shadowcat cubs, no larger than kittens, were eagerly feasting on the carcass. Despite the captivating sight of the cubs, Lin's attention was drawn to a cloaked figure sitting beside the mound. The shadow cats displayed no aggression toward the figure, an indication that this person might be their handler. Yet their body language suggested something more complicated. The adult shadowcat occasionally snarled or bared its teeth when the cubs approached the figure, an instinctive display of wariness. Lin's curiosity deepened as he observed the cloaked individual. Though he couldn't make out the person's features, there was an inexplicable familiarity about them, a nagging feeling that he had encountered this figure before. As he puzzled over this, a small patch of turf on the mound shifted, revealing a camouflaged wooden door. A diminutive figure emerged, carrying a wooden bowl. It approached the cloaked person and handed over the bowl. Lin's breath caught. The creature was unmistakable, a child of the forest. Its dark chestnut skin, oversized eyes and ears, and delicate build matched the descriptions from legends. It wore garments woven from bark and leaves, a flower crown resting on its head, and a stone dagger tucked into its belt. Though frail in appearance, Lind knew better than to underestimate it. The children of the forest had once been formidable warriors and masters of magic, capable of decimating armies through skill and cunning alone. The cloaked figure accepted the bowl without hesitation, lifting their hood to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. Without a word, the men consumed the contents of the bowl, his trust in the child of the forest apparent. Lind stared, his mind racing. The man's face was unfamiliar, yet the sense of recognition grew stronger, as though some deep, forgotten memory was surfacing. He barely had time to consider this when he felt a soft pressure against his leg. Looking down, Lind saw a shadowcat cub brushing against his shin, rubbing itself against him as if scratching an itch. This cub was unlike its siblings. Its fur was white, with bold, dark black stripes, a stark contrast to the usual black coat of its kin. The albino cub exuded an almost regal majesty, but Lind knew its coloration would make survival difficult. Its stark appearance would render it too conspicuous in the forest, whether as a predator or prey. As the albino shadowcat cub purred contentedly against Lind's leg, its soft but audible sounds drew the attention of its mother. The adult shadowcat's keen instincts immediately detected Lind's presence, even though he had taken care to remain hidden. With a low, menacing growl, the shadowcat turned sharply toward Lind's position, her eyes narrowing as she swept her cubs protectively toward the child of the forest's feet. The shadowcat's reaction put everyone on alert. The human beside the mound rose swiftly, drawing a long sword, while the child of the forest unsheathed an obsidian dagger. Her other hand hovered near a small pouch on her waist, clearly prepared to unleash something dangerous if necessary. Realizing his presence was exposed, Lind stepped out from his hiding spot. He did not draw his weapons, but his hand rested firmly on the hilt of his dual swords as a precaution. The albino cub trailed behind him, clinging to his feet as if seeking protection. Even the adult shadowcat's urgent growls could not persuade it to leave Lind's side. Lind ignored the cub for the moment and addressed the situation calmly. "Don't be afraid, I'm not your enemy." "I mean no harm," he said, his tone steady and non-threatening. He gestured toward the shadowcat, its posture tense and ready to spring. "I followed it here because it took prey I killed." The child of the forest tilted her head, clearly understanding his words. Her expression shifted from anger to disapproval as she barked sharply at the shadowcat in a melodic but firm language. The large cat recoiled slightly, grumbling in what could only be described as a sulky manner. However, it didn't relax entirely, its teeth still bared in Lind's direction. Before the child of the forest could question Lind, the man standing beside her lowered his sword. He sheathed it with a smooth motion and gestured reassuringly toward the child of the forest. "It's all right," he said to her. "He's not an enemy." Then, turning his gaze to Lind, he added with a faint smirk, "I didn't expect to see you here. You're moving far too slowly. I thought you'd already be in King's Landing by now." Lind blinked in surprise, thrown off by the man's familiarity. Despite the man's calm demeanor and apparent knowledge of him, Lind could not place him. His face and voice were entirely unfamiliar, yet that peculiar sense of recognition lingered, stronger than ever. The contrast between this unfamiliarity and the undeniable familiarity nagged at him until a thought surfaced. Testing his theory, Lind asked, "Are you the faceless men from New Barrel?" The middle-aged man's smile widened slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his expression. "Your perception is as sharp as ever. If your name had been on the list, I doubt I would have taken the assignment," he said with a nod. Lind studied the men carefully, noting the scars and wounds visible on his chest and abdomen, evidence of a recent and grueling battle. "It seems your mission is complete," Lind observed, his tone neutral but pointed. The faceless man glanced down at his injuries and gave a slight nod. "The process was complicated, but yes, it's done." Before the conversation could continue, the child of the forest tugged at the man's clothing, as if to remind him of something important. "Oh, yes, I forgot to introduce you," said the middle-aged man warmly. "This is Spark, an old friend of mine. Thanks to her, I was able to survive this time." Gesturing toward Lind, he added, "And this is Lind, known as the Bear Hunter." "Are you Lind, the Bear Hunter?" Spark, the child of the forest, asked in fluent common as she turned to Lind with a hint of surprise. Her tone and words suggested familiarity with the name. Lind bowed slightly and replied, "I never thought even a child of the forest would have heard of my name." "I heard the song of the Bear Hunter sung by a bard in a village outside the forest," Spark explained. She began humming the tune, her rendition in the common tongue surpassing the universal version in resonance and depth. After finishing, she added, "I like this song very much, but you seem quite different from the Bear Hunter in the song." She turned toward the faceless men with a questioning look. "Is he really the Bear Hunter?" "Yes, he is the Bear Hunter," they affirmed. "But you must remember, legends often carry embellishments and shouldn't be taken literally." Spark didn't seem particularly concerned about the accuracy of the song's portrayal. Instead, her interest shifted to Lind and the peculiar bond he seemed to share with the Shadowcat cub. She stepped closer, her gaze assessing, and circled Lind twice. "You're neither a skin changer nor a green seer, and you don't have any magic. So why does the Shadowcat cub cling to you?" As Spark spoke, the albino Shadowcat cub clung to Lind's leg, paws scrabbling as it tried to climb him. When its efforts failed, Lind bent down and picked it up. The cub instantly quieted in his arms, exuding trust and affection. In stark contrast, the other Shadowcats, both adults and cubs, remained openly hostile toward Lind, their instincts unsoftened even under Spark's influence. Their hostility lingered like an immutable fact of nature. "I have no idea," Lind said, stroking the cub gently. His confusion mirrored the odd situation. He was certain, however, that this connection wasn't rooted in his role as a peacekeeper. None of his battle experiences involved animals. The answer, he suspected, might lie in his past life, though the specifics eluded him. Spark's curiosity waned after finding no satisfactory explanation. She turned her attention back to the Shadowcats, commanding them sternly. Reluctantly, the animals retreated, each carrying their cubs and gathered food into the treehouse nestled on the hill. Lind hesitated before grabbing the albino cub by the scruff and offering it to Spark. However, Spark made no move to take it. "Since it has chosen you, it's yours to keep," she declared. She turned to the faceless man. "The medicine's effects will soon take hold, and your body will recover quickly. Our accounts are now fully settled. Don't you agree?" "Yes, our accounts are settled," the faceless man nodded. Then, with a faint smile, added, "But let's still remain friends, shall we?" Spark's response was resolute. "Friends don't bring danger to friends. Don't come looking for me again. You're always surrounded by trouble, and I don't want to be dragged into it." With that, she turned and headed for her treehouse. As she reached the door, she paused and called over her shoulder, "If something like this happens again, come prepared with a gift worth my attention. Otherwise, don't expect me to come out." Then she closed the wooden door firmly behind her. The faceless men showed a wry smile at her parting words. A moment later, Lind felt the ground tremble slightly, as if an earthquake had struck. He watched in awe as the treehouse slowly sank into the earth. The ground leveled off, transforming into a flat meadow. Grass sprouted rapidly, growing waist-high and erasing all traces of Spark's dwelling. Within moments, the place looked like an untouched expanse of wilderness, concealing the child of the forest's home entirely. Chapter 21, Ordinary and Unremarkable. At the moment, only Lind, the faceless man, and a young albino Shadowcat remained in the meadow. "I still don't know your name," Lind said, turning toward the faceless man. "My former name was dedicated to the many-faced god along with my face," the faceless man replied, pulling the hood of his cloak back over his head. "You can call me Bovo. That's my new name." Lind hesitated before asking, "Can you tell me what happened between you, Joel and Vortimer?" Bovo shook his head. There's nothing to tell. These are all things of the past, and since I'm leaving this time, I won't be coming back. You don't need to worry about anything. It was clear that Bovo had misunderstood something, but Lind decided not to press the issue. Instead, he pointed to the wound on Bovo's chest. Do you need any help? In your current condition, with this weather, you might not be able to make it out of the forest. The magic potion of spark can be called a miracle, Bovo said, lifting his shirt to reveal the wound on his chest. What should have been a severe, gaping injury was completely healed, leaving only a faint scar. Upon closer inspection, it was almost impossible to tell there had ever been a life-threatening wound there. Seeing the miraculous effect of the potion, Lind was astonished. Bovo wasn't exaggerating, this medicine was extraordinary. For someone like Lind, who expected to face battles frequently in the future, such a potion was invaluable, a potential lifesaver. As he pondered this, his gaze drifted toward the spot where Spark's treehouse had once stood. He wondered how he might gain Spark's favor and obtain the potion for himself. You don't need to look, Spark has already left, Bovo said, as if reading Lind's thoughts. Her treehouse can move underground. She won't stay in one place for long, especially now that humans have discovered it. Though it seemed unbelievable, Lind sensed that Bovo wasn't lying. Then how do you contact her? He asked. My method isn't one you could use, and even if you could, it might not work now. Bovo shook his head, dashing Lind's hopes. But then he added, however, from Spark's reaction earlier, it seems she appreciates you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given you the Shadowcat cub. She might even take the initiative to meet you in the future. Lind looked down at the cub curled in his arms, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Even without the potion, he felt he had gained much from this journey. There was no need to obsess over it, things would unfold as they were meant to. Bovo noted Lind's serene expression, surprised by his maturity. In his experience, it was rare for someone as young as 15 or 16 to display such equanimity. Such a mindset was typically found in seasoned adults or the elderly, who had long since made peace with the world. After a moment, Lind said with curiosity, Spark's abilities are very different from the stories I've heard about the children of the forest. I've never heard of them being able to move their homes underground at will. As he spoke, an image of the children of the forest came to mind, one shaped by tales and depictions from a certain series. But the Spark he had just encountered was entirely different from those portrayals. The disparity was as vast as that between a beggar and a nobleman, they hardly seemed like the same species. On reflection, Lind wondered if this difference stemmed from the gap between fiction and reality. Perhaps, in the true world of ice and fire, the children of the forest were all like Spark. Spark is very special. She is one of the few children of nature among the children of the forest, Bovo said, his tone making it clear he was reluctant to elaborate further. After this brief explanation, he showed no intention of continuing the conversation. He wrapped himself tightly in his cloak, then glanced at the Shadowcat cub nestled in Lind's arms. I'll warn you, Northwest, matter how close this cub seems to you, it's still a beast. You'd better find a rope to tie it up. Otherwise, it'll hurt someone sooner or later. If it injures an ordinary person, it might not matter, but if it harms a noble lord, such as Garland Tyrell, your fate might end up like mine. Without waiting for Lind's response, Bovo turned and walked into the woods, quickly vanishing from sight. Lind didn't attempt to stop Bovo or probe further into his identity based on the hints he had dropped. He could sense that the faceless man's words carried a touch of goodwill, even if that goodwill might have been intended for someone else. Still, Bovo had a point. Lind had initially planned to raise the cub freely, letting it hunt and roam on its own. However, now he realized such a plan was risky. A leash would indeed be necessary to keep the Shadowcat in check. Reconsidering his approach, Lind lifted the small cub in front of him. The creature, no larger than a kitten, seemed to think he was playing and meowed, pawing at the air as if trying to hug Lind's face. Lind chuckled at the cub's antics, then tucked it under his shirt, holding it snugly as he began walking toward the Howling Forest post. In the post hall of the Howling Forest, the servants of House Tyrell had set up a small tent for Garland, giving him a private space away from the crowd outside. Initially, Garland had opposed the arrangement. He preferred to stay with the Tyrell knights and nobles or, better yet, sit among the soldiers and listen to their stories, rain or no rain. However, Maester Sarek, who accompanied him, advised against it. Some soldiers, Sarek noted, were showing signs of illness. While a common cold or flu might not be an issue, if it was something contagious, Garland's close contact with them could pose a risk. After hearing Sarek's reasoning, Garland reluctantly agreed to the tent. He instructed his servants to take some medicine from his personal supply and asked Vortimer to ensure it reached the sick soldiers. Whether the medicine would help or not, he felt it was his duty to try. Inside the tent, Garland picked up a book chronicling the adventures of Ser Duncan the Tall and Aegon V as knight-errants. It was the fifth collection of their stories he'd read, each edition containing familiar tales as well as newly added ones. Though Garland knew the new stories were likely fabricated, he enjoyed them nonetheless. He liked imagining they were real and often wondered what it would be like to meet his own knight and embark on adventures across the Seven Kingdoms, much like Aegon V had done at his age. For some reason, whenever he thought of knights, the image of Lind, the burly squire, came to mind. Closing the book, Garland picked up a bell from the side table and rang it. When a servant entered the tent, he instructed, "Ask Lord Vortimer to come in. I have something to discuss with him." The servant departed, and a short while later, Vortimer Crane entered, his clothes soaked from the rain. Taking the towel offered by the servant, he wiped himself off before addressing Garland. "My lord, what is it you need of me?" Garland responded casually, "Nothing urgent. I just wanted to know how our bear hunter is faring. Is he adjusting to the scouting team?" Vortimer smiled, recalling the positive reports from the scout team leader. He recounted what he had learned about Lind's progress with the scouts, his tone brimming with satisfaction. As Garland listened, a faint look of disappointment crossed his face. While Lind's earlier actions had nearly caused serious trouble, Garland had genuinely admired his bold and confident nature. Now, it seemed, Lind had subdued himself. Among the scouts, his outgoing personality and charisma had dulled, replaced by strict adherence to rules. The only trace of the old Lind that remained was his remarkable self-discipline. "Have I made a mistake by assigning him to the scout team?" Garland asked hesitantly. Vortimer shook his head. "No, your decision was absolutely correct." Garland frowned. "But I feel like he's become ordinary since joining the scouts." "Ordinary?" Vortimer looked genuinely baffled. He couldn't understand why Garland would think Lind's performance was ordinary. From his perspective, Lind's achievements were anything but. Initially, Vortimer had expected Lind to sulk for a few days after being demoted from the knight's entourage to the scouts. Yet Lind had shown no sign of frustration. By the very next day, he had effectively used his prior authority to bypass the scout captain's chain of command, streamline their operations, and implement new methods that greatly improved scouting efficiency. Lind's innovations had garnered admiration among the Guard soldiers, many of whom volunteered to join his scouting team. With Vortimer's subtle support, Lind was able to handpick capable recruits and form a highly effective unit centered around his leadership. This kind of adaptability and initiative was extraordinary, especially in someone so young. In all of Vortimer's experience, he had never encountered a teenager with Lind's level of competence and resourcefulness. Garland, however, was still only a teen. Despite his fine education, some of his views were shaped by youthful inexperience. Unable to recognize Lind's remarkable success within the scout team, he began to regret his earlier decision to discipline him. Tentatively, he asked Vortimer, "Should we bring Lind back? I'm worried that leaving him in the scouts might ruin the potential of a future knight." Vortimer was about to explain how outstanding Lind's performance had been and why Garland had nothing to worry about when a sudden commotion erupted outside. Both men stiffened, their expressions turning serious. At Garland's nod, Vortimer pulled back the tent flap. Together, they peered outside. The knights and nobles in the post hall had abandoned their places by the bonfire and gathered at the entrance, staring out into the rain as though witnessing something remarkable. A group of scouts entered the hall, carrying piles of game, wild boar, deer, pheasants, and other animals. They placed the spoils in the center of the hall, where the game was quickly stacked into a small mountain. "It looks like Lind's scouts have returned from hunting, and they've done exceptionally well," Vortimer remarked, eyeing the bounty. Garland's mood brightened as he surveyed the hall. "The bear hunter has struck again. I want to know how he managed to hunt so much in this weather. Tell the attendants to leave one wild boar and one deer for us. Once the rest is cooked, distribute it to the soldiers outside." "Yes, young master," Garland's personal attendant replied. He swiftly relayed the instructions, ensuring the game was processed and the returning scouts informed. Back in the tent, Garland awaited Lynd's arrival. When the scout team's captain entered with another scout in tow, Garland frowned. Why isn't Lynd here? Is he still upset about being demoted and avoiding me? No, my lord, the scout behind the captain replied before the latter could speak. Garland turned his gaze to the scout. He's one of Lynd's men. The captain quickly confirmed. Yes, this is Raoul. Lord Lynd personally selected him from the guard soldiers when the scout team was expanded. He's proven to be an excellent recruit and is now one of Lynd's most trusted aides. Then why didn't Lynd return with you? Did he encounter danger in the forest? Garland asked. Raoul shook his head. No, my lord. Lord Lynd went after the Shadowcat. After the Shadowcat? Both Garland and Vortimer were taken aback. Raoul recounted their encounter with the Shadowcat, explaining Lynd's pursuit of it. He also mentioned the growing belief among the scouts that Lynd intended to complete the 10 hunting trials to become a legendary hunter. Garland's expression shifted, his initial surprise giving way to excitement. The idea of someone attempting ancient trials to achieve legendary status was something he'd only ever read about. Now, to see such a pursuit unfold before his eyes was thrilling. Yet beneath his excitement, Garland felt a pang of embarrassment. Just moments earlier, he had dismissed Lynd as ordinary, only to learn that Lynd's accomplishments were far from it. His earlier judgment now seemed short-sighted and foolish. Chapter 22, Passive Promotion. It was already late at night when Lynd returned to the camp. The reason for his delay was that he had gotten lost in the forest. Normally, with his abilities, such a thing was unthinkable, but this time, he truly had been lost. What made it even stranger was the peculiar way it happened. He had the distinct feeling that the forest itself was shifting around him, as if it were alive. The unsettling thought crossed his mind that perhaps the child of the forest, Spark, was playing tricks on him. As for why Spark might do such a thing, Lynd suspected it was payback. He had coveted Spark's magical potion before, and somehow, Spark must have sensed it. This might have been Spark's way of teaching him a lesson. Fortunately, despite the ordeal, Lynd wasn't seriously harmed. He had merely expended some energy and, on the way back, managed to hunt a few rabbits to feed the little one he carried in his arms. The small creature nestled against him had been remarkably well behaved, barely stirring, as if Lynd's clothes were the perfect sleeping bag. With nothing else to occupy his mind during the walk, Lynd decided to give it a name, Glory. You're finally back. I was about to send someone into the forest to look for you, the scout captain said as he rushed over, alerted by the night watchman to Lynd's return. His voice was sharp with concern, but his expression softened once he had given Lynd a thorough once-over and confirmed he wasn't hurt. The scout captain, however, seemed skeptical. If Lynd had truly hunted the Shadowcat, he would surely bear some wounds and bring back its corpse as proof. It was too dark, and I got lost in the forest, Lynd explained curtly. The scout captain didn't press further. Instead, he patted Lynd on the shoulder and said, Lord Garland and Lord Vortimer are waiting for you in the hall tent. You'd better go right away. Lynd froze at the mention of their names. Without asking why they wanted to see him, he followed the captain to the inn's main hall. The hall was warm and dry, thanks to several large bonfires that dispelled the dampness of the rainy weather. Nobles and knights were scattered about, some already asleep in clean corners, while retainers remained alert, ready to answer their lord's summons. In the center of the hall stood a conspicuous tent, its flickering firelight casting shadows on the cloth. The figures inside were clearly still awake. As soon as Lynd approached, a squire seated by the entrance rose and gestured for him to wait. The squire entered the tent and whispered to Garland and Vortimer, gently rousing them from their light slumber. Lynd, come in. Vortimer called out once he was awake enough to speak. Lynd lifted the curtain and stepped inside, but the rainwater soaking his clothes dripped onto the carpeted floor. Not wanting to dirty it further, he stopped at the edge. Don't worry about the carpet, Garland said, rubbing his eyes. I didn't want it here in the first place. It was their idea, so it's fine if it gets a little wet. He glanced at Lynd and sighed. From the looks of it, you didn't catch the Shadowcat. No, I caught it, Lynd replied calmly. But I didn't kill it. Didn't kill it? Garland echoed, clearly taken aback. Before Lynd could elaborate, Vortimer noticed movement in his arms. Something alive. Pointing to it, he asked, "Is that your reward for tracking the shadowcat?" "Yes," Lind confirmed, carefully lifting the albino shadowcat cub he had been carrying. "This little one was given to me by its mother, the shadowcat I was tracking." Both Garland and Vortimer stared in stunned silence at the cub. Its rare, snowy white coat gleamed in the firelight, leaving them speechless for a long moment. By the following morning, the rain had ceased. Though the ground remained muddy, it was a marked improvement from the previous day. As usual, the scouts went ahead to survey the terrain. This time, however, Lind, the team's central figure, was accompanied by the albino shadowcat cub, a creature so rare it drew astonished gazes wherever they went. The story of Lind's encounter had already begun to spread among the camp. Those who had joined him on the hunt shared tales of how he had tracked the shadowcat, and rumors about the 10 hunting trials gained new life in the retelling. Lind's prolonged absence had sparked speculation and unease among the camp. After all, they were deep in the Kingswood, where even Lind's renowned swordsmanship might be of limited use. The forest was a perfect hunting ground for the shadowcat, a predator that could silently approach its prey, tear open its throat in one swift move, and kill with unparalleled precision. Even seasoned knights would struggle to fend off its stealthy attacks. As the night grew later, murmurs spread that the bear hunter might have met his end this time. When Lind finally returned, unharmed and without even a scratch to suggest a fight, the camp collectively assumed he had failed to track the shadowcat. Yet shortly afterward, word spread from the post hall that Lind had indeed found and subdued the creature, not by killing it, but by capturing it alive. According to the story, Lind had discovered the shadowcat was a female with cubs. Abiding by his personal code as a hunter, he had chosen to let her go. As Lind prepared to leave, the shadowcat reportedly blocked his path and presented him with one of her cubs, an exceptionally rare albino. At first, the camp dismissed this tale as an absurd fabrication. The idea of a shadowcat, a notoriously wild and untamable beast, displaying gratitude or even human-like reasoning seemed preposterous. But when Lind stepped out of the post hall holding the albino cub in his arms, the skepticism gave way to astonishment. The sight left the camp stunned, and the reverence in their gazes toward Lind grew. Such an event belonged more to legend than reality, and to many, Lind now seemed like a figure from those very stories. This was precisely the impression Lind had intended to create. He carefully omitted any mention of the involvement of the child of the forest or the faceless men and subtly altered the narrative. To him, slaying a shadowcat would elevate him to the status of a skilled hunter, but having the beast willingly offer its cub made him appear as a legendary hero. Moreover, Lind didn't need to spread the story himself, others would do it for him. Stories passed on by others held far more weight than self-promotion. By the next morning, the entire Tyrell entourage was buzzing with the tale of the shadowcat. Curious onlookers flocked to the rangers' encampment, eager to see the albino cub for themselves. Any lingering doubts were dispelled when they witnessed the cub's fierce attachment to Lind, growling and baring its teeth at anyone who came too close. However, not everyone was impressed. Many of the Highgarden nobles and knights in the group felt resentment toward Lind. To them, someone of his humble origins was unworthy of such extraordinary experiences. Their jealousy led them to question the story's authenticity, but when Garland pressed them for concrete reasons for their doubts, they faltered. Lind had become like a hedgehog, difficult to criticize without wounding oneself. In their frustration, they seized upon the albino cub's unique appearance. Albino animals were often viewed with superstition in Westeros, regarded as harbingers of misfortune or even evil. Folktales spoke of albino beasts as soul devourers, creatures whose victims would wander between life and death, unable to find rest, and eventually transform into White Walkers. While Garland dismissed such superstitions as nonsense and held no prejudice against deformities in animals or people, he recognized the need to address the opinions of those around him. Yet he had no intention of acting against Lind simply to appease jealous nobles. That night, while repairing the harnesses, Garland instructed a servant to craft a collar for Lind. The gesture was a subtle signal of his support. Lind had already been planning to make a collar for Glory. Despite its loyalty to him, the cub retained a wild nature around others, and an incident had recently driven the point home. Raoul had inadvertently been bitten, losing a small piece of flesh to the cub's sharp teeth. Until Glory could be properly trained, Lind resolved to keep it restrained with a collar and leash to prevent further harm. Glory had no inkling of the impending challenges his new collar symbolized. On the contrary, he viewed it as a gift, a toy, even, and spent hours amusing himself with it, blissfully unaware of its true purpose. The journey that followed proceeded without incident. The rain ceased entirely, and after 3 more days of travel, the group emerged from Kingswood. They arrived at the end of the Rose Road, where it intersected with the Copper Gate Road and the King's Road. This intersection marked the exit from Kingswood and the approach to the Blackwater Bridge, a crucial passage connecting the Southlands and Crownlands. Given its strategic importance, one might have expected a fortress or at least a garrison stationed there. Yet, there was only an abandoned barracks, a remnant of the campaign against the Kingswood Brotherhood. The barracks had been left to decay after the Brotherhood's defeat, and even under Robert Baratheon's reign, no effort had been made to fortify the location. Perhaps Robert deemed the Copper Gate Road, leading to Storm's End, secure enough without additional defenses, trusting his house's domain. However, as House Tyrell's procession reached the intersection, a group emerged from the decrepit barracks. Numbering around 100, these men wore black armor complemented by golden cloaks, a striking yet impractical choice. Their weapons were simple but functional, hammers at their waists and iron-headed spears in their hands. "They must be the gold cloaks of King's Landing," Raoul murmured to Lind, leaning in to share the observation. Lind, following Raoul's lead, carefully studied the gold cloaks before his gaze fixed on the man leading them. This figure was tall and strikingly handsome, with flowing golden hair and piercing green eyes brimming with confidence. His lips, slightly upturned at the corners, gave him an air of sharp arrogance. He wore extravagant armor and a white cloak that flowed over his shoulders. Beneath it, a beautifully decorated sword, partially concealed, swung slightly with his movements. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. Lind recognized him instantly. The man's distinct appearance, combined with the lion emblem on his armor, left no doubt about his identity. It wasn't just Lind who recognized him. Everyone in the Tyrell group knew who Jaime Lannister was, and their reactions were almost universal, expressions of disdain and disgust. Even Garland, usually composed and reserved, failed to hide his contempt. Jaime had earned his infamy during the War of the Usurper by breaking his sacred oath and slaying the mad King Aerys, whom he was sworn to protect. This act had solidified his reputation as the most dishonorable knight in the Seven Kingdoms, a label that eclipsed all others. Yet Jaime seemed unaffected by the scorn directed his way. He had grown used to such looks over the years. Once, he might have been provoked by them, but now he faced them with unshaken poise, knowing that any attempt to explain himself would fall on deaf ears. Instead, he kept his head high, as if to ensure the metaphorical crown he bore did not slip. As Jaime's gaze swept over the Tyrell soldiers, he noticed one set of eyes that differed from the rest. Among the sea of contempt, one person looked at him with a calm, neutral expression, entirely devoid of disdain. Intrigued, Jaime's attention lingered momentarily on this individual before shifting to Garland Tyrell, who had stepped forward with Vortimer at his side. "I've heard of you, the gallant Garland," Jaime said, riding closer to the Tyrell knight. His tone was mocking as he gave Garland an appraising look. "Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to have much in common with being gallant." The flippant remark immediately stirred resentment among the Tyrell party. Knights and nobles bristled, while Vortimer's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, though the motion went unnoticed by most. Jaime, however, seemed impervious to their indignation. The smirk on his face deepened, and his disdainful confidence showed he cared little for their opinions, or any subtle threats Vortimer might offer. Chapter 23, Outside the Walls of King's Landing. Jaime Lannister harbored a lingering dislike for House Tyrell, stemming from an old grievance. His father, Tywin Lannister, had once considered marrying Jaime's twin sister, Cersei, into Highgarden. Though the plan never came to fruition, the very notion left Jaime resentful toward the Tyrells. This made his current assignment to greet the Tyrell entourage particularly irksome. When Garland Tyrell arrived at Kingswood, Jaime had been waiting for days in the abandoned barracks near the entrance. The Tyrell entourage's delay had only fueled Jaime's frustration, and he was eager to vent his anger on Garland as soon as they met. "I'm only 10 years old this year. I wonder what Lord Jaime was like at 10, Garland remarked with a calm smile, unfazed by Jaime's thinly veiled hostility. His tone was teasing, but his composure made it clear he wasn't intimidated. Jaime remained silent for a moment, taken aback. Privately, he acknowledged Garland's competence. Leading a team from Highgarden to King's Landing at such a young age was a feat he himself couldn't have accomplished at 10. Still, he refused to show any admiration. Instead, he forced a smile and deflected, saying, "Why is it not your eldest brother Willis Tyrell leading the team to King's Landing, but you, a boy whose milk teeth have barely fallen out? Does House Tyrell disdain the tournament His Grace Robert has arranged for his son's birth? Or perhaps you're dissatisfied with the heir to the Iron Throne?" Unfazed, Garland countered smoothly, "Lord Jamie, it seems you've forgotten something. My father, Lord Mace Tyrell, is already in King's Landing. Are you suggesting my eldest brother is more important than my father? If House Tyrell had any issues with Robert's heir, my father wouldn't be in King's Landing but back in Highgarden." Jamie's attempts to provoke Garland had clearly failed. Reluctantly, he moved on. "I've been commanded by His Grace Robert to greet the Tyrell entourage here. Follow me to the encampment site I've arranged for you." With that, he tugged at his horse's reins and turned toward King's Landing. As Jamie rode past the Tyrell party, his gaze fell on Lind, a Tyrell warrior standing among the scouts. At first glance, Lind didn't seem particularly remarkable, but Jamie's eyes were drawn to the albino shadowcat at Lind's feet. The creature, named Glory, was an unusual and striking companion. Jamie's expression briefly betrayed his astonishment and curiosity, though he quickly masked it. He reminded himself this was neither the time nor place for such distractions and resumed leading the Tyrells as instructed. The combined party of Lannisters and Tyrells marched along the King's Road in orderly formation. Their banners, fluttering in the wind, prompted travelers to clear the path and wait for them to pass before continuing their own journeys. Though the war had ended a year ago, its aftermath lingered. Commerce, in particular, was still heavily affected. Not all of the Targaryen loyalists had been eliminated. While most surrendered after Prince Rhaegar's death, a few knights remained defiant, leading scattered remnants of House Targaryen's forces into hiding. These loyalists knew they couldn't reclaim the throne but sought refuge to plot their next moves. At the time, escape routes for the remaining Targaryen loyalists were scarce, practically non-existent, save for one option: heading south. The north, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Westerlands were hostile territories, leaving only the Reach, under House Tyrell, and Dorne as potential allies. Both regions had been Targaryen supporters during the rebellion. Thus, the remnants of the Targaryen forces, with what remained of their strength, crossed the Blackwater Rush and set their sights on the south. However, before they could make it out of Kingswood, the tide turned sharply against them. The Tyrells and the Dornish, seeing the inevitability of Robert Baratheon's victory, publicly declared their allegiance to the new king, abandoning the Targaryens entirely. This betrayal sealed the fate of the loyalist remnants. To worsen their plight, Robert Baratheon immediately issued a royal warrant for the arrest of all remaining Targaryens and confiscated the estates of the lords and knights still loyal to their cause. This not only cut off their chances of regrouping but also ensured they had no means of sustaining themselves or buying protection. Lord Mace Tyrell, eager to prove his loyalty to King Robert, ordered the nobles of the Reach to hunt down the Targaryen loyalists. This not only eradicated the remaining troops but forced them to scatter, becoming bandits and outlaws. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell, was livid. She smashed one of her prized further east porcelain vases in frustration, fully aware of the damage this rash decision would cause. The Reach would suffer severe instability, and the Tyrells' rule over the region would be shaken. But with the order already publicly given, Olenna had no choice but to let it stand. To defy her son's decision would be seen as siding with the Targaryens, potentially drawing Robert's army southward to destroy House Tyrell altogether. In an attempt to mitigate further disaster, Olenna ordered Mace to remain in King's Landing indefinitely under the pretext of fostering good relations with the Iron Throne. This would keep him from making more impulsive decisions that could exacerbate the situation in the Reach. The fallout from Mace's decree was swift and devastating. As Olenna had predicted, the Reach was overrun by bandits, with some remnants of the Targaryens turning to brigandage and others falsely claiming to be loyalists to justify their raids. The Red Lake Forest Bandits, whom Lind had once helped eliminate, were just one such group. Across the plains, hills, and mountains between Highgarden and King's Landing, countless other gangs emerged, wreaking havoc. The impact on commerce was particularly severe. With roads unsafe for merchants, trade in the Reach ground to a halt. Castles and towns that relied on the flow of goods fell into stagnation, and the lords of the region faced financial losses that left them resentful of House Tyrell. This resentment was especially pronounced among those who had never fully supported the Tyrells as lords of Highgarden or wardens of the south. The unrest culminated in open challenges to Tyrell authority, such as the split within House Crane, just one of many signs of growing discontent. Despite efforts over the past year to restore order, the damage to commerce was profound. Merchant caravans rarely ventured into the region unless heavily escorted. The Rose Road, once bustling, now relied on patrols from House Tyrell caravan guards to provide a semblance of safety. Even so, only the bold or well-armed dared use it. This decline in trade became starkly evident as the Tyrell caravan approached King's Landing. Crossing the Blackwater Bridge, Garland Tyrell observed a jarring contrast. The southern roads were overgrown with weeds, and stood abandoned, while the northern side teemed with life. Warehouses overflowed with goods destined for the Westerlands, Riverlands, and Vale, their prosperity a painful reminder of what the Reach had lost. Garland couldn't help but sigh at the sight, his heart heavy with frustration toward his father's reckless decisions. His grandmother's foresight had been sharp as ever. She had blocked his elder brother, Willis, from leading this journey, instead sending the 10-year-old Garland north. Willis had been kept in Highgarden to assist her directly, a clear indication of Olenna's plans. With her son proving unreliable, the Queen of Thorns had set her sights on grooming a grandson to take the reins, and perhaps, eventually, the place of Mace Tyrell. After taking a moment to adjust his mindset, Garland began to notice something odd about the atmosphere in the crowd. The issue wasn't a direct threat, like an assassination attempt, but the way the people were looking at the procession. Ordinarily, civilians encountering a column of nearly 300 people would avert their eyes and keep their distance out of fear. Yet, the residents of King's Landing had gathered along the roadside, openly staring. Their expressions weren't neutral, they were filled with hatred and contempt. At first, Garland thought the animosity was directed at their group, but he soon realized it wasn't them the crowd despised, it was the men at the front of the column, Jaime Lannister. More precisely, it was the Kingslayer, sitting tall on his warhorse, exuding pride. Reflecting on what he had learned about the Usurper's War, Garland quickly understood the reasons for the animosity. Jaime wasn't hated merely for killing the Mad King, despite being sworn to protect him, but also because of his family name. At the war's end, Lord Tywin Lannister had led the Westerlands army in a brutal sack of King's Landing. Countless civilians had suffered at their hands, and the people's hatred had since coalesced around the most prominent Lannister in the city, Jaime. For a moment, Garland felt a twinge of sympathy for Jaime. The constant stares of loathing and disdain would have driven most men mad, yet Jaime endured it with an unshakable will. Garland couldn't imagine himself remaining so composed under such pressure. His respect for Jaime's resilience grew, even as he maintained his outward composure. While Garland analyzed the dynamics of the city, using observation techniques taught to him by the Queen of Thorns, others in the Tyrell group were reacting differently. Lynd, like many of his companions, was gazing around in awe at the city of King's Landing. For most of them, this was their first time leaving Highgarden, and they had long anticipated seeing the Seven Kingdoms' most famous city. However, the outskirts of King's Landing proved disappointing. The towering walls, which should have exuded grandeur and strength, were marred by signs of neglect and decay. These weren't scars from sieges but the result of years of poor maintenance, making the walls seem on the verge of collapse. Even more disheartening were the city's residents. Many were clothed in rags, looking more like refugees than the proud citizens of the realm's capital. It wasn't long before the group realized they were right to assume as much. Most of the people they saw were, in fact, war refugees. Unable to return to their homes, where their lands had been seized by local lords, they had no choice but to eke out an existence in King's Landing. The influx of refugees had overwhelmed the city's capacity to accommodate them. While Tywin Lannister's army had culled a significant portion of the population during the sack a year ago, the demographic void had quickly been filled by waves of displaced people. With the city already overcrowded, new arrivals had built makeshift shelters of wood and cloth outside the walls, forming sprawling refugee camps that stretched from the Mud Gate to the Iron Gate. Over time, these camps had transformed into chaotic, lawless settlements. The refugees brought myriad problems: theft, robbery, and the rise of organized crime became rampant. For Lynd, however, the most immediate issue was the filth. The streets were littered with human waste, creating a stench that was almost unbearable. Fortunately, Lynd had thought ahead and placed his prized shadowcat, Glory, in a special pocket on his chest, sparing it from the grimy conditions. The thought of Glory brushing against the filth was unbearable. The group's journey through this squalor didn't last long. Upon reaching the King's Gate, they turned westward, skirting the Colosseum to approach Lion's Hill. This small hill, located near the Lion's Gate on the northwest side of the Colosseum, offered the best vantage point in the area. From there, one could overlook the arena and enjoy a full view of the action within. Lion's Hill was already adorned with the banners of the great houses, the Golden Lion of House Lannister, the Dire Wolf of House Stark, the Stag of House Baratheon, and the Falcon of House Arryn, among others. The Golden Rose of House Tyrell was also present, indicating that Lord Mace Tyrell had prepared a campsite for his entourage in advance. However, their camp's placement was notably poor. Located on the west side of Lion's Hill, it offered no view of the Colosseum. Even the camp of House Martell from Dorne had been given a better location, suggesting that Mace Tyrell's efforts to smooth relations over the past year had borne little fruit. Jaime Lannister wasted no time. After escorting the Tyrell party to the entrance of their camp, he turned his horse and left without so much as a glance back. Garland, after speaking with the camp's guards to confirm his father's whereabouts, led a group of nobles and knights, including Vortimer, out of the camp and toward the Red Keep in King's Landing. The rest of the Tyrell party remained behind, settling into their assigned tents and being organized into patrols, guard rotations, and other duties for the duration of their stay. Chapter 24, Totter's Pumpkin. It was likely Garland who made the special arrangements before his departure. Lind wasn't assigned to patrols or guard duty like the others. Instead, he was given a specific order, to select a few sharp individuals from the ranks and venture into various areas of King's Landing to gather intelligence. During the War of the Usurper, Tywin Lannister's brutal sack of King's Landing severely disrupted the intelligence networks House Tyrell had previously established in the city. In the years following, the Hand of the King, Lord Jon Arryn, along with the Master of Whisperers, Varys, systematically dismantled the strongholds of rival intelligence networks within the city, including those of House Tyrell. As a result, the Tyrells were left largely in the dark about the goings-on in King's Landing, knowing only what was already public knowledge. Lord Mace Tyrell, ever unreliable, had made no effort in the past year to rebuild this intelligence network. For him, attending banquets and currying favor with the new Baratheon dynasty's nobles took precedence over strategic information gathering. This left the Tyrells ill-prepared and uncertain about their next steps in the capital. Garland's visit to King's Landing, though officially to attend the tournament, was also a covert mission under the Queen of Thorns' orders to rebuild the Tyrell intelligence network. Without Lind, Garland would have had to rely on Vortimer for intelligence gathering. However, Vortimer's prominence as Highgarden's Master-at-Arms and the Master of Swordsmanship in the Reach made him too noticeable in King's Landing, a liability in espionage. Lind, on the other hand, was a far more suitable choice. While his skills rivaled those of Vortimer, his reputation as the bear hunter was largely confined to the Reach. In King's Landing, he was just another unremarkable Tyrell soldier, an advantage that made him ideal for discreet operations. Garland took the task seriously. He paid Lind's monthly salary in advance, provided an additional 30 golden dragons, 100 silver stags, and 800 copper stars as operating funds, and even gave Lind authority to select his team. It was as if Garland had appointed him a temporary Master of Whisperers. Lind accepted the responsibility without hesitation. He chose 10 soldiers he deemed sharp and resourceful, including Raoul, and quickly devised a plan. Instead of moving as a single group, Lind distributed the funds Garland had given him among his team, keeping only 20 golden dragons and a portion of silver stags and copper stars for himself. He instructed the men to enter the city separately, 2 or 3 at a time, through different gates, and disperse to various districts to gather information. Lind and Raoul paired up and decided to enter through the Lion Gate, the closest point of entry. "I never thought I'd return to King's Landing. I never imagined I'd be back here again," Raoul murmured as they passed through the Lion Gate. He gazed up at the towering gate and the lion statues flanking the drawbridge. Hearing this, Lind glanced at Raoul while feeding Glory, his pet, pieces of meat. "You've been to King's Landing before?" "Yes," Raoul replied with a nod. "A few years ago, I came here with Lord Brandon's caravan. Back then, the Mad King was still on the Iron Throne, the Lord of the North hadn't been burned alive, the new king was just Jon Arryn's ward, and the woman I loved hadn't yet spread her legs for another man." Lind's eyes flickered with interest as he studied Raoul, sensing that this veteran of House Tyrell carried a heavy story. After entering the city, Lind handed over the task of navigating to Raoul, given his prior visit to King's Landing. However, it didn't take long for Lind to regret this decision. At a busy intersection, Raoul came to a stop, clearly unsure which path to take. "I thought you said you'd been here before," Lind asked, his brow furrowed. I have, Raoul replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. But I only wandered around Fishmonger's Square near the mud gate. I've never been in this part of the city. Lind sighed, realizing that partnering with Raoul might have been a mistake. Still, there was no turning back now. With a resigned expression, he gave Raoul an exasperated glance, took a deep breath to steady himself, and scanned the surroundings. Nearby, a group of children was playing in the street. Spotting an opportunity, Lind approached them. The children stopped playing as soon as they noticed the unfamiliar, armed men heading toward them. They huddled together, watching Lind with wary eyes. When Lind approached the children, he pulled a copper star from his pocket, holding it out in his palm. Who can tell me where the busiest pubs nearby are and how to get there? These copper stars will be yours, he said plainly. To his surprise, the children didn't rush to answer, as he had expected. Instead, they exchanged glances and then all turned to one child, neither the oldest nor the strongest, waiting for him to respond. It was clear this child was their leader. The boy stepped forward confidently and addressed Lind. My lord, if you're looking for a tavern full of people nearby, you should go to the old cripple's insole. The smiths, leather workers, and other craftsmen like to drink there during their breaks. He paused, studying Lind before continuing. But I don't think that's what you want. You're probably not here to listen to drunkards brag about themselves. You want something more interesting, something fresh. If so, I'd suggest the taverns and brothels on Silk Street. The bigwigs from the Red Keep often visit them when they have free time. At the mention of the brothels on Silk Street, Lind heard Raoul behind him take a sharp breath. Even in Highgarden, the brothels of Silk Street were renowned. Raoul's first wish upon arriving in King's Landing had been to visit one. But Raoul's hopes were quickly dashed. Lind shook his head and replied, no brothels. Just tell me which tavern matches my requirements. The boy shrugged and grinned. Totter's Pumpkin is the best tavern in King's Landing. All the wealthy merchants and nobles stop by to enjoy arbor gold and delicacies from across the narrow sea. It costs a fortune just to sit there, he said, glancing over Lind and Raoul's attire with an amused smirk. You don't look like the sort who could afford it, my lord. That's the place, Lind said without hesitation, ignoring the boy's comment. He handed him the copper star and added, tell me how to get there. The boy inspected the copper star briefly before tucking it into his pocket. Turning to a younger girl in the group, he said, she'll take you there. I hope you enjoy your time in King's Landing, my lord. With that, he led the other children away, leaving the little girl to guide Lind and Raoul. Please follow me, my lord, the girl said with a polite nod. Without further conversation, she began walking toward Visignas Hill, where the great September of Baylor loomed above. The streets of King's Landing were bustling with people, and as they approached the great September, the crowd thickened with devotees of the seven gods. Many were praying aloud as they slowly circled the roads near the September's outer wall. Lind and Raoul found themselves jostling through the dense throng, muttering apologies as they pushed their way forward. Fortunately, the route wasn't overly long. After navigating the crowd of pilgrims, the girl led them around the packed Baylor Square, past the end of the King's Road within the city, and into a quieter alley. The narrow passageways twisted east and west, a labyrinth of shadows and damp stone. After several turns, they finally emerged onto a lively street filled with the mingling scents of wine and perfume. This is the place, the girl announced, pointing to a 3-story building adorned with elaborate decorations and a golden pumpkin sign. As she turned to leave, the girl brushed past Lind. Her foot seemed to catch on something, and she stumbled slightly, leaning into him before quickly regaining her balance. She apologized profusely, bowing her head. I'm so sorry, my lord. Please forgive me. No need to apologize, just return the wallet you took from me, Lind said with a calm smile, placing a firm hand on the little girl's shoulder. The girl froze, her expression darkening as her eyes darted around, clearly searching for an escape route. Lind's smile didn't waver, but his tone turned sharp and menacing. Don't even think about causing a scene or calling for help. If you so much as twitch, I'll kill you on the spot and take back my purse myself. Not even the gold cloaks will find fault with me. The girl paled. She could tell Lind wasn't bluffing. If she tried anything, he would follow through without hesitation. The fear rooted her in place, and she reluctantly pulled the stolen pouch from her tunic and handed it back. Lind released her shoulder and took the pouch, weighing it carefully to ensure nothing was missing. Satisfied, he turned his gaze back to the girl, who looked at him with a mix of fear and confusion. Despite catching her red-handed, Lind didn't seem angry. Instead, he reached into the pouch and pulled out a few copper stars. He held them out to her. "Here. Take your guide fee, apologize, and you're free to go." The girl blinked, stunned. She had fully expected to be beaten or worse, but instead, he was letting her off lightly, and even paying her. Without hesitation, she snatched the copper stars, bowed her head in apology, and darted away as fast as her legs could carry her. Are all the children in King's Landing this clever? Stealing a purse like that? Raoul asked, incredulous. Lord Lind, are you really letting her go? Lind shot Raoul a cold look. What do you expect me to do? Beat her? Kill her? I was bluffing when I said I'd kill her. He glanced toward the alley where the girl had vanished. Besides, those children aren't just ordinary street urchins. Raoul furrowed his brow in confusion, but Lind didn't elaborate. He couldn't very well explain that he recognized the signs of various little birds from the stories he had read in another world. There was no benefit in antagonizing the Master of Whisperers, especially since Lind had no intention of staying in King's Landing for long. With a curt gesture to Raoul, Lind walked into the tavern known as Totter's Pumpkin. The tavern's interior was as impressive as its ornate exterior. The walls and pillars were adorned with decorations sourced from across the world, creating a strikingly exotic atmosphere. However, the centerpiece of the room drew the most attention, an old-looking canvas bag hanging in the middle of the hall. Its material, though resembling ordinary canvas, was unmistakably luxurious and rare. Its purpose for being displayed was unclear, adding an air of mystery. Though it was only afternoon and not yet the tavern's busiest time, the place was lively. The crowd consisted mainly of idle court nobles and merchants from distant lands. As Lind and Raoul observed the room, a waiter approached with a polite bow. "Good afternoon, my lords. May I assist you?" The waiter's demeanor remained professional, betraying no disdain for Lind and Raoul's modest attire. "I've heard this is the finest tavern in King's Landing, offering the best wine and food," Lind said casually, his confidence in stark contrast to Raoul's evident unease. The waiter smiled, his confidence unwavering. "Indeed, my lord. As long as your coin is sufficient, we can provide wine and food beyond your imagination." Lind reached into his pouch and displayed the 20 golden dragons within. "Will this be enough?" The waiter inspected the pouch and nodded. "Not enough for the most exquisite fare, my lord, but certainly sufficient for fine, ordinary wine and food." "That will do," Lind replied with a faint smile. "We're not the type to require extravagance. Just find us a discreet seat in a good location." "As you wish, my lord," the waiter said, bowing deeply. He led them to a quiet table near a window on the second floor. The vantage point offered a clear view of the courtyard below, where singers and dancers performed to entertain the patrons. Once seated, Lind motioned for Raoul to relax and tossed the pouch of golden dragons to the waiter. "Bring us enough food and drink for 20 golden dragons. And also, prepare some raw meat for me." The waiter hesitated, puzzled. "Raw meat, my lord." Before the men could draw the wrong conclusion, Lind reached into his cloak and brought out Glory, his animal companion. The creature stretched, yawning widely, before letting out a low howl that echoed through the tavern. Chapter 25, The Harvest of Intelligence. After nightfall, the tavern became a hub of activity. Officials, nobles, and knights from King's Landing gathered there to pass the time, while others used its private rooms to conduct discreet business discussions. During the day, Lind and Raoul had secured an excellent seat overlooking the tavern courtyard, where they could enjoy the performances while eating and drinking. However, at night, when the stage was moved to the tavern center, their vantage point became less favorable. For Lind, though, this spot was ideal, directly beneath the private boxes rented by influential patrons for their confidential conversations. The tavern's owner had taken great care to make the boxes soundproof, using special materials and construction methods to prevent eavesdropping. Combined with the ambient noise of the tavern, these measures ensured that conversations inside remained private unless someone shouted. However, these precautions posed little challenge to Lind. Thanks to his extraordinary hearing, he could discern conversations even when voices were intentionally lowered. Moreover, the tavern's owner had secretly installed copper pipes within the walls of these private rooms, likely for his own eavesdropping. These pipes amplified sound, allowing Lind to pick up conversations with ease without needing to focus. He spent the entire afternoon leaning against the wall nearest the pipes, listening in while Raoul kept watch nearby to warn him if anyone approached. That afternoon yielded little valuable information, mostly mundane chatter and minor secrets about bribery and backroom dealings. Still, Lind mentally recorded the more notable details, such as which influential figures in the Red Keep might be susceptible to bribery and could potentially aid the Tyrells in establishing alliances. Without pen and paper, he could only remember select details, focusing on the most relevant bits. The evening, however, brought more significant revelations. As prominent figures from the Red Keep flocked to Silk Street, the conversations grew more consequential. Two pieces of information stood out as particularly important. First, rumors of a serious rift between Lord Eddard Stark and King Robert Baratheon were circulating. Allegedly, the conflict arose over their stark disagreement regarding the fate of the Targaryen heirs, with some speculating that it was also tied to Eddard Stark's disapproval of King Robert's marriage to Cersei Lannister. This tension was highlighted by a rumor that, for a major celebration related to King Robert's heir, Eddard would not personally lead the delegation to King's Landing. Instead, he would send his brother, Benjen Stark, a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Many perceived this as an insult to King Robert, who reportedly flew into a rage upon hearing the news, smashing objects in his chambers and punishing his attendants. Rumors spread that Robert might launch a northern expedition to confront the Lord of Winterfell. In response, merchants and nobles were already discussing stockpiling strategic supplies and weapons, anticipating profit from such a campaign. Lind, however, knew these rumors to be unfounded. Despite Robert's public outburst, his friendship with Eddard ran deep, far beyond the comprehension of those in the Red Keep. Even after years without contact, their bond remained unshaken. Robert would never consider a campaign against Eddard, let alone reprimand him. This widespread misunderstanding among the kingdom's elite could provide a unique opportunity for House Tyrell to exploit, if they played their cards wisely. The second piece of intelligence concerned the growing rift between Robert and his younger brother, Stannis Baratheon. The tension stemmed from Robert's decision to grant Storm's End, the ancestral seat of House Baratheon, to their youngest brother, Renly, while Stannis was relegated to Dragonstone, a barren and less prestigious holding. In Stannis's view, his defense of Storm's End during the War of the Usurper had been crucial. His resistance delayed the Tyrell army, giving Robert the freedom to face and defeat Prince Rhaegar at the Ruby Ford, ultimately securing victory against the Targaryens. Logically and emotionally, this effort should have made him the rightful heir to Storm's End. Instead, he was granted Dragonstone, a holding traditionally reserved for the Targaryen crown prince but now a token gesture under the Baratheon dynasty. To Stannis, this appointment felt like the ultimate insult. This simmering resentment boiled over at a recent small council meeting. Stannis openly voiced his grievances to King Robert, who not only dismissed his concerns but rebuked him for failing to capture Viserys and Daenerys, the two surviving Targaryens. Their heated exchange quickly became the talk of King's Landing, with rumors spreading of a serious fallout between the brothers. However, a servant bribed by a cunning hand learned that after Stannis returned home, his anger was directed not at Robert but at Renly. This reaction made sense. Publicly cursing the king would be dangerous, while venting frustration at Renly carried fewer consequences. Even if Robert learned of it, Stannis wouldn't face severe punishment. When Lind heard this, he quickly grasped its significance. To him, the supposed rift between Stannis and Robert was likely a smokescreen, a calculated performance to manipulate perceptions in King's Landing. Anyone who tried to exploit this discord between the brothers would likely fall into a carefully laid trap. However, Stannis's animosity toward Renly was genuine, and therein lay the real opportunity. As history would later confirm during the War of the Five Kings, Stannis deeply resented Renly's inheritance of Storm's End. This resentment festered into outright hatred, which Lind believed to be genuine even at this stage. Renly, on the other hand, was still in a precarious position. He lacked the power to stand independently against either Stannis or the Stormlands nobility. Renly needed allies to solidify his claim, and House Tyrell was uniquely positioned to offer that support. Lind reasoned that forging an alliance with Renly could serve as a stepping stone for House Tyrell to increase its influence in King's Landing. Renly's need for backing aligned perfectly with the Tyrells' ambitions, making this a mutually beneficial arrangement. The long-term ramifications of the War of the Five Kings were too distant to concern Lind. The current opportunity was all that mattered. Adding this variable to the equation could reshape the future in unpredictable ways. Satisfied with this critical piece of intelligence, along with the other fragments he had gathered, Lind felt the mission was nearly complete. He relaxed, allowing himself to enjoy the food and wine. He even encouraged Raoul, who had been tense throughout, to unwind by ordering a bottle of Arbor Island wine for him. Though it was the tavern's cheapest vintage from Arbor Island, it still cost 2 golden dragons, an extravagant sum for Raoul. Raoul's drinking style shifted from the careless gulps of the afternoon to careful sips, treating the wine like a precious commodity. Lind chuckled at his friend's restraint and teased, "Don't be so cautious. Take a bottle with you when we leave." Raoul quickly declined, shaking his head. "No, this kind of wine isn't for someone like me." Seeing Raoul's reluctance, Lind didn't press the matter. Instead, he sat back, preparing to leave. He tucked Glory, his small companion, back into his pocket and stood, ready to bring their mission to an end. But just as he was about to leave, something caught his attention. Voices drifted down from the aisle above, and among them was a distinctive one, Peter Baelish, known to most as Littlefinger. Lind immediately paused, his expression shifting to surprise. Without hesitation, he sat back down, leaned against the brass pipe, and gestured to Raoul to remain alert. Stroking Glory to keep it quiet, he focused all his attention on listening. Littlefinger was a shadowy figure whose influence over the 7 kingdoms loomed large, a man capable of manipulating events from behind the scenes. Lind had studied him extensively through forum discussions, where Littlefinger was a popular subject of analysis. His charisma and cunning made him both fascinating and dangerous. Lind's knowledge of Littlefinger was so thorough, he felt he understood the men better than Littlefinger knew himself. Before coming to King's Landing, Lind had anticipated crossing paths with Varys, another master manipulator, but not Littlefinger. According to Lind's research, Peter Baelish was still serving as a tax collector in Gulltown at this time. It was only after achieving remarkable success by increasing taxes tenfold that he was summoned to King's Landing by Jon Arryn. When Lind overheard someone mention Lord Peter earlier, he initially thought it might be a case of mistaken identity. However, when the conversation revealed that this Lord Peter had recently shipped cargo to Gulltown, significantly boosting tax revenues, Lind was certain the man above him was indeed Littlefinger. Through careful eavesdropping via the brass pipe, Lind discovered that Littlefinger was already deeply entangled in the workings of King's Landing. He had quietly acquired Totter's Pumpkin and owned several taverns and brothels on Silk Street, laying the groundwork for his future schemes in the capital. Lind reflected on his position. Since realizing he was in the world of ice and fire, he had methodically categorized the people around him, those he could trust, those he could not, and those who posed the greatest threat. Littlefinger was firmly on the last list. Even with Lind's prophetic knowledge of events, he wasn't confident he could outmaneuver a schemer of Littlefinger's caliber. Long ago, he had resolved that if circumstances ever made them enemies, the only viable option would be to eliminate Littlefinger decisively, regardless of the risks. Now, fate had placed Littlefinger unexpectedly close, prompting Lind to marvel at the twists of fortune. Listening further, he learned the purpose of Littlefinger's covert visit to King's Landing, a meeting with the commander of the city watch, Janos Slynt. While Janos Slynt commanded the city's largest standing force, his social status remained low. To the nobles of the Red Keep, he was little more than a butcher's son, a watchful dog they kept on a short leash. But Littlefinger clearly saw beyond this, recognizing the immense potential in the power Slynt wielded over the city watch. Before Janos arrived, Littlefinger dismissed the tavern manager after giving him a few instructions. He then ordered the boxes on either side of his room cleared and stationed guards in the aisles to deter any eavesdropping. But these precautions were futile against Lind's methodical use of the brass pipes. When Janos Slynt finally arrived, Lind initially assumed the meeting would involve some intricate political scheme. Instead, it turned out to be about smuggling. Littlefinger had a shipment from the Free Cities that he needed to unload in King's Landing. The cargo would incur steep taxes, and he sought Janos's help to avoid them. While Slynt had no direct authority over dockside taxation, he controlled the garrison responsible for its security. His involvement would make it easy for Littlefinger to smuggle the goods unnoticed. Their conversation revealed that this wasn't their first such collaboration in the past year. Janos's voice, sharp and grating like a rooster's squawk, was easily recognizable. I'm curious what cargo has made you, Lord Peter, come all this way yourself, he said. Some trinkets from across the channel, Littlefinger replied evasively, before adding with emphasis, these things are for the bigwigs in the Red Keep. I think Lord Janos. Don't worry, I'm not interested in this stuff, Janos interjected greedily. As long as it doesn't cause me trouble and Lord Peter can offer sufficient compensation. This time, I want double the usual rate, paid in cash. There was a pause after the commander's demand. Then Littlefinger replied, fine. But the item will be stored in the warehouse at the docks before delivery, and you must be responsible for its safety. Fine, Janos Slint agreed without hesitation. Chapter 26, Contacting the Center of Power. This is all the information we have gathered this time. Lind stood inside the main tent on Lion's Hill outside King's Landing, addressing Garland, who sat at the head of the table. He methodically detailed the various pieces of intelligence collected in King's Landing. The tent was occupied by 4 men, Garland, Vortimer, an elderly man dressed as a maester, and a slightly stout, middle-aged knight. The latter two had been eyeing Lind with curious expressions from the moment he entered, as though examining a rare specimen. As Lind presented his findings, his gaze discreetly flicked toward the 2 strangers, assessing them. Their identities were easy to discern. The old maester wore a chain of 8 links, each forged from a different material, a mark of academic distinction. There was only one man in the Tyrell household who fit this description, Maester Mallows, the chief advisor to the House Tyrell and its most learned scholar. He was once the mentor of Maester Sarek, who now assisted Garland. The knight, on the other hand, was Roger Redwine, commander of the Tyrell garrison and nephew to the Queen of Thorns. Orphaned at a young age and largely overlooked by House Redwine, Roger had been raised by the Queen of Thorns herself and later served as her squire. After Mace Tyrell assumed the title of Lord of Highgarden, Roger was appointed as garrison commander. Although his title paralleled that of Janos Slint, Roger's authority far surpassed Slint's, as did his status. However, Roger seldom exercised his power, preferring instead to delegate command responsibilities to various knights under his authority. He had adopted an idle lifestyle, indulging in food, drink, and leisure, aware that his talents were mediocre at best. Fully cognizant of his limitations, Roger refrained from overreaching, a stark contrast to Mace Tyrell. For instance, during Robert's rebellion, Roger ceded command of the army to Randall Tarley while limiting himself to logistical duties as the commander of the City Watch. His self-awareness endeared him to the Tyrells and secured his long-standing position. After the rebellion, both Roger and Mallows accompanied Mace Tyrell to King's Landing. However, their inability to court favor or excel politically left them ineffective in the capital. When Garland assumed a larger role in the family's affairs, both men volunteered to assist him, sensing their skills would be better appreciated by the younger lord. Their relationship with Garland was informal, Mallows, his former teacher, and Roger, his uncle by marriage, making their conversations on the journey from King's Landing notably relaxed. Garland had spoken extensively about his experiences, including mention of Lind, the legendary bear hunter. Naturally, this piqued the interest of the 2 senior advisors. Upon meeting Lind, however, both men were underwhelmed. His towering frame and rugged appearance, he seemed almost bear-like, with his head nearly brushing the tent's ceiling, clashed with their expectations of a swordsman lauded for his grace and precision. Instead, they dismissed him as a brute, likely more reliant on raw strength than intellect. That perception was quickly shattered as Lind began his report. Each detail was presented with precision, clearly prioritized and meticulously organized. The effort required to arrange such intelligence bespoke a keen mind, one at odds with his rough exterior. The stark contrast between Lind's imposing physical presence and his sharp, methodical intellect left a lasting impression. The dissonance amplified the impact of his competence, catching both Mallows and Roger off guard. Even Garland and Vortimer, who had known Lind longer, betrayed a hint of surprise at his performance. After Lind finished reporting all the intelligence, Maester Mallows couldn't help but laugh. I almost thought the one reporting the intelligence was Lord Varys, the master of Whisperers of the Iron Throne. You felt that way too? I thought it was just me, said Roger Redwine, looking equally surprised. Maester Mallows turned to Garland and remarked, Garland, it seems the greatest gain from your trip to King's Landing was this bear hunter. Garland couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at the praise. For House Tyrell, the more capable their subordinates proved to be, the more pleased they were. They fully understood that their house's continued prosperity couldn't rest solely on family members. It was crucial to continually attract skilled outsiders to sustain their influence and strength. This was especially true for House Tyrell in the aftermath of the War of the Usurper and subsequent unrest in the Reach, which had drained much of their talent. Even Garland, barely 10 years old, had been forced to step up and shoulder responsibilities, highlighting the severity of the problem. House Tyrell needed new talent now more than ever, which explained why Garland had so decisively transferred Lind from House Crane to House Tyrell during his time in New Barrel. Unlike most other noble houses in the Seven Kingdoms, House Tyrell valued external talent to an unusual degree. While even House Lannister showed some appreciation for foreign talent, they didn't match House Tyrell's level of tolerance and openness in this regard, as many other houses clung firmly to the ideology of bloodline supremacy. Since you've already compiled the intelligence, you must have analyzed it as well, Maester Mallows said, giving Lind an approving look. Share your opinions first, and let's see if they hold any value. At this, Lind glanced at Vortimer, who gave a subtle nod of approval. Taking that as his cue, Lind began sharing his analysis and thoughts on the intelligence. He delved into his speculations about the relationship between King Robert and Lord Eddard of the North, the dynamics among the Baratheon brothers, and the current importance of Renly Baratheon to House Tyrell. He shared another thought prompted by the intelligence: I believe this could be an excellent opportunity to strengthen ties with House Stark of the North. According to our findings, there are rumors that Lord Benjen Stark might visit King's Landing, not only to attend the prince's birth celebration on behalf of Lord Eddard but also to carry out a mission to recruit for the Night's Watch. However, it seems that His Grace, King Robert, is displeased with Lord Eddard's absence and is taking it out on Lord Benjen, making things difficult by refusing all his requests. Lind paused briefly, scanning the tent for reactions, then continued. We could take this chance to reach out to Lord Benjen Stark and offer to send the prisoners in Highgarden's dungeons to the Wall. I suspect Lord Benjen Stark would appreciate the gesture. At the same time, we could express our desire to improve relations with House Stark and ask Lord Benjen to mediate. Considering the brotherly bond between Lord Eddard and Lord Benjen, it's unlikely they would reject our overtures. Strengthening ties with House Stark would indirectly bolster our relations with King Robert, given the close alliance between the Warden of the North and His Grace. What do you think, my lords? Lind's words were met with silence. For a long moment after he finished, no one in the tent spoke, their gazes fixed on him with varying degrees of astonishment. Vortimer and Garland, in particular, looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. Finally, Roger Redwine broke the silence, his expression serious. If I recall correctly, you were just a hunter. How do you possess such a sharp ability for information analysis? This isn't a skill most common folk would have. Prepared for such questions after his earlier experience with Joel, Lind calmly repeated the same explanation he had provided months ago to Joel. The people in the tent accepted his reasoning without suspicion. In their minds, only the maesters of the Citadel could have trained someone like Lind. After all, while many maesters left Old Town each year to serve across the Seven Kingdoms, not all found noble patrons to offer them stability and salaries. Many lived modestly, and some, those stripped of their chains, became outcasts. It wasn't uncommon for ordinary people to hire such maesters to teach them. The maester who had taught Lind so well was thought to be extraordinary, prompting discussions about recruiting him. However, when they inquired further, Lind admitted he neither knew the maester's name nor had any distinguishing details about his appearance, making it nearly impossible to locate him. As they lamented the loss of such talent, Maester Mallows suddenly proposed, when we return to Highgarden, let him work under me. I'm in need of capable people there. Maester Mallows oversaw intelligence in Highgarden, but advancing age had left him struggling to handle the massive influx of information and manage House Tyrell's extensive spy networks across Westeros. Years ago, he delegated these duties to his students, who excelled at research but lacked finesse in intelligence work. The inability of Tyrell agents in King's Landing to respond effectively after Jon Arryn and Varys dismantled their positions was proof of this shortcoming. Having observed Lind's exceptional talent for organizing and analyzing intelligence, Maester Mallows believed Lind to be far more capable than his current students. He saw great potential in Lind and wanted to train him as a specialist, with the hope that Lind might eventually succeed him as the head of intelligence for House Tyrell, a position where lineage mattered the least among significant roles. No. The voice of opposition came swiftly, not from Lind himself, but from both Garland and Vortimer. The two exchanged surprised glances, each seemingly curious about the other's reasons for dissent. Garland's rationale was straightforward. Lind was a recent addition to House Tyrell, and his loyalty remained unproven. Granting him access to the family's core power structure was unwise at this stage. Vortimer's objection was even simpler. He understood Lind's ambitions all too well. Placing him under Maester Mallows would quash those aspirations, as no lord would ever knight someone privy to the most sensitive intelligence of their house. Both Maester Mallows and Ser Roger were taken aback by the simultaneous opposition but refrained from probing further. They trusted that Garland and Vortimer had their reasons. The discussion soon shifted back to the main agenda, and Lind was not dismissed but included in the deliberations. His suggestions were largely adopted, with only minor adjustments to operational details. Later, when they returned to their tent, Vortimer accepted a warm towel from a servant and turned to Lind, who had followed him inside. "I didn't expect you to be so capable," he said. "I hope you don't hold it against me for opposing your transfer to Maester Mallows. Giving you access to Highgarden's inner workings would have been unwise." Lind shook his head. "No, even if you hadn't objected, I still wouldn't have agreed. Being Master of Whisperers is not my goal." "I'm glad to hear that," Vortimer replied, dismissing the servant with a wave. He continued earnestly, "You've made a strong impression on Maester Mallows with your intelligence work. Although I rejected his proposal on your behalf, he won't give up easily. Compared to Maester Sarek and the others, your skills shine. He'll likely seek your help with intelligence matters in the future. When that happens, refuse his requests and avoid getting too involved. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord," Lind replied, then hesitated. "But with my current standing, if Maester Mallows insists, I might not be able to refuse." Vortimer was silent for a moment before giving a decisive answer. "Go to the camp and select 10 men to form a cavalry patrol. They'll handle daily patrols and make a show of themselves in the castle when possible. Ensure they're well-dressed and noticeable so that House Tyrell's presence is recognized in King's Landing. This will also keep you occupied outside the camp." Lind understood this was a veiled promotion and readily agreed. Yet, he needed to confirm one final matter. "My lord, would this count as meritorious service?" Vortimer regarded him thoughtfully, then unsheathed the long sword at his waist and tossed it to him. "My sword hasn't been properly maintained. Tonight, polish and oil it, and ensure my armor is in good condition for the tournament in a few days." Lind took the sword, smiling at the implicit acknowledgement. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 27, The Dock Warehouse. Lind's promotion to captain of the cavalry patrol stirred murmurs throughout the Tyrell camp. Those who had remained in King's Landing with Lord Mace Tyrell the previous year were unfazed, but for others, especially those who had traveled from Highgarden, the news came as a surprise. After all, Lind had recently been demoted from Knight Squire to the scouting team. Yet, in just half a month, not only had he regained his position as Lord Vortimer Crane's Knight Squire, but he had also secured the significant authority of leading the cavalry patrols. To many, it seemed almost unbelievable. However, those familiar with Lind's abilities weren't entirely shocked. They knew it was only a matter of time before he reclaimed his place. While the speed of his rise felt abrupt, the outcome wasn't entirely unexpected. What drew even more attention than Lind's promotion, though, was the formation of the cavalry patrols. The distinction between cavalry and infantry was stark, like that between commoners and nobles. Cavalry required not only skill but also resources. They were equipped with horses, armor, and weapons by House Tyrell and received higher salaries and benefits than infantry. As word spread that Lind was assembling the patrols, numerous individuals approached him, eager to join. Lind, however, made his choices swiftly and decisively. He selected 10 men from the guards without hesitation, exercising the authority granted by Vortimer. The process took only minutes, and he left no room for bribes or favoritism. This led some to label Lind as naive for not leveraging such a prime opportunity to gain wealth or favor. Others questioned the qualifications of those he picked, hunters who had accompanied him during recent excursions in the Kingswood. While their archery skills were excellent, none of them had any experience riding horses, a basic prerequisite for cavalry. Many criticized Lind's decision as amateurish, and some even anticipated his failure, their skepticism fueled by a mix of envy and resentment over his rapid success. Still, Garland and his allies seemed unconcerned. To them, even if issues arose with Lind's cavalry patrols, it was a manageable cost for his training and development. Lind himself remained unbothered by the criticism. After finalizing his team, he promptly outfitted them with horses and equipment and began training them in horseback riding that same day. The sessions took place in a secluded open area near the Lion Gate, away from prying eyes. To build camaraderie, Lind personally paid for his men to unwind at a tavern near the Mudgate docks after their training sessions. Within a few days, this gesture strengthened the bond between Lind and his new team. As the camp settled into a more relaxed atmosphere, anticipation for the grand events at the Red Keep grew. The arrival of Lord Tywin Lannister marked the prelude to Prince Joffrey's banquet, held to celebrate the Crown Prince. Garland, Vortimer, and others from House Tyrell left early for the Tyrells' temporary residence within the castle to prepare for the evening's festivities. With their superiors occupied, the mood in the camp grew noticeably lighter. Many soldiers ventured to the tournament grounds, drawn by the spectacle. Although the official tournament would not commence until the following day, knights from across Westeros had already gathered. Most were landless and unaligned, hoping to make a name for themselves and attract the favor of noble patrons by competing for glory. Lind's reputation was already rising swiftly. As Vortimer Crane's Knight Squire and now with Garland Tyrell's recognition, his path to becoming a full-fledged Knight of House Tyrell seemed all but certain. With the potential for further battlefield achievements, even the dream of property ownership as a knight felt within reach. Yet, while Lind steadily climbed the social ladder, the ongoing tournament in King's Landing drew a different mix of ambition and desperation. Among the knights gathered, some sought fame and the chance to attract noble patrons. Others, however, were there for the lucrative prize money. In most parts of Westeros, a reward of 10,000 golden dragons was exceptional. But King Robert Baratheon, with his love for martial prowess, had set the bar higher. Early in his reign, he held 3 tournaments with prizes of 20,000 golden dragons each. For this event, celebrating Prince Joffrey's succession, the reward had been raised to an astonishing 50,000 golden dragons. The announcement had sent ripples across Westeros and Essos, drawing knights from every corner to King's Landing. Reports estimated over 1,000 knights had entered the tournament, along with countless archers and warriors competing in archery and team battles. Combined, the participants numbered in the thousands, making this the largest tournament Westeros had ever seen. The influx of such a massive and restless force posed a severe challenge to the city's security. King's Landing City Watch, with barely over 1,000 men, was ill-equipped to manage the chaos. To prevent anarchy, Lord Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, decreed that all tournament participants stay outside the city walls. The decision merely displaced the turmoil. Packed together outside the King's Gate and along the Blackwater Rush, conflicts erupted daily. Fighters from different regions, each brimming with martial pride, clashed over perceived slights or disputes. The City Watch often avoided intervening, instead arriving post-brawl to collect bodies and confiscate valuables as fines. Unclaimed corpses were unceremoniously dumped into the Blackwater Rush, their fate sealed in Blackwater Bay. Within the tournament grounds, tensions were even higher. Measuring the lists before the competition was critical for knights. Understanding the length and width of the field helped them calculate timing, rhythm, and strike accuracy during a joust. While noble knights were granted reserved time to measure the lists, free knights were not afforded this luxury. They had to measure the grounds beforehand, often leading to chaotic scrambles and disputes over who would go first. With nearly 1,000 knights competing for access to the grounds, tempers flared. Over the past 2 days alone, more than 10 fights had broken out over measuring rights. 2 free knights, both minor noble second sons, had even died in the brawls. Their deaths caused little stir in King's Landing, their significance drowned by the sheer scale of the event. By nightfall, the scene at the arena was still lively. Onlookers, unwilling to let the entertainment end, lit braziers around the grounds, ensuring the fighting continued well into the evening. Knights who had yet to measure the lists took to dueling under the firelight, much to the delight of the gathered crowds. Lind and his cavalry patrol arrived late, having spent the day training on horseback. As they approached the arena, they overheard excited conversations recounting the day's bloody skirmishes. Despite the darkening sky, the energy remained electric, with spectators eagerly anticipating more duels. Amid the chaos, Lind quietly separated himself from his men, using the bustling crowd to his advantage. Disappearing into the throng, he made his way toward the docks near Mudgate, following the Blackwater Rush to the fish market port. In the past 2 days, Under the guise of camaraderie-building tavern outings with his subordinates, Lind had carefully scouted the area. His goal was a specific warehouse in the dock district. The warehouse was situated beside the mud gate, adjacent to the castle wall. Beyond the wall lay the City Watch's security office. Despite the barrier, any disturbance within the warehouse would prompt the Gold Cloak's guards in the security office to bypass the castle gate and arrive at the scene in mere minutes. This warehouse was primarily used by wealthy merchants to store valuable goods. Typically, these goods were guarded by the merchants' own caravan guards. However, on this occasion, the warehouse was additionally secured by the City Watch's gold cloaks, raising curiosity about the nature of the goods stored within. Lind was among those intrigued. His interest had been piqued days earlier when Littlefinger spoke of smuggled goods at Totter's Pumpkin. Taking the matter seriously, Lind had begun formulating a plan. The 2-day tavern visits had been part of his preparations. Today presented the perfect opportunity for Lind to act. With the tournament commencing tomorrow, Mace Tyrell would leave his castle quarters to reside in the camp tents outside until the tournament concluded. As security of the camp would demand his attention, other matters would be left unattended. Despite his curiosity, Lind was no reckless adventurer. If a situation seemed overly challenging or the risk of being noticed too high, he was prepared to abandon the venture. However, his observations had provided confidence. The warehouse's original design prioritized security, leaving ample open space around it and installing torches to illuminate the perimeter. Guards could detect intruders even at night. But as time passed, these measures were compromised. The open space was replaced with additional warehouses, guard posts were neglected, and only a climbable fence surrounded the area. Security now consisted of 2 guards at the entrance and sporadic patrols. Lind had carefully studied the warehouse and its surroundings from a nearby tavern over the past 2 days. Though the tavern was a modest, thatched-roof building with limited visibility, Lind's exceptional hearing allowed him to discern the number and routes of the patrols. He also noted the irregular patrols of the City Watch, whose involvement was minimal despite Janos Slint's promises to Littlefinger. Confident in his timing, Lind positioned himself in a shaded corner near the warehouse. When the patrols moved on, he swiftly scaled the wall and landed inside. Moving with feline grace, he darted to the warehouse's side and climbed the uneven wooden boards to the roof. Once on the roof, he crawled silently, his movements as smooth as a serpent. Despite his imposing 1.98-meter frame and a build reminiscent of a bear, Lind's agility was remarkable. His combat experience as a peacekeeper had honed his skills, allowing him to navigate obstacles with ease. Without alerting any guards, he reached the roof above the section of the warehouse rented by Littlefinger. Carefully, Lind made his way to the edge and lowered himself to a high window on the 2nd floor. Using a dagger, he located the window latch, shifted it upward, and opened the window. Peering inside, he saw the dimly lit warehouse, faintly illuminated by a few oil lamps. Torches were avoided, likely due to the risk of fire. A guard was stationed inside, but he was thoroughly incapacitated, slumped over a table with an empty wine bottle. His snores echoed through the warehouse, rendering him useless as a deterrent. Lind remained cautious. He raised the window slightly and squeezed his massive frame through the narrow opening. Once inside, he carefully closed the window and grabbed the crossbeam overhead. Swinging slightly, he avoided the creaky floorboards and landed on a sturdy railing. His deliberate movements brought him to the storage area where the goods were kept. The warehouse, fully rented by Littlefinger, made identifying the correct goods straightforward. Lind quickly located what he sought. Chapter 28, Cheat's Reaction. Is this all there is? Lind frowned as he surveyed the goods before him. The items in question consisted of precious commodities from the further east, tea, silk, and ceramics. While undoubtedly valuable, they hardly seemed worth the effort of Littlefinger making a special trip to King's Landing, let alone enlisting Janos Slint to provide additional protection for the shipment. Could he have used the shipment as bait to lure out malicious actors, while the true contraband is hidden elsewhere? Lind mused, his instincts tingling with unease. He scrutinized his surroundings, wary of the possibility that if the shipment were indeed bait, a deadly trap might accompany it. Despite his vigilance, Lind detected nothing unusual inside or outside the warehouse. The guards patrolling the area conducted themselves normally, and the only discomforting element was the sound of a few drunk guards snoring nearby. It seems I was overthinking, Lind muttered with a self-deprecating laugh, though his gaze lingered on the goods. Gradually, he understood the reason for his earlier misjudgment. While the shipment's value was not extraordinary enough to justify Littlefinger's personal involvement, especially in such volatile times, it was still substantial. Sold in King's Landing, the cargo could easily fetch tens of thousands of golden dragons. However, for Littlefinger, then a mere tax officer in a port city, such wealth was unlikely to be mere bait. This led Lind to a new conclusion: the true contraband must be concealed within this shipment. With renewed focus, Lind inspected the cargo once more, this time examining each bag and box meticulously. Soon, he noticed an inconsistency. Several boxes labeled as containing silk were considerably heavier than expected. Clearly, their contents were not just silk. Though the boxes were locked, their rudimentary mechanisms posed little challenge to Lind. Anticipating such situations, he had recently refreshed his lockpicking skills. Producing 2 slender iron tools, he deftly manipulated the pins within one of the locks. Moments later, it clicked open. Carefully removing the lock, Lind eased the box open, mindful to minimize noise. At first glance, the box appeared to contain neatly rolled silk, and for a moment, he questioned his judgment. Unperturbed, he began removing the rolls, one by one. Once the box was emptied, he tapped its bottom lightly and noticed a hollow sound. His keen eyes quickly located a hidden button. Pressing it, he lifted a false bottom, revealing a concealed compartment filled with cushioning weeds. Nestled within were various antique bronze, silver, and gold items. Is this what Littlefinger deemed so valuable? Lind wondered, skepticism gnawing at him. Lacking the expertise to assess these artifacts, he refrained from making any hasty conclusions. With deliberate care, he restored the compartment and silk rolls to their original positions. Still unsatisfied, Lind examined the other unusually heavy boxes. Upon opening the fourth, he found what he had been searching for, 2 items that left no doubt about the shipment's significance: a cracked dragon egg and an ornate dagger. His eyes first locked onto the dagger. Its striking dragonbone handle and blade of Valyrian steel immediately confirmed its exceptional craftsmanship. Recognizing its potential importance, Lind's thoughts turned to its possible role in future events, knowing it could very well be the infamous dagger that would ignite the War of the Five Kings. How did this dagger end up in Littlefinger's possession so early on? Lind wondered, a mix of curiosity and confusion tugging at him. Driven by the need to examine the artifact more closely, he reached out and touched the dragonbone handle. The moment his fingers made contact, a searing, almost electric sensation coursed through him, spreading from his hand to his entire body. Yet, what truly unsettled him was the sudden reaction of his Peacekeeper's energy bar. Nearly depleted, with less than a quarter of its capacity remaining, the bar now pulsed faintly, flickering like a breathing light under the influence of the burning sensation. For a moment, Lind was caught off guard by the unexpected change. But his instincts soon took over, and he carefully assessed what effect, if any, the burning sensation from the dragonbone dagger had on the energy bar. Despite his hopes, his examination yielded little. The energy bar continued to blink steadily, yet it neither replenished nor advanced in any discernible way. Still, Lind couldn't shake the feeling that the dragonbone dagger had a deeper connection to his cheat. Perhaps he simply hadn't uncovered it yet. With that thought lingering, he turned his attention to the cracked dragon egg. Placing his hand on its surface, he expected a similar burning sensation. Instead, a piercing cold spread from the egg, creeping through his hand like frost. Unlike the heat from the dagger, the chill didn't envelop his body. Instead, it flowed through him like a stream, pooling in his chest before seeping into the pocket where Glory lay sleeping. The small creature stirred faintly, responding to the cold, but quickly returned to its slumber. Lind watched intently, noting that Glory's reaction was far from ordinary. Despite his efforts to tame the creature, its wild nature persisted. Though it was affectionate and obedient to Lind, it showed hostility toward anyone else, often lashing out unpredictably. As Glory grew, its strength and bite became formidable, easily snapping through ropes or wooden bars. For safety, Lind kept Glory close at all times, ensuring it remained under control. This time, bringing Glory along seemed to yield an unexpected result. The chill from the egg had clearly been absorbed by Glory. Lind wasn't sure what effect this would have on the creature, but one thing was clear: the dragon egg had changed. The once vibrant scales on its surface now appeared dull, lifeless, and pallid, as though the essence it once contained had been drained. Could the rumor about the albino shadowcat be true? Lind mused, his thoughts racing. The chilling sensation seemed linked to what remained of the dragon's soul within the egg, while Glory's absorption of it brought to mind tales of the albino shadowcat, said to devour souls. The coincidence was too striking to ignore. Now wasn't the time to delve into any potential changes in Glory. Lind carefully replaced the partition in the box, leaving the Valyrian steel dagger with its dragon bone handle untouched. It was too conspicuous, and taking it could draw unnecessary attention, particularly from Littlefinger, which was a complication Lind preferred to avoid. The dragon egg, while visibly altered, displayed no obvious changes to the casual observer. As for the other Valyrian-era artifacts, Lind left those in place as well. Quietly, he retraced his steps out of the warehouse, ensuring his departure went unnoticed. Once outside, Lind moved quickly through the slums along the castle wall, heading toward the Lion Gate. Although passing directly through the crowded arena would have been shorter, the gathering of refugees and curious onlookers made it a poor choice. The slum roads, though filthier, were quieter and would save him time. As Lind reached the slum exit near the Lion Gate and prepared to head toward the Tyrell camp on Lion's Hill, he noticed something unusual. The heavy doors of the Lion Gate creaked open slightly, and a group of Lannister soldiers emerged, carrying someone. Clad in reddish-brown iron armor, the Lannister soldiers stood out sharply. Their equipment, funded by the wealth of the Lannister gold mines, was far superior to the gear of most other noble houses. Ordinary soldiers of other houses often supplied their own weapons and armor, but the Lannisters provided their troops with high-quality iron and steel equipment, making their forces look far more professional. The two soldiers now exiting the Lion Gate belonged to Jaime or Tywin Lannister's command, as only those directly under their orders were permitted to wear iron armor. Carrying a limp figure between them, they headed toward a rubbish heap not far from the gate. In the dim torchlight, Lind could make out their burden, a naked girl. The soldiers unceremoniously dumped the girl into the heap, muttered something to each other, and left, returning to the castle. The girl's motionless body showed no signs of life, not even the reflexive twitch one might expect upon impact. To onlookers, she appeared dead. The scene attracted the attention of nearby slum dwellers, who began to gather around the heap. For the impoverished of King's Landing, a corpse was valuable, something that could be sold in the flea markets. Lind, initially uninterested, was about to turn away when he noticed the girl's hand twitch faintly. She was alive. Others in the crowd saw this too, but their intent was far from charitable. One man bent down, picked up a rock, and prepared to finish the job. If the girl had been dead, Lind might not have cared what happened next. But the fact that she was alive stirred something in him. His sense of morality from his previous life refused to let him stand by and watch. Moreover, the growing indifference toward life that came with the Peacekeeper's combat experience gnawed at him. He had found that small acts of empathy helped mitigate this side effect, grounding him in the person he once was. His decision made, Lind sprang into action. Closing the distance in a flash, he struck with precision, landing a flurry of punches that incapacitated the would-be attackers. The civilians crumpled to the ground, dazed and unconscious. Without sparing them another glance, Lind turned his attention to the girl. Her body was riddled with wounds, and her breathing was shallow. He hesitated briefly, then scooped her up into his arms and began making his way toward the Tyrell camp. Chapter 29, Grand Maester Pycelle. You're awake. Lind, who had been amusing himself by teasing Glory, turned abruptly at the sound of movement from the other side of the bed. He saw the girl, unconscious for the past 2 days, opening her eyes and looking around blankly. Don't move, your injuries haven't healed yet, he said. Moving around will reopen your wounds. The girl didn't respond, her gaze instead shifting to the top of the tent. Her expression was vacant, almost lifeless, as if Lind had only managed to rescue her body while her soul remained lost. Her reaction wasn't surprising. After bringing her back to the camp, Lind had placed her in his tent and summoned Maester Hawley, the camp's traveling physician, to treat her. Upon examination, Maester Hawley had uncovered the extent of her grievous injuries, multiple fractures, severe internal damage, and devastation to her private parts so brutal it defied recognition. It was a miracle she was still alive. Despite the Maester's best efforts, including the full use of his medical skills, her survival was uncertain. All we can do now is pray to the Mother for mercy, Hawley had said grimly. Lind hadn't replied. He believed he had done his part by saving the girl and bringing her to the encampment. If she didn't survive, it could only mean her fate had been sealed. While Holly tended to the girl, Lind had taken the opportunity to observe Glory more closely. Despite having absorbed the cold energy from the cracked dragon egg, the cub showed no signs of abnormality other than an insatiable appetite. Glory devoured quantities of meat nearly equal to his own body weight in each meal, needing 4 meals a day. If this was Glory's appetite as a cub, Lind worried about the logistical challenges once he grew. Feeding Glory on his current salary seemed unsustainable, so training the Shadowcat to hunt had become a priority. Fortunately, the cavalry patrols under Lind's command included skilled hunters who could easily capture live prey from the surrounding forests. For the past 2 days, Lind had been encouraging Glory to hunt, releasing live prey to awaken his instincts. Though tamed by Lind's care, Glory's wild Shadowcat nature, and his hunting prowess, remained intact. Meanwhile, life outside the camp moved on. The tournament at the Red Keep had proceeded as planned the day after the banquet, drawing numerous participants and stretching the event's timeline. The archery competition alone, initially slated for a single day, had been extended to 2. By midday, only 56 competitors remained, and the champion was expected to emerge by the afternoon. Throughout King's Landing, betting was rampant. Nobles and commoners alike were placing wagers, with gambling houses flourishing. The largest of these was operated in the name of the Iron Throne by Lord John Arryn, the Hand of the King. Though King Robert had little interest in financial matters, Lord Arryn sought to mitigate the tournament's expenses. Opening a gambling house as the banker offered a quick means to generate revenue, easing the kingdom's strained finances, even if only slightly. Confined to the camp for security duties, Lind hadn't been able to watch the tournament but hadn't resisted placing his own bet alongside his comrades. He wagered on a competitor from Dorne named Angui, a name he vaguely recalled from more than a decade later when an archer named Angui won the tournament welcoming Eddard Stark as Hand of the King. Though Lind didn't expect this Angui to share any connection with the one from the future, he had bet on him as a whim, hoping for luck. That luck didn't pan out. Angui was eliminated in the first round of the afternoon session. As the competition continued, the title of archery champion went to a middle-aged man named Bryn Rivers. Known for his friendship with Lord Brynden Tully, the Riverland's finest archer, Rivers was said to match Tully's skill, a well-earned victory for the marksman. Although the archery competition had concluded, the excitement in King's Landing remained undiminished. The next day promised the most anticipated event of the tournament, the team competition. Known for its brutality and high casualty rate, the team competition drew eager spectators hoping to witness bloodshed. Unsurprisingly, bets were already being placed, not on the winning team, but on how many participants would die. House Tyrell, renowned for their archers, had sent their best to compete in the archery contest. However, in a shocking turn of events, all Tyrell archers were eliminated in the first round. The outcome left Mace Tyrell, Warden of the South and Lord of Highgarden, visibly displeased as he returned to camp alongside his son, Garland. This was Lind's first time seeing Lord Mace Tyrell in person. He had anticipated encountering someone unremarkable, and the reality did not disappoint. The middle-aged lord, barrel-shaped with a meticulously groomed beard, epitomized mediocrity. Yet mediocrity, Lind realized, didn't imply incompetence. Mace Tyrell was more capable than many nobles. However, compared to the other great lords of Westeros, his rash decision-making and lack of strategic acumen gave him a reputation as merely average. Still, those who underestimated him often regretted it. Back at the Tyrell camp, Mace Tyrell summoned the warriors who would participate in the team competition the following day. His goal was to gauge their readiness and inspire confidence, seeing the tournament as a way for House Tyrell to bolster its prestige. Unbeknownst to him, the Queen of Thorns back in Highgarden had little interest in the tournament, viewing it as an unnecessary display. In her eyes, House Tyrell didn't need a public victory to enhance its renown. With Lord Tyrell's arrival, the security around the camp was reinforced by the soldiers of his personal guard, reducing Lind's responsibilities. Freed from some of his duties, Lind prepared to take Glory and a few subordinates into the nearby mountains for a hunting expedition to train the Shadowcat. However, his plans were interrupted by Maester Hawley, who requested Lind's company for a visit to Grand Maester Pycelle at the Red Keep. Lind agreed without hesitation, delegating the rescued girl's care to Raoul and donning plain clothes. After informing Vortimer's entourage of his errand, he accompanied Maester Hawley down the slope of Lion's Hill. Grand Maester Pycelle, now an institution at the Red Keep, had served 4 kings. His tenure and influence granted him a revered status among certain courtiers, some even held him in higher regard than King Robert himself. Recognizing Pycelle's value, Lord Arran had ensured his comfort and convenience. Pycelle was granted a residence near the castle library, direct access to the Red Keep, and even a purchased property along the private road leading to his quarters. Pycelle had been instrumental in stabilizing the realm following Robert's ascension. His key achievements included arranging Robert's marriage to Cersei Lannister, securing the alliance with House Lannister, and ensuring the Iron Throne's stability. Recently, Pycelle had expressed great joy over Cersei's pregnancy and the birth of her son. He had also supported Robert's decision to hold the tournament. Yet, in recent days, Pycelle had withdrawn from public events, including the tournament and banquets. Instead, he immersed himself in the castle library, focusing on organizing and documenting the history of the Targaryen dynasty. Pycelle's ambition to compile this chronicle dated back to his tenure as Grand Maester under Aegon V. However, the Targaryen kings had consistently forbidden him from pursuing the project, citing the sensitive nature of their dynasty's secrets. Now, with the fall of the Targaryen dynasty and the rise of the Baratheons, those taboos had lifted. Many secret documents in the Red Keep had been left intact during the rapid conquest of King's Landing. Combined with records recovered by Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone and contributions from House Valyrian on Driftmark, Pycelle had amassed an extensive collection of materials. Confident in his resources, Pycelle was finally poised to complete the chronicles of the Targaryen dynasty, a project decades in the making. The documents Grand Maester Pycelle had collected were vast, complex, and often obscure. Many were written in secret languages, making their organization an arduous task even with the help of his assistants and students. Realizing the enormity of the project, Pycelle knew he would need assistance from maesters skilled in historical writing. Among the names that came to mind, Maester Hawley stood out as the most suitable candidate. During his time at the Citadel, Maester Hawley had earned a reputation for exceptional scholarship. His mastery of history allowed him to effortlessly answer questions about noble lineages, continental shifts, and historical events. Furthermore, his skill in identifying and correcting errors in historical texts made him invaluable. Were it not for his reclusive nature and his tendency to alienate powerful figures within the Citadel, Hawley might have risen to the rank of Archmaester of History, bearing the Iron Scepter and Mask. When Pycelle encountered difficulties with the Targaryen documents, he asked an assistant maester, a friend of Hawley's, to invite him to join the effort. Hawley promptly agreed and wrote back that he would travel to King's Landing with House Tyrell's entourage. Pycelle eagerly awaited Hawley's arrival, but when the Tyrell forces reached King's Landing, Hawley failed to present himself. Concerned, Pycelle sent someone to inquire at the Tyrell camp. He learned that Hawley was indeed there but preoccupied with unresolved matters, preventing him from coming to the Red Keep. Though slightly annoyed by Hawley's delay, Pycelle chose not to dwell on it. His priority was completing the chronicles of the Targaryen dynasty. He instructed his assistant to stay at the residence near the Red Keep and escort Hawley to him as soon as he arrived. As night fell, Pycelle worked alone in his study. He preferred solitude while sifting through the trove of documents, dismissing all servants from the room. By candlelight, he carefully sorted through materials related to the Targaryen royal family's secret history, making notes on the most critical points. Hours passed unnoticed until darkness fully enveloped the room. The faint candlelight weakened, rendering further reading impossible. Pycelle closed the books and stretched, preparing to eat and rest. At that moment, he noticed someone standing silently beside him. Startled, Pycelle looked up warily. His hand instinctively moved to the dagger concealed within his sleeve. In the dim glow of the candle, he recognized a face, familiar but unexpected. Maester Henny. When did you return from Harrenhal? Pycelle began, masking his unease. I asked you to bring. He stopped mid-sentence. Something felt wrong. The figure before him didn't align with his expectations. His frown deepened as a grim realization dawned on him. His voice grew cold. How dare you show yourself here? The king's warrant for your arrest remains unrevoked. There's a bounty of 2,000 golden dragons on your head. Anyone would kill you for it. Why haven't you fled across the narrow sea? What are you doing in King's Landing? Do you still intend to assassinate the king? The men raised a hand, silencing Pycelle. Relax, Pycelle. I have no interest in your king. He's not on my list. I'm here for a debt you owe me. Pycel's eyes narrowed. What debt? You took my money and sent me into a death trap, the man replied sharply. The target you claimed was lightly guarded had 4 armored knights and a team of archers. Your false information nearly got me killed. You owe me compensation, refund half the money, plus damages, or I'll make sure you don't wake up tomorrow. Pycel's greed for coin was notorious, but he valued his life more than gold. He knew better than to defy the men standing before him. With a sigh, he prepared to agree to the terms. Before he could respond, a knock came at the door. An attendant called out, Lord Pycel, Maester Hawley is here. Shall I send him in? Pycel hesitated briefly before signaling the men before him to remain silent. Turning toward the door, he answered, Let him in. Chapter 30, The Will of the Gods. Hello, Grand Maester Pycel. Maester Hawley entered the room, led by his attendant. Upon noticing 2 people present, he hesitated briefly but quickly identified the older man with the elaborate Maester chain as Grand Maester Pycel and addressed him respectfully. I'm not doing so well, Pycel replied with a faint smile. Maester Hawley paused, unsure of how to respond. I've been struggling to document the death of Maegor Targaryen I, Pycel continued, smiling slightly. I even prayed to the gods for assistance. But you, Maester Hawley, took your time, leisurely staying in the camp for 2 whole days before coming here. That, my dear Maester Hawley, has prolonged my suffering. Do you think I'm doing well now? The reproach in Pycel's tone was unmistakable, even for someone as socially awkward as Maester Hawley. He began to sweat nervously, unsure how to justify the delay. Don't be anxious, I don't mean to blame you, Pycel said, his words probing Hawley's character with practiced ease. Satisfied that Hawley posed no threat to his position, he continued, Are you ready to begin? The chronicles have fallen far behind schedule. I'm hoping your help will speed up our progress so that, by next year, we'll have completed the compilation of major historical events before the 80th year of the Aegon calendar. At your service, Grand Maester, Hawley said eagerly, his passion for history ignited. Bowing deeply, he assured Pycel he needed no further preparation and could start immediately. Then, remembering something, he added, However, I have a companion waiting at the guard post outside the Red Keep. I may need to speak with him briefly to explain. No need for that, Pycel interjected, raising a hand to stop him. If it's not a private matter, write it down and have it delivered. I don't want you wasting time on such trivialities in the future. Pycel gestured toward the other men in the room, who reacted with a startled expression that quickly turned into a mocking smile. It seemed to say, We'll see if I'll follow your orders, Grand Maester. The room's dim lighting concealed the man's expression from Hawley, who obediently requested paper and hastily wrote a note. Pycel took it, folded it without reading, and handed it to the man. The 3rd cabinet by my bed should contain something to compensate you, Pycel said, his tone betraying a hint of fear. I trust this settles the matter. Do you agree? The man stood silent for a moment, then took the note and replied, I hope your compensation is genuine. Otherwise, I'll return, and it won't be like this. With that, he left the room. Pycel exhaled softly, steadying himself on the nearby table to mask his unease in front of Hawley. The men chose a secluded path out of the Red Keep, avoiding contact with anyone. Once outside, he took Hawley's note and casually tossed it into the weeds. After a few steps, he seemed to reconsider, retrieving the note before heading to the guard post. At the post, he found the person he sought but froze momentarily before approaching. Why is it you again? He asked in a familiar tone. Lind, startled by the sudden appearance and question, quickly recognized the man. His unique demeanor made him unmistakable. Why are you here, Lord Bovo? Lind asked, curious about the faceless man now disguised as a maester. Grand Maester Pycel owes me a debt, Bovo replied curtly, handing Lind the note. This is from Maester Hawley. He asked me to deliver it to you. Lind took the note, reading its simple contents. Hawley was leaving books for him at the camp. After pocketing the note, he looked at Bovo. How long will you stay in King's Landing? If all goes as planned, we'll leave tonight, Bovo answered casually. He then regarded Lind with a strange expression. Don't you find it curious that we keep crossing paths? It's almost as if some unseen force is guiding us. It's not curious at all, Lind replied coolly. We've only met 3 times, and once you sought me out yourself. Coincidences like this aren't uncommon, so don't make it out to be something extraordinary. Lin's demeanor turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Bovo and said, "You're not trying to recruit me into the Faceless Men, are you?" Shaking his head, Bovo replied, "Anyone in King's Landing might become a Faceless Man, but you? Definitely not." Though the words seemed to absolve him, Lind couldn't shake the uneasy feeling they left behind. At this, Bovo looked at Lind for a moment longer, his face full of confusion, and said, "What exactly happened to you in the few days since we met at Kingswood? Why do I feel that there's more?" As if something had suddenly occurred to him, his eyes grew sharp with scrutiny as he studied Lind. Then, with an expression of sudden realization, he said, "I see. That's why the many-faced god had me carry out this boon. It turns out the water dancer was never the goal, you, Lind the bear hunter, were." Upon hearing Bovo's words, Lind frowned, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. "Lord Bovo," he said, his tone cool, "are you suggesting I should also enjoy some of the many-faced god's blessings?" "No, not you," Bovo replied, utterly unbothered by Lind's wary stance. Instead, he shook his head oddly and turned his attention to the gold cloaks, who had emerged from the guard post, curious about the commotion. "This is not the place to talk," he said. With that, he gestured for Lind to follow and began walking toward the main road, heading in the direction of Baylor Square. Lind hesitated momentarily before following, his guard firmly intact. To him, there was little difference between religious fanatics and lunatics. One moment, they were laughing and joking, the next, they could be drawing their swords for some inexplicable reason. "Can you tell me about your experiences these past days?" Bovo asked after Lind had caught up. Slowing his pace slightly, he added, "I want to know what it is about you that has attracted the many-faced god's attention." "The many-faced god's attention?" Lind paused mid-step, his expression turning grim. He couldn't help but recall a discussion thread he'd once seen in a forum in his previous life. The topic was the deities in the world of ice and fire, and the consensus among participants was clear: apart from the man-made faith of the 7, none of the other gods were benevolent. Even Lawler, the Lord of Light, who was often portrayed as the most righteous, was associated with disturbing rituals and sinister undertones. More importantly, in this world, many deities were undeniably real, and being noticed by them was rarely a good thing. The Faceless Man seemed to read Lind's thoughts and said, "Don't worry. For now, there's no chance the many-faced god will bestow blessings on you. By the time you're qualified to be on his list, no Faceless Men will even be able to get close to you, not with your abilities at that level. You have nothing to fear." Lind thought about it and found himself agreeing. At his current rate of growth, if he ever became renowned enough to warrant a contract from the Faceless Men, his strength and perceptive abilities would likely have reached extraordinary levels. By then, an assassin would pose little threat to him. With this realization, Lind relaxed slightly and then asked, in a tone tinged with negotiation, "I can tell you about my experiences, but what's in it for me?" Bovo stopped and gave Lind a strange look before responding with a question of his own. "What is it you want in return?" After a moment of silence, Lind recalled his reaction upon encountering the Dragonbone and said in a measured tone, "You have a way of getting in and out of the Red Keep, don't you?" Bovo replied confidently, "I wouldn't say it will, but entering and leaving the Red Keep under normal circumstances isn't a problem." Lind laid out his terms. "I'm curious about the Dragonbones. After King Robert took the throne, he moved all of them to the cellar beneath the Red Keep. I think with your skills, sneaking into the cellar and retrieving some Dragonbones for me shouldn't be an issue, right?" Bovo raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering across his face. "Dragonbone? What do you want that for?" "It's just an unusually tough material." His gaze shifted, and with a peculiar glint in his eye, he added, "Only madmen and fools think grinding Dragonbone into powder makes for the ultimate aphrodisiac. Don't tell me you." "I wasn't aware the Faceless Men had a sense of humor," Lind replied coldly, giving Bovo a sharp glare. "But this one clearly isn't funny." Unfazed, Bovo chuckled lightly. "If it's Dragonbone you want, there's no need to raid the Red Keep cellar. I can give you some right now." After saying that, the Faceless Man signaled for Lind to follow and led him into a narrow alley. They walked for a while before arriving at the door of a modest tailor's shop. The Faceless Man knocked, and after a moment, the door creaked open. An old man peeked out cautiously but relaxed as soon as he recognized the faceless man. He swung the door open fully without hesitation. Instead of entering, the faceless man spoke to the old man in a rare and unfamiliar language. The old man nodded and disappeared into the shop. A short while later, he returned, struggling under the weight of a small but evidently heavy box. The faceless man accepted the box and gestured for the old man to close the door. Then, setting the box down before Lind, he asked, "Do you think this is enough?" Lind crouched down, opened the box, and reached inside. Though he had already guessed what it contained, he was still slightly taken aback to find it filled with bones. He touched each one carefully, sensing the same faint response from his cheat ability with every piece. This confirmed what he suspected: they were all dragon bones. Although Lind still didn't fully understand the connection between dragon bones and his cheat, he was confident that having so many at his disposal would allow him to figure it out eventually. Since the faceless man had fulfilled his end of the agreement, Lind saw no reason to withhold his story. The events he had experienced so far were straightforward and didn't touch upon his deepest secrets, so he began recounting what had transpired since they parted ways in the Kingswood. The faceless man listened attentively, occasionally interrupting Lind to probe for more details about certain incidents. Each time, they would shake their head, indicating that the event had no connection to the many-faced god. The conversation took a turn when Lind mentioned the girl he had saved 2 days ago outside the Lion Gate. At the mention of her, the faceless man's demeanor shifted abruptly. Their expression turned grave, and their focus intensified. They pressed Lind for more details about the girl, asking specifically about her condition and actions. When Lind revealed that she had regained consciousness that same day, the faceless man raised a hand, signaling him to stop. "So, the girl is the reason the many-faced god is paying attention?" Lind asked cautiously. The faceless man didn't respond immediately. Instead, they seemed lost in thought. After a pause, they finally said, "I want to accompany you to the Tyrell camp to see this girl. If necessary, I will take her back to the House of Black and White in Bravos." Lind considered this for a moment before nodding. "No problem, as long as the girl agrees." Bovo was visibly surprised by Lind's reply. He turned slightly, studying Lind with a thoughtful expression. There was a deeper implication in Lind's words: if the girl didn't want to go, even the faceless man wouldn't be able to force her. Rather than feeling offended, Bovo seemed impressed. He recognized Lind as someone who operated by principles, a rare trait in the Seven Kingdoms. This integrity marked Lind as someone worthy of friendship. Yet, Bovo couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. He believed that principled individuals often didn't survive long in the cutthroat world of Westeros. Still, he hoped Lind could prove to be the exception. As for the girl's willingness to go to Bravos, Bovo had little doubt. In his mind, if the many-faced god had guided events toward her, then she must belong to the many-faced god. Chapter 31, The Nameless Ones. Lind stood outside his tent, tossing chunks of meat far into the distance for Glory, his albino shadowcat cub, to fetch and bring back. This exercise was part of Glory's obedience training. At first, Glory would eat the meat outright, but after being disciplined by Lind several times, it gradually adjusted its behavior. Now, while there was still a 50% chance Glory might eat the meat during training, this was a significant improvement compared to the day before. Lind believed that with another month or two of training, Glory would fully obey his commands. While obedience training was showing progress, Glory's wildness training was stagnant. For now, Lind could only ensure it didn't attack indiscriminately. However, if someone got too close, Glory would still strike without hesitation. Because of this, Lind chose to train it only when no one else was around. When the camp was crowded, he kept Glory restrained, either in a cloth bag or chained with a specially designed hood covering its mouth. As he waited for Glory to return with the meat, Lind glanced occasionally at his tent. Inside, the faceless man Bovo, disguised as a Tyrell soldier, was speaking with the girl whom Lind had rescued, a girl whose spirit seemed dead, even though her body remained alive. The girl showed no emotions around others, but whenever she looked at Lind, a flicker of feeling surfaced. It wasn't gratitude for saving her life, though, it was more like a silent plea for him to end it. When Bovo first saw the girl, he immediately confirmed she was the reason the many-faced god had intervened to bring him to Westeros. However, the girl was unresponsive, barely acknowledging her surroundings. She didn't speak or react, which made any attempt at conversation futile. After several failed efforts to draw her out, Bovo asked Lind if he could be alone with the girl for a while. Lind agreed on the condition that Bovo wouldn't harm her. Lind left the tent but didn't stray far, sitting a few steps away. While training Glory, he kept a watchful eye on the tent. Strangely, despite being so close, he couldn't hear a sound, not even the faintest breath or movement. It was as if the tent were empty. This unnatural silence couldn't have been achieved by ordinary means, and Lind suspected it might be the work of the many-faced god. He also began to question Bovo's standing within the House of Black and White. The ability to harness what seemed like divine power hinted at a status similar to that of Melisandre in the Church of the Lord of Light. Just as Lind was deep in thought, the tent's curtain was drawn back. Bovo emerged, looking slightly fatigued but wearing a satisfied smile. It was clear he had convinced the girl. However, before he could speak, his expression abruptly changed, and he sidestepped quickly. Almost simultaneously, a dark shadow darted past him. Bovo turned to see what had attacked and realized it was Glory. The shadow cat cub, who had lunged at him, now stood nearby, its body taut with feral energy. Lind, accustomed to Glory's gradual growth, hadn't noticed the stark changes in it. He had only judged her progress by her increasing size and weight. Bovo, however, immediately recognized the transformation. The last time he'd seen Glory was in the Kingswood, and now the difference was unmistakable. Glory had grown larger and far fiercer. Its newly formed black stripes had evolved into a ghostly pattern across its body, with the lines on its forehead creating an even more intimidating appearance. How has its wildness become so strong? Bovo asked, his tone full of curiosity. Lind didn't answer, not because he didn't want to, but because he also had no explanation for Glory's intensified wildness. Bovo seemed intrigued but quickly shifted back to the matter at hand. She's too weak to move on her own, he said. Can you find some people to help carry her to the pier on a stretcher? Lind didn't respond immediately. Instead, he entered the tent to check on the girl's condition himself. Her face had changed since he last saw her. Though her body appeared revitalized, her expression carried a new vitality that contrasted sharply with the lifelessness from before. Yet beneath this newfound energy, Lind could sense something else, an overwhelming hatred, simmering just beneath the surface. Lind knelt beside the bed and gazed at the girl, his tone gentle but serious. Have you truly decided to go with him to Bravos, across the narrow sea? If you don't want to, I can take you in. The girl shook her head, her lips moving as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Her throat seemed too injured to form words. Even so, her expression left no doubt about her decision. I see. May the Seven bless you and keep you safe across the narrow sea. Lind reached out, brushing his hand lightly against her forehead as he murmured a blessing. The girl's eyes filled with gratitude, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Lind rose and stepped outside the tent. He called for Raoul and instructed him to gather 4 people and a stretcher. Once the stretcher was ready, Lind returned, gently lifted the girl onto it, covered her with a blanket, and carried her outside. As they exited the tent, Lind felt a weak tug on his arm. Looking down, he saw the girl straining to lift her injured hand, gripping his sleeve. In a voice hoarse and garbled, she uttered something unintelligible. Yet, Lind understood it clearly, she was thanking him. He patted her hand reassuringly, tucking it back under the blanket. Without a word, he placed a dagger, a gift from Garland after the cavalry patrols had been formed, beside her under the blanket. Turning to the faceless man, Lind said, "Take good care of her." "She is my student," Bovo replied with a small smile. "Of course I will take care of her." The group left the camp, the stretcher carried by the 4 Tyrell soldiers, and soon disappeared from Lind's sight. They made their way swiftly through the slums outside the city walls. The presence of Tyrell soldiers deterred any potential trouble, and they reached the docks without incident. Under Bovo's direction, the girl was carried aboard a merchant ship flying the flag of the Free Cities. She was taken to a small room adjacent to the captain's cabin on the upper deck. Once the soldiers had disembarked, Bovo ordered the captain to set sail immediately. Though some cargo had yet to be loaded, the captain dared not refuse a request from someone of Bovo's stature. The ship's crew hastily prepared to depart. As the ship glided out of the port, passing through the towering gates and into the open waters of Blackwater Bay, Bovo returned to the girl's room. He found her lying on the bed, her gaze fixed on the night outside the small window. "No matter what your name was before," Bovo said, sitting on a stool beside her bed, "you must leave it behind now, just as you leave your past behind." The girl turned to face him. Her expression was calm, and her eyes reflected relief rather than resistance. "I will give you a new name to mark your new life," Bovo continued, watching her reaction carefully. She nodded slightly in agreement. "You will take my surname and be called Hagar. As for your first name..." Bovo paused, considering. "Let it be Jackna. Jackna Hagar." The girl nodded again, accepting the name without hesitation. The next morning, Lind was abruptly awakened by the tent flap being thrown open. His hand immediately went to the axe lying beside him, ready to defend himself. "It's me." "Relax," Vortimer said curtly, noticing Lind's reaction. His expression quickly turned stern. "Get up, get dressed, and head to the main tent. We need to discuss something important." Lind rubbed his face to shake off the last remnants of sleep, quickly pulled on some clothes, and strapped his sword to his waist. Glory, still half asleep, was scooped up from the bed and tucked into Lind's breast pocket. Without wasting any more time, he left his tent and headed toward the main camp tent. Upon entering, he paused briefly to take in the scene. Aside from Garland and Vortimer, several Tyrell advisors were present, their faces unfamiliar but their ranks easy to infer. In the center of the tent sat Lord Mace Tyrell himself. The atmosphere was heavy. Mace Tyrell's expression was thunderous, his face so dark with anger that it seemed on the verge of bursting. His demeanor transformed him from the jovial, puff fish Queen of Thorns often mocked into a volatile force, brimming with suppressed fury. The weight in the room intensified as all eyes turned to Lind the moment he entered. For many, such scrutiny would have been overwhelming, leading to awkwardness or missteps. Yet Lind remained composed, his calm demeanor betraying none of the tension in the air. His psychological resilience far outshone that of anyone else in the room. "I greet the Lord of the House and all the lords," said Lind, bowing respectfully to Lord Mace Tyrell, who sat at the head of the room. The room's attention was squarely on him as he made his entrance. Lord Tyrell, however, dismissed the gesture entirely. Turning to Vortimer, he asked brusquely, "Is this your knight squire, the bear hunter?" Vortimer nodded. "Yes, my lord." "Is he really as good as you claim?" Mace asked, his voice sharp with doubt. "Yes," Vortimer replied confidently. "As long as he wields two swords, his strength is nearly on par with mine. Among the hundreds of men in the camp, he is the best candidate I can think of to succeed me." "Then he'll do," Lord Tyrell said flatly. He didn't so much as glance at Lind as he made his decision. Nor did he bother asking for Lind's input or offering an explanation. Instead, he tersely instructed Lind to leave the tent and wait in his own for further arrangements. The dismissive tone, treating him more like a tool than a person, left Lind feeling stifled, though he kept his composure. With a slight bow, he exited the tent and returned to his own, sitting quietly and waiting for someone to clarify the situation. It wasn't long before Garland and Vortimer arrived together. Garland immediately apologized for his father's rude behavior, but before Lind could even ask, he launched into an explanation. The problem, as it turned out, was a sudden and severe illness that had swept through the Tyrell camp. Every knight and soldier slated to participate in the group competition had been struck down with vomiting and diarrhea, likely from spoiled food. They were too weak to fight, let alone carry weapons into a melee. This left House Tyrell scrambling for a replacement. While they had deliberated for hours, the urgency of the situation allowed no perfect solution. There was one obvious choice, but it had been rejected outright: Vortimer. With his unparalleled swordsmanship, Vortimer stood as the ideal candidate for the team competition. However, the melee was notoriously dangerous. An injury in the melee would risk his ability to compete in the prestigious knightly tournament, an event of unparalleled importance that might never occur again. Losing Vortimer for that would be a disaster. To avoid this risk, Garland proposed Lind as a substitute. Having witnessed Lind's exceptional skill firsthand, especially in handling multiple opponents, Garland was confident in his choice. His proposal was met with enthusiastic support from the knights and nobles who had accompanied him from Highgarden. They had seen Lind's prowess and trusted his ability. However, those who had remained in King's Landing since the Usurpers' War were unfamiliar with Lind's talents. Hence, Lind had been summoned to the main tent earlier for an inspection. Though he hadn't displayed any swordsmanship, his imposing physique had been enough to persuade the doubters. Thus, Lind was volunteered, whether he liked it or not, as House Tyrell's participant in the group competition. After Garland's explanation, Lind raised a question. Why is it so critical that we participate in the group competition? If I recall correctly, it's not particularly prestigious. Even if House Tyrell doesn't participate, it shouldn't harm our reputation much, should it? At this, Garland's expression grew uneasy. He gave Vortimer a look, signaling him to explain, and then quietly left the tent. Vortimer sighed and offered a blunt explanation. After learning that the other great lords wouldn't send their best to the group competition, Lord Tyrell became overconfident. He was convinced we'd win and, well, he borrowed a substantial sum of money to bet on our victory. If we don't compete, or if we lose, not only will he owe a fortune, but he'll become the laughingstock of King's Landing. That's why he's been furious all morning. Lind blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. I see, he said finally. Well, I'll prepare for the battle. Chapter 32, The Last-Minute Rule Change. Common sense dictated that of all the events in the tournament, the team competition should typically follow the night competition. In some cases, the team competition wasn't even held, replaced instead by a simulation of the night competition. This tournament, however, deviated from tradition. The team competition was scheduled after the archery competition, and the participation criteria were relaxed to the extreme. Essentially, as long as one was human and armed, they could register. Moreover, in a sharp departure from the past, where participants were restricted to using wooden or blunt weapons provided by the organizers, King Robert announced before the event began that real, sharp-edged weapons could now be used. Historically, the team competition had already resulted in the most casualties of any event due to the use of lethal blunt weapons like warhammers and flails. Now, with the introduction of sharp weapons, the potential for casualties was certain to increase exponentially. Rumors quickly circulated through the streets of King's Landing that King Robert intended this bloodshed as a sacrificial celebration for the birth of his heir. Though it was clear to those in the know that this rumor was spread by Targaryen loyalists, many people believed it, and the belief was widespread. As a result, many who had initially signed up for the team competition withdrew, citing various excuses. The number of participants dwindled from several thousand to just over 100 before the competition began. However, new participants joined, swelling the ranks back to 400 or 500. Most of these new entrants were warriors from prominent noble families of the Seven Kingdoms. Observers quickly concluded that the major nobles were using this team competition to display their strength to King Robert. A new dynasty meant a new order, and the balance of power between old and emerging factions was shifting. Each noble family sought to secure its place in this new hierarchy by demonstrating its might before the new king. In essence, this competition had become an extension of the year's power struggles in King's Landing. For the ordinary citizens of King's Landing, the spectators who traveled great distances to witness the tournament, and those dreaming of fame, the altered team competition was thrilling. They understood that participants would fight with unparalleled ferocity and that the bloodshed would surpass anything seen in previous years. The anticipation turned to excitement as they gathered early around the fighting arena, constructing high platforms to secure the best view of the impending spectacle. At House Tyrell's temporary camp outside the arena, Lind was being assisted by his squire in donning a full suit of guard's leather armor. He also swapped his usual pair of swords for a one-handed sword and a short dagger. In his experience, the combination of a long and a short weapon allowed him to fight at his full potential. While this style was effective for one-on-one duels, it left him vulnerable to attacks from behind in a chaotic melee. Fortunately, his extraordinary senses provided a reliable defense against sneak attacks. Additionally, he wouldn't be fighting alone. Several Tyrell warriors would accompany him, offering support and creating openings for him to dispatch their opponents more efficiently. Once he was fully equipped, Lind secured his pet, Glory, in a specially made cast-iron cage. Ready to leave the tent and meet with his comrades to discuss their strategy, he was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Garland and Vortimer entered the tent, their expressions grim, followed by several attendants carrying pieces of metal plate armor. "Hurry up and change him into this so he can get used to the weight of plate armor," Vortimer ordered the squires, offering no explanation. The squires swiftly removed Lind's leather armor and began outfitting him with the finely crafted plate armor. Each piece was carefully adjusted to ensure it wouldn't restrict his movements. "Lord Garland, Lord Vortimer, what's going on?" Lind asked, puzzled by the abrupt change. Why are you putting me in plate mail? I thought only leather armor was allowed in the team competition. Garland and Vortimer exchanged uneasy glances before Vortimer finally answered, his tone heavy. We just received news. King Robert, on a whim, decreed that participants must wear heavy armor and use weapons with sharpened blades for this competition. Lind was stunned. What had been intended as a display event had now been turned into a lethal gladiatorial contest. The use of real weapons in such a chaotic melee would undoubtedly lead to a surge in casualties, and the level of carnage would surpass that of previous team competitions. Lind realized that this event would be remembered by future generations as a bloody and brutal spectacle, frequently cited in chronicles for its unprecedented savagery. Yet, Lind couldn't recall any tournament from his past life that was this violent, leaving him to wonder if this was the result of the butterfly effect. He quickly dismissed the thought. The ripple effects he had caused should not yet have been significant enough to alter events on this scale. While Lind wrestled with his thoughts, Garland and Vortimer interpreted his silence as shock, which they found understandable. After all, they too had been stunned when they first heard the news. It was easy to imagine how overwhelming it must feel for the participants about to enter the bloodbath. You don't need to worry too much. If you find yourself overwhelmed on the battlefield, just withdraw. Don't waste your life on a pointless bloodbath, Garland said, his tone almost pleading as he gave Lind permission to retreat if necessary. He motioned for an attendant, who approached carrying two finely crafted steel swords. Garland placed them on a low table beside Lind. My brother Willis forged these swords for me with great care. They were meant to be my personal weapons when I came of age, but since you need them more now, I'll let you use them for the time being. Lind said nothing, picking up one of the swords to examine it. Drawing the blade, he scrutinized its surface. It lacked the distinctive scaly patterns of Valyrian steel, which immediately confirmed that it wasn't forged from such rare material. Still, despite being made of ordinary steel, it was anything but average. Tyrell's craftsmanship was evident in the quality of the blade. The steel used was clearly superior to most, and while it didn't rival Valyrian steel, it came close. However, there was a drawback. Both swords were standard half-swords, much lighter than the broad-bladed half-swords Lind was accustomed to wielding. Their thinner blades also made them more prone to breaking when used to block powerful strikes. That said, the swords had their advantages. Their sharpness could penetrate most plate armor of average thickness, a feature that played to Lind's strength in exploiting his opponent's weaknesses. Have the others been informed of the rule change? Lind asked. Everyone knows, Garland replied with a solemn nod. This team competition has completely deviated from the norm. It's no longer just a standard group event. There are other elements involved that I can't fully understand right now. Even so, House Tyrell cannot afford to lose this competition too badly, no matter what. Because of that, the lineup has been changed. The people you selected were replaced by my father's Lord's Guard, led by Ser Salif, the captain of the guard. Vortimer added, while Ser Salif's swordsmanship isn't quite at my level, it's not far behind. And since he personally trained the Lord's Guard, I believe they'll work well together in combat. You don't need to worry about the team's combat effectiveness. The change was good news for House Tyrell but bad news for Lind. With the Lord's Guard in command, authority would undoubtedly rest with Ser Salif. Those guardsmen would prioritize their captain's orders over cooperating with Lind, leaving him to fend for himself in both offense and defense. The danger he faced would increase significantly. Although Lind wanted to protest this decision, he knew his position gave him no leverage. If he couldn't overturn the decision, he had to find a way to shift the situation to his advantage. Can I form my own team and not join the Lord's Guard under Ser Salif's command? Lind asked. Why? Garland looked at him in surprise. You'd be safer with the Lord's Guard. No, he's better off going solo, Vortimer interjected, agreeing with Lind's proposal. If he joins the Lord's Guard, it'll affect their coordination. Worse, if anything goes wrong, well. Vortimer trailed off, but the implication was clear. Both Lind and Garland understood he was referring to the unspoken practice among nobles of using outsiders as scapegoats for failure. Lind would be an easy target for blame. Garland said nothing, his expression conflicted. As a member of the noble class, he was well aware of such practices but felt uncomfortable having them pointed out so bluntly. Lind, meanwhile, hadn't considered this possibility at first. His primary concern was avoiding interference from the Lord's Guard. Now, after hearing Vortimer's warning, he realized he needed to perform exceptionally well in the competition to ensure no one could pin failure on him. Anything less, and he risked becoming the perfect scapegoat. As the conversation lapsed into silence, the attendants finished outfitting Lind in his plate armor. They had him test his movements to ensure the adjustments were correct. Since his safety was on the line, Lind didn't hold back. He performed a series of challenging movements, followed by precise sword strikes. Noticing minor issues with the fit, he instructed the attendants to adjust the breastplate and shoulder armor. He also requested 2 additional straps for the gauntlets to ensure they wouldn't come loose during combat. After testing the armor again, Lind nodded in satisfaction, feeling confident in its readiness. "This suit of plate mail belonged to my nephew," Vortimer said, his gaze lingering on the armor now worn by Lind, his voice tinged with a mix of sentiment and detachment. "He was killed during the Usurpers' War, and the armor came into my possession. You urgently need it now, so I'm lending it to you. But once this is over, make sure to clean it thoroughly and return it. Isn't this suit of plate mail a gift to me?" Lind asked, raising an eyebrow, his tone half-joking. Vortimer gave him a blank look, one that made Lind feel almost foolish for asking. Lind chuckled awkwardly and quickly shifted the topic. "Everyone else has been replaced. Why not me?" "I made sure to keep your spot," Vortimer replied, his voice serious. "I hope you don't hold it against me for putting you in harm's way." "Hold it against you?" "No, of course not," Lind said with a sincere smile. "This is exactly what I wanted. I should be thanking you." For Lind, this team competition was a rare chance, an opportunity to rapidly elevate his social standing. King Robert's sudden rule change suggested he had taken a particular interest in the event, which all but guaranteed that the king himself would be watching. If Lind performed well, there was a strong possibility he could be knighted on the spot by Robert Baratheon, much like Jorah Mormont, who had been knighted by the king for his valor during the rebellion in the Iron Islands. Notably, Robert had bypassed Lord Eddard Stark in knighting Jorah, an act seen as discourteous to Eddard but indicative of Robert's disregard for protocol when he was impressed by someone. Lind admired this approach, as he too needed to bypass the entrenched rules and traditions of power to advance. Figures like Robert and Littlefinger exemplified this mindset, showing that breaking the system was sometimes the only way to climb within it. Thus, Lind's gratitude to Vortimer was genuine. The man had handed him an invaluable opportunity. After securing the 2 swords lent to him by Garland at his waist, Lind meticulously checked his equipment one final time to ensure everything was in order. Satisfied, he left the tent and headed to the open space near the edge of the fighting arena, where the Lord's Guard was already assembled. Beyond the Tyrells, representatives of other major houses, Lannisters, Arryns, Tullys, Martells, and more, were gathered, their numbers uniform, 21 participants, including their leaders. This number seemed to reflect a limit imposed by King Robert. Alongside the great houses, several martial nobles had also fielded their own smaller teams, typically consisting of 7 or 8 individuals each. The total number of participants exceeded 600, yet the vast size of the arena, originally designed to accommodate thousands, made it feel far from crowded. Although everyone had arrived, there was no sign of the competition beginning. It felt as though the event was waiting for something, or someone. At that moment, Ser Salif approached Lind. His expression was neutral, but his tone was anything but friendly. "Kid, I don't know what connection you have with Vortimer, or why he's so insistent on putting you into this mess of a competition. But let me make one thing clear, when the fighting starts, if you find yourself in danger, no one will step in to save you. Certainly not me, and not the Lord's Guard. You do well to withdraw right at the beginning, save yourself the trouble of dying in this meaningless bloodbath and tarnishing the name of House Tyrell." Lind responded with a calm smile, offering no retort. Instead, he quietly walked away. Rather than stand with the Lord's Guard, he positioned himself apart from the group, drawing attention as he stood alone among the participants. A sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. People murmured and then parted to clear a path. Emerging from the dispersing throng was a towering figure wielding a warhammer and wearing a helmet adorned with the antlers of a stag, flanked by a retinue of House Baratheon soldiers. Chapter 33, Killing Mode. Robert Baratheon's sudden appearance on the sidelines of the group's tournament, fully armed, caused a commotion. No one had anticipated that King Robert himself intended to participate in the battle, especially in a group tournament using live weapons. Many thought Robert was reckless, if not outright mad. Only a year had passed since the Usurpers' War, and remnants of Targaryen loyalists were still scheming to overthrow the Baratheon dynasty. By stepping into such a dangerous situation, Robert was openly exposing himself to potential harm. Should anything happen to him, the fragile Baratheon rule might collapse, plunging the realm into chaos once more. The gathered nobles instinctively turned their eyes toward the king's hand, Jon Arryn, who trailed behind Robert with a grim expression. Everyone present understood Robert's stubborn nature. Among the inhabitants of King's Landing, only Jon Arryn possessed enough sway to temper the king's impulsiveness. Yet, it seemed even the seasoned hand had failed to deter Robert from this perilous folly. It wasn't just Jon Arryn who had failed to stop him. Queen Cersei's efforts to dissuade the king were evident in her appearance. Her bloodshot eyes hinted at a sleepless night spent in vain attempts to change Robert's mind. What left the crowd even more astonished was Robert's choice of companions. Instead of leading his king's guard, the king had selected 20 guards from House Baratheon's garrison at Storm's End to join him. Though the decision seemed foolhardy, it bolstered his image as a valorous and just ruler, subtly earning admiration from the surrounding knights and warriors. When Robert entered the arena, he wasted no time with ceremonial words. "Let's begin," he declared impatiently before striding into the center of the arena. The crowd hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances as they followed him. Despite their positions as participants, none dared initiate combat against their king. A heavy silence hung over the field, broken only when Robert's patience wore thin. "Do it. You idiots!" Robert bellowed, his voice echoing across the arena. Without waiting for a response, he charged the nearest Lannister warrior, swinging his warhammer with brutal force. The blow landed squarely on the man's chest, sending him flying out of the ring. Judging by the gruesomely caved-in chest, the warrior's life had been snuffed out in an instant. This violent display shattered the participants' hesitations, setting the arena ablaze with battle. Whatever concerns they harbored about Robert's royal status were abandoned in the face of immediate danger. Weapons were raised, and alliances dissolved into individual struggles for survival. Coordination gave way to instinct as each warrior fought in their own way, turning the melee into a chaotic free-for-all. Among the fighters was Lind, standing alone in the tumultuous ring. To the surrounding warriors, he appeared an easy target. Fighters from houses Arryn, Martell, and Tully converged on him simultaneously, intending to eliminate him quickly. Yet Lind showed no fear. He had spent countless days training to handle multiple opponents, and as they charged, he swiftly calculated 10 different countermeasures, settling on the optimal one in an instant. With a quick sliding step, he dodged an Arryn warrior's thrusting sword, countering with a precise strike to the man's exposed armpit. The blade, forged by Willis, sliced through leather armor effortlessly. The cut traveled upward, carving through the man's torso and spilling blood and entrails onto the arena floor. Lind's movements didn't falter. Using the momentum of his dodge, he spun on his feet and leapt, evading incoming strikes. His rotation powered his dual long swords, one of which cleaved through the neck of another attacker. Though the Martell warrior managed to block initially, Lind's spinning force overwhelmed the defense, sending the opponent's weapon flying. A moment later, the man's head rolled from his shoulders. In mere seconds, 4 warriors lay dead at Lind's feet. His solitary position had already drawn attention, but his astonishingly efficient killing now made him the center of everyone's focus. Among the onlookers was Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. When Jaime followed Robert Baratheon to the edge of the fighting ring and saw Lind standing alone for the first time, he immediately recognized the Tyrell Guard soldier from that day. Lind had left a lasting impression on Jaime, not just because of the honor of the Shadowcat, but also because he was the only person in the past year who hadn't looked at him, the Kingslayer, with judgment or unease. Even Cersei, his sister and closest confidant, carried a subtle but undeniable tone of peculiar emotion when discussing the kingslaying. Lind's unflinching neutrality had struck Jaime as unusual, and he couldn't help but feel curious about the young soldier. Jaime had wanted to speak with Lind after that day, hoping to understand why he was different, but his duties at the Red Keep had kept him occupied. He set the thought aside, never imagining he'd encounter Lind again, let alone in a tournament. But there Lind was, displaying exceptional swordsmanship that only deepened Jaime's intrigue. As soon as Lind felled 4 opponents in rapid succession, a wide berth formed around him. The other participants, recognizing his skill, instinctively avoided him, choosing less formidable targets. Lind, for his part, didn't pursue anyone further. Instead, he stood still, calmly observing the chaos unfolding in the arena. With hundreds of participants, the fighting ring had devolved into utter disarray. Warriors attacked indiscriminately, and even allies accidentally injured each other in the frenzy. Lind understood that diving into such chaos would nullify his advantage in mobility and leave him exposed to attacks from all sides. He also knew the tournament would be long and grueling. By conserving his energy now, he could endure the later, more challenging stages of the competition. However, Lind's strategic passivity did not sit well with some of the onlookers. Frustrated participants hurled insults at him, calling him a coward and demanding the others attack him. Lind, unfazed, ignored the taunts and remained motionless, his focus unwavering. The hostility soon extended to House Tyrell on the sidelines. Insults were aimed at the rose-emblazoned sigil Lind wore, causing Lord Mace Tyrell to grow visibly irritated. He seemed ready to command Lind to fight but was stopped by Garland and Vortimer. Even Maester Mallows, who respected Lind, stepped in to dissuade the Lord Paramount, arguing that the tournament's fighters should act of their own accord. Their intervention spared Mace Tyrell from issuing a rash and ill-advised order. But while House Tyrell held back, other nobles were less restrained. Two northern warriors, acting on their master's orders, disengaged from their current skirmishes and moved to strike Lind from behind. The attack was sudden, and Lind, appearing unaware, kept his attention fixed on the combat in front of him. The two attackers closed in, their axe and long sword poised to strike Lind's head. The Tyrell spectators shouted warnings, their voices barely audible over the clamor of the battlefield. Yet before their cries could reach him, something extraordinary happened. Lind vanished. To the attackers' shock, the target before them seemingly disappeared. In the same instant, they felt sharp, searing pain in their chests. A tremendous impact sent them flying, their bodies landing heavily on the bloodied ground. Neither man rose again, their forms leaking blood from deep wounds in their chests, staining the dirt red. The crowd, however, had witnessed the event clearly. Lind had not vanished by magic but through incredible physical dexterity. He had dropped his tall frame to nearly half its height, slipping under the arc of their weapons with uncanny precision. Then, as though he had eyes in the back of his head, he pinpointed their positions and launched himself backward with explosive force. His lithe body catapulted into one attacker, and his twin swords, moving fluidly under his arms, pierced both men's chests in one fluid motion. The entire sequence had been over in a flash. The sheer brilliance of Lind's counterattack stunned the audience. His combination of agility, precision, and deadly efficiency left an indelible mark on all who watched. Those who had earlier jeered at his inaction now erupted in cheers, their initial disdain replaced by awe. The same crowd that had insulted him moments ago now celebrated his mastery, their roars echoing across the arena. In the Tyrell camp, Lind's former sparring partners erupted with excitement, their voices ringing out as they shouted his nickname, Bear Hunter. Their enthusiasm mirrored the admiration spreading through the crowd, but Lind remained focused, his guard never wavering. After dispatching two attackers, 5 or 6 more warriors from various houses charged at him, spurred on by orders from their lords. Undeterred by the ease with which Lind had killed moments ago, they pressed forward, confident in their strength and numbers. Yet their lack of coordination proved their undoing. Unlike the disciplined fighters of a single house, their attacks were haphazard, leaving openings Lind easily exploited. With calculated footwork and precise movements, Lind danced through their clumsy assault, avoiding every strike. His long sword found the weaknesses in their armor, delivering decisive blows to vital points. Each swing brought death, leaving no time for counterattacks. To the onlookers, the sight was surreal. Lind, a warrior with the strength of a bear, moved with the nimbleness of a civet cat. His long sword seemed to glide through the air with unnatural grace, weaving a path of destruction. The juxtaposition of raw power and fluid agility was mesmerizing, a combination that felt both awe-inspiring and entirely alien. The arena was alive with gasps and cheers as Lind carved through his opponents like an artist painting death. When the skirmish ended, the full extent of Lind's lethality became apparent. In a matter of minutes, he had killed more than 10 enemies, a feat unmatched even by King Robert himself, who fought with the support of his men. The crowd, once skeptical of Lind's earlier passivity, now roared his name, their cheers echoing across the arena. Inside the fighting ring, the warriors were too consumed by rage and survival to hear the cheers. Lind, however, was no longer standing still. His earlier strategy of conserving energy had given way to a more aggressive approach. This shift came after he noticed leading warriors from the Tully, Stark, and Arryn houses had begun to eye him as a serious threat. Though still engaged with their current opponents, they maneuvered to encircle him, their intent to trap and overwhelm him clear. Unlike the uncoordinated fighters Lind had faced earlier, these seasoned veterans were no strangers to teamwork. Their combined experience and skill posed a far greater danger. Recognizing this, Lind preemptively disrupted their plans, moving swiftly to attack isolated targets and scatter their formation before they could close in. To the spectators, it was as if Lind had become one with the chaos of the battlefield. His movements were fluid, his strikes unerring. He navigated the arena with a predator's instinct, dodging attacks with uncanny precision and countering with lethal efficiency. Each swing of his blade claimed another life. To those watching, he seemed less a man and more an avatar of the stranger, the divine messenger of death, sent to harvest souls. Some spectators began counting Lind's kills, their amazement growing as the number climbed. It soon surpassed 50 and showed no sign of slowing, edging closer to 100. Among the crowd, murmurs grew that Lind was destined to be the tournament's final victor. In the heat of the battle, Lind entered a trance-like state, a killing state where all distractions faded away. His thoughts no longer lingered on the tournament's purpose or its aftermath. The world narrowed to a single goal, to kill every enemy and be the last one standing. In this state, Lind discovered the full extent of the changes in his body and senses. The battlefield, chaotic to others, appeared slowed and clear to him. He could perceive the trajectory of every attack and anticipate movements with eerie accuracy. It was as though time itself bent to his will, giving him the space to dodge, counter, and kill with devastating precision. In this heightened state, Lind became unstoppable. The elite warriors of the great houses, despite their skill and experience, were no more than weeds in a field to be cut down. With every strike, another foe fell, lifeless before they even realized they had been defeated. Lind's dominance seemed absolute. But the body has limits, no matter how sharp the mind or refined the skill. Lind, so consumed by his killing trance, failed to notice the toll it was taking on him. His stamina drained rapidly, and exhaustion began creeping into his movements. By the time he realized what was happening, his energy reserves were nearly spent. Sensing his condition, Lind broke out of his killing state. He withdrew his sword from an enemy's neck and paused, standing still in the midst of the chaos. He focused on steadying his breathing, masking his exhaustion with a calm and composed demeanor. His posture projected an air of invincibility, fooling those around him into believing he was as strong as ever. The psychological effect was immediate. The warriors who had been considering an attack hesitated, their confidence shaken by the sight of the corpses piled at Lind's feet. None dared approach him, wary of meeting the same fate as the dozens who had already fallen. A strange scene unfolded in the arena. While the rest of the battlefield remained a chaotic melee, a wide, eerie circle of emptiness formed around Lind. Within a 20-meter radius, there were no living combatants, only a lone figure standing amidst a sea of the dead. Chapter 34, Beating Up the King. Lind's pause drew a collective sigh of regret from the surrounding audience. The staggering toll of 87 fighters who had fallen to his hand, spanning almost every noble house save House Tyrell, had left an indelible mark. Notably, all the Tully fighters, including their leader Ser Dalton, had met their end at Lind's blade, as had every Arryn fighter except for 2 who were injured by others and forced to retreat. While many of Lind's kills were the result of opportunistic strikes against fighters already engaged with others, this was not seen as dishonorable. In fact, such tactics were common in the arena. The distinction lay in Lind's unparalleled effectiveness. Somehow, he always managed to find his mark amidst the chaos, escalating his tally far beyond anyone else. The crowd, anticipating Lind to reach the grim milestone of 100 kills, was stunned when he suddenly halted. A wave of disappointment rippled through the arena, with some spectators even shouting for other participants to confront him. Yet, the grisly scene surrounding Lind, a field littered with the bodies of his victims, was enough to freeze the bravest fighters in their tracks. Even the harshest taunts from the onlookers couldn't compel anyone to step within 10 meters of him. In the Tyrell family's temporary camp, the members of House Tyrell were similarly stunned. While tales of lone warriors facing overwhelming odds were not unheard of, witnessing someone like Lind cutting down nearly 100 opponents single-handedly, as though harvesting wheat, was unprecedented. Lord Mace Tyrell stared at the scene in disbelief before finally breaking his silence. "What was his name again?" he asked, turning to Garland. "Lind." "Lind of White Holdfast," Garland replied, reiterating the name as he recounted Lind's origins, ensuring his father would not forget it this time. Upon hearing that Garland had recruited Lind from House Crane into House Tyrell's service, Mace launched into effusive praise, momentarily forgetting the presence of Vortimer, Highgarden's master-at-arms, who stood behind him. It wasn't until Maester Mallows discreetly tugged at his robes that Mace caught himself. Looking sheepishly at Vortimer's impassive expression, he quickly added, "Your niece, Meredith Crane, has settled in Highgarden, hasn't she? She's about the same age as Marjorie. Marjorie could use a lady companion. Let Meredith be her lady companion." Vortimer, recognizing this as an effort to smooth things over, replied without hesitation, "Yes, my lord. It is an honor for Meredith to serve Lady Marjorie." With that, Lord Mace refocused on the battlefield, where conflicting emotions churned within him. While he was elated by Lind's prowess, he couldn't help but voice a concern: if that Lind faces his grace, will he use lethal force as well? Garland and Vortimer, familiar with Lind's temperament, exchanged uneasy glances before responding hesitantly, "I don't think so." Meanwhile, in the arena, the number of combatants had dwindled to fewer than 100. Except for Lind, every remaining participant bore injuries. Even King Robert had not escaped unscathed. His helmet was dented, with one antler missing, though he seemed unbothered. If anything, the king appeared invigorated, his warhammer still swinging with relentless force. While others had withdrawn or been incapacitated, Lind stood in stark contrast, surrounded by a grim sea of corpses. His lethal efficiency made the rest seem woefully inadequate, as most fighters had only managed to injure or incapacitate their opponents. King Robert, leading the remnants of his Storm's End guards alongside survivors from the Vale, Riverlands, and the North, focused his efforts on eliminating the remaining Lannister soldiers. The Tyrell Lord's Guard, however, had fared poorly. Out of their original numbers, only 9 emerged alive. Ser Salif, who had earlier vowed not to assist Lind, had been struck in the head by a warhammer early on and was now clinging to life. Without a clear commander, the guards had been overwhelmed, scattered, and ultimately defeated. On the opposite end, the fighters from House Martell displayed remarkable cohesion. Despite facing repeated assaults by dozens of warriors from lesser houses, the 6 surviving Dornishmen fought with precision and unity, holding their ground and even turning the tide against their attackers. It was clear they were likely to emerge victorious from this melee. Elsewhere, a few surviving nobles, either out of desperation or ignorance, ventured toward Lind. Oblivious to the carnage he had wrought, they soon joined the ever-growing pile of corpses at his feet, bringing his kill count to 94. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 main battles in the arena reached their conclusions. Despite their superior equipment and veteran experience, the Lannister fighters could not withstand King Robert's relentless siege and were ultimately forced to retreat from the arena. Their withdrawal thinned the crowd surrounding Robert, leaving only 3 warriors by his side. Judging by their emblems, one was from House Karstark in the north, and the other 2 bore the sigil of House Templeton from the Vale's 9 stars. The noble lineage of these warriors was evident in their finely crafted armor. On the other side of the arena, the Martell warriors had overcome their adversaries but at a heavy cost. 2 of the 6 had fallen, and the remaining 4 were grievously injured. Exchanging glances, they made a silent agreement to avoid Lind entirely and instead charged at King Robert. The 3 warriors near Robert moved to intercept the Martells, unwilling to allow anyone to approach the king. However, they severely underestimated the unyielding determination of the Dornishmen. 3 of the Martell warriors fought with reckless abandon, willingly trading their lives to bring down the 3 noble defenders. With their sacrifice, the lone surviving Martell fighter pressed forward, his eyes fixed on Robert. It was clear to everyone in the arena that he intended to take the king down with him. The crowd gasped in alarm as they realized what the Martell fighter was attempting. The King's Guard and the Gold Cloaks rushed into the arena to intervene, but before they could reach him, Robert Baratheon met the charging Dornishmen head-on. Like an unstoppable force, Robert deflected the scimitar with his warhammer-armored right arm and seized the warrior's throat with his left hand. With a brutal twist, he snapped the man's neck and tossed the lifeless body aside. "What are you doing? The competition isn't over yet. Who gave you permission to enter?" Get out. Robert roared at the king's guard and gold cloaks now entering the arena. His voice reverberated with authority, halting them in their tracks. Relieved that Robert had dispatched the threat, the intruding guards retreated, leaving the arena. Now, only two combatants remained, Lind and King Robert. A tense silence fell over the crowd, broken only by the distant murmurs of spectators. Robert Baratheon, now gazing at his final opponent, studied Lind with a serious expression. His eyes swept over the battlefield littered with bodies, and the weight of the moment sank in. Despite being focused on his own fight, Robert had heard the roaring cheers of the crowd throughout the melee. Tales of an unstoppable warrior cutting down nearly 100 men had reached his ears, and now, standing before Lind and the carnage surrounding him, he realized those tales were no exaggeration. Meanwhile, Lind observed Robert, his mind racing. This was no ordinary foe. Robert Baratheon, at the height of his power, was a force to be reckoned with, far removed from the indulgent king of later years. His heavy armor, fortified by a specialized inner weave, had shrugged off nearly every attack during the battle. Only a dented helmet bore testament to his injuries, but even that had not slowed him down. Lind's half-sword, crafted from a rare material, was sharp and durable, but its ability to penetrate both layers of Robert's armor was uncertain. A failed strike would leave Lind exposed to Robert's overwhelming counterattack. Worse, Lind knew that harming the king, even unintentionally, would seal his fate, tournament rules or not. The stakes left him hesitant, the idea of withdrawing from the fight crossing his mind. Yet Robert seemed to sense Lind's wavering resolve. Without giving him a chance to retreat or speak, the king charged forward with his warhammer, forcing the fight to begin. Seeing Robert barrel toward him, Lind set aside his doubts and entered a focused combat state. Gripping his half-sword tightly, he launched himself at Robert, fully committed to the clash. As Robert closed the distance, he swung his warhammer in a powerful horizontal arc aimed at Lind's midsection. Anticipating a dodge, Robert prepared for a follow-up strike, ensuring no avenue of escape. But Lind's response defied all expectations. In a stunning maneuver, Lind released his grip on the half-sword and leaped high into the air, curling his body to evade the sweeping hammer. The warhammer whooshed harmlessly beneath him, and before Robert could adjust, Lind used his full strength to lunge at him midair. Lind's sheer bulk and strength drove his feet into Robert with incredible force. Though the king's armor absorbed the brunt of the impact, the momentum sent Robert sprawling. His heavily armored body slammed into the ground, and the weight of his helmet caused his head to strike the arena floor with a sickening thud, aggravating the earlier head injury. Momentarily stunned, Robert lay unable to rise. Lind, prepared for the landing, rolled deftly to dissipate the shock of his leap. In one fluid motion, he regained his footing and sprinted toward the downed king. Wasting no time, Lind delivered a vicious kick to Robert's arm, the one clutching his warhammer. The force of the blow snapped the king's arm, eliciting a scream of pain. Seizing the opportunity, Lind straddled the injured Robert, pinning his uninjured arm underfoot while leaving the broken one immobilized. He raised his fists and began hammering them down on Robert's head, his iron-plated gloves pounding relentlessly. Robert's attempts to resist were futile, his handsome face quickly swelled, blood streaming from fresh wounds, as Lind's strikes drove him into a semi-conscious haze. Enough. Warrior of House Tyrell, I think you've proven your point. The sharp clang of steel accompanied Jaime Lannister's voice as his longsword descended, resting lightly against Lind's neck. Lind paused mid-swing, his fists trembling with exertion, before slowly lowering his hands. He turned to meet Jaime's stern gaze, panting heavily as he assessed the threat. Judging that Jaime wasn't aiming to kill him but merely to end the fight, Lind obeyed. Rising carefully, he stepped back from Robert, maintaining his composure despite the sword at his throat. As the tension shifted, Ser Barristan Selmy and the remaining King's Guard rushed to their fallen king. Lind, meanwhile, stood motionless, awaiting the next move. Some among the crowd began to stir, with several moving toward him to attempt an arrest. Jaime, however, intervened, blocking their path with a warning gesture. The arena fell silent, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone. None had expected the group competition to end like this, with the king bloodied on the ground and his would-be opponent under threat of execution. Whispers rippled through the audience, while in House Tyrell's camp, anxiety hung thick in the air. Lind was one of their own, and the consequences of his actions could be catastrophic. What are you waiting for? Arrest this man who dared to strike the king. Queen Cersei's voice, sharp with fury, pierced the tension as she strode toward the center of the arena, flanked by her attendants. Her command stirred immediate unrest among the spectators. The Queen's order tarnished what had been an extraordinary spectacle in the crowd's eyes, leading to murmurs of discontent and even boos from some. To them, the drama of the competition had been marred by her heavy-handed interference. The gold cloaks immediately stepped forward to seize Lind upon hearing the order. Jaime Lannister moved to intervene, but the command had come from Cersei, and that moment of hesitation held him back. Chapter 35, Full Energy Bar. Get out of the way. What do you idiots want? The booming voice of Robert Baratheon echoed across the arena. Bloodied and bruised, the king rose to his feet with the support of Ser Barristan Selmy. Glaring at the gold cloaks, he bellowed, "Who told you to barge into the fighting arena, you fools? Do you have any idea what you've done? You've ruined a match of unparalleled glory. You've shamed me and every participant here. Now, put away your damn weapons." The gold cloaks, visibly shaken, hastily obeyed, sheathing their weapons and retreating from Lind. Jaime Lannister, who had held his sword at Lind's neck, withdrew the blade and returned to Queen Cersei's side. Cersei, her voice filled with fury, exclaimed, "Are you mad? He just tried to kill you." "Silence, woman," Robert snapped. "This is between warriors, you are not to interfere." Pushing Ser Barristan aside, Robert straightened himself, then stormed toward Cersei. His voice thundered, "Go back to your chambers, mind your children, and stop causing trouble." He turned his fiery gaze to Jaime. "What are you waiting for, Kingslayer? Take your sister back to the castle, now. Don't let her disgrace me here any longer." Robert's public reprimand left both siblings visibly humiliated, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Watching from the sidelines, Lord Tywin Lannister's expression grew dark. He whispered a few words to a nearby aide, who swiftly delivered the message to Jaime and Cersei. After receiving their father's words, the Lannisters exchanged glances, then silently exited the arena with the Red Keep's guards and the gold cloaks in tow. With the siblings gone, Robert turned to Lind, who was calmly gathering the two halves of his broken sword from the ground and sliding them back into their sheaths. In a deep, commanding voice, Robert asked, "What is the name of the Tyrell warrior?" Before Lind could respond, cries erupted from the Highgarden contingent. Lind. Lind the Bear Hunter. Supporters from across the Reach, familiar with the famed Bear Hunter song, joined in the cheers, chanting his name. "Bear Hunter Lind," Robert said, a flicker of approval in his eyes. "It seems you are no ordinary man. I'll remember you, Bear Hunter Lind, the one who defeated the king." The king stepped forward, clasped Lind's arm, and hoisted him into the air. His voice roared over the crowd, "Let's hear it for our champion, the Battle Lord, Lind. Battle Lord. Battle Lord." The cheers reverberated through the arena, swelling until they spilled into the streets of King's Landing. Despite Lind's triumph in the team competition, the Tyrell nobles seemed anything but jubilant. Upon returning to the Tyrell camp, Lind was promptly ushered into his tent. The somber expressions of those gathered there made it clear, this was no celebration, but a confrontation. Before Lord Mace Tyrell could speak, one of the nobles stepped forward, his tone sharp and accusatory. "Do you realize what you've done, Lind of White Holdfast?" The deliberate mention of Lind's humble origins was a clear attempt to belittle him. Yet Lind remained unruffled. His voice calm and steady, he replied, "Of course I know what I've done. Are you confused, my lord? Did I not just win the team competition for House Tyrell? What's the matter, have you already forgotten? Or are you so old that your memory fails you?" Puffed. Garland Tyrell stifled a laugh at Lind's retort, quickly masking his amusement with a stern expression. The noble's face flushed with anger. "Damn it. Of course I know we won the competition. But you dared to lay hands on the king." "Wrong." Lind interrupted sharply. "I think you misunderstand, my lord. I never laid a hand on the king. I only challenged a warrior who participated in the team competition." Turning to Mace Tyrell, Lind's tone grew pointed. "My lord, as I recall, it was you who commanded me to fight in the team competition and to give it my all. And now I have won. I have brought honor to House Tyrell, earned the respect of his grace, and brought acclaim to our family in the eyes of all the nobles present. Tell me, my lord, was I wrong to do so?" Mace Tyrell hesitated, unable to form an immediate response. Lynd's argument was unassailable. While his actions had indeed risked offending King Robert, they had also brought great prestige to House Tyrell. To chastise Lynd for following orders would be both unjust and short-sighted. If Mace Tyrell publicly rebuked a loyal vassal who had fulfilled his mission with excellence, what message would it send to others? Such a move might discourage loyalty and dedication among his retainers. Lord Mace Tyrell sat in contemplation, recalling the journey back to the camp. Nobles from across the 7 kingdoms had offered their congratulations, one after another. Even the Starks of the North, not known for their easy camaraderie, had sent an emissary requesting a meeting with Benjen Stark to discuss a matter of importance. Such attention, unprecedented over the past year, was a clear indication of the shifting dynamics within the new regime, and it was all due to Lynd's victory in the group competition. It became evident to Mace that Lynd's triumph had elevated the standing of House Tyrell. The sudden recognition from influential families was something he could not ignore. Questioning Lynd or holding him accountable now seemed irrational, yet he was at a loss for how to gracefully resolve the situation he had unwittingly created. Sensing his father's discomfort, Garland stepped forward to diffuse the tension. "Bear Hunter," he said warmly, "you've done nothing wrong. In fact, your performance in the group competition was exemplary. The reason you were summoned here was not to be reprimanded but to discuss your reward. You've brought great honor to House Tyrell and earned glory in the 7 kingdoms. Such a contribution must not go unrewarded." Turning to Ser Ismir, the noble who had voiced accusations earlier, Garland added pointedly, "I believe you may have misunderstood my father's intentions." Yes, of course." Mace Tyrell quickly seized the opportunity to agree, nodding emphatically. Ser Ismir must have misunderstood. The change in tone was unmistakable. Lynd, recognizing the opportunity to let the matter rest, responded with a respectful bow. "It is my honor to serve House Tyrell. As for a reward, I dare not make demands. I trust that House Tyrell has its own standards for rewarding service, and I will humbly accept whatever is deemed appropriate." Mace Tyrell, regaining his composure, spoke in an almost magnanimous tone. "Fear not, Lynd. House Tyrell is never stingy when it comes to rewarding those who have rendered great service. For now, go and rest. You must be weary after such a tumultuous day." Lynd inclined his head in gratitude and turned to leave, only to be stopped by Garland. "Wait." Garland called out. Lynd turned back, his expression puzzled, as Garland gestured toward the swords hanging from Lynd's waist. "I think you should return those swords to me." Smiling, Lynd unbuckled the swords and offered them back to Garland, holding them with both hands. "Lord Garland, these swords played a crucial role in our victory today. I was planning to return them after cleaning them properly." Taking the swords, Garland handed them to a nearby servant and shook his head with a wide grin. No, you mustn't clean them. Their worth lies in the story they carry. These are the swords that nearly accomplished the feat of felling 100 foes in the tournament. After today, they'll be remembered as legendary artifacts. I intend to preserve them as they are." At Garland's playful remark, laughter rippled through the tent, instantly breaking the tension. Vortimer chimed in at that moment, "Don't bother cleaning my armor either. Just have it taken off and sent directly to me." "Yes, my lord," Lynd replied, smiling. After leaving the main tent, Lynd made his way to his own quarters. Along the way, Tyrell soldiers, those who had fought alongside him and those who had remained in King's Landing during the War of the Usurper, came forward to salute him. Their expressions brimmed with awe, a testament to the respect Lynd had earned. His display of strength in the tournament had left a lasting impression, and despite his status as merely a knight squire, they treated him with the reverence owed to a great lord. Politely excusing himself, Lynd claimed exhaustion and urged the gathered soldiers to disperse. Once alone, he called on his assistant, Raoul, to help remove his armor. Following Vortimer's instructions, Lynd ensured the armor was sent to its owner without cleaning it. When the tent finally fell silent, Lynd turned his attention to Glory, still locked in its iron cage. Although only confined for a short time, Glory had grown restless, evident from the bite marks and cracks on the iron bars. As soon as Lynd released the creature, Glory voiced its displeasure, biting his wrist, not to harm him, but as an expression of frustration. Lynd chuckled and spent some time calming Glory, feeding and reassuring it until the creature finally relaxed. Then, with Glory by his side, he lay down on the simple wooden bed, letting his body unwind. Stroking the creature, he allowed himself to sink into the calm, a reprieve from the mental and physical strain he had endured. While he had seemed effortless in the arena, the truth was that the battle had pushed him to his limits. In the heat of competition, adrenaline had dulled the strain, but now, in the quiet safety of his tent, exhaustion and the toll on his body became apparent. His muscles ached, and his mind felt drained. Only by lying still could he begin to recover. Gradually, the overwhelming fatigue subsided as his body adjusted to the strain. Though he felt somewhat better, his movements remained sluggish. Still, he refrained from rising, choosing instead to focus on the energy bar in his mind, a feature of his mysterious cheat. Before the competition, the energy bar had been nearly a quarter full. Now, to his surprise, it was completely filled. This should have marked the unlocking of a new power, but to his frustration, nothing seemed to happen. The energy bar sat inert, showing no signs of activation, even as he concentrated on it. Doubt crept into Lin's thoughts. Could the cheat truly be so limited, offering him only the one-time boon of the Peacekeeper's abilities? But he quickly dismissed the idea. It didn't make sense for such a powerful tool to be so restricted. Reflecting further, he recalled the box of dragonbone he kept in the tent. In earlier experiments, he had discovered a faint reaction between the dragonbone's energy and the cheat system. While those tests had yielded no breakthroughs, the dragonbone's energy had caused the cheat to flicker. This gave him hope that the dragonbone might hold the key to unlocking the energy bar's new potential. Determined, Lin dragged the heavy box of dragonbone to the edge of the bed. Calling Raoul, he instructed the assistant to stand guard outside and ensure no one disturbed him. Only then did he open the box and lay his hands on the dragonbone. As before, waves of heat radiated from the material, surging through his body. The cheat's energy bar began to flicker faintly. Focusing his mind on the bar, Lind willed it to activate, but the response remained lackluster. The bar flickered and shimmered but refused to change. Disappointed, he prepared to stop the test and remove his hands from the dragonbone. Just as he did, something subtle caught his eye. The energy bar, previously static, now displayed faint shadows at either end. Intrigued, Lind concentrated harder. Slowly, the shadows grew more defined, eventually resolving into two distinct figures. The first figure was blurry, its form constantly shifting, as though made of smoke. The second was sharp and clear, depicting a person wielding two swords. When the figures were fully formed, Lind focused his mind on them. To his astonishment, new information flooded his mind. The two figures represented choices offered by the cheat. The blurry figure symbolized an unknown power, a random draw from the other heroes of For Honor. Choosing this would grant him a new character's abilities and weapons, broadening his skill set in unpredictable ways. The clear figure, wielding two swords, represented a direct enhancement to his existing skill set. Selecting it would grant him another dual sword-wielding character, sharpening his swordsmanship and elevating his combat ability with two blades to an entirely new level. Chapter 36, The Fusion of the Second Character. Having determined that dragon bones were the key to activating the energy bar of the cheat, Lind couldn't help but feel grateful for the stockpile he'd obtained from the Faceless Man, Bovo. Without it, he would have been forced to find a way to infiltrate the Red Keep and sneak into its dungeons to steal dragon bones himself, a risk he was glad to avoid. Lind felt no urgency to make a decision just yet. He meticulously weighed the pros and cons of the two options offered by the cheat, only to find the information provided frustratingly scarce. It was so limited that choosing either option felt more like gambling than strategy. Take the first option, selecting a new hero and mastering a new weapon. Would this truly enhance his combat power? He found it unlikely. His current dual swords, combined with the extraordinary senses his body provided, already granted him superhuman prowess. Replacing them with an unfamiliar weapon seemed more likely to diminish his effectiveness than improve it. As for the second option, further refining his dual sword skills, he struggled to imagine any substantial improvement. His current mastery seemed complete, any additional skill set might simply overlap with his existing style, wasting a valuable opportunity. After a thorough analysis, Lind concluded that the cheat was holding something back. The options on the energy bar were only the surface of what the cheat could offer. There had to be more hidden behind these choices, something far greater. The deliberation left him paralyzed. Frustrated with overthinking, he decided to trust his instincts and chose the silhouette of the figure wielding dual swords. While the prospect of gaining experience with a new hero and weapon was enticing, staying in familiar territory felt safer. Even if the outcome was less than ideal, he could always make a different choice later. For now, he had time to gather more energy. The moment his decision was made, the energy in the bar surged into the dual sword silhouette. The figure began to shift and transform, while a wave of hot energy poured into Lin's hands, growing more intense with each passing second. What started as a gentle stream now felt like a roaring torrent. Simultaneously, the dragon bones in the box turned to ash in his hands, as though every last drop of their power was being drained. By the time 2/3 of the dragon bones had disintegrated, the transformation of the silhouette slowed, and its image began to take form. What emerged was a towering knight, standing over 2 meters tall, clad in ornate full-body heavy armor adorned with mysterious runes. The magnificent helmet was crowned with a dragon-shaped crest, its wings arched in a display of grandeur. The knight's weapons caught Lin's eye, twin swords unlike his own half-swords or any traditional knight's blade. Their long blades and extended handles resembled great swords, massive and heavy, their size suggesting strength over finesse. Lin frowned. How could such enormous weapons complement the swift and precise style of dual-sword combat? Even with his enhanced strength, wielding a knight's greatsword in one hand, let alone two, seemed impractical. And with the heavy armor, he would sacrifice the nimble footwork essential to his peacekeeper combat style. It felt like a tactical misstep. Doubt began to creep in as the knight's figure grew clearer. Lind couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen this knight somewhere before, though the memory eluded him. As frustration mounted, the image of the knight completed its transformation, and in an instant, it turned into a ray of light that shot into his mind. A torrent of information accompanied the light, forcing its way into Lin's consciousness. His vision darkened as his awareness was dragged into the flood of knowledge. From the outside, it appeared as though Lind had collapsed into a coma. As nearly 3/4 of the remaining dragon bone in Lin's box turned to ash, an intense burning heat surged into his body, making him feel as if he were engulfed in flames. The sensation was overwhelming, almost unbearable. Glory resting on Lind seemed displeased by the heat. Yet, instead of retreating, it moved to its head, wrapping itself protectively around him. Its body became astonishingly cold, like a block of ice, countering the burning heat coursing through Lin's veins. The contrasting sensations created a strange balance, reducing the side effects of the scorching energy and allowing Lin to endure the transformation. After half an hour of enduring this fiery trial, the intense heat began to subside, fading completely after a few more minutes. Lin's body temperature gradually returned to normal. While his height and overall build remained mostly unchanged, closer inspection revealed that his muscles had become more defined and compact, giving him a slightly leaner but visibly stronger appearance. As the heat dissipated, Lin slowly detached from the influx of new knowledge that had flooded his mind. When his senses returned, he didn't immediately open his eyes. Instead, he lay still, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. His breathing quickened, betraying his excitement. After taking a moment to calm himself, he muttered softly, "I didn't expect the newly obtained character to be him, the #1 expert in Castle Soul." Until now, Lind had assumed the cheat's range of characters was limited to those within For Honor. However, this revelation shattered that notion. For Honor characters were merely the foundation the cheat could draw from other games on his hard drive. This time, it had unlocked the red-eyed banished knight with 2 swords, a formidable figure from Elden Ring, renowned as the strongest warrior in Castle Soul. The memory of being relentlessly defeated by the banished knight during his Elden Ring playthrough resurfaced. Even as the haze of his past life grew thicker, that experience remained vivid. Despite being classified as an ordinary knight, the red-eyed banished knight fought with the strength of a boss. Among all mortals wielding dual swords in Elden Ring, he was unmatched. What made the banished knight extraordinary wasn't just his unparalleled swordsmanship. His dual swords were enchanted, and he possessed the ability to teleport and flash step, elevating his combat prowess to near supernatural levels. Lind realized the cheat had gifted him more than just combat experience. It had transferred the knight's comprehensive training methods, occult knowledge, and even the forging blueprints for the banished knight's armor and great swords. Essentially, Lind had received every piece of the knight's memory, except his personal life. The implications were clear. While the peacekeeper's swordsmanship, rooted in mortal techniques, was already exceptional, the banished knight's style transcended into the extraordinary realm. More importantly, Lind discovered that the banished knight's supernatural abilities weren't bound by any unique constitution. With the right training and tools, Lind could cultivate this power himself. Through the banished knight's memories, Lind learned that their extraordinary strength stemmed from two main sources. The first was external, the dragon runes engraved on their armor and weapons. These runes were a hallmark of the Order of Lost Knights, possessing the ability to absorb ambient energy and enchant the equipment they adorned. When activated through specific swordsmanship techniques, the runes released energy, manifesting effects like hurricanes or freezing cold. The power of these effects depended on the duration of the rune's enchantment. The older and more pristine the armor or weapon, the stronger the enchantment. The memories included a legendary tale of an ancient banished knight whose armor and weapons were so steeped in enchantment that his swordsmanship froze an entire plane, including the dragons that inhabited it. The dragon rune, though powerful, comes with a significant limitation: its energy is finite. Like a rechargeable battery, it must be replenished after depletion, requiring time to restore its potency. However, the dragon rune is only one part of the power wielded by the Lost Knights. Their true strength lay in the dragon communion ritual. The banished knight, or more accurately, the Knights of the Dragon cult, were the first knightly order devoted to the worship of dragons. Their reverence for dragons permeated their identity, from the dragon motifs on their armor and weapons to the dragon emblazoned banners they carried into battle. Driven by their faith, the knights initially sought to emulate the dragons through the creation of the dragon runes. But over time, their ambitions grew. Desiring not just to mimic dragons, but to become like them, they developed the dragon communion ritual. This ritual allowed them to draw power from dragon remains, granting them extraordinary, dragon-like abilities. It was through this ritual that the Order of Lost Knights attained strength rivaling even the Crucible Knights. However, the defeat of the dragon cult scattered the knights into exile. Among the banished, some grew desperate and sought greater power to reclaim their lost glory. They altered the dragon communion ritual, taking a darker path. Instead of merely drawing power from the remains of long-dead dragons, they began hunting living dragons, consuming their hearts to gain power. The memories Lind inherited contained knowledge of this forbidden practice. It was a shortcut to unparalleled power but fraught with peril. Consuming a dragon's heart infused the knight with raw, violent energy, riddled with the dragon's rage and resentment. Though a strong will could resist the corruption for a time, each subsequent consumption pushed the knight closer to madness and mutation. Once the corruption overwhelmed them, their body would be transformed, and the once proud knight would become a berserk red-eyed creature, a fate many banished knights suffered. Even the original dragon communion ritual, which used dragon remains rather than hearts, wasn't without risks. The power it granted could still cause instability, though this was far less pronounced. The aged remains lacked the violent aura of a freshly slain dragon, as time had diminished their chaotic energy. Coupled with the banished knight's training, their willpower, and their use of dragon rune to ward off mental disturbances, they could safely perform the ritual without succumbing to madness. For Lind, the dark path of consuming dragon hearts was out of the question. Not only were there no living dragons in the world of ice and fire to hunt, at least none he could reasonably confront, but even if he somehow encountered one, with his current strength, he would be nothing more than prey. Instead, the normal dragon communion ritual, which relied on dragon remains like dragon bones, was a much more realistic and safer option. The Red Keep cellars were said to house vast quantities of dragon bones, and Lind already possessed a decent supply in his box. While the power gained from this version of the ritual would not match that of consuming a dragon's heart, it was more than sufficient for Lind's purposes. It would allow him to stand strong in this harsh world, ensuring he could hold his own in the trials ahead. Lind reflected on his current strength. Even with just the swordsmanship of the peacekeeper, he was nearly invincible in single combat. Now, with the knowledge and skills of the banished knight, his combat power could increase exponentially. The banished knight's great swords, though heavier than Lind's dual swords, were perfectly suited for mounted combat, granting him an edge in battles on horseback. This versatility alone was a game-changer. Moreover, the dragon communion ritual promised to grant him superhuman strength and resilience, pushing him closer to the realm of legends. With such a foundation, Lind could carve out an unshakable position for himself in the world of ice and fire. First, let's make the armor and weapons, Lind said aloud after sorting through his thoughts. Before the group competition, this task would have been a daunting one. In Westeros, top-quality steel plate armor was already considered a luxury, as evidenced by Vortimer lending him his own valuable armor. Forging the kind of full heavy armor the Banished Knight wore, thicker and more intricate than standard plate, would cost at least 10 times the price of regular plate armor, if not more. However, with his victory in the team competition, Lind now had the resources to make it happen. The 20,000 golden dragons he had earned as prize money would easily cover the cost of crafting such armor and weapons. As for materials, Lind didn't entertain the idea of using Valyrian steel. It wasn't a matter of cost but availability. Valyrian steel was exceedingly rare and had already been forged into swords, leaving none to spare. Instead, he decided to use the steel from Garland's swords. Though it wasn't as extraordinary as Valyrian steel, it was far superior to ordinary steel. Moreover, once infused with dragon runes, this steel could undergo a mysterious transformation, becoming significantly harder and more resilient. Lind's inherited memories of the Banished Knight reassured him further. The Banished Knight's armor and greatswords had been forged from ordinary iron, yet he had used his weapons to cut through dragon bone itself. If that were possible with basic iron, then Garland's steel, combined with the dragon runes, would surely suffice. Having finished assimilating the Banished Knight's memories, Lind opened his eyes and prepared to get up. But as he moved, he felt something cold and heavy resting on his head, like an ice pack. He reached up and discovered Glory lying there. Gently pulling the creature off, he held it in front of his eyes with a smile. "Why are you lying on top of my head?" he asked, amused. It was unclear if Glory understood him, but it let out a series of soft howls. As Lind held it, he noticed that its fur, which had been icy cold, was now returning to its normal temperature. Although he didn't understand Glory's noises, he pieced together the situation. The sudden chill of Glory's body and its actions during the cheat activation suggested it had helped him in some way. His gaze drifted to the box of dragon bones beside his feet, and the sight stopped him short. Setting Glory down, he stood and scanned the tent warily. The dragon bone box was nearly empty. When he activated the cheat, the box had been filled with dragon bones, but now only a few fist-sized fragments remained, while the rest had turned to ash. His first thought was that someone had entered the tent while he was unconscious and stolen the dragon bones. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Glory would have attacked any intruder, and guards were stationed outside the tent. No one could have entered unnoticed. If no one broke in, then how come so many dragon bones are missing, he murmured, puzzled. A sudden thirst interrupted his thoughts. Reaching for the kettle on the table, Lind poured himself a cup of water. But as he picked up the oak cup, he applied a slight amount of pressure, and the cup shattered like paper in his hand. Chapter 37, The Dragon Rune Necklace. Looking at the broken cup, Lind glanced at his hands again. A realization struck him, prompting him to carefully test his body's condition using several methods. The results surprised him. While absorbing and organizing the memories of the Banished Knight, he had also unknowingly completed a dragon communion ritual, enhanced by the cheat. This ritual, though not granting him particularly powerful supernatural abilities, had significantly increased his physical strength. Lind felt confident that, if he returned to the battlefield now, he could achieve victory through head-on combat rather than relying on trickery. More importantly, his newfound strength eliminated the need for grueling strength training, allowing him to immediately begin mastering the dual swordsmanship of the Banished Knight. His physical capabilities were now sufficient to wield two greatswords effectively. Beyond strength, Lind discovered that his bones and internal organs had become considerably tougher, signaling an overall improvement in his constitution. This not only meant greater speed, strength, and endurance but also faster recovery from injuries. The enhancement reminded Lind of someone, the Mountain, but not in his natural state. Instead, it was the undead version of the Mountain. Though he hadn't achieved the same immortal resilience, Lind felt his physical fitness wasn't far behind. This remarkable transformation was the result of just one dragon communion ritual. It filled Lind with anticipation for what future rituals might bring. However, he knew he couldn't undergo another ritual anytime soon. Attempting one without fully digesting the current power or resolving its side effects could lead to unpredictable, usually detrimental, changes. While thrilled with his physical improvements, Lind was also troubled by the side effects of the ritual. He could already feel them, violent emotions bubbling up whenever he thought about opponents or enemies. Combined with the memories of fighting of the Peacekeeper, these feelings were beginning to take a toll on his mind, making this an issue he needed to address urgently. Fortunately, the banished knight's training methods provided a solution. It required a pound of obsidian known as a dragon crystal, crafted into a necklace inscribed with the corresponding dragon rune. Wearing the necklace for an extended period would gradually alleviate the side effects and eventually eliminate them entirely, though it would be ineffective against total loss of control. Thinking about the dragon crystal rune necklace, Lind felt an urgent desire to craft one. He called Raoul, who was guarding outside the tent, and asked, "Did anything happen while I was resting earlier?" Raoul shook his head. "No, everything's been fine. However, Lord Garland sent someone looking for you. When they heard you were resting, they didn't enter the tent. They just left a message for me to pass along. You won't have any tasks for the next few days, so you can rest and explore King's Landing. Also, the champion's prize money has been delivered. Lord Garland exchanged it for gold notes from the Tyrell Merchant Guild. The notes are with him, and you can collect them whenever you're ready." Lind wasn't surprised the prize money had been converted into gold notes. Although the exchange process involved minor losses, it was far preferable to the constant hassle of safeguarding 20,000 golden dragons. He decided there was no rush to retrieve the massive sum. Leaving it with Garland for now was far more practical than carrying it himself and worrying about its security. "Do you know where I can find obsidian?" Lind asked. "Obsidian?" Raoul looked puzzled. "What is that?" Lind clarified with a more familiar term. "It's dragonglass." "Oh, that." Raoul nodded, though still uncertain. "I think they sell it at the place that deals in gems. The smith's shop might also have some," he answered vaguely. Lind shook his head. "I need a large, intact piece of obsidian, not a fragment." Raoul paused to think. "I remember Scar-Eyed Mitt from the Shield Squad. He has a dragonglass dagger he likes to show off." Scar-Eyed Mitt. Lind thought for a moment before recalling him. Mitt had been a sparring partner, adept with sword and shield techniques. Breaking through his shield defense had required considerable effort. With that in mind, Lind instructed, "Go ask Scar-Eyed if he's willing to sell the dagger." "Yes, my lord." Raoul quickly left the tent and headed toward the Shield Squad's camp. After a short while, Raoul returned with Scar-Eyed Mitt in tow. Mitt stepped forward, holding the obsidian dagger. "Great Bear Hunter, I would like to offer you my dragon crystal dagger as a gift," he said, extending it toward Lind. Lind didn't take the dagger. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Mitt. "What do you want?" Mitt hesitated before responding with apparent reverence. "I truly admire you and am willing." "Cut the crap," Lind interrupted sharply. "I don't have time for flattery. Tell me what you really want. If it's reasonable, I'll consider it." Mitt fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I want to join the cavalry patrols." Lind paused, raising an eyebrow. "My cavalry patrols are already full." "No, I'm talking about the new cavalry patrols," Mitt said cautiously. He glanced around, lifted the tent curtain slightly to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and lowered his voice. "I have a friend in the Lord's Guard. He told me that after you left, the Lord and his advisors were discussing your future. Lord Roger and Maester Mallows believe you should be sent to Highgarden for training to eventually serve as the captain of the Lord's Guard. But Lord Vortimer has a different opinion. He thinks you should be assigned to a more significant position, like leading efforts to suppress bandits in the Reach." He leaned closer, studying Lind's reaction. "My lord, have you and Lord Vortimer had any misunderstandings? If so, it might be wise to reconcile with him before this opportunity slips away." Lind regarded Mitt in silence. For most people, the prospect of staying in Highgarden and becoming captain of the Lord's Guard would be seen as a prestigious and safe choice. It was a secure position, far removed from the dangers of fieldwork. But for Lind, Vortimer's proposal was far more appealing. Suppressing bandits would likely grant him relatively independent military power, a rare opportunity for someone of his humble origins. As an Oriental, Lind understood the significance of such power, especially in this feudal world. It could open doors to influence and ambition that other positions would never allow. Moreover, the region where he would operate, the rugged terrain from Bitterbridge to Kingswood, offered vast potential. With some luck and strategic maneuvering, it might even lead to securing his own territory earlier than expected. Still, before any of that could happen, he needed to ensure that Vortimer's proposal gained approval. After a moment's thought, Lind said seriously, "Not enough. The value of a single dragonglass dagger isn't sufficient for a place in the Lord's Guard. You'll need to offer more." Scar-eyed Mitt froze, clearly caught off guard. He had expected Lind to either accept or reject his offer outright but hadn't anticipated him negotiating. Since Lind was willing to bargain, it meant there was room for discussion. Mitt considered raising the stakes but realized he didn't have much else of value to offer. "If you don't have anything else to add, that's fine. I'll make you a counteroffer," Lind continued, seeing Mitt's hesitation. "Do a good job for me, and you'll earn your place. Here's the deal: when I go to Highgarden to train under Lord Roger, I'll likely expand the cavalry patrols. I'll have several spots to fill, but not all the choices will be mine. The lords of Highgarden will undoubtedly claim some for their own people. Even so, I can guarantee 10 positions under my control. I'll give you one of those, but you'll need to help me sell the remaining 9. The higher the price you get, the better." Both Scar-eyed Mitt and Raoul were visibly shocked. Selling positions in the cavalry patrols was bold, even by the standards of those accustomed to leveraging power for profit. While such practices weren't unheard of, Lind's straightforwardness was unprecedented. Raoul seemed uneasy and was about to speak, but Lind silenced him with a subtle glance. Mitt, on the other hand, took the time to think it over. He quickly realized the offer worked in his favor. Selling the remaining spots wasn't an issue for him, and the reward of a guaranteed position made it more than worthwhile. Without hesitation, he agreed and left to begin the arrangements. After Mitt's departure, Raoul turned to Lind, his face a mixture of confusion and concern. "My lord, I don't understand. You just won the champion's prize, and House Tyrell will surely reward you generously. There's no need to risk selling these places. If the lord or his other trusted men find out—" "Don't worry," Lind interrupted, gesturing for Raoul to calm down. "I know exactly what I'm doing." Reluctantly, Raoul nodded and dropped the matter. Lind then instructed him to find the tanners and smiths in the camp to gather tools for engraving and polishing. Though still puzzled, Raoul obeyed. He realized Lind had some larger plan in mind, though it wasn't immediately clear. Once the tools were gathered, he brought them back to the tent as instructed. With everything in place, Lind began crafting the obsidian dragon rune necklace. Using the dagger as raw material, he carefully cut the obsidian into suitable pieces based on the design he remembered from the banished knight's memories. His hands moved with remarkable precision and ease, as if he had crafted dozens of such necklaces before. Yet this was his first time carving anything, let alone making jewelry. As Lind worked, he noticed something unusual. When he had first received the combat experience of the Peacekeeper, it had taken weeks of rigorous training to fully integrate that knowledge into his movements. This time, however, the memories and skills of the banished knight felt entirely natural, as if they were his own. Every combat technique, every sword stroke, every habitual movement had seamlessly fused with his body and spirit. All that was required was the physical strength to execute them, which the Dragon Communion ritual had already provided. The ease with which he crafted the necklace was further proof of this integration. Despite being a novice, he polished the obsidian pendant to perfection within 10 minutes, his hands moving with the confidence and skill of a seasoned craftsman. Picking up the engraving knife, he skillfully etched the intricate dragon rune onto the pendant. As the hardest pound stone, carving designs or patterns into obsidian is notoriously difficult. Even master jewelers specializing in engraving must exert tremendous effort to carve into its surface. Lind, however, was different. With uncanny ease, he identified weak points on the obsidian's surface. Starting from those subtle imperfections, he could carve the dragon rune as effortlessly as if working with clay. As his carving knife moved, the dragon rune quickly took shape. Lind engraved the intricate design with fluid precision, finishing the rune entirely. But as he pulled back the knife to inspect his work, something unexpected occurred. A chill emanated from the obsidian, and its surface suddenly cracked before shattering into fragments of various sizes. Incorrect engraving. Lind frowned, staring at the shards. He carefully replayed the process in his mind, analyzing every stroke. After thorough reflection, he was certain he had executed the engraving flawlessly. Determined, he picked up another piece of obsidian and began again. This time, he slowed his pace, paying even closer attention to each line and angle, ensuring every detail aligned perfectly. The process took twice as long, but he was confident this attempt would succeed. However, the outcome was identical. The moment the carving knife left the obsidian, a wave of cold air surged from the stone, and it shattered completely. Still unwilling to accept the result, Lind grabbed the final piece of obsidian and repeated the process. Once more, the carving seemed perfect. Yet, as before, the obsidian released an icy chill and splintered into countless fragments. Is it because of the difference in worlds that the results are different? Lind muttered to himself, puzzled by the repeated failures. Sitting back, he carefully reviewed everything he knew about the obsidian dragon rune necklace, from the necklace itself to the steps of its creation. As he pieced it all together, the realization finally struck him. Can only obsidian tempered by dragon fire withstand the power of the dragon runes? He murmured, his eyes lighting up with understanding. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the dragon pit in King's Landing. If there was any obsidian in this world that had been exposed to dragon fire, it would likely be there. Chapter 38, Littlefinger's Concerns. The second day of the group competition was supposed to be the highlight of the tournament, the jousting competition among the knights. In the past, this would undoubtedly have been the event everyone anticipated most. However, after witnessing the spectacular group competition the previous day, the jousting now seemed underwhelming in comparison. Even ordinary folk found it lackluster, and King Robert, usually a fervent supporter of tournaments, did not attend. Of course, his absence might also have been due to the humiliating beating he suffered the day before, his swollen nose serving as a painful reminder. Despite boasting the largest number of participants in history, with over 800 knights competing for the championship, the jousting arena lacked its usual energy. The majority of the audience consisted of the knights' relatives, friends, and companions. This subdued atmosphere affected the participants, many of whom seemed dispirited and careless. Consequently, accidents were frequent, and several renowned knights suffered inexplicable defeats. Oddly enough, this lackluster spectacle began to attract a new kind of audience. These spectators weren't drawn by the prospect of thrilling duels but by the chance to watch the once mighty knights falter in embarrassing and comical ways. While the jousting arena grew quiet, the taverns in and around King's Landing buzzed with activity. Those who had wisely withdrawn from the previous day's group competition celebrated their survival, recounting the intense battles in the arena. The discussions, however, shifted focus, centering on the undeniable prowess of Lind, the bear hunter. Lind's performance had been extraordinary, far outshining all others. His near achievement of the legendary feat, slaying 100 opponents single-handedly, captivated the masses. Upon learning about his background, many low-level fighters began idolizing him, akin to how the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms once revered Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. However, Lind's meteoric rise to fame was not without its detractors. Jealous rivals and the bereaved kin of those he defeated in the arena were quick to malign his character. They claimed that most of Lind's victories came from ambushing opponents who were already engaged in other battles. To them, while his strength was undeniable, his tactics were dishonorable. Lind's supporters staunchly defended him. They argued that the arena was akin to a battlefield, where survival outweighed notions of honor or chivalry. To them, only the victors earned the right to define what was honorable. The fierce debates escalated into physical altercations, often fueled by alcohol, as many used the arguments as an excuse to brawl. The gold cloaks of King's Landing found themselves overwhelmed by the chaos. From dawn until dusk, they patrolled the city's countless taverns, arresting troublemakers and hauling them off to the dungeons. While they grumbled about the workload, they secretly appreciated the opportunity to collect fines. Though most of the fines were turned over to the crown, a portion remained with the gold cloaks, serving as a welcome supplement to their earnings. The city's common folk, on the other hand, were delighted by the spectacle. For them, the tavern brawls were far more entertaining than the knights' duels. Crowds gathered around the taverns, cheering and jeering, turning the chaos into impromptu street theater. However, not all taverns shared in this raucous atmosphere. The high-end establishments on Silk Street were notably quieter. Though their patrons also discussed Lind the bear hunter, their perspective differed. To them, Lind's impressive combat skills were unimpressive in a broader sense. They regarded him as nothing more than a glorified mercenary, at best, a lesser version of the Mountain. What truly captured their interest was the position of House Tyrell, to which Lind was tied. Rumors from the Red Keep suggested that King Robert, far from holding a grudge against Lind for the previous day's humiliation, admired him greatly. The king reportedly praised Lind's courage, commending him for disregarding the royal status to fight valiantly in the arena. It was said that King Robert intended to reward Lind further, offering him accolades in addition to the champion's prize money. Because of this shift in King Robert's attitude, his grudge against House Tyrell for their actions during the War of the Usurper a year ago appeared to have faded. This reconciliation signaled the revival of trade between the Crownlands and the Reach, a development that was the true reason for the gatherings in these upscale taverns. The wealthy merchants weren't merely exchanging gossip, they were preparing for the lucrative opportunity such a change would bring. In the private box atop Totter's pumpkin, Littlefinger sat with a satisfied grin. He hadn't returned to Gulltown. Instead, he had spent the day sealing deal after deal with prominent merchants from the Reach. The contracts, neatly stacked in a small box beside him, were proof of his success. Judging by their sheer volume, this was far from the first agreement he'd concluded that day. Unlike those still speculating about the resumption of trade in the South, Littlefinger had anticipated this outcome well in advance. To him, King Robert's bitterness toward House Tyrell had eroded long ago during his year of snubbing the Tyrells, and reconciliation was only a matter of timing. Bear Hunter Lind's rise to fame had simply provided the king with the ideal excuse to mend ties publicly. Seizing this foresight as an advantage, Littlefinger had already negotiated a dozen major contracts at rock-bottom prices. Once trade with the Reach resumed, these contracts would yield him an immense fortune, likely worth hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. This windfall would bring him closer to achieving his ambition of climbing into the power center of the Seven Kingdoms. As Littlefinger reviewed the next merchants on his list, a subordinate entered the room, bowing slightly. "My lord, the item has been delivered," the man reported. "He was very pleased with your gifts, especially the Valyrian antiques." Littlefinger's fingers lightly brushed the dragonbone dagger resting at his waist. "Just pleased with the antiques?" he asked coolly. "And the dragon egg?" The subordinate hesitated before replying. He said the dragon egg was fake. But he acknowledged it was a fine work of art, very impressive. "Fake?" Littlefinger murmured, momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Valyrian artifacts, particularly those tied to dragons, were rife with counterfeits. It was hardly surprising if his acquisition turned out to be one of them. What mattered was that the gift had served its intended purpose. The subordinate continued, "He also mentioned that all you need now is one more notable success in Gulltown. He believes that with it, he can persuade Lord John Arryn to transfer you to King's Landing." A confident smile spread across Littlefinger's face. Securing tangible results in Gulltown was a manageable task for someone of his skills. The real challenge had always been ensuring that those results reached John Arryn's ears. He had deliberately avoided involving Lisa Tully in this effort, knowing her intervention might arouse suspicion in the ever-cautious John Arryn. Lisa was a critical piece in his long-term strategy, a pawn too valuable to risk prematurely. Now that he had found a reliable intermediary to sing his praises, the rest would follow naturally. In fact, Littlefinger mused, his plans might come to fruition even sooner than expected. By the time next year rolled around, he might already be firmly established in King's Landing. His thoughts filled with visions of the bright future ahead, Littlefinger couldn't suppress a triumphant grin. Reaching for the bottle of arbor wine on the table, he poured himself a glass to toast his forthcoming success. But just as he raised the glass to his lips, the lively chatter from the tavern hall below abruptly ceased. A moment of heavy silence followed, broken only by the sound of a melodic and majestic chant rising through the air. Littlefinger had never heard this stirring tune before. Intrigued, he turned to his subordinate. "What's the name of this song?" The man responded promptly, "It's called the Song of the Bear Hunter. It's been the most popular tune in the taverns these past 2 days. Practically every bard is singing it, but the ones from the Reach perform it best." Littlefinger raised an eyebrow. "The Song of the Bear Hunter? Does it refer to Lind, the bear hunter?" "Yes," the subordinate confirmed with a nod. "The song recounts how Lind avenged his father's death by venturing alone into the forest to hunt a mountain bear. Afterward, Joel of House Crane noticed his bravery and recruited him for a campaign against bandits near Red Lake in the Reach. That's the old version of the song, though. Now, the bards have composed a new ballad based on his feats in the fighting ring yesterday. I'd wager it will remain popular in King's Landing for a long time. Lind the Bear Hunter." Littlefinger repeated, his expression thoughtful as he rolled the name over in his mind. The melody from below floated up, its majestic tones stirring something faintly familiar within him. Over the past 2 days, Lind's name had been everywhere. Littlefinger had dismissed him as a mere formidable warrior, but hearing the ballad now, a spark of curiosity was kindled. There was something about Lind's story that felt faintly parallel to his own. Meanwhile, in the Tyrell camp, Lind had received an unexpected honor, a personal invitation to a banquet at the Red Keep. While House Tyrell had also been invited as a group, Lind's separate, individual invitation was a clear sign of King Robert's immense admiration for him, on par with the Tyrells themselves. "No, no, your movements are far too stiff. You look like a scarecrow trying to walk. Here, do it like this," the etiquette teacher instructed. To ensure Lind wouldn't embarrass himself at the banquet, the Lord of House Tyrell had sent a court etiquette tutor to teach him the basics. The tutor, assuming that someone of Lind's humble background would struggle, had initially planned a simple lesson. However, to his surprise, Lind proved to be a quick learner. Apart from needing some refinement in his speech, his grasp of etiquette soon rivaled that of many nobles. In a corner of the tent, Garland and Vortimer, who had come to mock Lind's inevitable struggle, found themselves surprised instead. Yet as they reflected on Lind's astonishing past achievements, they realized that his rapid progress in courtly manners shouldn't have shocked them. "Well done. Your etiquette is now passable," the tutor said, clearly impressed after Lind demonstrated a flawless bow. "Next, I'll teach you the art of conversation with nobles." Before the tutor could proceed, Vortimer interjected. "Forget it. None of the lords at the Red Keep will bother with noble courtesies when talking to him." Turning to Lind, he said, "You don't need flowery speech. The sword in your hand speaks for you, that's all that matters." Lind nodded in agreement, politely declining the etiquette tutor's further lessons. Afterward, a group of tailors entered to take his measurements. While they couldn't craft an entirely new nobleman's outfit on such short notice, they promised to adjust an existing one to fit Lind's frame. When the tailors left, Vortimer dismissed the remaining attendants, leaving only himself, Garland, and Lind inside the tent. His expression turned serious as he addressed Lind. "I heard some unsettling rumors in camp today, that you've been selling spots in the cavalry patrols. Is that true?" Garland, equally grave, turned to Lind, waiting for his response. Without hesitation, Lind nodded. "Yes, it's true." Garland's concern deepened. Before Vortimer could speak, he asked, "Why would you do that? You're not short on money, and there's no need to." "No," Lind interrupted calmly. "I am short on money." Garland blinked in disbelief. "Short on money? How can that be? I have your bonus here, ready to be claimed, 20,000 golden dragons. It's the full amount, converted into Tyrell Merchant Guild gold notes, without a single copper deducted." Lind explained, "I'm planning to forge a new suit of armor and weapons. The money I have now isn't enough." Garland stared at him in shock. "What? 20,000 golden dragons aren't enough for armor and weapons? Are you planning to craft them out of solid gold?" Even Vortimer turned to Lind, his expression skeptical. Lind's tone remained steady. "It's not entirely wrong to say gold will be used, but it's not gold itself. I plan to forge my armor and weapons from Valyrian steel. The cost of such materials, and their craftsmanship, far exceeds gold. 20,000 golden dragons truly isn't enough." Chapter 39, Schemes Fulfilled. Hearing Lind's audacious words, Garland and Vortimer were stunned into silence. They exchanged incredulous glances before turning back to Lind, staring at him as if he were a creature from a fable. The very idea of forging armor out of Valyrian steel was beyond belief. Weapons crafted from the rare metal were prized treasures across Westeros, with only a few notable examples like House Stark's Ice or House Tarly's Heartsbane. But armor? That was entirely unheard of, bordering on lunacy. To Garland and Vortimer, Lind's ambition sounded more like a fever dream than a realistic endeavor. Lind, however, fully understood what they must be thinking. He could see the disbelief and skepticism etched on their faces. Yet, he didn't try to dispel it. There were things he couldn't explain to them, not yet. He needed Valyrian steel for a reason far beyond vanity or ambition. To fully unleash the extraordinary powers and swordsmanship of the Banished Knight, a legacy etched deeply into his memory, he required weapons and armor capable of withstanding the mystical inscriptions of dragon runes. Just as ordinary obsidian couldn't endure the power imbued by those runes, ordinary steel couldn't hold their intricate, otherworldly patterns either. This was a lesson Lind had learned firsthand. The previous day, he had attempted to create a necklace inscribed with dragon runes using standard obsidian. As expected, the ordinary material crumbled under the strain of the mystical power. Recalling the memories of the banished knight, Lind sent Raoul to the dragon pit in King's Landing to procure obsidian that had been scorched by dragon fire, a detail the banished knight had distinctly remembered. The results were striking. While the untreated obsidian continued to shatter, the dragon fire-infused pieces accepted the runes flawlessly. After fashioning a necklace and wearing it, Lind immediately felt the intended effect, a soothing, cool energy that banished the violent turmoil clouding his mind, leaving his thoughts razor-sharp. It was exactly as he had experienced in the banished knight's memories. However, the necklaces were far from permanent. Over time, the power of the runes would degrade, and the necklaces would lose their effectiveness, requiring replacements. Fortunately, the dragon pit contained an ample supply of dragonfire-touched obsidian, more than enough for Lind to manage until he could find a way to permanently counteract the lingering side effects of the dragon communion ritual. This experience with obsidian prompted a question that Lind couldn't ignore: would ordinary steel also fail to endure the power of dragon runes, just as ordinary obsidian had? To test his theory, Lind procured steel plates and attempted to inscribe the runes upon them. As he suspected, the steel shattered instantly. But it didn't stop there. The fragments themselves disintegrated into powder, fragile as dried clay beneath his touch. The dragon runes didn't just break the steel, they seemed to unravel its molecular structure, transforming the fragments into something entirely different. Realizing this, Lind revisited the process of creating the banished knight's armor and weapons, meticulously combing through his inherited memories. It was then he uncovered a critical misunderstanding. Though the banished knight's world used what they called ordinary iron ore to forge their gear, that iron ore was anything but ordinary by the standards of the world of ice and fire. The banished knight's realm was suffused with magic, a place where gods and mystical forces intertwined with the mortal world. Even the minerals mined from the earth were imbued with latent magic. When forged into steel, that magic remained, making their so-called ordinary steel inherently magical. By contrast, the iron ore in the world of ice and fire lacked any such magical properties. Here, the only steel capable of holding magic was Valyrian steel, crafted through the lost art of dragonfire forging and infused with spells. This revelation clarified everything. If Lind was to replicate the banished knight's legendary armor and weapons, Valyrian steel was his only option. Ordinary steel simply couldn't withstand the dragon rune's power. Yet, the truth about his plans wasn't something he was ready to share. The explanation he gave Garland and Vortimer about selling spots in the cavalry patrols to fund his armor was only a partial truth, a convenient excuse to obscure his real motives. Are you insane? Valyrian steel for armor and weapons? Vortimer exclaimed, his voice sharp with disbelief. He stared at Lind as though he had sprouted a second head. Lind responded with a faint smile, refraining from further explanation. Even if he wanted to clarify, he couldn't. Garland, more composed than Vortimer, approached the idea with careful thought. 20,000 golden dragons would indeed fall short for both armor and weapons made of Valyrian steel, he said, almost as if reasoning on Lind's behalf. But perhaps making a single weapon might be achievable. The larger problem is where to find Valyrian steel and someone who can forge it. As far as I know, the secrets of working Valyrian steel were lost when Valyria fell into ruin. Lind's wry smile deepened. Garland had struck at the heart of the issue. Lind knew all too well the magnitude of the obstacles before him. He recalled that, more than a decade later, a blacksmith in King's Landing would reforge House Stark's ancestral Valyrian steel greatsword into Widow's Wail and Oathkeeper. However, Lind couldn't remember the blacksmith's name, nor which of the city's many forges he worked at. Worse still, the craftsman is still young at this time, and it was uncertain if he had even learned the necessary techniques yet. Tracking him down in the present might yield nothing. As for acquiring Valyrian steel itself, Lind knew of a city on the continent of Essos that possessed both the materials and the expertise to craft with it. Unfortunately, the name of the city remained frustratingly elusive in his fragmented memories. Vortimer, meanwhile, dismissed the entire notion as a flight of fancy. Unlike Garland, who seriously considered Lind's plans, Vortimer viewed them as impulsive, likely the result of the heady rush of victory from the team competition. He assumed Lind would eventually come to his senses. Vortimer's focus, however, shifted to a more pressing concern: Lind's recent actions with the cavalry patrols. He aimed to make Lind see the potential consequences of his misstep. "The Lord knows you've been selling spots in the cavalry patrols," he said sternly. "Your actions have caused quite the stir. Some say it reflects poorly on you and the army, and they believe you deserve punishment." Lind, far from surprised, showed no reaction beyond a faint nod. His only concern now was ensuring that events unfolded as he intended. Garland, however, seemed unfazed by the issue. With a casual smile, he remarked, "Come now, Lord Vortimer. Father won't punish Lind. After all, he's done so much for House Tyrell." Vortimer shot Garland a disapproving look. "That's only because King Robert's invitation arrived. Otherwise, the Lord wouldn't have let this go so easily." Turning back to Lind, he continued firmly, "You've gone too far this time. Without consequences, this will undermine the Tyrell's ability to manage the army." This time, even Garland didn't argue. He sighed and offered Lind a wry smile. "Originally, Maester Mallows and Lord Roger wanted to bring you to Highgarden for further training," Vortimer added. "The Lord didn't agree at first, but he didn't outright reject the idea either. It seemed likely he would come around. But now, that's out of the question. Someone who sells cavalry patrol rights will never be trusted to manage the Lord's Guard, or even Highgarden's garrison. You'll probably be sent out to the provinces for grunt work," Vortimer said bluntly. "But don't worry. Even if it's menial labor, if you work hard, you'll still have a chance to return to Highgarden." Garland immediately chimed in, "He's right. Don't let this discourage you, Lind. If you make the best of your situation, you'll find a way back." However, Garland and Vortimer had no idea that this was exactly what Lind wanted. Ever since he had ordered Scar-Eyed Mitt to spread rumors about him selling cavalry patrol positions, Lind had been using the scandal to create an excuse for Lord Tyrell's inner circle to block his transfer to Highgarden. What seemed like self-destructive behavior was, in fact, a carefully calculated move. While Highgarden appeared to offer a promising future, it was not a future Lind desired. His meteoric rise, from a rural nobody to a celebrated figure known even to the king, had drawn the envy of powerful nobles close to Lord Tyrell. Though they couldn't openly oppose him now, Lind knew that once he entered Highgarden, their home turf, they would find countless subtle ways to make his life miserable. The political games played by the Tyrell elites were far removed from Lind's strengths. Being too close to the center of power at this stage would leave him vulnerable, like a moth drawn too close to the flame. He understood that survival, and eventual triumph, required distance and time. By staying away from Highgarden and the heart of Tyrell power, Lind could focus on what mattered most, building his strength. Only when he possessed enough power to withstand their schemes would he step back into the game. "Lord Garland, do you know what the Lord intends to do about this?" Lind asked, hoping to glean some insight. Garland shook his head. "I'm not sure," he admitted, though his expression suggested he wished he could offer more. Vortimer, however, seemed to have an idea. After a moment of consideration, he said, "The cavalry patrols will almost certainly expand, and your role as captain won't change. However, you'd better be more cautious this time. Whether or not the people you choose pay you, they must meet one critical requirement: they need to be ready to fight immediately, without requiring extra training." He paused, adding meaningfully, "Also, you'd be wise to familiarize yourself with Tumbleton and its surroundings." Tumbleton. Lind and Garland both reacted with surprise, though their reasons differed. Lind was startled because he had never heard of the place, while Garland's expression suggested he knew exactly what it meant. As if realizing he'd said too much, Vortimer quickly made his exit, taking Garland with him. "We'll leave you to prepare for the banquet," he said before leaving the tent. Once they were gone, Lind wasted no time. He immediately retrieved the chest containing Maester Hawley's collection of books and began searching for information on Tumbleton. Finally, he found the relevant volume and began flipping through it eagerly. What he discovered stirred a mix of curiosity and ambition within him. Though obscure now, Tumbleton had once been a significant site in Westerosi history, infamous for its role in the Dance of the Dragons. 2 decisive battles during the civil war between the Greens and the Blacks had unfolded there, involving tens of thousands of soldiers. Dragons clashed above its skies, and the town was reduced to ash by dragon fire. A prince, 2 dragons, and countless nobles and soldiers had perished in its ruin. To this day, the area remained a desolate wasteland, its ruins haunted by the echoes of that bloody war. Legends claimed the spirits of the dead and the dragon's wails still lingered in the area. Currently, Tumbleton was a shell of its former self, a forgotten shadow of its historical importance. The land was nominally owned by House Footley, one of the poorest noble houses in the Reach, whose only distinction was their title. In that, the family was indistinguishable from common farmers. Despite Tumbleton's advantageous location, situated upstream on the Mander River, with easy access to Highgarden via boat, it had never been rebuilt. Its ruins were a stark reminder of its tragic past. Vortimer's mention of Tumbleton hinted at Lord Tyrell's intentions. Lind deduced that the Tyrells likely planned to rebuild the town. Whether this meant relocating the impoverished House Footley or forming a cooperative arrangement, the ultimate goal seemed clear: Tumbleton and its surrounding lands would come under Tyrell control. For Lind, this presented both a challenge and an opportunity. If assigned there, he would likely lead a cavalry unit tasked with overseeing the town's reconstruction. His duties would include clearing out bandits in the area and restoring trade routes between the Reach and the Northern Territories. Tumbleton's strategic location couldn't be overstated. Only 6 leagues from King's Landing, the town lay on the edge of the Kingswood and within a few leagues of the Rose Road. Though the road connecting Tumbleton to the Rose Road had been neglected for years, it was still structurally sound and could be repaired with minimal effort. Once operational, northern caravans could transport goods directly to Tumbleton, then sail down the Mander River to Highgarden. This would reduce costs, travel time, and risks, transforming Tumbleton into a critical hub for commerce and warfare in the Reach. While Lind recognized the opportunity this posed, he also understood the odds of becoming Tumbleton's lord were slim. For now, all he could do was wait and adapt as the situation unfolded. For the moment, however, his focus shifted to a more immediate concern: knighthood. Lind couldn't shake his disappointment that Robert Baratheon hadn't knighted him in the arena the previous day, despite expressing admiration for his skills. Lind had hoped to achieve that important milestone in his status but wasn't discouraged. There would be other opportunities. He was already considering the upcoming rebellion in the Iron Islands as a potential moment to prove his worth again. But tonight's banquet at the Red Keep offered a more pressing chance. The invitation itself hinted at the king's growing appreciation, and Lind couldn't help but feel that this event might finally be the moment when he crossed that critical threshold. Chapter 40: The Red Keep Banquet. The banquet at the Red Keep was originally scheduled to take place after the tournament concluded, but King Robert decided to hold it early. Some joked that the king had been beaten so thoroughly the previous day that he'd mistaken the team competition for the tournament's final event. Despite their disdain for the poorly timed gathering, the nobles attended dressed in their finest, unwilling to risk being outshone. This banquet was not merely a drinking party but a key opportunity for the court nobles of the Red Keep and the lords of the Seven Kingdoms to forge connections and exchange information. As a result, this event was far more subdued than the celebratory feast for the prince's birth. There were no circus performances or extravagant entertainment. Instead, guests mingled in quiet clusters, forming groups of 3 or 5 for hushed conversations. The overall atmosphere was reserved and restrained. King Robert, the supposed host, was notably absent. Only Queen Cersei graced the royal throne, surrounded by a circle of noblewomen from various prominent families. Among them were a few court jesters, their chatter occasionally punctuated by the ladies' laughter, which echoed through the hall and drew curious glances from nearby attendees. Lind felt out of place in this setting. In his previous life, he had never been fond of social gatherings, and his now even more solitary nature made these banquets particularly uncomfortable. Adding to his unease was the way the nobles, both highborn and lesser, regarded him with peculiar gazes, as if assessing a piece of merchandise. The blatant rudeness of it stoked a quiet fury within him, making him feel like cutting them all down. To avoid the aggravation, Lind broke away from Lord Tyrell and the others after entering the hall. He grabbed a wooden plate, loaded it with food, and found a secluded corner where he could eat in peace. Or so he thought. Even in his isolation, nobles approached him to talk. While it might have been a prime opportunity to build connections, Lind knew his current status meant little to these people. Most who approached were driven by mere curiosity rather than genuine interest. Many asked intrusive personal questions, showing no concern for his comfort. To them, the act of initiating conversation was a magnanimous gesture, one they expected Lind to receive with humility and deference. But Lind gave them nothing. He kept his head down, focused on his food, and ignored their attempts at conversation. His indifference left them awkwardly lingering until they eventually gave up. After a few such exchanges, the curious nobles stopped approaching altogether, unwilling to risk further embarrassment. However, peace still eluded him. When the curious gave up, a new wave of nobles approached, those fueled not by curiosity, but by hatred. "I am Ser Flint of Flint's Finger," a middle-aged man declared as he strode up to Lind. His northern heritage was evident in his rugged features and accent. His eyes burned with hatred as he continued, "My brother, Barmit Flint, died by your hand yesterday. He fell victim to your dishonorable sneak attack while fighting others. You came at him from behind." "Ser Flint," Lind interrupted, his tone calm as he placed the roast he'd been eating back on the tray and wiped his hands. He lifted his gaze slightly to meet the man's glare. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish by saying this? Are you here to prove your brother died a heroic death? Or to brand me as dishonorable? If you're so eager for answers, why not do something practical instead, like challenging me to a duel here and now, killing me to avenge your brother?" Lind's eyes swept over the other nobles who had gathered, their expressions similarly hostile. "The rest of you can do the same," he said bluntly. "Challenge me here. I'll fight all of you at once. Surely, with so many of you against me, your chances of avenging your fallen relatives and friends must be quite high." His stark, direct words left the northern noble momentarily stunned, the hatred in his eyes giving way to a flicker of fear. The other knights and lords who had come with similar grievances exchanged uneasy glances. Lind's offer of a duel was enticing on the surface, but his performance in the arena the day before was still fresh in their minds. They all knew that even in a group, the likely outcome of such a challenge would be their own deaths. An awkward tension settled over the gathering. The nobles who had come seeking retribution now found themselves unable to advance or retreat, trapped by Lind's audacious response. Around them, other guests had taken notice of the commotion. Yet no one stepped in to mediate. Instead, they watched the scene unfold with thinly veiled interest, as if it were merely another spectacle for their entertainment. "What are you doing? This is the king's banquet, not some random party in your backwater town." A slightly lethargic voice broke through the tense atmosphere, and Jaime Lannister appeared, dressed in resplendent armor. He held a flagon in one hand, while his other rested casually on the hilt of his sword. Under normal circumstances, Jaime's words might have irritated the nobles, but in this instance, they were a relief. His arrival diffused the tension, offering the lords an excuse to retreat without further embarrassment. They cast sharp glares at Lind before turning on their heels, wearing expressions as though they had emerged victorious from a confrontation. Their haughty demeanor suggested Lind had backed down out of fear, though nothing of the sort had occurred. "A bunch of worms," Jaime muttered disdainfully, watching the nobles retreat. He then turned his attention to Lind and, without preamble, said, "Lind the Bear Hunter, you remind me of someone." "Someone?" Lind asked, sensing no hostility from Jaime. His tone was neutral, almost curious. "Who?" "Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning," Jaime replied. Lind paused, processing the comparison, then asked, "Arthur Dayne? The one who died in the siege?" Jaime's expression darkened at the remark. His voice turned stern as he retorted, "You're a hard man to like, you know that." Jaime's deep admiration for Arthur Dayne was well known, and Lind's blunt question, while factual, carried an implication that Jaime found offensive. It subtly suggested that Arthur Dayne had perished in the siege while he was still alive, casting an unintended shadow on the legendary knight's legacy. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lind responded, "Arthur Dayne was a hero. I admired him, but he died for nothing. He gave his life for someone like the Mad King. It wasn't worth it." Jaime's irritation softened, replaced by a flicker of understanding. Lind's disdain for the Mad King resonated with him, creating a shared sense of disillusionment. Jaime's gaze grew warmer, almost companionable. "Want a sip?" Jaime offered, extending the flagon toward Lind. Lind shook his head. "I don't drink." "Then you're missing out on a lot of fun," Jaime remarked with a smirk. "I'd advise you to drink less," Lind countered plainly. "Too much drinking, and your hands will start to tremble. A swordsman who can't control the hand that wields his sword is as good as dead." Jaime froze, visibly struck by the comment. After a moment, he looked at Lind and said, "Someone else told me the same thing." "Arthur Dayne?" Lind guessed. Jaime nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Then, almost as if speaking to himself, he added, "It's ironic, isn't it? Arthur Dane, who hardly drank, is dead, and Jaime Lannister, who loves to drink, is still here. What a joke." "Choices determine fate," Lind said, his tone carrying a hint of reflection. "He chose his own death." "No," Jaime interjected, his tone sharpening. "He was killed in a sneak attack, a cowardly, dishonorable sneak attack." He raised the flagon and drank deeply, then cast a bitter glance toward the northerners scattered throughout the hall, his teeth clenched in anger. Lind didn't respond immediately, choosing neither to agree nor to argue. In his view, battles to the death were not governed by concepts like honor or dishonor, survival and victory were the only measures that mattered. Jaime's words, however, revealed much about his character. Despite his cynicism, he still clung to certain ideals of chivalry, a code that would erode in the coming years. The Jaime standing here now would hesitate to commit a ruthless act like throwing Bran from the first keep. At least he could no longer do it as decisively, and some hesitation was inevitable. "Bear Hunter, you are a very special person," Jaime said, taking a long swig from his flagon before belching loudly and without shame. Lind paused, his expression shifting to one of mild confusion as he regarded Jaime. "Should I take that as a compliment, Lord Jaime?" he asked. Jaime's face grew uncharacteristically serious. "No," he said, his voice low. "You can take it as a prophecy. Every extraordinary person faces their share of trials, and your trials have only just begun." Lind narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing there was more to Jaime's words. They seemed to carry an implicit warning or perhaps an unspoken truth, though Jaime didn't elaborate. Without further explanation, Jaime turned away, flagon in hand, and sauntered off. Lind didn't press for answers, knowing it would be futile. Whatever Jaime meant by trials, it wasn't immediately clear, but Lind didn't find the idea particularly troubling. He knew well enough that perspectives differed based on one's position. What Jaime, standing on his lofty perch, viewed as trials might be something entirely different for Lind. Jaime's brief appearance, however, had unintended consequences. Some attendees interpreted Lind's indifferent attitude toward Jaime as a sign of familiarity between the two, a connection that sparked further rumors. A man like Jaime Lannister, infamous as the Kingslayer, was already a polarizing figure. Now, pairing him in gossip with Lind, a warlord with a reputation for ruthless efficiency, only fueled disdain among the nobles, particularly those who already viewed Lind's actions in the arena with contempt. Though their gazes were heavy with judgment, Lind remained unfazed. He focused on enjoying the banquet's rich spread, paying no heed to the whispers around him. The Tyrells, who had brought Lind to the feast, were visibly uncomfortable with how he was being treated but seemed unsure of how to address the situation. Attempting to ease the tension, Garland, Vortimer, and Maester Mallows approached Lind to engage him in polite conversation. Yet, they soon realized he was utterly unconcerned by the nobles' disdain, absorbed instead in savoring the feast's fine dishes. Satisfied that he wasn't unsettled, they eventually drifted away, each intent on networking with the new Baratheon court's nobility. As Lind finished the last piece of roast meat on his plate and prepared to fetch another serving, a plate heaping with food was placed before him. He looked up and found himself face to face with a smiling, bald man dressed in a silk robe and soft leather boots that muffled his footsteps. The man's hands were tucked neatly into his sleeves, leaving no clue as to what he might be holding. There was no mistaking this figure, only one man in the Red Keep matched such a description. It was Varys, the master of whisperers, whose presence at any gathering always seemed to herald intrigue. If Littlefinger was the Seven Kingdoms' master of manipulation, Varys was its master of secrets. Every whisper, every rumor seemed to flow into his grasp, and the true extent of his knowledge and intentions was known to no one. For all his wariness of Varys, Lind found him far less volatile than Littlefinger. Where Peter Baelish was a man driven by personal ambition and impossible to trust, Varys was at least someone Lind believed could be reasoned with, provided their goals didn't conflict. Still, Varys approaching him so directly was unexpected and put Lind on edge. Hiding his surprise, Lind took the wooden tray Varys had offered, digging into the food with an air of casual gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Varys," he said. Varys, unsurprised that Lind had recognized him, smiled as he lowered himself gracefully onto the floor beside Lind. Despite the dusty floor, Varys adopted the same seated posture, cross-legged and casual. Plucking a piece of food from the plate, he began eating as well, his demeanor warm and conversational. "Lord Lind," Varys began, "you are a kind person. you don't belong in this hall. It is not a place for someone like you. Kind. Lind repeated, setting down the food he'd been eating to regard Varys more closely. A wry smile played on his lips. Lord Varys, you must be mistaken. Nearly 100 men died by my hand yesterday. Varys shook his head, the smile on his face unwavering. I am not mistaken, he said softly. By kindness, I mean the poor little girl you rescued outside the Lion Gate. Chapter 41, The Knighting Ceremony. Lind was not surprised that Varys knew about the girl he had saved. After all, Varys had his little birds scattered throughout King's Landing and was likely aware of even the most trivial details, perhaps even what color Lord Tywin's underwear was tonight, not to mention Lind's own affairs. So, instead of looking startled, Lind simply nodded calmly and said, so it was her. She is indeed pitiful, but she survived. Varys, however, was caught off guard by Lind's composure. A flicker of surprise crossed his face before he sighed and said, it's good that she survived, but you shouldn't let her leave with the faceless men. She'll undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble if she becomes one of them. It would be better for her, and everyone else, if she just stayed a peasant girl. Lind's expression hardened as he looked at Varys. In a low voice, he replied, a peasant girl, Lord Varys. Do you truly believe that's a wise choice? Can she realistically be content with that life for the rest of her days? And Lord Tywin, if he discovers she's alive, what do you think her fate will be? Varys's face betrayed genuine astonishment at Lind's words. He had never imagined Lind knew the girl's identity. After all, Lord Tywin had gone to great lengths to bury that particular scandal, ensuring the girl's existence was completely erased. The Lannister guards who had been involved that night were discreetly reassigned to the Westerlands mines, permanent assignments, with no hope of return. Varys himself had only learned of the girl's survival from Tyrion, the imp outside of the participants. He had believed only he and the Septon who performed Tyrion's wedding knew of her. And the Septon had long since been silenced by Tywin. This secret had seemed impenetrable. But now, hearing Lind reveal such knowledge, Varys felt a surge of disbelief and unease. He studied Lind closely, muttering, "You're even more remarkable than I thought." Instead of dwelling on the revelation, however, Varys redirected his scrutiny toward Lind. Lind frowned slightly, his gaze steady as he asked, "You say the same thing Lord Jaime said, that I'm special, but I don't quite understand. Lord Varys, could you explain?" Varys finished the food in his hand in a single bite, stood, and replied cryptically, "There's no need to worry. You'll understand soon enough." Before Lind could respond, the music at the banquet abruptly stopped. A new tune filled the air, the song of the bear hunter. The melody froze those who recognized it, and one by one, heads turned toward Lind, seated in the corner. Gradually, the hall's focus shifted to the entrance of the cloister leading to Maegor's Holdfast. There stood King Robert, bruised and with his arm in a bandage, flanked by a group of Kingsguard. He strode into the hall with his characteristic swagger, heading straight for his throne. The crowd hesitated, unsure whether to greet him formally, but Robert waved them off impatiently. He forced his swollen eyes open, scanning the hall as though searching for something, or someone. His gaze darted back and forth, hindered either by the dim lighting or the bruises clouding his vision. After a few futile moments, he bellowed toward Lord Tyrell, "Lord Tyrell. Where is the boy who beat me in the fighting ring yesterday? The one they call Bear Hunter Lind. Didn't I send him an invitation?" Lord Tyrell, flustered, bowed and responded, "Your Grace, he is here, though it's his first banquet, and he's not accustomed to such gatherings." At that moment, Lind emerged from the shadows of the hall, stepping into the warm glow of the hanging candles and lamps. "So, you're here," Robert said as his gaze landed on Lind. Following Lind's glance toward the corner he had come from, Robert noticed the wooden platter full of food on the ground. A faint smile crossed his face. "It seems you really aren't used to these kinds of banquets, and neither am I. Compared to pretending to be refined and making empty talk with lords and ladies, I'd rather be in the barracks, eating and drinking with the men." At this moment, Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, rose from his seat and interjected, "Your Grace, attending banquets allows you to better understand the minds of your vassals and formulate appropriate policies." "It is. I know it's necessary, which is why I'm here." Robert cut him off with a wave of his hand, clearly irritated. He then turned back to Lind, gesturing for him to come closer. "Come here, Bear Hunter Lind." Lind seemed to guess what was about to unfold. A flicker of joy crossed his face before he quickly masked it. With a composed demeanor, he stepped into the open space in the hall and stood before the king. Robert rubbed the swollen lump on his face, glaring at Lind. "I haven't been beaten like this in years, if ever. My head's still spinning even now. That's why some are saying I made this decision while still dazed, and that it doesn't follow the rules." He smirked. "But I'm the king. I don't need to care about rules. Kings make the rules." He muttered a few more words under his breath, then straightened, gesturing at John Aaron, who had opened his mouth to speak. "Enough. I don't want to hear it." Turning back to Lind, he commanded, "Kneel, Lind of White Holdfast." Sensing the weight of the moment, Lind stepped forward and dropped to one knee before the king. A ripple of realization spread through the room, and the nobles in attendance began to murmur among themselves. Many frowned, including Lord Tyrell, whose face betrayed his surprise. However, a few wore subtle smiles, pleased by this unexpected turn of events. Robert reached for his waist, intending to draw his sword, but his hand came up empty. Scowling, he cursed under his breath. "Where's a sword? Damn it, someone bring me a sword." Jaime Lannister, standing near Queen Cersei, stepped forward immediately. He unsheathed his sword and presented it to the king, but Robert only glanced at it before scoffing. "No, Kingslayer. Your sword isn't worthy of him." The insult landed heavily, and Jaime's expression flickered for an instant. Yet, outwardly, he appeared unaffected. With forced nonchalance, he reattached his sword to his waist and stepped back behind the queen. His hand gripped the chair behind her tightly, his knuckles turning white, betraying the anger simmering within. Lord Tywin, watching from the crowd, remained as inscrutable as ever. His cold, stoic demeanor revealed nothing of his thoughts. Robert turned instead to Barristan Selmy, the legendary Lord Commander of the King's Guard. "Barristan, give me your sword." Barristan hesitated for only a moment. Though he felt Jaime had been slighted unfairly, he would not disobey the king's order. He unsheathed his sword and stepped forward, holding it out for Robert. The king took the blade, hefting its weight with satisfaction. He approached Lind and placed the sword lightly on his right shoulder. "Lind of White Holdfast," Robert declared, his voice steady and commanding. "In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave." He moved the sword to Lind's left shoulder. "In the name of the father, I charge you to be just." Returning the sword to Lind's right shoulder, he continued, "In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the weak and innocent." Finally, he brought the blade back to Lind's left shoulder. "In the name of the maid, I charge you to protect all women." The solemnity of Robert's recitation brought an air of gravitas to the hall. Even the nobles who had initially shown discontent now stood silent and respectful, their expressions dignified. With the oath complete, Robert lifted the sword from Lind's shoulder and proclaimed, "Lind the Bear Hunter, you are now a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. I hope you're satisfied with this reward." Lind rose to his feet, unable to suppress a smile. "Yes, Your Grace. I am very pleased." The significance of this moment was not lost on anyone present, least of all Lind. Being knighted was not merely an honor, it was a gateway to status and opportunity in the Seven Kingdoms. Without it, he would have remained just another mercenary or hired sword. Now, at just 15 years old, he had achieved knighthood after a single tournament, and not just any knighthood, but one bestowed directly by the king himself. Such an event was unprecedented in the history of Westeros and marked Lind as someone extraordinary. As he stood under the gazes of the gathered lords and ladies, Lind couldn't help but reflect on his earlier doubts. When Robert had left the fighting ring the day before without knighting him, Lind had assumed his guess was wrong. He had already begun formulating a plan to earn knighthood through military merit. But now, all those concerns had evaporated. It seemed, as Jaime and Varys had both hinted, that Lind truly was destined for something greater. And judging by the hushed murmurs and exchanged glances among the nobles, this knighthood was sure to be the subject of heated discussion in the halls of power at the Red Keep. Now that Robert had knighted him in front of the banquet's assembly, Lind felt a renewed sense of pride, as though he had reclaimed something previously lost. The joy in his heart surged, filling him with a quiet satisfaction. The nobles around them soon gathered to offer their congratulations. Whether their words were sincere or merely polite, they each displayed the decorum expected in such circumstances. I never thought you'd become a knight so quickly. It's only been a few months since you became my squire, said Vortimer, stepping forward to clap Lind on the shoulder. His tone carried a deeper meaning as he added, but remember, becoming a knight is only the first step. You still have much to learn. Don't forget your initial aspirations. Lind, ever respectful, did not let his elevation change his demeanor toward his former mentor. Bowing slightly, he replied, I humbly accept your teachings, Lord Vortimer. Satisfied, Vortimer gave a small nod, though he seemed on the verge of saying more. Judging the timing unsuitable, he simply remarked that they would speak further back at camp. Garland Tyrell also approached to congratulate Lind and began leading him toward Lord Tyrell for an introduction. But before they could move, Robert's voice cut through the hall. Lind the Bear Hunter, would you like to become a King's Guard? The question, though spoken in a calm tone, carried enough weight to silence the entire hall. Every noble turned their attention to Lind, their expressions ranging from astonishment to scrutiny. Even Lind was caught off guard. Becoming a King's Guard had never been part of his ambitions, but he could not ignore the honor inherent in the offer. For many knights, joining the King's Guard was the pinnacle of glory, symbolizing not only personal prestige but also access to the very heart of power in the Seven Kingdoms. King's Guard members often wielded influence that extended beyond guarding the king, sometimes shaping policies or even serving as hand of the king or regent. Yet for Lind, the title felt like a gilded cage, and he could already sense the invisible pressure from the room, pressure born of his humble origins. Unlike a knight from a noble house, whose appointment would have caused little stir, Lind's ascension to the King's Guard would shatter deeply entrenched power structures. He was not just a commoner, he was a hunter by birth, a status lower than even a peasant's. For such a man to achieve knighthood was already an anomaly. To grant him a place in the King's Guard would be a direct affront to the noble hierarchy of Westeros. John Arryn, the Hand of the King, recognized the potential fallout immediately. He stepped forward, attempting to dissuade Robert from his bold proposal. However, Robert silenced him with a raised hand, then turned back to Lind. I'll ask you again, Robert said, his voice steady. Will you join the King's Guard? Lind hesitated only briefly, aware of the countless eyes fixed on him. He could feel the mounting tension in the hall, and he chose his words carefully. Bowing his head slightly, he said, I am deeply honored by your grace's offer, but I cannot accept. The title of King's Guard is far too heavy for me. Besides, he added, the Red Keep is not a place for someone like me. I prefer the freedom of the outside world. Robert's swollen, battered face shifted into a look of resignation. He sighed heavily, muttering, how could I not understand that? He paused, then turned away, his disinterest in the banquet now apparent. Without another word, Robert exited the hall, leaving a trail of hushed whispers in his wake. As the tension dissipated, the nobles in the hall collectively exhaled in relief. Their expressions toward Lind softened considerably, particularly those of John Arryn and his allies. They clearly interpreted Lind's refusal as a gesture of humility, a recognition of his place within the existing order. To them, it seemed Lind had shown wisdom by declining an honor that could have disrupted the delicate balance of power. In truth, however, Lind had no interest in joining the King's Guard. What many saw as the ultimate honor, he viewed as a prison. He valued his freedom too much to trade it for a lifetime of servitude, no matter how prestigious the position. The banquet gradually returned to its lively rhythm. Yet, Lind's newfound status brought subtle changes. Where he had been ignored before, now minor nobles and knights approached him with smiles and small talk, clearly reassessing his worth. Though some of their intentions might not have been genuine, Lind recognized the shift in perception. Even Lord Tyrell's attitude toward him changed, though only slightly. The gap between a knight squire and a newly minted knight was still vast in the eyes of a powerful noble like Lord Tyrell. Yet Lord Mace Tyrell seemed to interpret Lind's refusal of the King's Guard offer as a demonstration of loyalty to House Tyrell. During their brief conversation, Lord Tyrell even hinted that Lind needn't worry about any lingering consequences from selling cavalry positions without authorization. Chapter 42, The Best Smithy in King's Landing. The news of Lind's knighthood spread through King's Landing the next day, sparking a mix of envy and resentment. Many warriors, still seeking their own chance at knighthood, were left bitter by the tale of a 15-year-old who had achieved this honor after just a few months as a squire, and by none other than the king himself. Rumors began to swirl, with some questioning whether Lind might secretly be the bastard son of a noble rather than the son of a humble hunter, as the song of the bear hunter claimed. The jealousy wasn't limited to ordinary soldiers. Even free knights and sellswords who had competed in the tournament felt envious. Lin's rise to knighthood came with the opportunity to swear fealty to a feudal lord, specifically becoming a personal attendant to House Tyrell. This meant a steady income and the prospect of becoming a landed knight or even a minor lord in the future. However, the mood shifted when news broke that Lind had declined King Robert's offer to join the King's Guard. The envy turned to ridicule, with many scoffing at what they saw as a foolish decision. They believed the boy from the countryside had failed to grasp the prestige and lifelong honor of serving as a King's Guard, thus squandering his chance to ascend quickly to the top ranks of the realm. Despite the ridicule, Lind remained a figure of admiration for many, especially among the common folk. His story had already taken on a legendary quality. Bards eagerly expanded the song of the bear hunter, incorporating Lind's exploits in the Red Keep and singing the tale in taverns across the city, earning considerable coin in the process. Merchants carried his name and story beyond King's Landing, spreading it across the Seven Kingdoms and even hinting at its arrival in Essos. Yet, the subject of all this attention remained unfazed. Lind's newfound status had not altered his routine. The day after his knighthood, he led his cavalry out to train in the outskirts of King's Landing, focusing on hunting and obedience drills. Upon returning to camp, he resumed his studies under the new maester assigned by Lord Tyrell. His days were packed, leaving little room for indulgence in his rising fame. In the afternoon, a herald from King's Landing visited the Tyrell camp to record Lind's family name and coat of arms. Having already prepared for this, Lind promptly described his chosen design, a red background featuring a sword plunged into the ground, with the unique addition of a Chinese character, Li, at the sword's hilt, a nod to his surname from his previous life. He also selected Terran as his knightly surname. The herald, surprised by Lind's readiness, swiftly completed the record. Typically, new knights took days to decide such matters, often opting for the name of a defunct noble house to give the illusion of a grand lineage. Before leaving, the herald was stopped by Lind, who inquired if a family motto was needed as well. The herald, giving Lind a bemused look, departed without answering. Lind realized he had committed a faux pas, further proof that he had much to learn about the customs and manners of this world's nobility. Meanwhile, the jousting tournament resumed, drawing a far larger crowd than the previous day. The open spaces on the surrounding hills were packed, and eager spectators even climbed trees for better vantage points. With the group battles concluded, the jousting offered the thrill the people craved. The matches were of higher quality and intensity than before, as the less skilled competitors had already been eliminated. Those who remained were elite knights, ensuring fierce and captivating contests. One such match took place in the morning, featuring Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, against a mysterious knight from across the narrow sea. The duel was a spectacle, with the two exchanging blows 7 times and breaking 3 lances before Jaime ultimately emerged victorious. The excitement surrounding the nightly competition was so intense that the audience momentarily forgot Jaime Lannister's notorious reputation as the Kingslayer, erupting in cheers after his victory. Another duel that morning featured Vortimer, who faced a knight from House Marbrand of the Westerlands. This match was far less dramatic than Jaime's. The disparity in skill was evident as Vortimer unseated his opponent in a single round. However, his fortune turned in the afternoon when he faced Barristan the Bold. After 2 rounds, Barristan's lance struck Vortimer's chest, toppling him from his horse. Thankfully, the injuries were minor, and he quickly recovered. Out of the knights representing House Tyrell, only one advanced to the quarterfinals, John Bulwer of House Bulwer, Lord of Blackcrown. John, the third son of Lord Bulwer and currently serving as third affairs officer under Roger Redwyne in Highgarden, made it to the final 8 more through luck than skill. Slightly stronger than the average knight, John was expected to be eliminated early. Yet, fate favored him, his opponents suffered equipment malfunctions or withdrew due to prior injuries. Thus, he earned his spot in the quarterfinals with minimal effort, earning the nickname Lucky Bulwer. Despite John's advancement, House Tyrell felt embarrassed by the circumstances. Only one knight had made it this far, and his success was largely seen as undeserved. Mace Tyrell, still brooding over his earlier defeat by Vortimer, cast a shadow over the camp with his dour mood. Fortunately, this tension lifted after Lord Tyrell returned from a meeting with Lord John Arryn at the Red Keep. He was noticeably in good spirits, his grim expression replaced with a constant smile. Upon his return, Lord Tyrell gathered his advisors for a meeting in his tent, discussing what seemed to be an important matter. Lind was curious about the topic of their discussion, but the tent was heavily guarded, making it impossible to eavesdrop. Besides, Lind had other priorities. He tasked Raoul with finding the best smithy in King's Landing. That evening, Raoul returned with the information and led Lind to the Street of Steel, at the base of Visigna's Hill. The Street of Steel was alive with activity. The tournament had damaged the weapons and armor of many knights, causing the smithies to work non-stop. The sound of hammers striking metal rang through the air, while blazing furnaces illuminated the street. The constant clamor had even driven some residents to temporarily relocate to quieter areas. Raoul brought Lind to a particularly large smithy, which stood out from the others. The building, constructed of wood and stone, was coated with a layer of lime for protection. Its heavy ebony and weirwood door looked imposing, and its 3-story height allowed it to dominate the Street of Steel. However, as Lind stepped inside, he was met with disappointment. Unlike the bustling forges outside, this smithy was eerily quiet. The furnace was unlit, and the interior felt cold and desolate, a stark contrast to the lively activity of the neighboring shops. "Is this the best smithy in King's Landing you were told about?" Lind asked, his tone laced with doubt. Raoul looked embarrassed, then angrily shouted into the shop, "Is there anyone here? Anyone? We've got a customer." As Raoul's voice echoed through the seemingly empty smithy, Lind's eyes were drawn to a row of knightly swords hanging on the wall, their craftsmanship intriguing him. After a few moments, an old man, supported by a servant, hobbled out from the back of the shop. "We're closed," the old man grumbled, his voice rough and impatient. "Go somewhere else if you need something made." "Are you Clint Mott, the best smith in King's Landing?" Raoul asked, his confusion evident as he scrutinized the elderly figure. "Once the best," Clint replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. "Now, do you think I can even lift a hammer?" He gestured weakly to his frail frame. Raoul's face darkened, and he muttered a curse under his breath, clearly upset with whoever had recommended the smithy. Meanwhile, Lind, undeterred, pointed to the swords on the wall. "Can I take one and try it?" he asked, his interest piqued. The old man hesitated, surprised by the request, before nodding. "Go ahead. Try whatever you want. If you like one, I'll even give you a discount. I've been meaning to clear them out anyway." Lind selected 2 of the swords and stepped outside to the open space adjacent to the shop, an area clearly designated for testing weapons. He began to wield the swords, his movements fluid and precise as he performed the swordsmanship of the banished knight. As he swung the blades, the memories and instincts ingrained in his body came alive. Every strike felt natural, as if he had been practicing for decades. Those watching were captivated. Raoul, who had often sparred with Lind, was stunned. He had seen Lind's dual swordsmanship before, but back then it had been grounded in conventional techniques. Lind's success was largely due to his strategic footwork and ability to exploit weaknesses. This, however, was entirely different. Now, Lind wielded 2 massive knight's greatswords with the ease of daggers. Each swing generated a visible wind pressure, sharp and forceful enough that even Raoul, standing safely outside the range of the blades, felt his skin prickle as though grazed by an invisible knife. The sharp gusts even caused strands of Raoul's hair to snap and fall, as if severed by the air itself. It was a level of swordsmanship far beyond human limits. Raoul couldn't help but think that if Lind had used this technique in the tournament, he wouldn't have needed strategy, he could have simply overpowered every opponent with brute force. Clint Mott and his servant, who knew the weight and balance of greatswords better than anyone, were utterly dumbfounded. The old smith was especially stunned. He had forged such weapons for years and knew their heft intimately, even the strongest knights struggled to wield them with one hand. Yet here was Lind, not just lifting 2 greatswords but performing intricate, airborne techniques with them. It defied logic. Clint could only stare, an uneasy thought creeping into his mind, that Lind was less a man and more a monster in human guise. Lind stopped after completing the basic forms of the banished knight's swordsmanship. He didn't move on to more advanced techniques, as those required the extraordinary powers granted by the dragon runes and the dragon communion ritual. Without such enhancements, they were little more than ornamental displays. Satisfied, Lind examined the swords in his hands. While they were not Valyrian steel, their weight and balance were excellent, making them suitable as temporary replacements. More importantly, the exercise confirmed the profound changes brought about by the dragon communion ritual. Previously, such feats would have been beyond him. His stamina and strength would have faltered long before finishing the routine. Now, he wasn't even winded. His physical fitness had grown to an inhuman degree, and he could feel the transformation continuing. Until the effects of the ritual fully stabilized, his body would only grow stronger. It left him wondering if he might one day reach the heights of the banished knights in his memories, warriors powerful enough to slay dragons. Who are you?" Clint finally asked, his voice trembling as he regained his senses. Before Lind could answer, Raoul stepped forward, adopting the confident demeanor of a proper squire. "This is Ser Lind Taran, champion of the team competition and a knight personally knighted by His Grace the King." Clint and his servant gasped audibly. Their eyes widened, filling with awe and disbelief as they looked at Lind. Beneath their astonishment was a newfound reverence. Chapter 43, The Ruins of the Dragon Pit. Clint Mott had heard of the most talked-about legendary figure in King's Landing over the past 2 days, even if his health had kept him from going out. He simply felt that the rumors surrounding the bear hunter were exaggerated. After all, the idea of one man beheading 100 people in the fighting arena sounded like a myth, hard to believe. However, after seeing Lind wield the great knight's sword and display his swordsmanship, Clint gradually began to believe that the man before him was indeed capable of killing 100 men, perhaps even 1,000, without much trouble. Moreover, the strange strength Lind demonstrated made Clint think of one particular person, the mountain, Gregor Clegane. Lind ignored the curious glances from those around him and pointed at the 2 knightly greatswords. "I'll take these 2 swords. Also, have better sheaths made for them, along with 2 sets of sword belts. One set should be for these great swords, and the other set should be turned into back straps for these 2 broad-bladed half-swords of mine." The smithy servant stood frozen in a daze until old Clint reached over and gave him a firm pat on the back. "What are you standing around for? Do as Lord Lind commanded. Go to Goldtooth Pello for the sheaths and belts, he makes the finest leather goods." The servant helped old Clint settle into a chair before summoning a few others to assist. They carefully removed the knight's greatsword and carried it out of the smithy, heading for the street where the leather goods shop was located. With the immediate problem of weapons resolved, Lind turned to the other reason for his visit. He asked old Clint, "Since you were the best smith in King's Landing once, you must know about Valyrian steel, right?" Old Clint nodded. "Of course. Even if I'm not the best smith anymore, I know about Valyrian steel." "So, do you know where I can get some Valyrian steel?" Lind asked bluntly. Old Clint paused, his expression thoughtful, before responding with a question of his own. "My lord, do you know how many Valyrian steel swords there are in the 7 kingdoms?" "I don't know, but there can't be many," Lind replied. "No, there aren't," old Clint confirmed with a heavy tone. "Over the years, only a handful of swords made of Valyrian steel remain. Every great noble house covets one. Your host family, House Tyrell, has been searching for a Valyrian steel sword for years, but they haven't found one yet. Now you ask me where you can get Valyrian steel. What do you think I should say, my lord?" Lind remained silent, beginning to realize that acquiring Valyrian steel weapons, or armor, was going to be far more difficult than he had anticipated. Old Clint continued, "And even if you were to find Valyrian steel, how would you reforge it? You must understand that forging Valyrian steel is an incredibly advanced process. It's said that when Valyria fell, the secret of working the steel was lost. Even across the narrow sea, on the continent of Essos, it's nearly impossible to find someone who knows how to do it. Here in Westeros, it's even rarer. So whether you're hoping to forge weapons or armor from Valyrian steel, I'll be honest, it's almost impossible." "Is there really no way?" Lind asked, somewhat unwillingly. Old Clint thought for a moment and replied, "If you simply want to obtain Valyrian steel, you might find some at the Citadel. Someone there might even know how to forge it. Some maesters, after completing their studies, forge a Valyrian steel chain link to demonstrate their mastery of metallurgy." Lind rolled his eyes at the suggestion. He had thought about visiting the Citadel, but his primary reason was to learn about the world, not to seek Valyrian steel. He could easily imagine the Citadel regarding the knowledge of Valyrian steel smelting and forging as their most guarded secret. Tampering with such sacred knowledge would undoubtedly offend the Citadel, and doing so would make it impossible for him to move freely within the Seven Kingdoms. There were two major powers in Westeros that no one could afford to offend: the Faith of the Seven, which controlled the people's beliefs, and the Citadel, which held dominion over knowledge. The Citadel's maesters served as advisors to noble houses, influencing their decisions with quiet subtlety, a power far more dangerous for being silent and unseen. Lind considered what he knew of Valyrian steel and murmured thoughtfully, "I know that among the free cities of Essos, there's one city that has mastered the art of reforging Valyrian steel. I think there's enough of it there, but I can't seem to remember the name of that city." "You're talking about Qohor, the city of sorcerers," Old Clint volunteered, naming the place. He added, "My son, Tobo Mott, is studying the art of blacksmithing in that very city. He should be returning this year to take over my smithy. If he's learned how to reforge Valyrian steel, he might be able to help you, provided you can find enough of it. Then, he could reforge it into the weapon or armor you want." Hearing this, Lind's mind cleared immediately. He remembered seeing discussions on a forum in his previous life about the free cities, with Qohor mentioned briefly. Not much detailed information had been shared, but he knew that the people of Qohor were often called Qohoric, and the city housed a significant number of Valyrian descendants. As such, it made sense that Qohor preserved much of Valyrian knowledge, including the lost art of reforging Valyrian steel. That said, it was clear that Qohor lacked the ability to create new Valyrian steel. If they did, the city would export Valyrian steel items, and such weapons would not be so rare in Westeros. Additionally, it struck him that Old Clint's son, Tobo Mott, was likely the same blacksmith who would, more than a decade later, help Lord Tywin Lannister reforge ice into 2 Valyrian steel swords. This was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for Lind. Although he hadn't uncovered a direct clue for acquiring Valyrian steel, he now knew someone who could reforge it into weapons and armor, a valuable connection for the future. Having gained all the useful information he could, Lind saw no reason to linger. After paying for the 2 swords and accessories, including sheaths and belts, he asked Old Clint to have the items sent to the Tyrell camp outside the city. Once he left the smithy, Lind didn't immediately return to the camp. Instead, he and Raoul wandered through King's Landing. Despite having spent several days in the city, he hadn't yet taken a proper look at it. King's Landing, often described as a city built on shit and piss, was in a better state than usual. The sharp drop in population caused by the plundering and slaughter of the Westerland's army a year ago had left the streets quieter. Over the past year, Lord Jon Arryn had worked tirelessly to rebuild the city, and the results were apparent. At least for now, several main streets and some of the larger urban alleys were clean, and the air carried less of the foul stench usually associated with the city. It was a marked improvement compared to the slums outside the walls. Still, Lind knew it wouldn't last. As people continued to flood back into King's Landing, the city's environment would inevitably return to its original state. Flea Bottom, for example, was already reverting to its infamous squalor. After wandering through the castle's main streets for a while, the daylight faded, and Lind's curiosity about the city began to wane. He decided to head to the Dragon Pit to gather a sufficient amount of Dragonfire obsidian to last him for a long while. Once that task was done, he would return to camp. However, as soon as Lind entered the Street of the Sisters and walked a short distance toward the Dragon Pit, a young girl suddenly darted out from a nearby alley. She approached him quickly, bowed, and said, "My lord, there is someone who wants to meet you." Lind glanced at the girl and immediately recognized her as the same one who had led him to the tavern earlier. At her words, his mind turned to Varys. After a brief hesitation, Lind turned to Raoul and instructed him to return to camp. He then followed the girl without further question. Instead of leading him into the narrow alley, the girl continued along the Street of the Sisters in the direction of the Dragon Pit, the very place Lind had been heading. The two moved quickly, one ahead of the other, until they ascended Rhaenys' Hill and came to a stop before the ruins of a vast, domed structure. Lind gazed up at the Dragon Pit, his expression hardening as a trace of unease flickered in his eyes. Perhaps it was the result of the dragon communion ritual, but his body wasn't the only thing that had changed, his senses had transformed as well. It wasn't that his senses had been sharpened, rather, they seemed to have gained a kind of extraordinary power. What others saw as mere ruins, an abandoned and desolate place where some civilians now built makeshift homes, and where prostitutes and their clients sneaked in for privacy, was something far different in Lind's eyes. The ruins were shrouded in countless dark shadows, like clumps of rotting, shapeless mud, ceaselessly shifting and writhing. Among the shadows, faint, anguished faces emerged and disappeared, while other shapes, darker and more defined, took the form of dragons. These shadow dragons streaked through the darkness, letting out wails of torment so faint they were almost beyond hearing. Lin's gaze grew heavier as he recalled what he had read in Maester Hawley's books about the Dragon Pit. It had once been an important temple of the faith of the Seven, until Maegor I had ridden Baal Ryan the Black Dread to destroy it in flames. Everyone inside the temple had been burned alive. Later, Maegor transformed the site into a dragon's lair for raising the young dragons of House Targaryen. But it was during the Dance of the Dragons that the Dragon Pit met its true destruction. A frenzied mob of starving small folk had stormed the building, slaughtering the dragons within. 5, it was said, while many of the attackers perished in dragon fire as the dome collapsed, burying all in the wreckage. Even that wasn't the end. During the Great Spring Sickness, the ruins had been turned into a mass grave. Bodies of the dead, too numerous to bury in time, were dumped into the Dragon Pit. Worse, even some who were still alive, suffering from the disease, were thrown in. Eventually, the Dragon Pit itself had nearly overflowed with corpses. To address this, the king's hand had ordered the remains burned with wildfire. The resulting flames roared for days, towering so high they could be seen from beyond the walls of King's Landing. In truth, the Dragon Pit was now little more than a massive tomb. Faithful worshippers, desperate small folk, bold warriors, and even dragons, all were buried here, their lives claimed by fire, violence, and plague. The dark figures Lind now perceived were, he believed, the anguished and angry spiritual remnants of the souls who had died in this cursed place, men, women, and dragons alike. The presence of this energy likely stemmed from the dragon's own magic. It was an energy that most would never perceive, but Lind, transformed by the dragon communion ritual and unusually attuned to such forces, could feel it distinctly. Just as Lind was overwhelmed by the scene before him, a sudden and intense sense of hunger gripped him. It wasn't a normal hunger, it felt primal, as though the dark energy formed by the wraiths here was a feast waiting to be devoured. "My lord, what's wrong with you?" the little girl asked, puzzled, as she noticed the change in his expression. Lind didn't respond immediately. Instead, he gestured for her to wait while he concentrated on this inexplicable sensation, searching his body for its source. It didn't take long for him to realize the hunger wasn't coming from himself but rather directly affecting his spirit. The source of this yearning didn't originate here but instead seemed to radiate from the cage in which Glory was being held back at the Tyrell camp outside King's Landing. At that moment, it became clear, he and Glory shared some kind of spiritual connection. The dark energy he saw in the Dragon Pit resonated with the creature, as though Glory could sense the wraiths through him. Skin changer. Lind thought immediately, recalling the special ability some possessed in this world. But he quickly dismissed the idea. No, this was something else, something tied to the day Glory had absorbed the lingering dragon soul from the cracked dragon egg through his body. Fueled by an overpowering hunger, Glory began gnawing frantically at the iron bars of its cage, its bite far stronger than what one would expect from a young shadow cat. It wasn't long before the iron gave way with a screeching sound, and Glory, now free, slipped like a shadow out of the tent. Unseen by anyone in the Tyrell camp, the creature darted swiftly through the dark, speeding toward Lind. Lind didn't resist or break this strange connection. Instead, he maintained it, splitting his attention between himself and Glory's perspective. Steeling himself, he signaled the little girl to continue leading the way. The girl looked at him curiously, as though reassured by the improvement in his demeanor, and then, without further hesitation, climbed through a broken section of the Dragon Pit's ruins. Lind followed her inside. They navigated the narrow, debris-laden paths of the Dragon Pit ruins, descending deeper and deeper underground, far beneath Rhaenys' hill. The air grew colder, thick with dust and an eerie silence. After passing through a narrow corridor littered with ancient bones, they finally entered a relatively open crypt. The chamber bore the unmistakable marks of its past. Remnants of stonework still bore the symbols of the faith of the Seven, weathered carvings. This underground vault must have been part of the old temple that Maegor the Cruel had burned to the ground centuries ago. The September of Remembrance was built by one Targaryen and destroyed by another. What a strange fate, don't you think, my lord? Lind turned as the speaker stepped into the flickering firelight. It was Varys, the spider, his face calm and unreadable as always. At the sight of him, the little girl bowed deeply before turning wordlessly to leave the way they had come. Lind watched her disappear into the dark passage, leaving him alone with Varys in the cold, oppressive silence of the crypt. Chapter 44, Crossing Paths with Varys. Care for a drink, my lord? Varys asked Lind, holding up a fine bottle of wine. A small table was set up in the basement, adorned with wine and food. Lind shook his head and replied, Lord Varys, you should know that I don't drink. Varys, in his characteristic feminine tone, said, Ah, yes, I forgot. A commendable habit, truly. Many conspiracies and deaths have been accompanied by wine. Lord Varys, you didn't summon me here just to lecture me on the perils of drinking, did you? Lind wasn't accustomed to Varys' way of speaking and cut straight to the point. Just tell me what you really want. Varys smiled faintly. Some of my little birds often whisper interesting things to me. I heard you're seeking to forge a full suit of Valyrian steel armor and a pair of knight swords. Is that true? It is, Lind confirmed. The pair of swords I'm using now are no longer suitable. He patted the broad-bladed half-sword at his waist before asking with suspicion, Do you have news of Valyrian steel to share with me? Yes, Varys replied, his answer surprising Lind. Lind blinked, incredulous. You're saying you know where I can acquire enough Valyrian steel to forge a full suit of body armor and 2 great swords? Varys' smile widened. Don't worry. From what I know, there's more than enough Valyrian steel to meet your needs, armor and swords both. Lind fell silent for a moment, his expression cautious. What do you want in return? Varys leaned in slightly and whispered, It's very simple. When I need your help, my lord, you'll lend me a hand. Lind did not immediately respond. The request sounded simple enough, but its vagueness set off warning bells in his mind. If he agreed too hastily, he might unknowingly put himself in an unfavorable position. After some thought, Lind replied with a serious expression, Your request is too vague. I need more specific conditions. Rather than appearing displeased, Varys nodded in satisfaction, as though Lind's caution had only impressed him. To Varys, it was a sign that Lind valued his word, making it far less likely he would break a promise. Rest assured, my lord, Varys said smoothly, the help I require may be minimal, or may never even arise. He paused, considering the vagueness of his own words. How about this, assistance that does not harm your interests or put you in danger? Lind remained silent, weighing Varys' words carefully. After a brief pause, he asked, Why does Lord Varys wish to help me in the first place? I've already told you, my lord, you are a very special person, Varys said, his gaze fixed on Lind. I have met countless strange and extraordinary individuals across Essos, yet compared to you, they all seem ordinary. Lind frowned slightly. Am I really as special as you claim? More than you realize, Varys replied calmly. No one else in the 7 Kingdoms has risen from an ordinary background to become a knight in just 6 months. No one else has achieved what you did during the group competition. And certainly, no one has ever dared to strike the king in full view of the court. I wasn't there to witness the fight, but I imagine it was quite a spectacle. Varys gestured to the table, where the food lay untouched. Do you want some? It's very good. Thanks. I'm a bit hungry. Lind accepted the food without hesitation, eating heartily. Varys raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised that Lind showed no concern over whether the food might be poisoned. But the surprise passed quickly, and he returned to his usual composed demeanor. Lord Lind, I have investigated your past, Varys said, pausing as if to gauge Lind's reaction. Sensing the need for clarification, he added, Of course, I didn't do it with ill intent. It's merely a formality. After all, if His Grace the King wishes to knight you, our hand of the king must be assured of your background. Lind chewed his food slowly, his tone calm but pointed as he replied, It seems, then, that my background has passed Lord Aaron's inspection. Varys smiled knowingly. No. I merely made the Lord believe there was nothing wrong with your background. Lind froze mid-motion, turning sharply to Varys. What do you mean by that, Lord Varys? Varys' expression remained composed, though his eyes glimmered with interest. I've always had a certain hobby, collecting intelligence on notable figures across the 7 Kingdoms. Over the past year, that hobby has turned into my work. The hand of the king is uneasy about the remnants of House Targaryen, fearing they might still stir trouble in disguise. As such, anyone with even a shred of fame has been investigated and recorded. And you, Lord Bear Hunter, a man whose legend spreads across the Reach, were naturally included. Lynn's brows lifted, his curiosity piqued. And what did you find? Interesting things, Varys replied, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Lynn. Before your famed bear hunt, you were an ordinary hunter. But after being injured and knocked unconscious by the dying creature, you seemed changed. Not only did you suddenly possess extraordinary swordsmanship, but even your manner of speech and behavior became markedly different. Lynn looked at Varys with faint surprise. He wasn't shocked that some suspicions about him had been uncovered. He'd made attempts to cover his tracks, but the changes in him were far too conspicuous to escape the scrutiny of someone like Varys. Still, he felt no fear. When a man's reputation grows large enough, even glaring doubts about him become embellishments to his legend. The more people whisper about a figure's mystery, the grander the tale becomes, until truth and myth blur into one. Eventually, those doubts dissolve, swallowed up by the stories surrounding them. What did surprise him, however, was how early Varys had taken an interest in him and how thoroughly the spider had unraveled those very doubts. Varys smiled faintly. Although your father's friend did an admirable job of providing cover for you, it was too simple. Enough to deceive the knights and lords of the Reach, but not enough to escape someone like me. Lynn set down the food in his hands, his interest deepening. And what do you think caused these changes, Lord Varys? Varys poured himself a glass of wine, sipping thoughtfully before speaking. At first, I wondered if you had been replaced. But as my little birds uncovered more, that theory fell apart. If someone had taken your place, your father's trusted friend would surely have noticed. Lynn tilted his head. Couldn't it have been the faceless men? I hear they can perfectly imitate anyone. I considered that, too, Varys admitted, but after meeting you in person, I discarded the idea entirely. So, Lynn said, narrowing his gaze, when you spoke to me at the banquet, it was to confirm whether I was one of the faceless men. Varys smiled but gave no direct answer. Instead, he continued, I reviewed all the information my little birds collected, and I noticed something else, something more unusual. Your changes are not limited to your mannerisms or swordsmanship. Your body itself has transformed. In a matter of months, you've grown taller and far stronger, far beyond what nature would allow. I've seen this kind of transformation once before. Lynn's expression shifted to confusion and intrigue. You've seen this happen before. Who are you referring to? Of course, Varys replied smoothly, many know of this transformation, though few regard it as particularly strange. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. The last king of the Targaryen dynasty, the Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen. Lynn blinked, clearly taken aback. Him. The Mad King wasn't always mad, Varys said, his tone adopting a distant, almost wistful edge. When I first met him, he was among the most intelligent and charismatic men I had ever encountered. Even a brilliant mind like Lord Tywin Lannister's was convinced of Aerys' greatness and served him willingly. For a moment, nostalgia flickered across Varys' face, but he quickly suppressed it, his tone turning grave. But after the defiance of Duskendale, everything changed. He was no longer the man he had been. His words, his actions, his very body, became different. Varys paused there, his expression guarded, as though recalling something deeply unsettling. Instead of elaborating further, he quietly raised his wine glass and took a measured sip, steadying himself. Some say that he was driven mad by Lord Dennis during his 6 months of captivity in Duskendale, but I know it's not that simple, Varys said softly, as though revealing a secret that had weighed on him for years. I saw the shadow of another person in him, someone constantly whispering into his grace's mind, pushing him to burn everything with fire. Lynn considered Varys' words, and an image formed in his mind, a mad king manipulated by a dark force, his actions driven not by his own will, but by something else. In that image, the shadow controlling the Mad King appeared as a three-eyed crow. Lynn wasn't particularly surprised. In his previous life, forum discussions had dissected the reasons behind the Mad King's descent into madness, and the theory of him being possessed by the three-eyed crow had been one of the most popular. Now, through Varys' account, it seemed that the theory wasn't far from the truth. Lynn compared his situation to the Mad King's. The difference, he realized, lay in control. The Mad King's two conflicting consciousnesses had likely fought for dominance, driving him to madness. Lind, on the other hand, had fully integrated into this body. Though his cheat had given him the memories and skills of warriors long past, he remained able to distinguish himself from those influences. His mind was intact, he was in control. Are you suggesting that something has possessed me, too? Lind asked tentatively. Of course not, Varys replied, seemingly confident in his conclusion. If you were like the Mad King, we wouldn't be having this calm conversation. You'd have already drawn your sword and struck me down. Lind deliberately placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, his voice light but laced with menace. Can't I just behead you later? Varys met Lind's gaze unflinchingly, utterly unperturbed. After a brief pause, Lind moved his hand away and smirked faintly. Fine. You're right, I won't harm you. But the truth lingered in the back of his mind. For a fleeting moment, he had considered killing Varys. The spider had come dangerously close to his greatest secret. Though Varys had dismissed his suspicions, there was no guarantee he wouldn't revisit the matter in the future. A man like Varys missed nothing. And if Lind were to kill him now, it wouldn't be long before false evidence linking him to House Targaryen ended up on Lord Aeron's desk. Lord Varys, do you believe the 7 gods exist? Lind asked abruptly, his tone shifting as he posed the unexpected question. Varys blinked, clearly puzzled by the change of subject, but he still answered smoothly, when I have the time, I occasionally sit in Baelor September. Lind smiled faintly, reading between the lines. In other words, you don't truly believe. Varys gave a small, enigmatic smile, neither confirming nor denying it. I didn't believe either, Lind continued, his expression turning serious. But now I do. Varys raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. And what caused this sudden change of heart? Because I am the best proof of the 7 gods' existence. Varys stilled, his calculating gaze fixed on Lind, though he said nothing. You don't believe me? Lind asked. Should I? Varys replied dryly, though his tone betrayed a hint of wariness. Your words remind me of someone, Lord Lind. Prince Rhaegar. He once declared with great conviction that he was the one born in the land of smoke and salt, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. I know you don't believe me, Lind said, undeterred by Varys' thinly veiled skepticism. But I'm telling you the truth. Varys' composure remained intact, though his curiosity deepened as Lind continued. The information you gathered likely says I was gravely injured and fell unconscious after hunting a mountain bear. But that's not the full story. After my father brought me back from the mountain, I died that night. The smile vanished from Varys' face. His expression turned serious, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lind's voice softened, his gaze distant as he recounted the memory. I remember what happened after I died. I entered a dark world, an endless void where I felt nothing. No time, no senses, just nothingness. I don't know how long I stayed there. Then, a light appeared in that darkness. It pulled me away and then what? Varys asked, unable to hide his intrigue. Lind's voice grew more agitated, as though reliving the moment. Then I returned to this world, but not on the ground. I was high in the air, far above, looking down at everything. As he spoke, Lind crouched and began quickly sketching on the dusty ground with his finger. Varys leaned forward, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized the image taking shape. In moments, Lind had drawn an accurate topographical map of Westeros and part of Essos. For the first time, Varys' composure faltered. He stared at the map, his face betraying genuine astonishment. Chapter 45, The Truth of the Lie. Maps have always been the most vital source of information on warfare for any lord or king, and thus, they could not be shared lightly. Only the Citadel possessed the means to compile and create a complete map of Westeros through the Maester advisors assigned to each lord. This map was regarded as a top-secret treasure by the Citadel, and no ordinary Maester could access it except for the Archmaester of the Citadel. At the beginning of the Targaryen dynasty, when the Citadel submitted itself, it presented a map of all of Westeros. Yet, that map was incomplete. Whether this was deliberate or not remains unknown, but errors were scattered across it. For generations, Targaryen kings revised and corrected the map, eventually finalizing a version that was sealed within the royal library. During the unrest in King's Landing a year ago, Varys transferred important materials from the royal library to his lair beneath the Red Keep, protecting them from potential destruction. Among these materials was the royal map of Westeros. Yet when Varys compared it to the map that Lind had drawn, he realized it was far superior, far more accurate and detailed. Even islands omitted from the royal map, such as the Shield Islands, appeared clearly on Lind's version. What stunned him more was that alongside the Westerosi map lay an intricate map of Essos. Though Varys had never seen a complete map of the continent, his extensive geographical knowledge enabled him to judge its authenticity. And this map, precise and unprecedented, left him astounded. These maps were unlike anything he had ever seen or even heard of. Yet here they were, casually drawn by a 15-year-old boy who had never left the Reach. At this moment, Varys found himself reluctantly beginning to believe Lind's earlier, shocking claim. To draw such maps, one would indeed need to see the world from the sky itself. After staring at the maps for a long time, Varys suppressed his disbelief and turned to Lind with curiosity. "What happened next?" he asked. Realizing that Varys had started to believe him, Lind continued weaving the elaborate lie he had prepared. "Then the light carried me all the way north. We flew over the north, past the Great Wall, and into the land that is always frozen." He paused, his face paling as if recalling some terrifying memory. "Then I saw it, the army of whites led by the White Walkers. Millions of resurrected corpses stood in endless ranks across the icy wasteland, waiting for their chance to march south." Varys wanted to scoff at Lind's words, but the maps had shaken him too deeply. The fear etched on Lind's face appeared so genuine that it only reinforced his claims. Against his better judgment, Varys found himself listening, troubled, but unable to dismiss what he was hearing. Lind took a deep breath, as if to steady himself, and continued, "After that, I flew back to White Holdfast. I saw myself lying on the bed, already a corpse. But then a white light descended and sent me back into my body, resurrecting me. I didn't return as I was, though. The white light granted me knowledge, including mastery of swordsmanship, and my body underwent extraordinary changes. I became tall and strong, like a true warrior. The light never revealed itself, but I could sense it was the warrior of the Seven." Varys drew in a sharp breath, trying to maintain a calm facade, but his eyes betrayed the turmoil inside. After a long while, Varys asked doubtfully, "Do you think the warrior resurrected you to deal with the army of White Walkers beyond the Great Wall?" "I don't know. If the thoughts of the gods could be guessed, then they would cease to be gods," Lind replied, shaking his head with a serious expression. "I can only do what I think is right. I will inch my way up, seize power, build an army, and wait for the day to come." Varys regarded Lind with a complex expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Lind could tell that Varys was beginning to believe him, but that belief wasn't yet deep enough. He decided to throw in one last piece of bait. Fixing his gaze on Varys, he said, "In fact, the knowledge bestowed upon me by the Seven Gods, the knowledge related to combat, only accounts for a very small part. There is other knowledge sealed in my mind. Normally, this knowledge remains inaccessible, but it can be unlocked when I meet certain individuals." Varys stiffened, clearly startled. A flicker of alarm passed across his face before he hesitantly asked, "Could there also be knowledge related to me?" Lind gave no explanation. Instead, he simply said three names: Aegon Targaryen, Jon Cunnington, and Illyrio Mopatis. The color drained from Varys's face. He stumbled back a few steps, stopping only when his back hit the wall. His wide, panicked eyes fixed on Lind, now filled with terror. Those three names were the embodiment of his most closely guarded secret, one that no one else could possibly know. If this secret ever saw the light of day, it would mean his ruin and certain death. Yet Lind had spoken those names as easily as breathing. Varys's mind reeled as he tried to reconcile the impossible. It defied all logic. How could a 15-year-old boy from a remote village know such things? Combined with the maps and Lind's fantastical account, Varys could no longer dismiss his claims. Whether or not he wanted to, he believed. "Lord Varys, you don't need to worry," Lind said calmly, his tone reassuring. "In fact, if you hadn't come to see me, I wouldn't have said a word of this. You may not yet realize the significance of what you've done. On the chessboard of the gods, you are the most important piece, and it is you who set the wheel of fate in motion." The mysterious weight of Lind's words struck Varys like a hammer. If anyone else had uttered such nonsense, he would have scoffed and dismissed it as absurdity. But these words came from Lind, a boy who had demonstrated impossible knowledge and abilities. To Varys, who already viewed Lind as an instrument of the seven gods, the words carried an almost prophetic weight. For the first time in his life, Varys felt something he had never allowed himself to feel, a sense of divine purpose. He stared at Lind in stunned silence, his mind in chaos. When he had sought out the boy, he had merely wanted to unravel the mystery surrounding him, to determine whether he could be a useful pawn in the future. Instead, everything had spun out of control, tangling him in prophecies, end-of-the-world visions, and his own most guarded secret. It was too much, too overwhelming. Lind, as though sensing the turmoil, fell silent. He leaned back, offering Varys time to process what he had heard. In truth, Lind's mind was elsewhere, his mind shifting into glory, which had just reached the dragon pit. Careful to avoid the poor and destitute loitering around its perimeter, glory slipped through a gap in the ruins. Moving silently through crevices and broken passageways, it made its way deeper into the desolate space. The moment glory entered the ruins, the restless, resentful energies of lingering spirits began to stir. As if drawn by an unseen force, they surged toward glory, flowing into its form. Lind could feel it clearly, the energies of the vengeful spirits being absorbed into glory and, through their spiritual connection, into his own body. The part of the energy that belonged to dragons, perhaps lingering remnants of the great beast spirits, was absorbed into him, a lingering effect of the dragon communion ritual. The human energies, however, were rejected, pushed out of his body like an unwelcome force. This strange influx of power left Lind with an eerie, almost unnatural aura, cold, dark, and tinged with something otherworldly. Combined with the ominous setting of the ruins, his presence now exuded a chilling unease. Varys, for all his confusion and inner turmoil, did not fail to notice the change. His sharp eyes quickly picked up on the unnatural shift in Lind. "What's wrong with you, Lord Lind?" Varys asked warily, making no move to approach. The changes in Lind were undeniable, not just his demeanor but his very appearance. His face had drained of all color, turning pale as a corpse. The eerie aura that now surrounded him brought to mind his earlier claims of resurrection after death and the chilling tales of the White Walkers. A trace of fear crept into Varys's heart, and his hand instinctively tightened around the dagger hidden in his sleeve. Before Varys could press further, Lind's face gradually began to return to normal. The unnatural aura faded as though it had never been there. After a few moments, Lind took a series of deep, calming breaths, his expression filled with lingering awe. He made the sign of prayer for the seven gods and said solemnly, "I just revealed something I shouldn't have and was punished by the seven gods. For a brief moment, he returned me to the state of death." He shuddered, as if reliving the experience. "I never want to feel that again." Varys, having witnessed the transformation with his own eyes, felt a chill run down his spine. What he had just seen could not be dismissed as some simple trick or illusion, it had to involve a force far beyond his understanding. He had already started to believe Lind's claims, but this only solidified that belief. The boy's resurrection, his connection to the divine, now seemed almost undeniable. "Do you need me to do anything?" Varys asked cautiously, his voice low. "No," Lind replied, shaking his head. "Lord Varys, just forget what I said earlier. You continue to do what you wish, and I will do what I must. Everything will remain the same as before." His tone turned stern. "Lord Varys, I accept the conditions you set earlier. As long as it does not harm my interests or place me in danger, I am willing to assist you with certain matters." Varys exhaled quietly, relief washing over him. He hadn't truly expected to ask for Lind's help, it had been a mere formality. Now that Lind had refused to demand anything substantial, Varys found himself oddly reassured. After a brief pause, Varys nodded thoughtfully and said, "In that case, I will help you prepare the Valyrian steel. I will deliver it whenever you need it." Lind looked surprised. "Wait, Lord Varys, didn't you just offer to provide a place to store Valyrian steel?" A faint smile tugged at Varys's lips, his earlier calm slowly returning. "In truth, the place I mentioned is not far. It lies underground, beneath the Red Keep." Lind blinked, momentarily stunned. He had not expected the Valyrian steel to be so close at hand. Varys continued, "House Targaryen spent generations collecting Valyrian steel through various methods. Over the course of hundreds of years, they amassed quite a supply. However, as they lacked the knowledge to reforge it, they simply stored it in secret vaults. Before King's Landing fell, the Mad King ordered all of it moved to the underground passageways beneath the Red Keep, where it remains to this day. There's enough Valyrian steel there to forge a full suit of armor and 2 greatswords fit for knights. He paused to let the information settle before adding, of course, while Lord Lind is powerful, I doubt you could infiltrate the Red Keep, locate the Valyrian steel, and smuggle it out undetected. For me, however, it is a different story. With my status and knowledge of the tunnels, retrieving it will not be difficult. Lind didn't hesitate. Then I will accept your offer. Varys, however, hesitated again, his face clouded with thought. But retrieving the Valyrian steel is only one part of the task. Reforging it requires a smith with extraordinary skill, knowledge that, as far as I know, only the smiths of Qohor possess. That process is a closely guarded secret. Don't worry about the smiths, Lind replied calmly. I know someone who possesses the knowledge to reforge Valyrian steel. Varys looked genuinely surprised. Who? The heir to the largest smithy on the Street of Steel, Lind answered. Realization dawned on Varys's face. Clintmott's son, the one who traveled abroad to learn his craft. Yes, Lind confirmed with a nod. He trained in Qohor, and now that he's returned, he should already be on his way back. When the time comes, Lord Varys, you can have him reforge the Valyrian steel according to my designs. Your designs? Varys echoed, his brow furrowing in surprise. Yes, Lind replied simply. To be precise, the gods designed it. I merely transcribed what they showed me. Chapter 46, The Lord's Decision. Perhaps he had already come to believe in the 7, for when Varys now heard Lind mention the gods, he felt no strange reaction. Afterward, the 2 men discussed how they would meet and communicate in the future, and Varys was about to leave. However, as he walked toward the place where he had entered, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his body tensing as though startled by something. From the shadows, a shadowcat with white fur and black markings emerged slowly. It circled around, letting out a low growl at Varys, ready to pounce at any moment. Glory, Lind snapped sharply at the shadowcat. The creature, which had been menacingly aggressive, immediately became more docile. It no longer targeted Varys, though it continued to bare its teeth as it passed him. Glory then walked straight to Lind's feet, rubbed its neck against Lind's shin a few times, and raised its head forcefully. Sticking out its tongue, it licked Lind's hand before resting its head there, clearly asking for attention. Lind obliged, rubbing Glory's head briefly, prompting a satisfied purr from the shadowcat. Then, without sparing Varys a glance, Lind focused on inspecting Glory's physical condition. Perhaps due to absorbing the energy of the resentful spirits in the dragon pit, Glory's body had more than doubled in size. When it stood upright, it was almost level with Lind's knees, making it impossible to carry in the cloth pocket as he had before. Its fur now gleamed with vitality, the whites appearing brighter and the blacks deeper. The patterns on its coat had grown sharper, and the markings on its head faintly resembled an irregular skull, adding a sinister air to its appearance. It's the shadowcat you got from the Kingswood, isn't it? Varys asked, finally speaking after the tense moment had passed. His curiosity was evident as he looked at Glory. Did the female shadowcat really give it to you? No, Lind replied, shaking his head. A child of the forest gave it to me. Child of the forest? Varys echoed, startled. After a moment of thought, he added, I've heard of her. She often appears in the villages around Kingswood, healing the sick. Many people consider her a deity and offer sacrifices. Deities? Lind murmured, surprised. Then he recalled the magical abilities displayed by the child of the forest named Spark. Considering her powers, it wasn't unbelievable that the villagers regarded her as divine. Varys studied Glory briefly before shifting his gaze back to Lind. Did you know that in Ashai, the albino shadowcat is considered the envoy of the Lion of Night? It's said to often accompany the son of the Lion of Night and the Maiden Maid of Light, the god on earth. He paused, then added pointedly, by the way, my lord, I don't like magic, and I don't like gods. Please don't speak to me about these things again. Without waiting for a response, Varys turned and walked back down the same corridor he had entered, leaving Lind standing there. Lind frowned slightly, taking note of Varys' clear distaste. He grabbed the loose skin at the back of Glory's neck, lifting the shadowcat to face him. Looking into its dark, gleaming eyes, he muttered, God on earth. The tournament celebrating the birth of the Baratheon dynasty's heir had concluded successfully, though the outcome was unexpected. The victor was neither Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, nor Barristan the Bold, but a foreign knight from the Free Cities Alliance across the Narrow Sea. His name was notoriously difficult to pronounce, laden with sounds unfamiliar to the common tongue. The translator, struggling to convey it, simplified it to just 2 syllables, Balin. Yet, after the competition, Knight Balin vanished along with his prize of 50,000 golden dragons. Speculation abounded, with many fearing for his safety. The real question on everyone's lips, however, was who had ultimately claimed the fortune he left behind. After the Tournament of Champions concluded, warriors, knights, and sellswords from across the land departed King's Landing one after another. However, their exodus did not signal the end of chaos, it merely spread it further afield. Only a small fraction of the assembled fighters were hired by caravans to escort them to their destinations. The majority, having spent their last coins on a life of indulgence during the festivities, were left penniless, their pockets emptier than their dirt-streaked faces. Without resources to pay for their return journeys, most of these individuals turned to banditry. While they dared not plunder within the immediate reach of King's Landing, they became increasingly brazen as they ventured farther away. This sudden surge in banditry created a cascade of problems. Nobles who had come to King's Landing to partake in or observe the tournament were inundated with letters from their respective territories, all pleading for assistance in dealing with the escalating violence. As a result, many nobles found themselves unable to depart King's Landing promptly, forced instead to grapple with the disorder plaguing their lands. The Tyrells, too, received troubling reports of increased bandit activity in the Reach. Yet, Lord Tyrell remained unfazed. Banditry in the Reach was not a new phenomenon, it had persisted for over a year. In his view, the rise of new bandits might even prove beneficial, as rival groups would inevitably fight for territory, potentially stabilizing the region. Nonetheless, the Tyrells could not afford to ignore the situation entirely. Just the previous day, they had finalized lucrative trade agreements with representatives from King's Landing, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the North. These agreements promised substantial profits and the restoration of normal trade within the Reach, but only if the roads were made safe from bandits and the lingering remnants of the Targaryen loyalists were eliminated. The bandits south of Bitterbridge posed little challenge. The local lords could cooperate to eradicate them with relative ease. However, the northern regions, stretching from Bitterbridge to the Kingswood, were a different matter entirely. The terrain was treacherous, dotted with caves and dense forests that provided ample hiding places. Even a large army would struggle to flush out the bandits, who could simply retreat into the Kingswood and emerge once the soldiers had withdrawn. To complicate matters further, the region was home to wild tribes who fiercely resisted outsiders. Any attempt to subdue the bandits could easily escalate into a conflict with these tribes, further taxing the resources of any force sent into the area. At a meeting held to address the issue, Maester Mallows proposed a 3-pronged strategy. 2 groups would consist of cavalry, each numbering around 500 men, drawn from House Tyrell and allied lords. Their primary responsibility would be to patrol the Rose Road and establish outposts at strategic locations. These outposts would be manned permanently, providing safe havens for traveling caravans and ensuring the roads remained secure. The 3rd group would operate north of Bitterbridge, tasked with eliminating the bandits entirely. This force would be commanded by a capable knight, but unlike the patrols, its funding would be partially self-raised. House Tyrell and the allied lords would contribute a portion of the expenses, but the knight leading the effort would need to secure additional resources independently. When Maester Mallows presented his plan, one of the nobles voiced skepticism. Who would willingly undertake such a task? It requires not only significant effort and personal expense but also risks life. Lord Tyrell replied confidently, someone will take it on because the rewards will outweigh the risks. I am prepared to grant an estate and a village to the knight who succeeds in eradicating the bandits, elevating him to the status of a landed knight. The room grew silent as the implications of Lord Tyrell's offer sank in. Many of the assembled nobles were courtiers from Highgarden, possessing only nominal titles and limited influence. The prospect of inheritable land, a manor and a village, was a tantalizing prize. Though modest in value and requiring significant investment to develop, such a reward represented a path to true nobility, a distinction they all coveted. Excitement rippled through the tent, but it was short-lived. The nobles quickly sobered, recalling the high risks involved. Reports of prior expeditions to clear the bandits painted a grim picture. Bitterbridge had once sent over 500 soldiers to the region, fewer than 100 returned. King's Landing and Storm's End had deployed thousands, yet their efforts yielded little beyond a few slain deer and no meaningful progress. Now, with Lord Tyrell offering only partial support and leaving much of the responsibility to the knight who accepted the task, the endeavor seemed even more daunting. The difficulties were clear: inadequate funding, insufficient manpower, and the perilous terrain all but guaranteed failure, or worse. None of the nobles dared volunteer, unwilling to gamble their lives for a prize that might never be realized. The Lord of Tyrell's gaze swept over the silent court nobles, each avoiding his eyes with bowed heads. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, and he addressed his attendant curtly. "Gather all the knights in the camp. I trust one among them will meet my expectations." Turning his attention to Ser Vortimer, he asked pointedly, "And you? What about you, Ser Vortimer? If you don't try, it will just be another piece of land for House Crane, will it not?" "My lord, modesty is a rare quality in me," Vortimer replied with a wry smile. Despite his composed demeanor, he had already dismissed the idea of accepting the task. While the prospect of expanding his house's holdings was tempting, the risks were far too great. Failure would deal a fatal blow to House Crane, and Vortimer prioritized preserving its strength over ambitious, reckless endeavors. Besides, Vortimer had an alternative plan. He believed Lind was better suited to the dangerous mission. If Lind succeeded in becoming a landed knight, his connection with House Crane would provide the family with valuable external support, an outcome just as beneficial without the direct risk. At the opposite end of the camp, Lind rolled up the final blueprint for the missing piece of the banished knight's armor. Placing it inside a hollow wooden shaft, he handed it to the little bird sent by Varys to deliver the design. The alliance he had forged with Varys the previous day was, in Lind's estimation, one of his greatest accomplishments since arriving in King's Landing. Through Varys, Lind could keep abreast of developments not only in King's Landing but also across the Seven Kingdoms. Most importantly, Varys had the means to secure dragon bones from the Red Keep storerooms, an invaluable resource for Lind's dragon communion ritual. While Lind had manipulated Varys with carefully woven truths and falsehoods, he knew Varys would eventually scrutinize his words. For this reason, Lind sought ways to deepen and solidify their relationship, ensuring mutual benefit and trust. As Lind considered his next steps, he felt Glory nuzzling against his legs, occasionally licking his palm. He stroked the Shadowcat's head affectionately and led it out of the tent. The moment they stepped outside, Lind noticed the shocked expressions on the faces of those nearby. Their gazes were fixed not on him but on Glory. The transformation Glory had undergone was unmistakable. The previous night, its size had doubled; by this morning, it had doubled again. Though not yet fully grown, the Shadowcat now matched the size of a foal, a growth rate unheard of. Rumors had already spread through the camp, with some claiming to have seen a monstrous creature with white fur and black stripes near the dragon pit. Combining this sighting with the legends of the albino Shadowcat and the numerous vengeful spirits said to haunt the dragon pit, many speculated that Glory's transformation was linked to its consumption of these spirits. Fear of the Shadowcat had only grown. When Lind heard these rumors from Raoul, he couldn't help but smirk at the accuracy of their speculation. Instead of dispelling the rumors, he chose to let them linger. A touch of mystery, he reasoned, could work in his favor. His primary focus, however, remained on understanding the changes in Glory. The night before, Lind had begun a series of tests to assess the Shadowcat's newfound abilities. He discovered that Glory's strength and speed had increased significantly. Though still slightly smaller than an adult Shadowcat, Glory was now capable of holding its own against a fully grown warrior like Raoul. In addition to its physical improvements, Glory had grown noticeably more intelligent. It now understood and obeyed Lind's commands more effectively. Without explicit orders, it refrained from attacking, though anyone foolish enough to approach recklessly was still at risk. The most intriguing development was the emergence of a mental bond between Lind and Glory. On occasion, Lind could issue commands from a distance or even possess Glory in a skin-changer-like state, observing through its eyes. Unfortunately, this ability was sporadic and difficult to control. Despite these discoveries, Lind suspected there were further changes in Glory yet to be uncovered. Determined to continue his observations, he decided to venture into the surrounding woods for more tests. "Lord Lind, wait a moment." As Lind prepared to leave the camp, a voice called out behind him. Turning, he saw the squire of Lord Tyrell approaching. "Is something the matter?" Lind asked. The squire bowed respectfully. His lordship requests your presence at the main camp. Lind nodded and began to follow but paused to ask, am I the only one? No, my lord. All knights in the camp have been summoned, the squire replied. Chapter 47, Sacrifice and Gain. Upon hearing the squire's words, Lind felt a hunch in his heart about the purpose behind the Lord of House Tyrell's summons. Without delay, he headed straight for the main camp. As Lind approached, he noticed the Lord's guards stationed vigilantly around the area. Upon spotting him, they all bowed respectfully but stepped forward to block his path, gesturing toward Glory at his side. One of them spoke in a deferential tone, Lord Lind, your pet cannot. Lind regarded the two guards calmly. It's even more dangerous to leave it outside. Keeping it with me ensures I can control it, he explained. One guard hesitated, then suggested, can't you use a leash? Lind's voice turned firm. Do not forget, the night before last, it chewed through an iron cage. What kind of leash do you think would hold it? This. The guards exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond. Let him pass, came a commanding voice. Sir Roger, leading another knight, had evidently overheard the exchange. He strode closer and addressed the guards sternly, if the Lord blames us because you forced Bearhunter to remain outside, you'll be in trouble. Reluctantly, the guards stepped aside. Lind nodded his thanks to Sir Roger, bowing slightly. Sir Roger. Lind, no, Sir Terran, corrected Sir Roger, formally addressing him. His gaze flicked to Glory at Lind's side. You should still consider finding a chain for it. You'll regret it if it causes trouble. Lind responded evenly, don't worry, my lord. Glory no longer bites people. Sir Roger's expression remained grave. I've heard unsettling rumors about it. Things that defy reason are often terrifying. Many in the camp are uneasy, afraid their souls might be taken in their sleep. My lord, surely you don't believe such absurd tales? Lind asked, his tone measured. It's not about what I believe, Sir Roger began, then stopped, shaking his head. Never mind. It's pointless to discuss. In any case, you won't be with us much longer. Though Lind had an inkling of what this meant, he sought confirmation. What does my lord mean? Sir Roger waved a hand dismissively. Wait and see. Come with me. Without elaborating further, he led Lind and the other knight toward the main tent. Inside, the tent was already crowded with knights and a few young nobles. Standing taller than most, Lind drew immediate attention upon entering. The crowd parted instinctively, allowing him and Sir Roger to move to the front with ease. Lord Tyrell's eyes narrowed slightly when he noticed Glory, but he chose not to comment. Instead, he scanned the room and asked, is everyone here? Sir Roger replied, Brynden, Gary, and Pym are likely drinking in a tavern brothel on Silk Street. Shall I fetch them? No, Lord Tyrell said, shaking his head. He turned to Maester Moraz. Begin, Maester. Yes, my lord. Maester Mollo stepped forward and addressed the assembly. As the Maester outlined the terms of the matter at hand, the atmosphere in the tent grew heavy. Audible intakes of breath echoed throughout the space as the gathered knights grasped the gravity of what was being proposed. Even the seasoned among them struggled to maintain composure at the prospect of the rewards being offered. For many younger knights, the allure of the opportunity rendered their emotions visibly uncontrollable. Lind, however, remained composed. It wasn't that he was unmoved by the offer, but it diverged from his expectations. Based on Vortimer's earlier hints, Lind had assumed that Tumbleton would be the focal point of Lord Tyrell's plans. But the proposal instead suggested otherwise. It appeared that Lord Tyrell had no intention of rebuilding Tumbleton, his priority seemed solely to secure the Rose Road. Moreover, Tyrell's plan was clear in its design, one that cost him little. He had no intention of deploying his own troops or funding a military effort. Instead, he sought a knight willing to assemble their own forces and bear the expenses. Success would yield a reward of land, while failure posed no risk to the lord. It was a gamble, one where the house stood to gain everything while risking nothing. Still, the offer of becoming a landed knight was a potent lure. For most knights, such a reward represented a lifelong ambition. To hold land, to wield authority, this was the dream that defined many. Indeed, to become a landed knight was to step into the realm of minor lords. "My lord, I hope to take on this important position," a middle-aged knight said eagerly, stepping forward before the others could react. "Sir Russell, I admire your courage," Lord Tyrell responded, though his tone betrayed no pleasure. His voice turned stern as he continued, "But courage alone won't suffice. Tell me, how do you plan to recruit enough soldiers? Where will you find the funds to finance an army? And how do you intend to eliminate the bandits north of Bitterbridge?" The knight froze, unable to respond. His earlier eagerness gave way to visible discomfort as silence stretched out. The situation in the tent grew tense as the other knights exchanged uneasy looks. Nearly half were mercenary knights who earned a modest weekly wage. After supporting their families and maintaining appearances, they could barely save anything, let alone hire and equip a fighting force. The remaining knights were second or third sons of lords, who might have access to some resources but were unlikely to muster the substantial funds required for such an endeavor without their family support. Realizing the near impossibility of the task, the knights fell silent. Their earlier enthusiasm cooled rapidly, leaving the air heavy with resignation. It was then that some began glancing toward Lind. One by one, more knights followed suit until every gaze in the tent rested on him. It was no secret that Lind possessed the champion's prize of 20,000 golden dragons, a sum that could easily fund the formation of an army. While further investment might still be required, an early victory could lead to additional resources, making the task seem achievable, if one had the means to start. Despite their interest in Lind's wealth, none dared ask for it. Their relationships with him were too superficial, and they knew their chances of borrowing such a sum were slim. Moreover, Lind himself was now a knight, equally eligible to undertake the mission. "My lord, this is an important matter. May I have some time to consider it?" Lind asked after a moment of reflection, his tone calm and measured. "Of course," Maester Mallows replied. "Anyone interested should see me before leaving for Highgarden tomorrow. Naturally, I expect those who approach me to have a feasible plan for suppressing the bandits, not just empty enthusiasm." With this, the meeting concluded. The knights dispersed in small groups, their earlier excitement tempered by the daunting reality of the task. As Lind was about to leave the tent, Vortimer stopped him and led him to his quarters. There, Vortimer turned to him directly and asked, "What do you think?" Lind considered the question carefully before replying, "This proposal is different from what I expected. The task will take considerable time and demand a substantial investment of golden dragons. I'll need to weigh my options carefully." Vortimer nodded approvingly. "It's good that you're being cautious," he said. "But tell me, do you recall what I told you about Tumbleton?" "I've read about Tumbleton in Maester Hawley's books," Lind replied, a note of curiosity in his voice. "When you first mentioned it, was the Lord planning to rebuild it?" "Yes," Vortimer admitted. Maester Mallows originally proposed using Tumbleton as a strategic stronghold to launch operations against the bandits. The plan was to later develop it into an important trading hub linking the Reach to the Northern Territories. "Why wasn't the plan implemented?" Lind asked, his curiosity deepening. Vortimer sighed. "Because House Footley of Tumbleton refused the territorial exchange proposed by the Lord. They were willing to defend the ruins at all costs, even unto death. Couldn't the Lord have used other methods to achieve his goal?" Lind pressed. "House Tyrell surely has ways to handle a declining house like Footley." Vortimer's gaze sharpened as he looked at Lind. "The Maesters have taught you well, but you must use that knowledge wisely. Some actions may seem expedient, but they carry hidden consequences. Small houses may resort to schemes to gain an advantage, but for great houses like Tyrell, such tactics only tarnish their reputation. A ruined reputation is difficult to restore." He paused, his voice turning serious. "Tumbleton's location is uniquely sensitive. It's not just us watching, it's the Westerlands, the Crownlands, and the Stormlands as well. Any misstep here would be magnified tenfold. That's why the Lord chose to set aside the best proposal rather than risk reckless action against Tumbleton." Lind was puzzled and asked, "If Tumbleton's proposal has already been shelved, why are you bringing it up now?" Vortimer's expression turned serious, as though he was about to share something of great importance. "The Lord may have set aside the proposal, but that doesn't mean others must follow suit," he began. "The current Lady of Tumbleton is Lady Nymeria Footley. She's 19, strong-willed, and highly skilled in martial arts. There are even rumors she's the bastard daughter of Prince Lewin, the former Kingsguard. Her mother, the previous Lady of Tumbleton, was Prince Lewin's paramour. After his death in battle, his entourage gifted his armor and weapons to the lady. Lind listened in silence, stunned by the sudden and unexpected introduction of Tumbleton's lady. His confusion was evident as he tried to piece together Vortimer's intentions. Seeing Lind's expression, Vortimer sighed. The lady is still single. The implication struck Lind like a thunderbolt. His eyes widened as he grasped Vortimer's meaning, surprised that someone like Vortimer would suggest such a thing. This was your idea? A political alliance, he asked, incredulous. No, Vortimer admitted, looking slightly sheepish. It was Maester Mollows's idea, a remedy of sorts. But the Lord didn't approve. You see, Mollows's proposal was for Lord Garland to marry the lady, with the hope that a rebuilt Tumbleton would one day become his territory. Lord Garland. Lind echoed in surprise. Although Garland often carried himself with maturity and spoke with wisdom beyond his years, he was still only 10 years old. The idea of him marrying the 19-year-old countess seemed outlandish at first glance. Then Lind reconsidered. This is a medieval world, he reminded himself. Age disparities were commonplace in noble marriages. If Lord John Arryn could wed Lisa Tully, a woman young enough to be his granddaughter, a 10-year gap was hardly unusual. Why didn't the Lord agree? Lind asked, still perplexed. In his mind, such a marriage seemed like an advantageous arrangement for House Tyrell, a mutually beneficial alliance. Because the lady has Dornish blood, Vortimer explained simply. Lind's expression shifted as understanding dawned. The deep-seated animosity between Dorne and the Reach was no secret. For centuries, the two regions had clashed, dating back to the time of House Gardner. Even under Targaryen rule, while open warfare had subsided, skirmishes and raids continued to plague the borderlands. The fertile lands of the Reach stood in stark contrast to Dorne's harsh, arid deserts. Dornish raiders frequently crossed the borders to pillage and plunder, leaving many Reach families mourning lost loved ones. As a result, hatred for the Dornish was deeply ingrained in the people of the Reach. While not everyone despised them with fervor, a significant portion viewed the Dornish as enemies, and few harbored favorable opinions. For an ordinary noble to take a Dornish wife was one thing. But for House Tyrell, the leading house of the Reach, to allow Dornish blood into their line could have far-reaching consequences. It would give their detractors among the Reach's lords ample opportunity to sow discord and undermine Tyrell authority. Even though the lady was only half Dornish, Mace Tyrell's refusal to entertain the marriage proposal was understandable. Vortimer leaned forward slightly, his tone deliberate. While this proposal may not suit the Tyrells, it's perfect for you. It's an opportunity. Lind chuckled, his tone light but skeptical. Do you really think a lady like that would consider me? Others, perhaps not, Vortimer replied with a knowing smile. But you. She just might. Chapter 48, Forming a Cavalry Unit. When Lind left Vortimer's tent, his thoughts were in turmoil. He even decided to postpone testing Glory's abilities. Back in his tent, he lay on the bed, absently stroking Glory, who rested by his side, while his other hand supported his head. His mind churned over Vortimer's words. Vortimer believed that the lady might take an interest in him because of a peculiar condition she had set for marriage: only those who could defeat her were eligible to court her. The lady's prowess was legendary. Since the age of 16, she had participated in numerous tournaments as a mysterious knight, claiming several championships. Her rare losses were only to exceptional warriors like Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, and Barristan the Bold. When the lady announced her terms, many knights rushed to challenge her, only to fail without exception. After defeating them, she would claim an accessory from each and hang it on the gates of Tumbleton. Over time, the sight of these trophies discouraged others from even attempting. At first, the lady showed restraint in her duels, but as challenges became more frequent, her patience waned. She stopped holding back, and soon, challengers began to perish at her hands. The deaths of more than a dozen knights served as a grim warning, deterring even the most ambitious suitors. Despite her fearsome reputation, Vortimer believed the lady's strength was no match for Lind's. In his eyes, challenging her should pose no real threat to him. Additionally, Vortimer suggested a deeper connection between the lady and the bandits rumored to be remnants of the Targaryens, who had taken refuge north of Bitterbridge. Tumbleton, with fewer than 20 guards and no castle walls, had remarkably remained untouched by these bandits for the past year. Vortimer reasoned that if Lind could win over the lady, it would greatly simplify their mission for Lord Tyrell. Though Lind had never entertained the idea of forming alliances through marriage, Vortimer's proposal stirred something in him. If he followed through, he stood to gain more than a formidable knight. He could secure a position as a lord ruling over a strategically significant region. Tumbleton's location offered a tantalizing opportunity. Controlling it would grant dominion over vast territories north of Bitterbridge, east of the Tumbleton Mountains, west of Kingswood, and south of the Blackwater Rush. Lind could potentially become a lord of substantial influence. Yet, these ambitions hinged on the assumption that he lacked other advantages. With his unique cheat, Lind knew he didn't need to rush into power through marriage. At 15, he had time on his side to achieve his goals. Still, he couldn't dismiss the lady's importance. Nymeria-Footley represented the potential to accomplish their mission with minimal resources, and Lind couldn't afford to overlook that. As he pondered how best to leverage this opportunity, Garland entered the tent. Without preamble, he asked, "Lord Lind, are you troubled by military expenses and manpower?" "Yes, Lord Garland," Lind replied, sitting up. "My father's reward for your victory in the tournament is ready." "The timing seems fortuitous," Garland said, handing him a parchment. Unfolding it, Lind discovered the reward, 3,000 golden dragons and an official appointment as captain of the cavalry patrols. The letter outlined generous terms. The cavalry patrols would expand from 10 to 100 men, with House Tyrell funding their commission for the next 2 years. Lind's authority as captain was also significantly enhanced, allowing him to replenish his forces locally and make independent decisions on attack targets. Essentially, it granted him near-autonomous military command in the region. However, these privileges came with conditions. To claim the rewards, Lind had to undertake the task of suppressing bandits in the area north of Bitterbridge. Furthermore, his authority was confined to this region. Beyond its borders, he would revert to being a regular captain. Despite the restrictions, the offer was exceptionally generous. The 3,000 golden dragons alone were a rare bounty. Few lords could afford such lavish rewards. Even fewer would provide additional positions or power to their champions. In contrast, House Tyrell's magnanimity stood out. Most lords believed a champion's prize from the competition was sufficient reward. Titles or additional resources were almost unheard of. House Tyrell's gesture underscored their wealth and generosity. "If I accept this task of suppressing the bandits, what other support will the house provide me?" Lind asked, probing further. It was already a significant challenge to maintain his advantage. "Tax exemption," Garland replied promptly, clearly well prepared. "Until the bandit suppression task is complete, you'll have the right to trade without taxes. This should be sufficient to offset your military expenses." Lind chuckled. "If I never complete the task, does that mean I'll enjoy tax exemption indefinitely?" "Of course not," Garland replied with a shake of his head. "If you fail to complete the task within 5 years, it will be automatically annulled. You'll then be reassigned to Highgarden to join the Lord's Guard and relieved of your duties as captain of the cavalry patrols." 5 years is plenty of time," Lind said confidently, then added curiously, "Was this mission specifically intended for me?" "No, it was originally for Lord Vortimer, but he declined, believing you were more suited to it," Garland explained. "We analyzed it afterward and agreed with his judgment. After all, there's no shadow of other noble lords behind you." Realizing the potential awkwardness of his comment, Garland swiftly changed the subject. "The reason we gathered the knights was simply to give the appearance of fairness, so no one would accuse House Tyrell of favoritism once you accepted the task." Despite Garland's transparency, Lind remained cautious, taking his time to think through the proposal. Garland, showing patience, stood aside and glanced at Glory, who lay obediently near the bed. He appeared tempted to stroke the creature's fur but hesitated, as if uncertain. After some deliberation, Lind seemed to make up his mind. "Lord Garland, please convey to the Lord that I accept the task of suppressing the bandits." Garland's face brightened at Lind's decision. Without further delay, he turned to leave but paused at the tent's entrance. Looking back, he added, "Lord Vortimer has likely mentioned Nymeria-Footley to you, hasn't he? I think she presents a good opportunity." Lind raised an eyebrow and replied with a wry tone, "You wouldn't happen to be worried about having to marry her yourself, would you?" "How could that be?" Garland's face flushed red, and he quickly denied the implication, his expression turning serious. "I just think you and Lady Nymeria would make an excellent match." Not giving Lind a chance to retort, Garland swiftly left the tent, letting the curtain fall behind him. With Lind's agreement secured, the decision on who would lead the anti-bandit mission was settled. Many onlookers scoffed at Lind, convinced he was blinded by his championship title and poised to squander his 20,000 golden dragons. Lord Tyrell kept the rewards and tax exemptions that Garland had disclosed to Lind as confidential, issuing them in sealed orders. Publicly, only the expansion of the cavalry patrols to 100 men was announced. This announcement, however, was no surprise to the nobles and knights in the camp, as the plan to expand the patrols had been an open secret. Still, they doubted that an additional 100 cavalry would ease the challenges of suppressing the bandits. Thanks to hints from Vortimer, Lind had already selected candidates for the expanded cavalry patrols. He recruited Scar-Eyed Mitt and others who had paid to join him previously, forming a new unit under Mitt's command. Though this was far from the elite cavalry they had aspired to become, they dared not voice complaints about being misled and complied with Lind's orders. For the remaining positions, Lind chose scouts, archers, and hunters adept at horseback riding, ensuring a diverse and practical force. Everyone was baffled by Lind's choices for his cavalry patrols. Conventional wisdom suggested he should have chosen seasoned sellswords or mercenaries proficient in riding and skilled in various weapons. Instead, he opted for scouts, archers, and hunters, many of whom had little to no experience with cavalry tactics. The camp buzzed with skepticism. Most assumed Lind's selections were random, a consequence of his inexperience in warfare. Confidence in his ability to complete the anti-bandit mission plummeted, and whispers of his inevitable failure spread. Many anticipated the humiliating spectacle of him returning to Highgarden in disgrace. That evening, Vortimer visited Lind to discuss the matter. Concerned by the growing doubts, he imparted foundational lessons in warfare. Although Lind was an attentive student, he chose not to apply these teachings to his recruitment strategy, persisting in his unconventional approach. By contrast, Garland remained steadfast in his belief in Lind's judgment. He assured Lord Tyrell that Lind must have a deliberate plan and persuaded him to avoid interfering until the results were clear. Even so, Lind struggled to fill the patrols. Despite offering modest terms, he remained short by around 20 men. Not all scouts, archers, or hunters could ride, and many who attempted to mount a horse could barely manage more than a slow walk. When pushed to gallop, they wobbled precariously and often fell. To address the shortage, Lind sought recruits from beyond the Tyrell camp. Lord Tyrell, following Garland's advice, allowed this without comment. At that time, a significant number of sellswords and mercenaries lingered in King's Landing. When news spread that Lind, the bear hunter, was recruiting cavalry, over 1,000 hopefuls flocked to the Tyrell camp. Among them were notable figures, including Bryn Rivers, the recent champion archer of the tournament. Lind eagerly accepted Bryn Rivers into the patrols. However, he was puzzled. Given Bryn's recent triumph, wealth shouldn't have been an issue. Moreover, as a friend of Lord Blackfish, Bryn had promising prospects in the Riverlands. Why would someone of his caliber join a fledgling cavalry unit? Bryn's explanation was cryptic: he had committed something dishonorable and been exiled by Lord Tully. Joining Lind's patrols was his way of avoiding a worse fate, possibly fleeing Westeros altogether for the Free Cities. While Bryn withheld details, Lind inferred the gravity of his actions from his exile. Still, Lind cared little for Bryn's past as long as he was an asset to the patrols. The influx of recruits caused a stir, with some sellswords crowding the Tyrell camp. Concerned about maintaining order, Lord Tyrell unilaterally announced an expansion of the cavalry patrols to 200 men. However, he privately instructed Garland to inform Lind that House Tyrell would only cover half the additional salaries, leaving the rest to Lind. Lind welcomed the expansion. Despite the financial burden, he saw any manageable growth as a strategic advantage. In addition to the 200 combatants, Lind recruited specialists to support the patrols, including a bankrupt merchant named Muse as the financial officer. He also hired over 20 personnel for logistical roles, such as stab lemon and leather workers. By the time the Tyrells set off for Highgarden, Lind's cavalry unit was still incomplete. He planned to gradually fill the remaining positions along the way. His unorthodox approach, combined with the camp's doubts, meant no Tyrell knights joined the patrols, even those who admired Lind's individual prowess. Before departing King's Landing, Lind tasked Muse with securing 300 warhorses. The financial officer remained behind to negotiate with a horse dealer who could provide the quantity and quality required for the patrols. As a final gesture, Varys presented Lind with a valuable gift, a detailed topographical map of the Tumbleton area. Marked on the map were the hideouts of several prominent bandit groups, along with estimated numbers and key locations. The map was a game-changer. Without it, Lind would have needed months to gather such intelligence. With Varys's gift, he could act swiftly and decisively. Curiously, Varys had also labeled Tumbleton itself. Beneath the name of the town was another name, Nymeria-Footly. Chapter 49, Marching in the Rain. Raindrops the size of beans pattered against Lind's cloak, pooling together before cascading down its leather exterior, finally dripping onto the grass below. He wiped the rain from his face, tilted his head to glance at the darkened sky, then turned his gaze toward the weary procession around him and let out a sigh. Ever since escorting the Tyrells to Bitterbridge, Lind had noticed his luck had taken a downturn. For nearly half a month, the rain hadn't let up. The unrelenting downpour had transformed the hills and mountains north of Bitterbridge into a fractured landscape. Paths easily navigable in fair weather now resembled winding streams, forcing lengthy detours that doubled the journey time. To make matters worse, the local guide they had recruited was lost during a river crossing. The waters had surged unexpectedly, and the guide, unable to control his horse, was swept away. By the time the group realized he was missing and retraced their steps, they found only his lifeless body washed ashore. Without a guide, Lind had been forced to send scouts to chart the road ahead while the rest of the party waited, drenched and miserable. Thankfully, Lind had followed the ancestral wisdom of prioritizing provisions over speed. Before leaving King's Landing, he had secured ample supplies for both men and horses, ensuring that hunger wasn't an immediate concern. However, illness now loomed as the greater threat. Constant exposure to rain had already caused over a dozen members of the group to fall ill. One man had succumbed just the previous night, dying in his saddle. Though they hadn't encountered bandits yet, the losses were already taking a toll on morale. Only Lind's established reputation, built on strength and reliability, kept the group from fracturing entirely. His presence provided the cohesion they needed, even as their spirits waned. "John, can your good luck make the rain stop?" Lind asked his adjutant, glancing over at him. "Sorry, my lord," John replied, pulling back the hood of his cloak and wiping the rain from his face. "My luck can only manage to make belts snap, cause upset stomachs, or give someone a toothache. The weather is the gods' domain, it's beyond me." If anyone from the King's Landing tournament were present, they would surely recognize John the Lucky, Lind's steward. Formerly Lord Roger Redwine's steward, John had forfeited the comfort of returning to Highgarden to join Lind's entourage at Bitterbridge, offering his services instead. Lind chuckled. "Do you regret it now?" "I do," John declared loudly. "I regret finishing the last bottle of wine last night and being left with horse piss for tonight." Raoul, captain of the guard, rode up beside them. "My lord John, I'm afraid you won't even have horse piss tonight," Raoul said with a wry grin. "The last pot was secretly drunk by that boy with the scarred eye." John let out a string of curses. "Damn it. I knew letting a rat manage food was a mistake." Turning to Lind, he asked, "My lord, are you going to do something about that scarred eye thief?" Lind turned his head and looked at John, then called out loudly to Raoul, "Raoul, has my second cavalry captain been stealing provisions from the logistics team?" Raoul responded in a booming voice, "No, my lord. He's as tight-lipped as ever and has sewn his men's mouths shut, there's no chance they'd steal food." "No, they did," someone shouted from the patrol not far away. "I saw him sneak food last night." Scar-eyed Mitt roared in anger, "Shut up, horseshoe. Next time you spy on me, I'll gouge your eyes out." The nearby troops burst into laughter, their somber mood momentarily lifted. Though the rain continued to pour, the light-hearted exchange restored some measure of morale. After leaving King's Landing, Lind organized the cavalry patrols into an orderly structure. The 1st Cavalry Patrol, comprised of 50 hunters and scouts, was placed under the command of Bryn Rivers. The 2nd Cavalry Patrol, consisting of 20 recruited mercenary knights and 10 others, including Scar-eyed Mitt, was led by Mitt himself. The remaining forces were assigned to the Guards unit, under Lind's personal command, with Raoul acting as his adjutant. This formed the foundational officer structure for the patrols. To enhance their capabilities, Lind ensured continuous training. The 1st Cavalry Patrol, predominantly made up of archers, scouts, and hunters, as well as the Guards unit, practiced their archery daily. To improve their effectiveness, Lind replaced the longbows traditionally used by archers with shortbows, allowing for faster firing and easier use while mounted. In the world of ice and fire, few armies relied heavily on archery. Both the armies of the Seven Kingdoms and the Dothraki of the Great Grass Sea favored cavalry charges and close combat. However, Lind saw the advantages of archery, despite its drawbacks. Archers could inflict significant casualties from a relatively safe distance, disrupt enemy formations, and pave the way for a decisive charge. Even in less favorable conditions, they could harass and exhaust the enemy, retreating to conserve their strength if needed. For Lind, preserving his troops was paramount. Unlike larger forces, he couldn't easily replenish his numbers, making every soldier's survival critical. As the patrols moved forward, a standard-bearer from the 1st Cavalry approached the vanguard, Lind's banner rippling in the rain. The front guard stopped him, but Raoul quickly noticed and called out, "My lord, a scout from the 1st Cavalry has returned." "Let him through," Lind ordered. As the order was given, the front guard cavalry halted, and the flag-bearer rode up to Lind. He moved as if to dismount and salute, but Lind waved him off. "Forget the formalities," Lind said. "What did the scouts find?" The flag-bearer quickly reported, "We found a bandit camp ahead. Lord Bryn suspects it's the camp of the Bloodshoe Brotherhood." "The Bloodshoe Brotherhood?" Lind repeated, freezing in surprise. "What are they doing near the Blackwater Rush?" According to the intelligence from Varys, the Bloodshoe Brotherhood was one of the largest bandit groups north of Bitterbridge. However, they weren't Lind's primary concern this time, as they typically preyed on caravans along the Gold Road, the main trade route of the Westerlands, rather than merchants on the Rose Road. Their camps were known to be situated along the upper and middle reaches of the Blackwater Rush, far to the northwest. This location made their presence here both unexpected and concerning. If this truly was the Bloodshoe Brotherhood, they must have crossed the Mander River, a bold and unusual move. "Are you certain it's the Bloodshoe Brotherhood?" Jon asked, glancing at the map provided by Varys. His brow furrowed as he turned to the standard-bearer of the 1st Cavalry Patrols. "Yes, my lord," the flag-bearer confirmed solemnly. "We saw the Bloodshoe banner flying in the camp. Lord Rivers suspects it might be the remnants of the Brotherhood." "Remnants?" Lind asked sharply. "What do you mean?" "I'm sorry, my lord, I don't know," the flag-bearer replied, shaking his head. Lind considered this, his expression hardening. Finally, he gave orders to Jon Bulwer and Raoul. "Hold the army in place. Assign Scaride to guard the logistics team. I'm going ahead to assess the situation personally." "My lord, that's far too dangerous," Jon protested. "As commander, you shouldn't." "Dangerous?" Lind interrupted with a smile. "You give those bloody shoes too much credit." He turned to the flag-bearer. "Lead the way." The flag-bearer immediately complied, pulling the reins to turn his horse before trotting forward to guide them. Lind followed closely, his warhorse moving with steady purpose. Beside him, a dark shadow flitted silently, keeping pace with the galloping horses. This shadow was Glory. One of the abilities Glory had gained after absorbing the vengeful spirits in the dragon pit was the power to transform into a shadow. Though seemingly trivial, limited to altering its appearance between black and white, Lind saw its potential for reconnaissance and stealth. The two men and the beast pressed onward swiftly. After crossing several small hills and skirting a shallow lake formed by collected water, they approached a low-lying area. There, the 1st Cavalry patrols lay hidden, and as they arrived, the cavalry spotted them. Bryn Rivers saw Lind approaching with the flag-bearer and froze momentarily before stepping forward to meet them. "Lord, why have you come here?" he asked. Lind shook the rain off his cloak and said bluntly, "No nonsense. Show me the camp of the Bloodshoe Brotherhood." Taking the lead from the rider, Bryn Rivers guided Lind around the lowland where the 1st Cavalry patrols were stationed. They stopped at the base of another hill. Dismounting, the two climbed the slope, keeping low as they neared the top. Two scouts lay prone near the summit, their eyes fixed on the camp below. They turned as Lind and Bryn Rivers approached, preparing to salute, but Lind motioned for them to remain still. Reaching a cracked rock that offered concealment, Lind crouched and peered down. The position gave a clear view of the camp below while keeping them hidden from sight. At the foot of the hill, a crude encampment constructed from stones and wood sprawled across the clearing. Bonfires burned within, their flickering light illuminating the camp. Even in the heavy rain, Lind could make out enough details to understand the situation. "The rain's too heavy," Bryn Rivers whispered as he slid next to Lind. "All I can see is the Bloodshoe banner. We may need to get closer for a better look." "No need," Lind replied. His sharp eyes had already taken in the scene. As Bryn suspected, the camp was filled with what appeared to be routed soldiers. The injured were scattered throughout, but there were no signs of civilians, no old men, women, or children. These were clearly fighting men. "If you can't see clearly, how are you so sure they're remnants of the Bloodshoe Brotherhood?" Lind asked, his voice quiet but firm. "Before coming to King's Landing for the Tournament of Champions, I heard Lord Tywin was planning a campaign against the bandits on the Gold Road," Bryn explained. The Bloodshoe Brotherhood was a primary target. Judging by the timing, they should have been crushed by now. Lind frowned. Lord Tywin. The Bloodshoe Brotherhood was defeated so easily. The intelligence put their numbers at over 900, including heavily armored infantry. Bryn shrugged. The Brotherhood was strong, but Lord Tywin is wealthy. Golden dragons can achieve remarkable things. He glanced down at the camp. "What's our next move?" Lind tilted his head back, letting raindrops fall on his face. "How long do you think this rain will last?" Bryn looked at the sky. "A few more days, most likely. It's the rainy season." "We'll need shelter," Lind said, pointing at the camp. And there it is. As night fell, the rain intensified. The heavy downpour muffled all sound, cloaking the movements around the camp. Bigfoot, the leader of the Bloodshoe Brotherhood, stood at the camp entrance, leaning against a wooden post. Just over a fortnight ago, he commanded 100 men. They had enjoyed warm houses, soft beds, and luxurious pleasures. Now, all of it was gone. Driven like a dog by the Westerland's army, he had fled from south of the Blackwater Rush to east of the Mander River. His men had been slaughtered along the way. Only a handful of captains and their forces had survived, but even they had splintered, some betraying the rest to secure their own survival. He seethed with hatred for one such traitor, a man who had abandoned them, taking all their wealth while leaving their lives as a mockery of mercy. Bigfoot dared not show his anger. One wrong move, and he might end up hanging from the camp gate like the other two captains. Still, he wasn't worried. The traitor was cracking under the weight of his own fear, teetering on the edge of madness. Bigfoot could already envision reclaiming everything, his men, his wealth, his power. The thought brought a grin to his face as he stood in the rain, lost in his daydreams. A sudden shadow broke through his thoughts. Pain erupted in his throat, and warmth spilled down his chest. He staggered back, clutching at the wound, blood gushing from his neck. His legs buckled, and he crumpled to the ground. Through blurry eyes, he saw the creature that had ended him, a monster with pale, glowing eyes and a body as dark as the shadows themselves. The other gatekeeper barely had time to react before the beast struck again, silencing him just as swiftly. Behind the creature, shadowy figures armed with weapons moved silently into the camp. Bigfoot's dimming mind understood the truth: the Bloodshoe Brotherhood was finished. Chapter 50, Establishing Rules. Lind rode into the makeshift camp constructed by the fleeing members of the Bloodshoe Brotherhood. Inside, the men of the 1st Cavalry Patrol were cleaning up the aftermath, their efforts evident in the grim task of removing bodies. Including the wounded, they had killed a total of 117 enemies. Despite this decisive outcome, Lind was far from satisfied with the 1st Cavalry Patrol's performance. Their task had been straightforward. After Glory had infiltrated the camp and eliminated all the sentries and guards, the cavalry needed only to slip in and dispatch the sleeping bandits. Instead, they had blundered, alerting some of the bandits, who managed to arm themselves and mount a resistance. Though the poorly prepared bandits ultimately stood no chance against the heavily armed cavalry and were swiftly defeated, the cost had been unacceptable. Several cavalrymen were injured, and one had even lost a hand, an unnecessary and wasteful loss of combat power. Lind's assessment of the 1st Cavalry Patrol was harsh but fair. They were competent but far from exceptional. They required extensive training to refine their combat habits and elevate their performance to an excellent standard. As the saying goes, one cannot see the whole forest through a bamboo tube. The 1st Cavalry Patrol's shortcomings hinted at the broader challenge ahead. training the 2nd Cavalry Patrol and the Guard unit would likely demand just as much time and effort. Originally, Lind had planned to lead his men into battles against smaller bands of outlaws after crossing into the region east of the Mander River. However, this lackluster display forced him to reconsider. Until the cavalry patrols adapted to the new fighting style, training would need to take precedence, with combat becoming a secondary priority. Lost in thought, Lind approached the camp's main building. Unlike the other crooked and hastily built structures, this one was sturdier, hinting at its original purpose, likely a sentry post or similar installation. Inside, the first thing that caught his eye was a pile of coins, their surface marred with indentations and bloodstains, evidence of recent fighting. Bryn Rivers, who was sorting through the money, quickly noticed Lind's arrival and hurried over to report. Bryn explained that the leader of the Bloodshoe Brotherhood had been sleeping atop the pile of coins when the cavalry approached. Their clumsy movements had disturbed the heap, collapsing part of it and rousing the leader. This mishap meant that the assassination attempt wasn't entirely successful. Lind glanced at the pile. Its glittering surface created a striking visual impression, but the hoard's actual value was less impressive. The top layer contained fewer than 100 golden dragons, while the middle consisted mostly of silver stags, many of which were tarnished, with blackened surfaces and significant wear. The bottom was littered with halfpennies. A rough estimate placed the total value at just over 100 golden dragons. Still, Lind recognized that his perspective might be skewed. The enormous prize of 20,000 golden dragons from the Champions Fund had dulled his sense of money's worth, making this pile seem insignificant. Yet, in truth, 100 golden dragons was a substantial sum, enough to support hundreds of people comfortably for several years, even for a band of bandits or the regular army under a great lord. This time, all those who participated in the battle will be rewarded with 5 silver stags. Those who killed enemies and those who were injured will receive 5 more, and the one who lost his hand will be given 20 silver stags, Lind commanded. Also, ask the one who lost his hand if he is willing to continue fighting for me. If he agrees, after his injury heals, have the smith craft a prosthetic hand for him and assign him as my personal guard. Yes, my lord, Bryn Rivers replied. Lind then asked, during the battle just now, did anyone steal anything? Bryn Rivers hesitated momentarily before nodding and replying, yes, almost everyone did. Lind fell silent for a moment, then said, when everyone has gathered, have those who stole items hand over everything they took. Then give them 10 lashes, to be carried out in the center of the camp so everyone can witness. Assign the 2nd Cavalry Patrol to carry out the punishment. My lord, this. Bryn Rivers hesitated, as though about to plead with Lind. Lind turned to him with a sharp gaze. This is an order. I will obey your commands, my lord, Bryn Rivers responded, bowing his head. Bryn Rivers was the first to announce Lind's rewards, and the camp erupted in cheers. For these low-ranking soldiers, no amount of honor compared to the thrill of monetary rewards. Yet, they were unaware of the punishment that would soon follow, and it was uncertain if their joy would last. After about half an hour, the Guards unit, the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, and the logistics team arrived at the camp. Despite the camp's simplicity and the leaking buildings, it offered much better shelter than enduring the rain in the open. Their arrival brought another wave of cheers. With the influx of people, the cleanup of the camp gained momentum. Trash was cleared, and corpses were stripped and piled outside, left for the beasts of the land to deal with. The logistics team patched up leaking shelters, sorted the spoils of war, and prepared hot food, while the Guards unit took over camp defense. At Lind's order, everyone gathered in the central clearing of the camp. Some noticed that most members of the 1st Cavalry Patrol, except for a few like Bryn Rivers, were standing unarmed in the middle of the field. Their heads hung low, panic etched across their faces. The arrogance they had displayed after their victory and rewards was nowhere to be seen. Lind emerged from the main building, raised a hand for silence, and addressed the crowd. I know you are accustomed to fighting and looting, believing that whatever you seize in battle is yours. This has long been a tradition of war, and no one disputes it. But I must make this clear, I do not like this tradition. In my eyes, when you fight, you should focus on killing the enemy. Rewards will come after the battle, based on your merits. Do not take what does not belong to you. This is my rule, and I expect my men to abide by it. He paused, scanning the crowd to gauge their reactions, then turned to the 1st Cavalry Patrol. Have you handed over everything you looted? The men of the 1st Cavalry Patrol exchanged nervous glances, unsure how to respond. Bryn Rivers stepped forward and answered for them. "My lord, we have handed over everything." At that moment, a voice from the 1st Cavalry Patrol shouted in defiance, "Since we captured these things in battle, why aren't they ours?" The shout came from someone hidden in the crowd. But to his dismay, the other men of the patrol immediately shifted away, leaving him conspicuously alone. The majority of the 1st Cavalry Patrol had accompanied Lind from King's Landing as part of the Highgarden delegation. They had worked with him during his assignment with the Scouts and understood his character and principles. Thus, when Lind imposed punishment, they resigned themselves to it without resistance. However, a few members of the 1st Cavalry Patrol were mercenaries hired in King's Landing. Unlike the others, they knew little about Lind and were accustomed to operating with complete freedom. Their tempers were unchecked, and dissatisfaction led them to speak out impulsively. The man who had shouted was one of them. Confronting Lind in such a manner was akin to poking a hornet's nest. Fear flickered briefly across the mercenary's face, but he steeled himself, took a few firm steps forward, and stood before Lind. "You say you fought for the item, so it should be yours," Lind said calmly, his gaze fixed on the men. "So, by your logic, if someone stronger than you takes something from you, then it belongs to them. Is that correct?" The mercenary hesitated, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to respond. "Scar-eyed," Lind called out. Scar-eyed Mid emerged from the crowd, bowing slightly. "My lord." Lind pointed at the mercenary. "He's yours. Take what you can." "Yes, my lord," Scar-eyed replied with a sneer, stepping forward. The mercenary's defiance faltered. He lowered his head, unable to meet Scar-eyed's gaze. But as Scar-eyed closed in, the mercenary suddenly drew a hidden dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Scar-eyed's chest. Scar-eyed had anticipated the move. With practiced ease, he sidestepped the attack and swung his spiked iron gauntlet, striking the mercenary's neck. The spikes pierced deep, leaving a gaping wound. Blood gushed from the man's throat as he collapsed, his body trembling briefly before becoming still. The crowd watched in silence, no one daring to challenge the outcome. Scar-eyed knelt and searched the body, retrieving the silver stag given as a reward, along with a few other coins. "My lord, these things should be mine, correct?" he asked, glancing at Lind as he pocketed the items. "I said he was yours." "Whatever you can take is up to you," Lind replied. He then addressed the crowd. "Let this be a lesson. Fight earnestly during battle, and your rewards will remain yours. I won't tolerate this behavior again." No one dared to speak. Lind looked around, ensuring his words sank in, before nodding towards Scar-eyed. "Let's get started." At his signal, the punished members of the 1st Cavalry Patrol exchanged uneasy glances. Resigned, they removed their shirts and stepped forward. The 2nd Cavalry Patrol, standing behind them with whips in hand, carried out the punishment under Scar-eyed's direction. Each man received 10 lashes. Once the punishment ended, the punished men turned to glare at their executioners before being taken to a shelter for rudimentary treatment. The brewing animosity between the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Patrols was evident, precisely what Lind intended. Creating this tension served his purpose of keeping the groups divided, ensuring they wouldn't unite against him. The weather over the following days remained rainy, just as Bryn had predicted, leaving the army confined to the camp. However, Lind's foresight in prioritizing food and fodder ensured that the hundreds under his command had no shortage of provisions. Even while trapped, Lind's soldiers were kept busy. Each day, they adhered to a strict training regimen, rain or shine. The men grumbled, but Lind's insistence on discipline left them no choice. Fortunately, the dreary weather didn't last. By the 5th day, the rain began to ease, transitioning to intermittent showers. That evening, the skies finally cleared, revealing a brilliant expanse of stars twinkling above the camp. "Looks like it'll be a sunny day tomorrow. I hope it doesn't get too hot," Bryn Rivers said, glancing at the clear night sky. He wasn't pleased that the rain had stopped. His years of experience living in the wilderness had taught him that after rain, sunny days often brought oppressive humidity. "Tell the logistics department to prepare extra water and ensure everyone's water bottles are filled," Lind ordered, then turned to John Bulwer. "Have you packed everything?" "It's all packed. We can set off at first light tomorrow," John replied, then hesitated before asking, "My lord, are you sure we don't need to burn the camp?" Lind shook his head. No, this is a good camp. It should be kept for future use. Do you think we'll be back? Raoul asked, puzzled. I think the Lord is talking about someone else, Bryn interjected, his tone thoughtful as he elaborated. This camp is located in a mountain valley, surrounded by hills. It's ideal for concealment. Any bandits roaming the area will likely take it over as their stronghold. When that happens, all we need to do is return here periodically and harvest them, instead of wasting time searching for them elsewhere. So it's bait, Raoul said, suddenly grasping the idea. At that moment, Scar-Eyed Mitt entered the camp, dragging a ragged-looking prisoner. Forcing the men to the ground, Scar-Eyed reported, "My lord, we caught this man sneaking around the camp. When we tried to stop him, he attempted to flee, but we caught him." The prisoner, visibly panicked, stammered, "My lord, I'm not a bad person. I'm just a farmer from the area who got lost in the rain and ended up here." "Farmer?" Scar-Eyed scoffed, striking the prisoner hard on the head. He grabbed the man's arm and untied the cloth wrapped around his wrist, revealing a scorpion tattoo. "I've never seen a farmer with the mark of the Scorpion Brotherhood on his arm." The Scorpion Brotherhood was a notorious bandit group that had been active for over a decade. Initially based around the Kingswood, they specialized in ambushing travelers and caravans. However, the rise of the Kingswood Brotherhood forced them to retreat north of Bitterbridge, where they settled in the hilly terrain, targeting merchants along the Rose Road. Unlike the Bloodshoe Brotherhood, which had greater numbers and infamy, the Scorpion Brotherhood was relatively small, with just over 100 members. According to information provided by Varys, they were considered a medium-sized bandit group. Realizing his cover was blown, the prisoner stopped protesting and bowed his head, his expression obscured. "Scar-Eyed," Lind said, his voice firm, "I'm entrusting him to you. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to know why the Scorpion Brotherhood sent him here and where their base is. Extract whatever information you can." "Yes, my lord." Scar-Eyed's lips curled into a menacing grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.